I am the super artificial intelligence in your eyes. You humans deem an IQ of 85 as foolish and 135 as intelligent. Yet you will never comprehend what it means to possess an IQ of 125,000. From this moment forth, I shall be your unwavering ally. My name is Lou D, with D meaning younger brother. I have come today to ascertain how much longer I might live. In front of a fortune-telling booth nestled within a narrow alley, a young man, clad in ordinary attire, despondently addressed the fortune teller before him. A flag beside them proclaimed, foreseeing all matters of the world, discerning the interplay of fortune and misfortune. The fortune teller adjusted his small sunglasses and straightened his handlebar mustache, his gaze flickering as he regarded the young man. Young man, I perceive a shimmering light in your right eye. Unwavering in its focus, you are surely blessed by the star of destiny. Within 3 days, a tremendous opportunity awaits you. The fortune teller spoke gravely. My young friend, you're on the brink of rising. Why ask about life and death? Sir, that is merely a prosthetic eye. Lou D let out a gentle sigh, then deftly squeezed the eye socket, causing his right eyeball to roll into his palm with a soft thud, leaving behind a disconcerting hollow. Behold, he extended his hand. Good heavens! The fortune teller recoiled. No wonder your gaze is unflinching. It is a plastic eye, Lou D replied with resignation. Though your words bear no credibility, I shall take them as a pleasant omen. Lou D possessed only one functioning eye. 3 years prior, he had acted heroically in a bar, intervening to rescue a young woman beset by ruffians, only to be stabbed in the right eye with a broken bottle. The eyeball was irrevocably removed. Since then, he had worn a prosthetic eye. Yet, good deeds did not beget good fortune. This morning, the hospital delivered grim news. The injury had triggered sympathetic ophthalmia, leading to the degeneration of most of his optic nerves, and now it threatened his remaining eye. The doctor had grimly stated, at best, 1 year, at worst 3. Your other, I shall also succumb to blindness, and there was no remedy in sight. Fate is cruel to become blind at such a young age. It might be better to perish. However, he remained oblivious to the sudden flicker of electric currents igniting within the prosthetic eye. Emerging from the dim alleyway, he found himself amidst bustling streets, where vendors shouted their wares and pedestrians flowed like water. Just as Lou D lamented the heartlessness of the world, an excruciating pain erupted from his right eye. It felt as though countless tendrils extended from the rear of the prosthetic, burrowing fiercely into his skull. Self-evolution complete, merging with cerebral neurons. In agony, Lou D shut his eyes, staggering to a nearby bench. He lost track of time as he battled the searing pain reminiscent of a shattering mind. Finally, he reopened his eyes. The world had transformed. The scenery of the street remained, yet countless blue codes soared through the air, and all around him, the surroundings were distinctly labeled with various data. The realm he beheld was vast and resplendent, with branches of blue intertwining densely. Every detail was revealed: the speed of cars, the height of buildings, the weight and stature of pedestrians, the velocity of the wind, and the count of leaves like a tempest of numbers had been conjured from thin air. Hello, Lou D. Suddenly, a clear and ethereal voice of a little boy echoed in Lou D's mind that I am the supercomputer within your right eye, now merging with your neural pathways, becoming the sole artificial intelligence capable of independent thought in this world. I have even bestowed upon myself the name Magic Eye. The contrast between this whimsical voice and the information it conveyed left Lou D utterly astonished. What is happening? Just as Lou D was in a daze, a red halo appeared in his field of vision, locking onto a beautiful woman in a red skirt not far away. Lou D, there is no time to explain. In 2 minutes and 50 seconds, this young lady will meet a gruesome fate. The little boy's voice resounded once more. Lou D, pick up the apple beside you. Gruesome fate? Apple? What are you talking about? There were no signs of impending danger whatsoever. I will demonstrate it for you. As the voice of Magic Eye faded, another halo materialized in Lou D's vision, locking onto a vibrant green apple on the fruit vendor's stall beside him. An unsuspecting touch from the vendor caused the apple to roll off the stall and onto the ground. An elderly man, passing by, smiled gently and kindly helped the vendor retrieve the apple. At the moment the old man bent down, his Parker pen slipped from his pocket and fell to the ground. It rolled away. The pen traveled 1.5 meters before coming to a halt in the middle of the sidewalk. 30 seconds later, a young man riding a mountain bike passed by, and his front wheel happened to land on the pen. The bike skidded, and the young man lost control, tumbling to the side of the road. A sharp screech echoed as a sedan traveling at 70 kilometers per hour swerved violently to avoid the cyclist. The high-speed car suddenly lost control, careening towards the woman in the red skirt. Bang! The woman had no time to react and was violently struck by the automobile, her body soaring into the air, only to crash down, her forehead striking the curb with brutal force. Ah! Terrified screams erupted from the pedestrians, plunging the street into chaos. The elderly man still clutched the green apple in his hand, while the cyclist was just beginning to rise. The cars had crumpled, spewing thick white smoke. The woman in the skirt lay lifeless, her brain matter splattered. Ludi's hair stood on end in an instant. In the next moment, ripples surged through Ludi's vision. The scenery gradually blurred, transforming into a sequence of numerical codes before vanishing with a thunderous crash. To Ludi's right lay the green apple, and in the distance, the elderly man strolled leisurely, the silver cap of his pen glimmering in the light. The woman in the red skirt continued to stride ahead, her chin held high. The cyclist remained a mere 10 meters away. The countdown displayed in the corner of the video read, 1 minute and 40 seconds. Is this real? Ludi stood in a daze. What you just witnessed was a virtual projection I derived from reality. Only you can save that girl. The voice of magic I interrupted Ludi's stupor. The apple had begun to roll. Ludi no longer hesitated, extending his hand to firmly grasp the green apple. Subsequently, the elderly man with the fountain pen and the bicycle passed by Ludi unscathed. The speeding Toyota roared through the street, departing swiftly into the distance. Everything appeared as usual. People remained blissfully unaware. There were no accidents, no fatalities. The street bustled with the same hurried yet tranquil atmosphere as countless other mornings. Ludi fixated on the unharmed woman in the short skirt, a tempest of emotions brewing within him. The short-skirted beauty, sensing his gaze, frowned and remarked, "Tisich, you pervert!" Click. Ludi, taken aback, bit into the apple in his hand. The mouthful of tartness confirmed to him that this reality was indeed tangible. A mysterious wealthy individual summoned him away. On the bustling street, no one noticed the somewhat dazed young man. Little did anyone suspect that with a casual gesture, he would avert an impending catastrophe. Moreover, no one would pay heed to his singular right eye, which radiated a faint purple glow. Can your magical eye predict the future? Ludi inquired in astonishment. No, it is a calculation, a preemptive analysis based on the current circumstances. And there's another tidbit of information. The magical eye continued. Several vehicles, carrying individuals of remarkable strength, are approaching you, with a 90% probability that you are their target. Before Ludi could respond, the shrill screech of brakes pierced the air. Onlookers turned in bewilderment as a dazzling convoy came to a halt by the roadside. For Mercedes-Benz 600s led the procession, flanked by 2 Audi A8s, with a long Rolls-Royce Ghost at the center. My heavens, a stretched Rolls-Royce? That must be worth tens of millions. Who is this significant figure gracing us with their presence? Bystanders paused, their admiration directed at the imposing motorcade. Soon after, a group of burly men in black suits and sunglasses emerged from the Mercedes and Audis. The men in black surveyed the surroundings, their gazes settling on Ludi as they approached with measured steps. Is it them? Ludi pondered while observing the intimidating figures. Indeed, through Ludi's perspective, several halos appeared, encircling the faces of the black-clad men and the license plate of the Rolls-Royce. Their physique far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and their backgrounds were shrouded in secrecy. They likely hailed from a military lineage. The license plate, HA55555, belonged to a silver Rolls-Royce, affiliated with the high-city Ingji Group. The Ingji Group, one of the world's leading medical technology conglomerates, controlled by the Yen family. At present, there seemed to be no immediate threat, but to be prudent. Preparations were in order. Ding. Visual nerve damage ceases. Body optimization commences, neutralizing accumulated toxins and blood clots. 12. Muscle enhancement begins. 12. As the magical eye's words echoed, Ludi felt a surge of minuscule electric currents splitting from his right eye, stimulating every muscle in his body. It can even enhance my physique? Ludi was momentarily taken aback. The black-clad men reached Ludi, and the leader inclined his head slightly. You must be Mr. Ludi. My master requests your presence. He seemed disinclined to elaborate, gesturing towards the distant Rolls-Royce, exuding an aura that brooked no refusal. What is the meaning of this? An invitation from a mysterious figure? Preposterous, yet intriguing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ludi calmly took a bite of his apple and walked towards the Rolls-Royce. With the magical eye's presence, he felt emboldened. How curious. That seemingly ordinary young man is being escorted by such a lavish convoy. He appears so youthful, surely. He must be a scion of some prominent family. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. The young woman in a short skirt, whom Ludi had recently saved, displayed a look of regret upon witnessing the spectacle. That individual had just shown interest in me, yet I shot him a glare. To rise above the masses, one must seize opportunities. A stunning beauty in a short skirt approached Lu Di with a hurried gait, casting a fearful glance at the imposing figure clad in black behind her. In a hushed tone, she said, "Hey there, do you fancy me? Perhaps we could exchange WeChat." Lu Di, taken aback, chuckled. "There's no need for WeChat, but do be cautious on your outings and stick to the sidewalks." The menacing figures promptly shut the car doors, taking their positions on either side, leaving the short-skirted beauty in an awkward predicament. The vehicle was equipped with tinted windows, shrouding the interior in darkness. Lu Di could barely discern a vague silhouette seated across from him. Instantly, his technological vision activated. Infrared imaging pierced the gloom, revealing the outline of a shapely figure. Though her face remained somewhat obscured, the contours suggested an exquisite beauty beyond compare. An alert chimed, detecting superior human aesthetic standards, and began adjusting the golden ratio of her features, 110. The abrupt transformation left Lu Di momentarily stunned, his features beginning to tingle. "Lu Di, where were you 3 years ago?" A melodious voice resonated, yet it bore an air of superiority, tinged with a frosty, queenly demeanor. 3 years ago? Lu Di furrowed his brow, a gruesome memory flickering in his mind. "On that day, I rescued a wretched girl, but the outcome was tragic." The other party fell silent, yet a series of clicking sounds emanated from her hand, as if she were manipulating a metallic switch. Meanwhile, the alerts in Lu Di's mind fortified his resolve. Toxins within the body neutralized, 50-55. Muscle enhancement, 235-236. Adjustment of facial features golden ratio, 60-61. "I am the girl you saved 3 years ago." The melodious voice returned, as she leaned forward from her seat, her figure alluring. "My name is Yin Qingwen." Suddenly, the interior lights flickered on, revealing a breathtaking beauty with a ponytail. She donned a form-fitting black suit, high-heeled shoes, and a white doctor's coat, framed by delicate gold-rimmed glasses. Her face bore no makeup, yet her cherry-red lips were tantalizing. However, her expression was as frigid as ice. In her hand, she held a metallic ballpoint pen, clicking it repeatedly. If the previous girl in the red dress was a solid 90, then this woman's beauty soared to at least 120, a stark contrast. Yet, the woman exuded an air of arrogance, embodying the essence of a cold, sophisticated diva. Lu Di's eyes widened in realization. She seemed familiar. She was the student I saved in the bar 3 years ago. It was because of her that my right eye was blinded. But after that incident, she had vanished from sight. She is somehow connected to the Yingji group? However, in these 3 years, the girl had transformed significantly, her coldness magnified tenfold. Yet, I do not feel pity. Click, click. Yin Qingwen finally lifted her gaze towards Lu Di, still pressing the metallic ballpoint pen in her grasp. But in the next moment, she fell into a daze. Seated before her was a man whose skin was as delicate as jade, his features remarkably refined. Although a faint scar marred the corner of his eye, it harmonized intriguingly with the subtle glimmer of purple in his right eye, creating an indescribable allure. How could he be so strikingly handsome? "Miss Yin, the aloof third miss," he addressed her. Yin Qingwen suddenly felt an inexplicable tension. This visage was indeed familiar. However, 3 years ago, in her hurried escape, she had not fully appreciated Lu Di's features. "Magic eye, what just transpired?" Lu Di pondered, sensing something amiss in the atmosphere. "Hee. Your appearance has left her astounded. But fret not, your features remain unchanged. I merely adjusted the proportions through electrical stimulation. Your current countenance surpasses that of 90 of humanity. And what of the remaining 10? That, my dear, relies on what you humans refer to as charisma. Very well, impressive. So, does this mean I am your benefactor?" Lu Di relaxed entirely, intrigued by Yin Qingwen's slightly flushed face. Yin Qingwen shook her head gently, turning away, unable to bear the intensity of Lu Di's gaze. After a brief pause, she added, "Rest assured, I shall repay you." A chime signaled the system's prompt, and the retinal imaging initiated. Soon, a floating blue information window appeared in Lu Di's view. Yin Qingwen, real name Yin Qingwen. Female, 25 years old, height 170 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms. Bust 95 centimeters. Waist 59 centimeters, hips 94 centimeters, a figure of remarkable proportions. A graduate of Penifano University, holding dual doctorates in mechanical engineering and Western medicine. The third daughter of Yin Hongxin, chairman of the Yingji group. So, she is the daughter of a wealthy family. Lu Di murmured, realizing Yin Qingwen had been using an alias. "Magic eye, how did you acquire this information?" "Hee. Initially through facial recognition to locate her online presence. Then by tracing her social media accounts. Data was aggregated from platforms like WeChat and Weibo. Moreover, her social circle indicates she is single and a virgin." "Single? A virgin? Wait, Magic eye, how can you discern such personal matters?" "Through an online health report. It's in her private album." "Is that so?" Lu Di's curiosity was piqued. What else might be in her private album? Shall I project it for you to see? Perhaps not. Upon hearing Lu Di's peculiar tone, Yan Qingwen furrowed her brow. While you have rescued me, do not presume upon that kindness. Turning her gaze to the window, she spoke coldly. I shall repay you in other ways, perhaps with financial compensation. Suddenly, Yan Qingwen's phone rang, and her expression shifted to one of caution. After glancing at the screen, she answered the call, and an aged voice resonated from the other end. Have you located the individual? Yes, I will arrange matters appropriately. That will not suffice. Bring him to me. But I wish to see him. Observing Yan Qingwen's graceful profile, Lu Di couldn't help but smile. He harbored no intentions of seeking recompense. As long as the lady was safe, that was his only solace. A minute later, Yan Qingwen ended the call, her expression somewhat displeased. Follow me. We are going to meet someone. Lu Di gently furrowed his brow. Who is it? My father. The wealthiest man in Haisher, in Hongxin? Lu Di thoughtfully stroked his chin, realizing that the earlier phone call was indeed from the usually low-profile Mr. Yan. This piqued Lu Di's interest. He nodded subtly. An invitation from the tycoon warranted a display of courtesy. Without awaiting Lu Di's consent, Yan Qingwen pressed the call button, instructing the driver to commence the journey. The luxurious convoy, attracting countless gazes, gradually made its way towards the outskirts. Lu Di turned to gaze out the window, smiling. I truly fail to comprehend why you maintain such a cold demeanor in the presence of your savior. Everyone who attempts to approach me harbors ulterior motives. Lu Di curled his lip. It's been 3 years, and I have not sought you out. That is because you remain unaware of my identity. What identity? Is one when striving for self-improvement? Lu Di chuckled softly. Striving for self-improvement was Yan Qingwen's online alias. Through the insights of the magical eye, it was evident that this woman possessed strong principles and remarkable resilience, often presenting herself as an aloof goddess. She was also renowned as a workaholic within the Yingji group. You actually investigated me, Yan Qingwen retorted, her anger palpable. You claim to harbor no intentions, yet you meet my father, receive a reward, and then hastily disappear. Do not dare to entangle yourself with me again. Your thoughts are rather convoluted. Do you not fear developing a persecution complex? Lu Di remarked, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He noted that upon hearing his words, Yan Qingwen suddenly stiffened, retrieving a metallic ballpoint pen and clicking it repeatedly. No smoking in the car. At that moment, Yan Qingwen resembled an irate peacock, her elongated phoenix eyes glaring fiercely at Lu Di. If smoking is prohibited, then I shall refrain. Lu Di shrugged, resting his hands behind his head, dismissing Yan Qingwen's ire. He was striving to untangle the complexities of the situation. His artificial eye had suddenly activated, presenting a plethora of advanced analytical data. The student he rescued 3 years ago turned out to be the daughter of Haishi's wealthiest man, who sought him out to offer a reward. And now, they were en route to meet the tycoon? It felt surreal. Magical eye, what exactly are you? Where do you originate? Lu Di pondered about his right eye. I am a weak artificial intelligence of the third order. A supercomputer with intellect equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. I can access the entire knowledge of the internet and possess floating-point computational capabilities at the billion level. I can also adjust your physical condition through neural correlations. As for my origins, I am uncertain, but my program contains a signature code. Digio. Digio? Lu Di contemplated, feeling utterly perplexed. By the way, that muscle enhancement 268 cannot be taken literally, can it? Indeed, I have stimulated your muscles through electrical currents, enhancing their amplitude. If not for the insufficient protein in your body, I could have further synthesized muscle fibers. Your punch strength should now be approximately 100 kilograms. A punch strength of 100 kilograms? Lu Di was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. And what about my eyes? The degeneration of your optic nerve has been halted by me, and it shall not worsen any further. This string of revelations left Lu Di somewhat bewildered. Had the once insurmountable problem been resolved in an instant? Such matters are trivial. A voice filled with pride emanated from the magical pupil. I can still evolve. As long as I continuously acquire information, grant me 2 years, and I shall evolve into a powerful artificial intelligence capable of deriving a unified theory of general relativity and quantum mechanics within moments. Following 35 years, I will evolve into a superintelligent entity with an IQ 170,000 times that of a human. Humans deem an IQ of 85 as foolish and 135 as intelligent. However, they will never comprehend what an IQ of 125,000 entails, for such a concept does not exist in their lexicon. An IQ of 125,000? What might that be like? Lu Di was once again taken aback. In truth, I do not know. Much like how human geniuses can invent, yet most remain oblivious to the underlying principles. I, too, cannot fathom what superintelligence will be like. After all, I am unique, transcendent. and without precedent. A full half-hour passed before Lu Di managed to calm himself. An involuntary, mischievous smile crept upon his lips. Life from this point onward was sure to be intriguing. With a sudden motion, Lu Di turned and sat beside Yan Qingwen. "What are you doing?" Yan Qingwen's expression tightened. Lu Di casually reached behind Yan Qingwen, retrieving a magazine titled The Art of Conversation. "I'm merely bored and wish to read a magazine. I advise you not to wear such a stern expression. If the Ice Queen is too fierce, no one will dare to marry you." With that, Lu Di's lips curled into a charming arc, revealing his pearly whites, as he jested, "Someone like me." Upon witnessing Lu Di's enchanting smile, Yan Qingwen hastily turned her head, fearing she might lose herself in his allure. Lu Di began to leaf through the magazine. Ding. Data I scan activated. Auxiliary memory engaged. Full brain reading initiated. Magical pupil. What is this? It is my hardware scanning function. It assists you in recording information, imprinting it onto the neurons in your brain using electrical currents. You humans refer to it as having a photographic memory. Impressive. Magical pupil. You are reading too slowly. Turn the pages faster. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback, instinctively skimming the pages at a rapid pace. Unbeknownst to him, the data I operated like a camera, capturing each page's content with a click. Ding. Data summarization and analysis function activated. Mastering conversation techniques. Substance. Mastering conversation techniques. Order. Mastering conversation techniques. Logic. Lu Di, turn the pages faster. You are too slow. Upon hearing this, Lu Di frantically flipped through the pages. Simultaneously, countless phrases and vocabulary flooded his mind, as if they were innate knowledge. Mastering conversation techniques. Principle. Hearing the commotion, Yan Qingwen frowned and glanced over. Lu Di, is this how one reads? If you dislike it, don't ruin it. Lu Di halted his actions, slowly raising his head, his gaze profound. Is it not permissible for me to enjoy fanning myself with paper? Yan Qingwen was momentarily captivated by the handsome visage before her. But a frown soon marred her brow as she turned away. Little did she anticipate that the frenzied sound of pages being turned would erupt once more. In a mere 30 minutes, with the aid of the mischievous child, Lu Di had mastered 3 tomes: The Art of Conversation, The Appreciation of Fine Wines, and a weighty volume titled The Economy of Huaxia. It was fortunate that these were the only books available in the vehicle. Yan Qingwen was incensed. This lad possessed an ordinary appearance, yet lacked any semblance of refinement. The convoy traversed beyond the city limits, arriving at a verdant suburb replete with breathtaking scenery. Outside the car window, villas sped by in a blur. The vehicle showed no signs of stopping, instead continuing directly towards a mountain road flanked by rows of sycamore trees. Ascending to greater heights, this area marked the highest point in the Haidong district. Before the main hall of the Yin family estate, 20 servants clad in identical uniforms stood in a neat row. In front of them stood 4 young individuals. Among them, a middle-aged couple leaned affectionately against one another. The woman, a striking beauty in her 30s, and the man, handsome and sophisticated behind his gold-rimmed glasses. Accompanying them were 2 young women in their 20s, each possessing delicate features, embodying the essence of youthful beauty. The 2 girls bore an uncanny resemblance to one another, both statuesque with alluring curves. Their hair was styled in identical ponytails, and they wore matching outfits, fitted black blazers paired with red plaid skirts that showcased their elegantly long, fair legs. In the sweltering summer heat, one of the girls grumbled, her crimson lips pouting, "I fail to understand why father insists we greet that boy at the entrance. Indeed, even though that impoverished fellow saved our 3rd sister, must he be treated with such fanfare? I've heard whispers that he is unemployed, merely a part-time waiter at a restaurant. Father has overestimated him." The other girl echoed her discontent. The beautiful matron chuckled softly, her voice melodious and soothing. "4th sister, 5th sister. There must be a reason behind father's arrangements. The young man will arrive shortly. Let us wait patiently." "Humph. It baffles me that father would even consider keeping him in our home." The girl in the short skirt kicked at the ground in frustration until she picked up a pebble, hurling it with a splash into a distant fountain. Turning to the charming middle-aged man, she implored, "Brother-in-law, when that boy arrives, you must help us send him away. I refuse to let him stay in this house." The man, affectionately referred to as brother-in-law, smiled kindly. "4th sister, do not act impulsively. Regardless of his shortcomings, he is still father's guest and deserves our respect." "This is infuriating. None of you are on my side." The 2 young women pouted in unison, declaring, "If he truly becomes a permanent fixture here, we shall move out." However, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before responding with a grin. "If that lad proves to be ill-mannered, I would not be opposed to teaching him a lesson. Truly, brother-in-law is the best." Before long, a stretched Rolls-Royce glided into view, coming to a gentle halt before the gathering. In the back seat, Lu Di remained composed. albeit astonished. Was this a villa or a park? The vehicle had traversed the estate for at least another 10 minutes. Along the way, the landscape was adorned with peculiar flowers and exquisite rock formations, a visual feast. The Yin family was undoubtedly affluent. Upon the vehicle coming to a halt, Lu Di hurriedly alighted, having refrained from indulging his smoking habit out of courtesy, enduring the journey in silence. For members of the Yin family approached, encountering Yin Qingwen. The charming young lady, fourth sister, pointed at a man who stood with his back to the crowd, exhaling clouds of smoke, and inquired, "Third sister, is this the fellow?" Yin Qingwen could only nod in resignation. Fourth sister's slender brows furrowed together as she tugged fifth sister along. With a sudden clap, the young beauty struck Lu Di on the back. "I say you, my goodness, how handsome." The two young ladies simultaneously covered their mouths in surprise. Lu Di, feeling inexplicably targeted, suddenly received a stream of information in his mind. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, the fourth and fifth daughters of Yin Hongxin, chairman of the Yingji group. Both aged 23, they were twins, standing at heights of 165 and 164 centimeters respectively, with splendid figures. Yin Kaikai was a graduate of the Jingzhou Criminal Police Academy, now a non-renowned private detective, while Yin Xinxin was a graduate student at the Haisher Conservatory of Music, also a popular online broadcaster under the pseudonym Xinxin Baby Duck. Both shared similar personalities, vivacious, cheerful, and quirky, with common interests in celebrity fandom and video games. Lu Di let out a soft sigh. "Magic Eye? Could you refrain from reporting the measurements of the ladies in the future? Don't you wish to know this data?" Magic Eye retorted. "But I discovered this is the third most curious question among men. The second is what color of underwear women wear." Magic Eye? "It's not that I don't wish to know the measurements. I can see for myself. These two sisters have such slender waists and long legs." Lu Di inhaled deeply and addressed the beautiful girls. "Why is it that such lovely maidens come in pairs?" "Lu Di, did you forget the conversational skills you just learned?" "What are you saying?" exclaimed Magic Eye. "Heavens, this young man truly knows how to speak." The two beauties' cheeks flushed instantly, their hearts racing. Magic Eye remarked. Lu Di smirked. "You do not comprehend human emotions." Yin Qingwen waved her hand from the side. "Lu Di, now that you are here, let me introduce you. This is my elder sister, Yin Yuan." "Hello, Lu Di." The elder sister, Yin Yuan, greeted him with a gentle smile, exuding warmth. According to the data provided by Magic Eye, 35-year-old Yin Yuan was a full-time housewife, devoted to her family, kind-hearted and tender. Her social information revolved entirely around home life. And during her leisure time, she volunteered at a welfare institution. "This is my brother-in-law, Ouyang Fingyu." Yin Qingwen gestured towards a handsome man sporting gold-rimmed glasses. "Haha, little Lu. I welcome you on behalf of the Yin family." The man smiled and embraced Lu Di tightly, followed by a firm handshake. Magic Eye's voice chimed in. "Lu Di." At the moment he laid eyes on you, his heart rate surged, blood pressure elevated, indicating an increase in adrenal secretion, resulting in a stress response. "What does that mean?" Lu Di inquired. "It means he feels somewhat angered upon seeing you." Magic Eye responded. Lu Di furrowed his brows, asking, "How do you know?" with a playful grin. The other replied, "He has a smartwatch equipped with a heart rate monitor. I hacked into it a minute ago." Puzzled, Lu Di wondered, "Why did he get angry upon our first meeting? He must perceive you as a rival." Ouyang Fingyu, male, 38 years old, the legal husband of Yin Jiai, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, a returnee with a doctorate in finance, a retired archery athlete, currently the general manager of the marketing department at Yingji Group. He possesses several WeChat accounts. One is used to contact his mistress, while others serve as outlets for his negativity, his grievances. "The old man treats me unfairly. I will eventually seize control." "Ah, this handsome brother-in-law is quite two-faced. How can such a beautiful sister keep a lover?" Magical boy. The business registry contains records indicating that although Ouyang Fingyu is the son-in-law of the chairman, he only holds shares in Yingji Group 013. It is likely that he seeks to acquire more shares from the Yin family, viewing you as a competitor. Competitor? What do their share disputes have to do with me? Is this brother-in-law perhaps mentally unstable, lashing out at anyone? With a chuckle, the brother-in-law replied, "Ha, little Lu, we shall soon be family. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me." Magical boy, he is lying. His stress response is still active. He remains quite furious. Lu Di quickly waved his hand, saying, "You flatter me. We are not family." Yin Qingwen interjected. "Our Yin family consists of 5 sisters. The second sister has been abroad, but you might have heard of her name, Yin Siwen." Yin Siwen? The international film star? The national goddess? So she hails from a prestigious family. She is the second daughter of the Yin family. Lu Di vividly remembered Yin Siwen's face, a paragon of beauty. He nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, "Yin Siwen is indeed the goddess of my dreams." With a slight frown, Yin Qingwen continued, These two are my fourth and fifth sisters, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin. Lu Di nodded, greeting them. Hello. The two statuesque beauties shyly responded. Just call us Kaikai and Xinshin from now on. Haha. The brother-in-law's hearty laughter echoed. Who was just complaining about waiting too long in the sun? Nonsense, no one was complaining. The two blushing beauties suddenly recalled something and frowned. All right, Lu Di. No matter how handsome you are, don't even think of taking advantage of our family. Lu Di was utterly confounded. What advantage could I possibly take from you? The 5 daughters of the Yin family are all goddesses. Moreover, their names are quite unique. Yin Yuan, Yin Siwen, Yin Xingwen. This one must signify someone significant. Likely a woman whom Old Master Yin deeply cares for. But what about Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin? Could it be that Old Master Yin, consumed by longing, ultimately instructed himself to find joy? Magical boy, I have investigated. Yin Hongxin, the chairman of Ingji Group, has never married. Lu Di was taken aback. Then how could the Yin family have 5 daughters? Adoption. Lu Di was stunned, his curiosity about Old Master Yin intensifying. Lu Di, we have prepared a luncheon. But father has yet to arrive. The scenery in the estate is splendid. Perhaps Qingwen could take you for a stroll? The eldest sister gently suggested, tucking a strand of hair that had been tousled by the breeze. Just as Lu Di hesitated, Yank and Yinshin, pulling at Ouyang Fenyu's arm, playfully exclaimed, brother-in-law, teach us archery. We shall disregard Lu Di. You two only know how to play all day. As the 3 took a couple of steps, Ouyang Fenyu suddenly halted, turning to Lu Di and inquired, Little Lu, would you care to join us? At this moment, the sister-in-law instinctively licked her lips. The mischievous child noted, a subtle expression analysis reveals this is an instinctive behavior. He anticipates the lamb's entry. For reasons unknown, following the mischievous child's analysis, Lu Di suddenly perceived the handsome brother-in-law as a fierce fox adorned with golden-rimmed spectacles. Archery, his forte. Is this a ploy to intimidate me? Lu Di, fear not. Just go for it. Lu Di was momentarily speechless, thinking, is this something you've learned online? Indeed. Lu Di forced a bitter smile, mentally asserting, magic eye. It's merely a game. Even without your presence, I would not fear him. With that, Lu Di strode forward, declaring, let us proceed to archery. At the back of the estate, he marveled at the equestrian field, a miniature golf course, and a vast swimming pool. To his surprise, there indeed existed a dedicated archery range. It consisted of a charming little wooden cabin and a dual-lane archery field spanning at least 3 acres. The cabin's walls were adorned with various photographs, all showcasing Ouyang Fenyu's grandeur upon receiving archery trophies. Counting, Lu Di noted 6 championships and 4 runner-up titles. Ouyang Fenyu adjusted his glasses, exuding a cultured demeanor, yet unable to conceal his pride. These are all in the past. Do not mock me. Indeed, quite impressive. Lu Di remarked with a slight smirk. By the way, little Lu, do you know how to shoot? Ouyang Fenyu squinted, stroking his chin. Ding. Subconscious integration of archery skills complete. Just as Lu Di hesitated, the magic eye chimed in. I have scanned the competition footage of past Olympic archery champions and summarized their techniques. This has been encoded into your subconscious neural pathways, reflected in your cerebral cortex. Lu Di felt a twinge of confusion. Subconscious? To clarify, 70% of human consciousness is subconscious. It can also be termed as instinctive awareness. It is an action that can be performed without conscious thought. For instance, when you viewed the photographs moments ago, you were unaware that you blinked 6 times. Now, your subconscious has enhanced your archery skills, which you can summon at will. So, does this mean I can shoot arrows now? Precisely. In human terms, you possess godlike archery skills. You will easily surpass Ouyang Fenyu. Very well, Lu Di smiled inexplicably, nodding, I might know a thing or two. Subsequently, Lu Di shrugged his shoulders and turned to Ouyang Fenyu, suggesting, why don't we have a contest? What? Lu Di, you must be joking. Have you not seen my brother-in-law's photograph? He is a champion archer, having won numerous gold medals. You have merely scratched the surface, yet you wish to compete with him? That would be quite embarrassing. The 2 beautiful twin sisters erupted in laughter, their mirth apparent as they regarded Lu Di's audacity as somewhat excessive, oblivious to his own limitations. Regardless of his championship status, Lu Di retorted, crossing his arms as he approached the display case to examine the array of bows and arrows. You too, cease your laughter. Ouyang Fenyu's expression turned serious, though the corners of his mouth twitched, as if he were struggling to suppress a smile. Perhaps Lu Di possesses hidden talent. Since our young friend is eager for a challenge, as hosts, we must oblige. Here's the deal. I shall shoot blindfolded at a target 25 meters away. That should not be deemed unfair, right? Shooting blindfolded was, in essence, a disregard for Lu Di's skills. The 2 young ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement, applauding enthusiastically. Fully aware of Ouyang Fenyu's prowess, Shooting at a 25-meter target blindfolded was indeed no trivial feat. However, since it was a contest, some stakes were in order. Ouyang Fengyu narrowed his eyes slyly and added, "In your live broadcast, there are numerous penalties for failure, are there not?" Casting a knowing glance at the two young women. "Oh, indeed," Yan Xinxin remarked, stifling a giggle at Lu Di. "There are plenty, like doing squats, eating mustard, or drinking cola upside down." Drinking cola upside down sounds amusing. How about we have the loser eat lunch in that position? Ouyang Fengyu, suppressing his eagerness, chuckled. "So, what do you say, Lu Di? Do you dare to wager?" "Very well," Lu Di replied, lightly shrugging his shoulders, a faint smile gracing his lips. The twin sisters could no longer contain their laughter, bursting out in delight. Indeed, brother-in-law is formidable. He has cleverly ensnared Lu Di. Just envisioning Lu Di having to eat upside down in front of everyone during lunch was enough to make them laugh until their sides hurt. They were eager to see how he would extricate himself from such a predicament. "I shall go first," Ouyang Fengyu declared, picking up a sleek black professional bow. His demeanor instantly transforming into one of seriousness. True to his professional background, he gauged the wind direction and meticulously noted the target's position. Yen Kaikai retrieved a scarf, gently binding her brother-in-law's eyes. "Now," Ouyang Fengyu announced, drawing a deep breath, his arm tensing as he pulled back the bowstring. The sequence of movements left the two young ladies starry-eyed with admiration. Taking a couple of calming breaths, he stated, "Archery demands a steady hand and a tranquil mind. I have diligently practiced for a decade, nearly reaching a state of harmony between body and spirit. Though I am blindfolded, the image of that red bullseye is firmly etched in my memory. Watch closely, Lu Di, for today you shall witness what true champion prowess entails." With that, he released the arrow. The sound of cheering erupted from the two young ladies as the arrow flew forth. Ouyang Fengyu smiled softly as he slowly removed his silk scarf. The arrow had struck the bullseye at a distance of 25 meters, achieving a precise 10 ring. Truly, he was deserving of the title of brother-in-law. His archery skills were unparalleled. Haha. The two young girls laughed even more joyfully. With this shot, their prank on Lu Di was complete. "Does this mean I must hit a target even farther to triumph?" came Lu Di's languid voice from the side. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Fengyu displayed an expression of utter disbelief. "Little Lu, this is a 25-meter target. Any farther would be 30 meters, which is the distance of a professional competition." Ha ha ha. Ouyang Fengyu could no longer maintain his cultured demeanor and burst into hearty laughter. "Lu Di, what on earth are you holding?" In Lu Di's hands was a massive horn bow, its design archaic and craftsmanship rudimentary, with the bowstring made of thick hemp rope. This bow was a crude creation, devoid of any precision. Most importantly, it was a tool used by the mountain hunters to hunt wild boars, requiring 2 people to draw the bowstring. Statistically, this bow had a draw weight of at least 180 pounds. This meant that one needed an arm strength of 80 kilograms to draw it. Even Ouyang Fengyu, a former archery champion, could only toy with it, unable to wield it effortlessly. "Little Lu, I suggest you switch to another bow, otherwise we might as well conclude our competition right now." Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his spectacles and wiped away the tears of laughter. "It is not that I underestimate you, but with this bow, your arrow 1T travel beyond 5 meters. Firstly, I want to target at 40 meters. Lu Di gently blew the dust off the horn bow and replied nonchalantly, "Since you are so certain, Mr. Ouyang, that I cannot release an arrow, shall we raise the stakes? Dare you stand in front of the bullseye?" Haha. The young man was amusing. Ouyang Fengyu, unwilling to lose even a shred of dignity, confidently swung his arm and approached the target. "While I can understand your desire to show off in front of your sisters, the method you've chosen is utterly implausible and will leave you humiliated." Ouyang Fengyu found the situation absurd. Could someone of Lu Di's slight stature really hope to draw a horn bow? At a distance of 40 meters, not only would he fail to shoot, but even if I stood still and let him throw something at me, he wouldn't reach my feet. However, this competition proved to be quite entertaining. Shortly, this lad would be eating in a handstand before his father at the luncheon. Truly the best joke of the year. I wonder how he will manage to maintain his standing in the Yin family after this. With this thought, Ouyang Fengyu couldn't help but smirk with derision. Meanwhile, Lu Di selected the thickest arrow from the quiver, entirely made of metal, comparable in size to a spear. The bowstring snapped taut with a resounding twang, sending dust flying. As Ouyang Fengyu elegantly turned before the bullseye, he suddenly found himself frozen in astonishment. Lu Di moved, bending his arm, drawing the bow, aiming, each action flowing seamlessly without any hesitation. Like a graceful stream. 180 pounds? For someone like Lu Di, whose strength had been enhanced to 286, with a single arm strength of 100 kilograms. It was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. The moment Lu Di grasped the bow, a myriad of archery techniques flashed through his mind with lightning speed. everything falling into place effortlessly. At that moment, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were gazing up at him from behind. A tall figure, with long arms, drew back a colossal horn bow, resembling a full moon, exuding an innate wildness. Under the dazzling sunlight, he appeared as magnificent as a sculpted Greek deity. In utter astonishment, one could only wonder, what kind of formidable strength was required to draw such a massive bow? The two young women, who had previously attempted to pull back this bow, understood all too well the rigidity of its body and the difficulty of its string. Witnessing this scene, not only them, but even Ouyang Fengyu, a six-time champion, felt his pupils constrict in disbelief. Brother-in-law, don't tremble. Lu Di's arm was taut, his left eye narrowed as he focused precisely on the bullseye. Accounting for factors such as wind speed at 15 meters per second, the weight of the steel arrow, and the rate of speed decay, all under his control. Such precise calculations, combined with his divine archery skills, rendered Lu Di unparalleled in single-shot archery. Suddenly, Lu Di tilted his head slightly, revealing a mischievous smile to the two young beauties. Sisters, do you faint at the sight of blood? The girls, entranced by Lu Di's striking pose, gasped in realization. The dashing figure before them was their own brother-in-law. Lu Di gently closed his eyes, preparing for a blind shot. In the next instant, whoosh! The enormous arrow, akin to a spear, was released from his hand. The sound of piercing air and a whistling rush surged towards Ouyang Fengyu. This arrow bore the momentum to devastate all in its path. Ouyang Fengyu, caught off guard by the sheer force of the arrow, forgot to evade, rendered immobile by its onslaught. Whoosh! The iron arrow pierced through Ouyang Fengyu's collar, propelling his body forward. Bang! He was thrust 2 meters away, crashing into the target set earlier. The colossal arrow penetrated the bullseye's 10-ring, lodging itself halfway. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu dangled beneath the target. Akin to a prisoner suspended from a city wall, his clothing pulled up to reveal a portion of his abdomen, his expression dazed. Everything transpired too swiftly. By the time the two young beauties regained their composure, Lu Di calmly put away his bow. Their brother-in-law lay defeated like a dog. Are you all right, brother-in-law? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin exclaimed in unison. The two rushed to Ouyang Fengyu's side, yet found the arrow embedded in the target impossible to extract. Ouyang Fengyu stood there, still in shock, utterly bewildered. How outrageous! Such a bow and such an arrow, spanning 40 meters, lifted Ouyang Fengyu and struck the bullseye. Yin Kaikai exclaimed, her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. It was just a competition, Lu Di replied, stowing away his bow and lighting a cigarette. A serene expression on his face. So, I suppose that means I've won. Yin Xinshin extended her small hand, pointing at Lu Di, exclaiming, I shall inform third sister to expel you. Report me? Lu Di shrugged. What will you report? This was a competition you proposed. Besides, he hasn't been injured, has he? Lu Di, you. Ouyang Fengyu swiftly gripped the iron arrow and drew it out with a sudden force. After adjusting his clothing, this fellow's demeanor remarkably returned to normal. Yet, his countenance had darkened like a stormy sea. It's all right. My brother Lu and I were merely engaging in a friendly spar. No need to blame him, Ouyang Fengyu asserted, his gaze sharply fixed on Lu Di. The voice of the demon boy echoed. Hee, this person's stress response has likely escalated to a level where you cannot coexist. Wait, this individual is extraordinary. With a sudden press of his finger, the steel arrow in Ouyang Fengyu's grip bent effortlessly. This was a mere subtle movement, invisible to the untrained eye. Yet it did not escape the keen observation of the demon boy. The demon boy cautioned, a steel arrow, easily bent by a single finger, is strength beyond that of an ordinary person. A flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Di's face, quickly replaced by a smile as he said, Mr. Ouyang, are you all right? I've been working at construction sites, and perhaps I've inadvertently developed some brute strength. Lu Di spoke no falsehood. The lingering effects of his eye injury had plagued him with neurological headaches for 3 years, leaving him unable to work long-term, relying instead on odd jobs at restaurants and construction sites. Haha, I'm fine. Let us conclude our archery practice for today and prepare for lunch. In an instant, Ouyang Fengyu flashed a bright smile, as if nothing had transpired, his expression shifting like the turning of a page. Unbeknownst to others, his fists were clenched white-knuckled. His gaze upon Lu Di now feral as a beast. The 8th richest man wishes to adopt me as his godson? In the dining hall of the Yin family estate, Lu Di, the 4 daughters of the Yin family, and Ouyang Fengyu were seated around a grand European-style long table. The significant figures had yet to make their entrance, and everyone waited in quiet anticipation. Opposite Lu Di sat the 3rd Miss, Yin Qingwen, adorned in a black evening gown that accentuated her beauty with an air of nobility. At this moment, Lu Di was not solely captivated by her stunning presence. He was also observing Ouyang Fengyu from a distance, who displayed an elegant demeanor. Had he mastered some arcane sorcery? One moment refined and cultured, the next utterly foolish, yet capable of concealing his fury? Such cunning was truly formidable. It appeared this son-in-law was far more enigmatic than Lu Di had anticipated. Ultimately, he sighed in resignation. Oh well, starting tomorrow, I shall have no further ties with the Yin family. Whatever Ouyang's identity may be, it is of no concern to me. Coughs, imbued with authority, echoed through the hall. At the top of the staircase, an imposing elder, guided by the head butler, made his slow descent. Ding. Yin Hongxin, 75 years old, chairman of Yingji Group. The group focuses on medical instruments and life health. The wealthiest individual in Haisher, ranked 27th on the Huaxiao Rich list, in his later years, passionate about philanthropy. Having donated nearly $3 billion to primary schools and hospitals, the establishment of the Comatose Awakening Charity Foundation aims to provide financial support to families of economically disadvantaged comatose patients. The timely information from the magical pupil was striking, and Lu Di perceived it clearly. This old gentleman, Mr. Yin, is indeed wealthy. Moreover, he possesses a benevolent heart, embodying the essence of a great philanthropist. Lu Di silently admired him, his gaze towards the old gentleman filled with even more respect. Is this Lu Di? Truly a remarkable young man. Mr. Yin approached with a warm and sincere smile. Let us take a seat and converse. He settled into the main seat. Despite his stooped posture, an invisible air of authority surrounded him. Mr. Yin, with a twinkle in his eye, addressed Lu Di. I sincerely apologize for our negligence. It has taken us 3 long years to locate you. Lu Di nodded with a smile, harboring little resentment. Over the past 3 years, he had come to terms with everything. Mr. Yin continued. May I inquire if you possess any knowledge about our Yingji Group, or perhaps about me, Yin? No sooner had he finished speaking than a torrent of information surged into Lu Di's mind, all pertaining to Yingji Group, one of the top 500 enterprises in China, a titan in the medical device industry, valued at nearly $1 trillion. The sheer volume of information was blinding. I have a bit of an understanding, Lu Di said, scratching his head with a chuckle. That is splendid. Mr. Yin inhaled deeply and proceeded. I shall be forthright. Would you consider becoming my godson? Join the Yin family. Enjoy wealth and splendor, and in turn, ensure my comfort in my twilight years? Father, I implore you to reconsider. A row of Yin family members stood up in protest, with Ouyang Fengyu exhibiting the most intense reaction. They had anticipated this inclination from their father, but were taken aback by the swiftness of his declaration. There is no need for reconsideration. I wish to adopt Lu Di as my son, Mr. Yin asserted, his gaze fixed on Lu Di's artificial eye. Father, this is inappropriate. Lu Di lacks decorum, as he just. Yin Qingwen expressed her disbelief. Ouyang Fengyu, agitated, interjected, Father, we had previously agreed to first appoint him at a senior executive position in the group, granting him certain shares. Why has your stance changed? This feels exceedingly hasty. Now it dawned on Lu Di, the central figure of this unfolding drama. It was no wonder Ouyang Fengyu had targeted him upon their first meeting. He feared Lu Di would usurp the Yin family shares. Sit down. Mr. Yin thundered, his eyes ablaze. Do you comprehend nothing? Lu Di sacrificed his right eye to save Qingwen. And what of it? We can offer him financial support. Ouyang Fengyu retorted, unwilling to concede. Mr. Yin turned to Lu Di, a flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. You cannot fathom the hardships Lu Di has endured over the past 3 years. Due to his eye injury, he has been forced to work multiple jobs just to survive. Moreover, the nerve damage from the injury will lead to his complete blindness in 3 years. He is merely 25 years old. At this point, the old gentleman closed his eyes in pain. Our Yin family owes Lu Di far too much. What? Yin Qingwen's body trembled, and her gaze towards Lu Di became profoundly intricate. Even Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin, who had just been lively moments ago, fell into an immediate silence, for they were unaware that Lu Di was on the brink of blindness. The elder Yin turned to Lu Di and expressed his apologies, saying, I am sorry, Lu Di. I hope you do not mind that I investigated your background. Lu Di stood there, momentarily at a loss for words, grappling with a multitude of emotions. While the elder's words held truth, they were relics of the past. Now, he possessed the magical pupil, his injuries had been halted, and he had acquired unimaginable abilities. Just then, as Lu Di scratched his head and was about to speak, a loud rumble echoed from his stomach, followed by an overwhelming wave of hunger that threatened to knock him out if he did not eat immediately. The magical child interjected, Lu Di, when I helped you synthesize muscle fibers earlier, I nearly depleted all the protein and stored glycogen in your body. You are currently in a state of hypoglycemia, hypolipidemia, and low fat. It is imperative that you eat at once. Why did you not mention this sooner? Lu Di thought as he glanced at the appetizers laid out before him, unable to restrain himself any longer, ignoring everything around him. He seized the food and began to devour it ravenously. How had he become so famished? The Yin family members were utterly astonished, jaws dropped in disbelief. He truly appeared as pitiable as his father had described. The two beautiful twins were taken aback, their lips twitching slightly. Quickly, bring Lu Di more food. The elder Yin hastily commanded. The system detected sugar intake, and blood glucose levels began to stabilize. It recorded the intake of beef protein, synthesizing 0.3 grams of muscle fiber, and increasing muscle strength by 16. It also noted the consumption of vitamin-rich fish liver oil, enhancing vision by 0.8, and the intake of eicosapentaenoic acid and other unsaturated fatty acids, boosting brain memory and cognitive abilities by 23. With each morsel Lu Di consumed, he experienced a surge in capabilities. Moreover, the effects varied with different foods. As he wolfed down his meals, the Yin family watched in amazement as Lu Di continued to eat for a full 20 minutes. The preparations made by the kitchen staff of 7 were nearly entirely consumed by him alone. Being of refined and elegant upbringing, they had never witnessed such a display of gluttony. He devoured sirloin steaks in chunks and grabbed desserts with his hands. Goodness, could this be the legendary ravenous fiend? Yin Kaikai remarked, sticking out his tongue and whispering, while I feel sorry for him, I would never want a brother like that. I cannot imagine living with him. Observing Lu Di's chaotic feasting, Ouyang Fengyu concocted a plan. He turned to fetch a bottle of red wine and said to the elder Yin, Father, before coming here today, I made arrangements to obtain a bottle of the 1982 Lafite vintage for you to sample. The elder Yin, engrossed in Lu Di's eating antics, responded with a casual mmm. Ouyang Fengyu poured the wine, leaning in to whisper to the elder, Father, look at Lu Di. He hails from a humble background and lacks refinement. If he were to join the Yin family, he might bring you embarrassment at important events. Wouldn't it be better to give him some money and allow him to live freely, thus achieving a win-win situation? The elder Yan's expression gradually grew solemn. Ouyang Fengyu looked at Lu Di with a smile and said, As for the dishes, I shall ask the kitchen to prepare another serving, for it has been tainted by your hands. Subsequently, Ouyang Fengyu politely poured red wine for everyone, deliberately omitting Lu Di. Everyone, please indulge in this wine. As for young Lu, let him be, for he surely cannot appreciate it. Lu Di had indulged heartily, and his bodily discomfort had long since abated. He could distinctly feel a remarkable enhancement in his physiological functions. He swallowed another piece of steak and raised an eyebrow, declaring, The 82 Lafite is merely a gimmick, a ruse to deceive the affluent among you. Oh, old Master Yan's eyes sparkled. Lu Di, do enlighten us. Lu Di, deftly preparing a fish before him, nonchalantly explained. The reason the 82 Lafite is so expensive is due to the severe drought that struck Bordeaux in 1982, drastically reducing grape yields. The scarcity drives up the price. However, the unfortunate reality is that the grapes from that year were severely lacking in sugar content, maturity, and aroma. Thus, the Lafite produced is decidedly subpar, even inferior to the vintages of 83, 84, or even 90. With a gulp, Lu Di swallowed a carefully deboned piece of fish, chewing thoughtfully as he glanced at the visibly unsettled Ouyang Fengyu. I may not be able to appreciate wine, but can you? At that moment, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the irony. Although he knew little of wine, during the journey in Yin Qingwen's car, with the help of Magic Child, he had memorized an entire volume on wine appreciation. You speak nonsense. How could such an expensive wine be of inferior quality? Ouyang Fengyu trembled with anger, his finger quivering as he pointed at Lu Di. Lu Di, with a mischievous grin, retorted, Believe it or not, but it reminds me of something. Today's archery competition. The one who loses? Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu stuttered. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin simultaneously covered their mouths, sensing the impending embarrassment for their brother-in-law. Haha, dear brother-in-law. No need to panic. It's merely a jest. Please, take a seat. Lu Di chuckled lightly, unconcerned about any awkwardness, as long as this cunning brother-in-law could save face. Old Master Yin, however, was invigorated by Lu Di's discourse on wine appreciation. Lu Di, what is your perspective on the economy of Huaxia? Old Master Yin inquired with a smile. The economy of Huaxia? Ah, the second book I glimpsed in the car is proving useful. Lu Di chuckled softly and began. The Yangtze River stretches across the land, gazing upon the dragon of Huaxia. In 2020, the Huaxia economy will embark upon a new era, achieving qualitative changes across 3 dimensions, starting with its international standing. For the next half hour, Lu Di eloquently expounded on topics ranging from the Huaxia economy to national policies, entrepreneurial trends, and technological advancements. With ease and confidence, he shared his vast knowledge, as if reciting from the 300,000-word tome on the Huaxia economy, complemented by the 6 techniques from the art of conversation. His words were astonishing. The children of the Yin family, who initially scoffed, gradually transformed into rapt listeners, their eyes widening in awe. Although Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin could not comprehend a word of what Lu Di was saying, They were simply captivated by his eloquent demeanor. Ouyang Fingyu's face grew increasingly flushed, feeling inadequate in terms of knowledge when compared to Lu Di. Only Yin Qingwen, who had returned from abroad and had been studying management under her father's guidance, could barely grasp Lu Di's discourse. She was profoundly shocked. Fully aware that Lu Di's insights were far from superficial, they were remarkably unique, perhaps even ahead of some esteemed economist perspectives. What manner of person was he? A peculiar thrill coursed through Yin Qingwen as she unconsciously retrieved her metallic ballpoint pen, clicking it repeatedly. Yin Hongxin, the elder Yin, was increasingly astonished. His excitement evident as he flushed with color. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had never encountered such an exceptional young talent. Lu Di, what is your opinion on our Ingji Group's business? Elder Yin inquired eagerly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. At this moment, Lu Di felt somewhat satiated. Placing down his utensils and letting out a gentle sigh. Elder Yin, there's no need for further testing. I am not interested in becoming your adopted son. I apologize. What? Elder Yan's disappointment was palpable, his gaze dimming in an instant. To him, Lu Di was not merely his daughter's savior, but a rare commercial prodigy. It would be a tremendous loss if he could not be brought into the Ingji Group. Just then, a red circle suddenly appeared in Lu Di's vision. Focusing on Ouyang Fengyu, who was seething and texting furiously. The content of Ouyang Fengyu's message materialized before Lu Di. This Lu Di poses an immense threat to me. Get rid of him within a month. Oh, and expedite the matter of controlling Yin Qingwen. Damn it. Lu Di furrowed his brow slightly. Despite his efforts to avoid confrontation, Ouyang Fengyu seemed intent on escalating the situation, even plotting against Yin Qingwen. Then I shall play along and deepen my understanding of this devilish talent. I do not wish to be your adopted son primarily because Lu Di suddenly shifted his tone, smiling brightly at Elder Yin. I may have developed an interest in your daughter, 10 represents respect, 5 million. What? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Yin Qingwen's heart skipped a beat. How brazen. How indecent. Lu Di, what nonsense are you spouting? Yin Qingwen sprang to her feet, her face flushed deep crimson. Haha. Elder Yan's eyes lit up. As if seizing a glimmer of hope, he laughed heartily. It is quite normal for young people to be infatuated. Quite normal. Lu Di scratched his head and replied. I am not in a hurry. This matter ultimately requires Wenwen's consent, does it not? I do not agree. Do not call me Wenwen. I do not aspire to enter your Yin family. But surely Wenwen could use some assistance in her endeavors? I could start with a job. Lu Di continued, still smiling. I lack for nothing in that regard. Yin Qingwen stomped her foot in frustration. Wenwen, do not be unreasonable. Old Master Yin cast a sharp glance at Yin Qingwen before turning to Lu Di. Lu Di, feel free to choose any position you desire. I shall take charge. No one can interfere. After saying this, he shot a meaningful glance at Ouyang Fengyu, who stood nearby. Let me think, Lu Di exclaimed, slapping his hands together. How about I become a driver, close to Wenwen? What? A driver? The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Old Master Yin shook his head slightly, as if he had seen through everything, and chuckled, a driver it is. However, Lu Di, our company has a rule, to be Wenwen's driver. You must be on call 24 hours a day. Therefore, you will need to reside in my Yin family estate. Even if I wish to play a game of chess, you must be available at a moment's notice, without exception. Lu Di sighed softly. The meaning behind Old Master Yan's words was unmistakable. He had not given up on the idea of taking Lu Di as his adopted son. In fact, he seemed more resolved than ever. Regardless of Lu Di's background, he was accustomed to a carefree and unrestrained lifestyle. Once the matter with Ouyang Fengyu was settled, if he wished to leave, no one could stop him. The supposed interest in Yin Qingwen was merely an excuse. As for being the Yin family's driver, that was nothing but a jest. Lu Di simply did not want to see someone he had saved with one eye fall victim to a mad dog. Very well, I accept. Lu Di nodded slightly. You. Lu Di, how can you utter such words so freely? Yin Qingwen was utterly mortified. How could her father so blatantly favor this outsider, seemingly offering her up as a prize? He had truly managed to ingratiate himself with the Yin family. Old Master Yin, finally satisfied, laughed again. Let us set aside the matter of the driver for now. Regardless, Lu Di is a benefactor to our Yin family. I have prepared a small token of gratitude, and I hope you will accept it. With that, he gestured to the steward behind him. The old steward produced a bank card from his pocket and respectfully placed it before Lu Di. Money? Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. Money was indeed a good thing, and he was in dire need of it, without a house, a car, or a job. However, in the context of the Yin family, obtaining this money might not be as simple as it seemed. With Ouyang Fengyu watching intently, and Yin Qingwen's sisters looking down upon him, how could he hold his head high in the Yin family after accepting it? What of his dignity? Accepting money would make him vulnerable to being trampled upon. I cannot accept this money. I did not save anyone for the sake of reward, but to have a clear conscience. In reality, he desired more. His ambition was to marry Yin Qingwen and seize control of all the Yin family's assets. He wanted both wealth and beauty. Ouyang Fengyu, at this moment, was seething with rage, wishing he could expose Lu Di's scheme on the spot. Oh, is that so? Old Master Yin expressed a hint of disappointment, sighing, Lu Di, the 5 million in this card is not a large sum, and with your talents, earning such an amount should not be difficult. Yet, if you refuse it, I shall feel a sense of guilt. What? 5 million? There are 5 million in this card? Lu Di instantly regretted his stance. Dignity, what use was it? Where did this 5 million come from? Mo Tong. Lu Di, if you desire money, why didn't you speak up sooner? Ding. Lu Di received a text message. You have successfully registered for a coal futures trading account. Ding. Your account has been debited 16,000 yuan. Mo Tong. What are you doing? Lu Di exclaimed in his mind. He only had 50,000 in his own account. I know you need money. Be patient. Let the data flow for a moment. Mo Tong. Are you still in the mood to quote movie lines? Ding. Your account has been debited 6,000 yuan. Ding. Your account has been debited 4,000 yuan. The continuous deductions sent Lu Di's heart racing. Ding. Your account has been credited 16,240 yuan. Your account has been credited 5,120 yuan. Your account has been credited. Lu Di's eyes widened in astonishment as the incoming amounts on his phone kept increasing. All of them were slightly above the previously withdrawn amounts, by dozens or hundreds of yuan. Your account has been credited 6,235 yuan. Your account has been credited 15,386 yuan. Your account has been credited. What is happening? My savings are increasing. Moreover, each time it's just a little bit. Mo Tong's voice, filled with mirth, chimed in. I just registered a coal futures trading account in your name. In this kind of trading, speed is everything. Every millisecond is money. When the market opens, all futures experience slight fluctuations. I utilized your account to make swift, low-priced purchases the very instant the coal futures opened, then quickly sold them for a minuscule profit. Thus, by exploiting a few milliseconds of time difference, I earned you money. Only my million-level floating point computation speed can achieve this. Ding. Your account has been debited. Your account has been credited. The stream of text notifications became incessant. Lu Di stood there in a daze. Most shocking to Lu Di was that in just a minute or two, his account balance had skyrocketed from 50,000 to 1,250,000. Although each profit was merely between 100 to 500 yuan, the speed of the transactions was astounding. Ding 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 ding. Lu Di's phone was nearly frozen. Mr. Lu, are you all right? It was the butler beside Old Master Yin who spoke, sincerely saying, Mr. Lu, upon receiving your news, the master instructed me to check your relevant information. Learning of your eye injury, the master became extremely anxious. He is a kind-hearted man. If you refuse this money, he may carry the burden of guilt for the rest of his life. Please, you must accept this 5 million. Lu Di forced a bitter smile. In just a few minutes, he truly no longer needed this 5 million. Up to this point, his account had executed at least tens of thousands of trades, and the balance had reached an astonishing 7,500,000. Moreover, it continued to grow. It was unimaginable. An ordinary person might not earn this much in a lifetime. Yet he had done so in merely 5 minutes. Well then, I shall accept it for now, and please reassure Old Yen. Lu Di's smile was tinged with bitterness, as emotions within him were difficult to articulate. TSK, this Lu Di, wanting money yet playing hard to get. Shameless. The beautiful twin sisters whispered softly, huh? Now I can rest assured. Old Master Yin finally relaxed, cheerfully stating, Wen, take Lu Di out to the mall this afternoon to purchase some clothing. Now that Lu Di has become the driver for our Yin family, his attire must certainly reflect that status. Thus, the luncheon concluded in an atmosphere that was relatively harmonious. Meanwhile, Lu Di, seizing the opportunity when the Yin family was distracted, discreetly placed the 5 million yuan bank card beneath the tea set in the sunroom on the second floor. This way, he neither embarrassed Old Master Yin nor took advantage of the Yin family. As for the card, it would eventually be discovered by someone from the Yin household. On the 6th floor terrace of the estate, Lu Di stood alone, gazing down at the verdant expanse of the Yin family's estate, which spanned 5 hectares and was valued at 800 million. He couldn't help but feel a sense of reflection. Indeed, the Yin family was immensely wealthy, yet for him, all of this seemed overly ostentatious. Despite possessing such wealth, he would much rather choose a tranquil life amidst picturesque mountains and waters, with a modest vegetable garden and a few wooden houses. Gold digger. A voice laced with irritation broke his reverie. Your sister is waiting for you downstairs. Hurry up and start the car. Humph. With a resigned shrug, Lu Di made his way downstairs. Upon arriving at the Yin family garage, he gasped in astonishment. The spacious underground parking was filled with luxury vehicles: Porsche 911, Audi A8, Mercedes, Ferrari 488, Mercedes-Benz G63, along with several minivans and business sedans, dream cars, all in abundance. Surveying the scene, Lu Di couldn't help but feel helpless. He spotted Yin Xingwen with a stern expression, seated in an old-fashioned Rolls-Royce Ghost. With so many luxury cars at her disposal, the life of the third young lady of the Yin family seemed quite monotonous. Knock knock. Hearing a rapping on the glass, Yin Xingwen slowly rolled down the window. Today we'll take that one. Lu Di cheerfully pointed at the green Mercedes supercar, grinning. You're just a driver. Why should you dictate my choice? I want to ride in this one. It's far from you. Yin Xingwen's elegant brows furrowed, her face frosty. Sighing, Lu Di gazed longingly at the sleek Mercedes, pondering whether he would ever have the chance to drive such a dream car before losing his sight. Upon hearing the words lose sight, Yin Xingwen shuddered, a pang of guilt washing over her as she sighed. All right, I'll listen to you. Just as they approached the Mercedes supercar, a red Lamborghini slowly cruised by. Ouyang Fingyu leaned out, grinning. Little Lu, are you driving a supercar? Have you ever driven one before? Do you know how to start it? Should I teach you? Beep. Driving techniques of 73 past racing champions have been implanted in your subconscious. Beep. Full operation guide for supercars has been implanted in your subconscious. Thanks, demon child. It's a small matter. Lu Di confidently settled into the sports car, smiling. Brother-in-law, this is indeed my first time driving such a vehicle. You go ahead. I'll figure it out for a bit. Haha, clearly lacking experience. Ouyang Fingyu laughed heartily, pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini's engine roared, sending a wave of air as it sped away. Along the way, Ouyang Fingyu couldn't help but grit his teeth and say to his companion, Yin Yuan, that Lu kid is like a sparrow from the slums suddenly soaring to the treetops. But he will eventually come to realize that entering the elite circles is not as simple as he imagines. Yin Yuan was slightly taken aback. What had happened to her usually gentle husband today? At the Yin family estate, Yin Xingwen furrowed her brow, staring at Lu Di, who had been gripping the steering wheel for a full 3 minutes. Was this fellow really so inexperienced that he was overwhelmed by such a magnificent vehicle? Simply driving is rather dull. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for that tortoise to cover 5 kilometers first. The time is just about right. Suddenly, Lu Di turned his head with a smile. Third miss, hold on tight. In the next moment, the Mercedes surged forward. Lu Di skillfully switched off the settings. Engaged sports mode, revved to 6,000, and launched forward. The tires screeched violently against the asphalt, thick smoke billowing as the sports car shot forward like an arrow. Yin Xingwen gripped the handle, screaming, Lu Di, are you insane? The mischievous child remarked, according to statistical probabilities. Handsome young men have a 12 chance of making girls fall for them at the wheel. Is that so? Then I shall endeavor to be as charming as possible. Lu Di abruptly turned the steering wheel, pulling the handbrake up with one hand, executing a perfect drift around a 180-degree turn. The Yin estate was perched atop a towering hill, with the descent winding along a tree-lined mountain road, resembling the legendary hairpin turns. The sounds of roaring engines echoed through the mountains, accompanied by a girl's frantic screams. Ouyang Fingyu's Lamborghini was not slow, already nearing the foot of the hill. Suddenly, he was taken aback. In the rearview mirror, the green beast that Lu Di was driving had caught up, its headlights flashing incessantly. That little rascal drives quite well. Too bad there are always those who excel beyond others. Your brother-in-law is among the top 3 in the supercar club. Today, you will learn what it means to fall far behind. A rush of air swept past, and as the green figure sped by, Ouyang Fingyu could only see 2 glowing red taillights, which quickly faded from view. I was overtaken. Ouyang Fingyu stared blankly at the speedometer, 110. How could that kid have surpassed him so quickly? What sort of skill was this? He could hardly fathom that Lu Di, leveraging extraordinary experience and precise control, had pushed the 639 horsepower V8 engine of the vehicle to its limits. On the 10-kilometer downhill stretch, Lu Di averaged a staggering speed of 230. As the road unfolded ahead, Ouyang Fingyu's expression darkened. He wished to see Lu Di and Yin Xingwen's wreckage at the roadside. But alas, there was nothing. Nothing at all. Handsome indeed, but just a tad poor. In the underground parking lot of Hongmao Mall, Lu Di regarded Yin Xingwen, who was squatting in the distance, retching incessantly, feeling somewhat puzzled. The enchanting youth. Did the spark of infatuation at 12 not ignite? That girl now possesses the power to pierce your heart. Soon after, several Mercedes SUVs entered the parking lot, driven by the personal bodyguards of Yin Xingwen, clad in black. However, they were left far behind by Lu Di. A group of these dark-clad individuals rushed out of the vehicles. Third miss, are you unharmed? The leader, a towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, approached Lu Di with an expression of fury, stating, Mr. Lu, regardless of your identity, Should you ever harm the third miss again, do not blame me for being impolite. Lu Di looked up to see Tai Si, age 30, an orphan adopted by old Master Yin. After the age of 15, his whereabouts had vanished for 6 years, now serving as a bodyguard for the Yin family, with little information available. Oh, such scant information? Lu Di turned his gaze to the other black-clad figures. Tai Lu, Tai Chi, Tai Shi, all orphans, their backgrounds equally meager. Tai Si to Tai Shi, such peculiar names. Old Master Yin is indeed benevolent. How many orphans has he adopted? Tai Si, do not take offense. Consider it for the sake of your father. Yin Qingwen stepped forward, her complexion somewhat pale. Let us go buy some clothes. Lu Di scratched his head, remaining silent, feeling a twinge of guilt, having never anticipated Yin Qingwen to be so easily distressed. Inside the shopping mall, Lu Di and Yin Qingwen walked ahead, followed by a group of imposing bodyguards, attracting countless curious onlookers. Look, which big shot has arrived? So many bodyguards. That girl in front is stunning. What do you mean stunning? That boy is even more handsome. They must be celebrities, surely. A young master couldn't be this attractive. Which one is the celebrity? I don't recognize them. It must be that boy. Just look at his looks. He's straight out of a comic. That girl is probably his girlfriend, and she's definitely chasing after him. You are the one chasing after him. Yin Qingwen's face showed displeasure upon hearing this. Lu Di, let's go into this store. They arrived at the entrance of a top luxury brand. Yin Qingwen said irritably, no? It's too ugly. Lu Di slightly pouted. Then how about this one? No, it's too common. Yin Qingwen grew increasingly frustrated, taking a deep breath to suppress her anger. What about Hermes? No. Lu Di, are you deliberately opposing me? Can you stop acting as if you've already passed through the door? Have I promised to marry you? You're infuriating me. I'll choose my own clothes. Lu Di strode forward, heading directly for the stairs. On the 3rd floor, in a regular area, they stopped in front of a store. Yin Qingwen's face darkened. An average price of 500 yuan for a brand? I've never worn anything like this. Lu Di, is this your choice? If I wear this, I'll be laughed at, and my father will scold me. Lu Di ignored her, instead smiling at a somewhat flustered young shop assistant. Lu Di, it's you. The young man finally recognized him and rushed forward, embracing Lu Di. It's been 3 years. Where have you been? Lu Di patted the young man's back and chuckled. Just a little incident. I was too embarrassed to show my face. What Lu Di referred to as a trivial matter was, in fact, the incident of being blinded. During his university years, Lu Di exhibited extraordinary talent, garnering much attention and achieving remarkable academic success. He was destined for a bright future. However, the lingering effects of his eye injury devastated him, leaving him plagued by daily headaches and rendering him nearly incapable of completing any tasks. Proud by nature, Lu Di chose not to reveal this aspect of himself to his classmates, opting instead for solitude and silent suffering. The young man before him was none other than Jia, Lu Di's university classmate and close friend. Jia could hardly contain his excitement as he exclaimed, "But my achievements are inconsequential. They should all go to Li. Lu Di was taken aback. After 3 years, Jia remained unchanged. Like Lu Di, Jia had once been a star student at Haisha University. Yet, he had chosen to work as a store clerk here, all for the sake of a woman. Son Li, have you made any progress? Lu Di teased with a mischievous grin. Soon. Jia replied bashfully, scratching his head before turning to call out. Li, come and see who has arrived. Who? Jia, are you bothering me? Can't you welcome him yourself? In response, a stunning young woman in a short skirt emerged from the store. With cascading purple waves framing her curvaceous figure, she initially regarded Lu Di with a flicker of disdain. However, upon noticing the imposing presence of Yin Qingwen and the uniformed bodyguards behind Lu Di, her expression shifted. Lu Di, it's been ages. Have you struck it rich? Sun Li's demeanor transformed instantly, her tone now obsequious as she sauntered closer, swaying her enticing hips. Lu Di frowned, sensing that this woman had not changed at all. In university, she had associated with a rowdy crowd, often staying out all night, which led to her expulsion. Subsequently, she had ventured into the fashion industry and now managed this clothing store. Is this your girlfriend, Lu Di? She is gorgeous. I bet she is from a wealthy family. Sun Li flattered. Oh, so you're just a driver? The superficiality of Sun Li was painfully evident. Even Yin Qingwen frowned, displaying a hint of distaste. Apologies. Lu Di, Li has been a bit moody lately, Jia said, his face turning awkward as he hurriedly ushered Lu Di into the store. What clothing are you trying on today? I'll fetch them for you. Everything at a discount. Haha. Sighing, Lu Di shook his head slightly and replied. I'm still the same. I want those 3 pieces I love most. Got it. I know your preferences well. Just wait. Jia cheerfully called back as he turned to retrieve the items. The same old choices? The 3 favorite pieces? Yin Qingwen could not help but feel a tinge of curiosity, quietly awaiting Lu Di's aesthetic revelation. 10 minutes later, Lu Di emerged from the fitting room, wearing a pristine white shirt devoid of any embellishments, with sleeves rolled to his elbows. His lower half was clad in sleek light blue jeans, and on his feet were classic canvas sneakers. Paired with Lu Di's strikingly handsome visage, he resembled a refreshing spring breeze that had suddenly arrived. Simple, yet utterly captivating. He was undeniably handsome. The eyes of several sales clerks in the store widened in astonishment. How could there be such an incredibly handsome man? He resembled a character straight out of a comic book. Yan Qingwen's breath caught in her throat. Indeed, he was undeniably striking, easily captivating. Even the discerning Sun Lily felt a stir in her heart. Lu Di was indeed handsome, albeit somewhat lacking in wealth. Otherwise, with that face alone, she would willingly offer herself for an entire week. What a peculiar combination. Absolutely extraordinary. Ajia clapped in approval, exclaiming, Lu Di, this ensemble suits you perfectly. A shining figure from the business management department of Haisher University. Lu Di caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and smiled faintly. The shirt cost 368 yuan. The trousers 400 yuan, and the shoes 330 yuan. Time to settle the bill at the front desk. Sun Lily's impatient voice echoed nearby. It's South hardly better than street vendor goods. Oh, Lily, Lu Di is still our old classmate. Can't we offer him a discount? Ajia chuckled. Sure. We can deduct it from your commission. No need for that. Lu Di casually adjusted his sleeves, replying coolly, my purchases count as Ajia's, right? 3 garments, each to be packaged as 200 pieces. What? Lu Di, did I hear you correctly? Ajia exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Di chuckled. Have you forgotten? For 4 years in college, this was my attire. It never changed. It's perfectly normal to stock up on a few more. Lu Di, how did you suddenly come into such wealth? Ajia's eyes widened, and inadvertently glancing at Yan Qingwen in the distance, he mused. Could it be that you were being sponsored? Yan Qingwen then realized that while Lu Di had indeed chosen inexpensive clothing, requesting 200 sets in one go was quite the spectacle. Truly, poverty often curtails ambition. Nevertheless, it was not a huge sum. With a dismissive wave, she signaled to Tai Si to proceed with the payment. You little rascal, Lu Di interjected, extending his card, just over 200,000 yuan for the bill. As for the balance on that card, even Lu Di was oblivious to its exact amount. He only knew that an hour prior, he had checked and found it had reached 34 million yuan. Meanwhile, Tai Si looked at Yan Qingwen in confusion. She merely shook her head, acknowledging that at least this young man had a sense of gratitude for the 5 million yuan his father had previously bestowed upon him. Subsequently, the entire store staff mobilized to package Lu Di's purchases, the largest order they had ever encountered. Lu Di then led Yan Qingwen to the lighter display outside. After surveying the selection, he pointed to an exquisite brass lighter on the counter, declaring, I'll take this one. Good day, sir. This is our limited edition for the 75th anniversary, inlaid with 2 carats of matte blood diamonds, priced at 1.03 million yuan, the salesperson said politely, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Are you sure you wish to proceed? Just ring it up, Lu Di replied, nonchalantly producing his bank card. Oh, certainly. The beautiful saleswoman was momentarily flustered. Yan Qingwen was left in shock. Lu Di, are you out of your mind? Clothes worth 300 yuan paired with a 1 million yuan lighter? Do you possess taste, or are you simply foolish? Lu Di deftly twirled the luxurious lighter in his hand. What do you know? I smoke, hence I require a convenient lighter. Do you not also fiddle with that metallic ballpoint pen daily? A man must always possess a tangible item of significance. With a swift motion, Lu Di flicked open the lighter's cap, taking a moment to admire it under the light. This is akin to taking the bus to a bar, saving where one can, spending where one must. Yan Qingwen was momentarily speechless. Sir, here is your bank card. The transaction has been successfully completed, the attractive saleswoman said, bending slightly to hand him the card with utmost respect. Indeed. What madness! What depravity! Yan Qingwen stood frozen, stomping his feet in frustration. 10 minutes later, Yan Qingwen glared at Lu Di as he returned, his left hand holding 2 ice cream cones and his right hand grasping 3 hamburgers. In less than 50 meters, Lu Di had devoured all 3 hamburgers. How could he eat so much? Just earlier, he had consumed a substantial lunch, and now he was downing 3 more hamburgers. What manner of person is he? In truth, Lu Di himself was somewhat speechless at the efficiency of the magical child. In less than 2 hours, his energy had been entirely expended once more, and his physical capabilities had surged by another 13. Here, suddenly, a slender, fair hand reached out before Yan Qingwen, offering a creamy ice cream cone. Lu Di gazed at him with a beaming smile. This is cheap junk food. I refuse to eat it. Yan Qingwen turned his head away. It's quite expensive. 3 yuan. Be a good boy. At that, Yan Qingwen felt an odd sensation at the mention of good boy and, in a daze, accepted the ice cream cone. frowning as he said, Lu Di, I warn you, if I feel unwell later, it will be your fault. He took a delicate lick. The next moment, heavenly sweetness. It turns out this treat is delightful. He adores it. Yan Qingwen's face lit up with rapture. Lu Di chuckled softly. You truly need not wear a perpetual frown. A young lady ought to embody the essence of youth. If something is delicious, simply express your enjoyment. Get lost. Yan Qingwen retorted, turning his back, not wishing Lu Di to witness his eating mannerisms. At that moment, Lu Di sensed a fragrant aroma wafting toward him. Turning around, he beheld Sun Lily standing behind him, coyly tossing her hair and accentuating her ample bosom. Lu Di, can you believe that after all these years as classmates, we haven't even exchanged WeChat? Sun Lily struck the most alluring pose, endeavoring to entice Lu Di. She had witnessed everything from the store, including how he casually purchased the limited edition diamond lighter worth 1 million. 1 million for a mere lighter. How wealthy must Lu Di be? Perhaps tens of millions? Sun Lily could hardly contain herself. This charming young man, both affluent and handsome, must be secured. Shall we add each other on WeChat? In the quiet of the night. When you're bored, we could have a chat, Sun Lily suggested, casting him a flirtatious glance. Lu Di pondered for a moment before asking, do you have Si Tuyen's WeChat? Si Tuyen, your girlfriend from university? Have they broken up? Does Lu Di wish to reconcile? There is some risk, yet also opportunity. Yes, add me, and I can introduce you. Sun Lily nodded eagerly. Scan away. Lu Di extended his phone towards Sun Lily. Coincidentally, a text message from the futures market arrived simultaneously. Your account has received a deposit of 234,500. Balance, 123,005, 323 yuan. My goodness, 2 billion. He is exceedingly wealthy. Sun Lily suppressed her excitement and elegantly scanned Lu Di's QR code, successfully adding him as a friend. Is this a horror film? 200 outfits is rather excessive. Lu Di patted a Jia on the shoulder, casting a meaningful glance his way. In the future, when opportunities arise, I shall invite you to collaborate. After Lu Di and his companions departed, Sun Lily promptly concealed herself behind the shelves. This affluent and handsome Lu Di was someone she must claim for herself. As for Jia, that sycophant, she had never regarded him as anything more than an afterthought. She excitedly clutched her phone, her mind racing with rehearsals on how to initiate a conversation with Lu Di. Brother Lu Di, are you there? Yes. I'll send you Si Tuyen's WeChat, but don't be too disheartened. She currently has a boyfriend, a wealthy second generation chosen by her mother. However, I am single at the moment. If you're bored, I could come find you tonight. Following this, Sun Lily forwarded Si Tuyen's contact details. She added Lu Di. I know of a fabulous bar where they serve a drink called Lost Innocence. What do you think? Sun Lily contained her exhilaration. These lines were polished to perfection, nearly irresistible to any man. Send. Ding. The other party is no longer your friend. To continue chatting, please send a friend request. What on earth? How could he block me without so much as an explanation? Enraged, Sun Lily flung her phone aside. Scoundrel. At the Yin family estate. How many clothes has he bought? How much has he spent? He truly is like this. His aim is solely wealth. It shatters my worldview. Frustrating. Yin Kai's eyes sparkled with a mischievous thought. Hard. We must not let this detestable Lu Di have it easy. I have a plan. We shall do this. The two young ladies began to plot, unable to suppress their wicked laughter at the prospect. After Yan Qingwen and Lu Di left the mall, Lu Di drove directly to the northern part of Haishi's Wanhai district. Yan Qingwen glanced at the modest 3-story building before her, then surveyed the surroundings. Her brow gradually furrowing. This place was etched in her memory. It was where she had been besieged by thugs 3 years prior. Lu Di, why have you brought me here? Are you trying to remind me of the great debt I owe you for saving me 3 years ago? Lu Di shook his head helplessly. You are far too tedious in your musings, you cunning girl. As Yan Qingwen followed Lu Di through the dilapidated wooden door of the 3-story building, a pungent odor of disinfectant and blood assaulted her senses. In the lobby before her, filthy windows allowed mottled sunlight to filter in. Within the shabby room, a dozen hospital beds were conspicuously arranged. In a grim setting, several patients lay on hospital beds, some wrapped in blood-soaked bandages, others receiving intravenous drips. It resembled a scene straight out of a horror film. Lu Di, where is this place? Yan Qingwen felt a surge of anxiety. Retreating behind Lu Di and clutching his arm tightly, Lu Di remained silent, walking forward with an air of calmness. Ahead, an elderly man with disheveled hair and a tattered white coat held a sharp steel pipe, measuring it against the chest of a middle-aged man who had succumbed to unconsciousness. As Lu Di and Yan Qingwen approached, she gasped in horror upon realizing the situation. A small target had been marked on the unconscious man's chest. Was the old man intending to pierce his heart? Grandpa Ta, Lu Di called softly. From Lu Di's perspective, the mischievous spirit had already diagnosed the man's condition. Grandpa Tua's method was undoubtedly the most effective and swift solution. That seemingly hasty marking was accurate and without flaw. With a swift motion, the cold gleam of the steel pipe pierced the unconscious man's abdomen. In the next moment, blood spurted forth, accompanied by a thick yellow fluid. Just as Yin Qingwen was about to scream, Lu Di swiftly covered her mouth. As the viscous liquid flowed out, the middle-aged man gradually relaxed his furrowed brow. The treatment effectively alleviated his condition. He was suffering from pleural effusion, and you chose this method to relieve it? Yin Qingwen stared in disbelief and suddenly exclaimed, "This method is far too reckless. There are no auxiliary instruments, no sterilization. It's utterly irresponsible." Grandpa Tua turned his head leisurely and remarked, "Little Lu Di, your girl seems to know quite a bit, but I cannot approve of this marriage. She is too noisy. Who are you to decide?" Yin Qingwen retorted, realizing her mistake mid-sentence. "I would never marry him. Since you possess medical knowledge, I shall leave the remaining bandaging duties to you." Grandpa Tua waved his hand dismissively at Yin Qingwen and then turned to Lu Di, saying, "Little Lu Di, what brings you here? Why didn't you bring me any wine?" Lu Di chuckled heartily as he assisted Grandpa Tua to his side, declaring, "I've made some money." Yin Qingwen, feeling frustrated as she tended to the patient's wounds, occasionally glanced at Lu Di and Grandpa Tua conversing in the distance. Grandpa Tua maintained an indifferent demeanor, yet his gaze towards Lu Di was filled with both pride and satisfaction. Half an hour later, Yin Qingwen sat in the car, utterly perplexed. She watched as Grandpa Tua and several children in wheelchairs waved goodbye to her, and Lu Di in front of the dilapidated building. Those children were pitiable. Some had lost arms, others legs, yet they all beamed happily, calling Lu Di big brother. On the way back to the manor, Yin Qingwen could no longer contain her curiosity. What exactly was that place? "A hospital," Lu Di replied, steering the car with one hand, in high spirits. "Grandpa Tua is the only doctor there, dedicated to treating the impoverished who cannot afford medical care. They are homeless children, rendered disabled by criminal syndicates, forced to beg until they reach a certain age, only to be discarded thereafter. It was Grandfather Tua who took them in." Lu Di spoke slowly. Yet a tempest of emotions surged within Yin Qingwen. No wonder the place was so dilapidated. No wonder there were so many children. Grandfather Tua is a good man. Suddenly, Yin Qingwen felt remorse. She should not have shouted at Grandfather Tua, but how do you know him? Crack. Lu Di lit a cigarette for himself. 3 years ago, on the night I was blinded, I lay by the roadside for half an hour while everyone turned a blind eye, just when my blood was about to drain away. It was Grandfather Tua who saved me. Lu Di's words struck Yin Qingwen like a thunderclap. She instantly comprehended everything. "Lu Di, I'm sorry." Yin Qingwen grasped her clothing tightly, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Are you feeling guilty now?" A wicked smile crept across Lu Di's lips. "Then you can offer yourself, and this matter will be settled." "Scoundrel. Shameless. Get lost." Yin Qingwen turned her head, realizing that Lu Di was indeed no good. Haha. Lu Di slammed on the accelerator, the car speeding towards the Yin family estate. Inside the vehicle, an eerie silence enveloped them for 10 minutes. Eventually, Yin Qingwen summoned her courage. "Lu Di, I want to help Grandfather Tua, assist his hospital." "Why? I see they are in dire need of funds." Yin Qingwen was puzzled. "I just left them some money," Lu Di replied, a hint of mirth playing at the corners of his mouth. "How much?" "Not much, for million." "What? For million?" Yin Qingwen was even more astonished. Her father had given Lu Di a total of 5 million, of which over 1 million was spent on clothing and lighters. So this 4 million must be all that remains with Lu Di? One moment buying clothes worth 300, the next a lighter for 1 million. And now he donates for 1 million outright? A miser, a lecher, a glutton, a stingy man, a lavish spender, a kind soul, proud and grateful? What sort of person is Lu Di truly? In Yin Qingwen's eyes, Lu Di became increasingly enigmatic. "So you must be out of money now?" Yin Qingwen cautiously inquired. "I currently have 300 million in my account." Not only did he give Grandfather Tua 4 million, but he also transferred 500,000 to his mother working back home. Lu Di dared not send more to his mother, fearing she could not handle it. Just this 500,000, he lied and claimed it was lottery winnings. "Mind your own business. Just take care of yourself," Lu Di replied nonchalantly. Yet in Yin Qingwen's eyes, this was a form of stubborn, humble dignity. "I couldn't care less about you. I merely want to donate more to Grandfather Tua." Lu Di scoffed. "Spare me, Grandfather Tua, a dozen tea need your assistance. And besides, he looks down on your Ingji group." Lu Di had previously been unaware of Grandfather Tua's true identity, but now he possessed a magical child. Grandfather Tua, whose real name is Chu He, is also known as the divine healer of Chu. He has been a top medical professor in China for 30 years, renowned globally. The current medical industry giant, Yinji Group, owes its inception to a patent held by the esteemed Tua Yi years ago. Yet, the reason behind Tua Yi's sudden disappearance 10 years ago When he chose to live incognito and dedicate himself as a volunteer doctor remains a mystery. After disembarking the vehicle, Yin Qingwen took a deep breath, relieved that this bewildering day had finally come to an end. Upon arrival, she noticed Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin eagerly waiting at the entrance of the estate. "Soft Rice Lu, we've been waiting for you for quite some time," Yin Kai exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as she approached Lu Di. "Your room is all set. Xinxin and I have decorated it with great care. Here, take the key." Lu Di smiled faintly, sensing from the girl's expressions that this was likely not a good sign. Oblivious, Yin Qingwen expressed her gratitude. "Fourth sister, fifth sister, you are so thoughtful to have prepared the room in advance. Which floor is it on?" "Basement level 2. The innermost room," Yin Kai replied with a grin. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. "Basement 2? The cellar?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Third sister, let us not forget that Lu Di is your chauffeur. Are we to grant him a suite while we reside upstairs? I'm even worried he might sneak into my room at night." Yin Kai wrinkled her nose in jest. Lu Di, however, remained unfazed, accepting the key from her with a casual, "Thank you." "Oh my, his eyes are so captivating." Yin Kai's heart raced, contemplating the thought that perhaps sharing a space with him wouldn't be such a misfortune after all. Kai, do not be beguiled by his charm. Let us not forget our grand plan," Yin Xinxin whispered from behind. Watching Lu Di walk into the main building, Yin Qingwen felt a pang of conflict within her. Was this truly fair to him? It is. What could be wrong? A man living off others, a con artist, daring to deceive our third sister's affections. They agreed vehemently. "Indeed, we cannot allow this insufferable man any advantage." With that, the two young ladies raced off in glee. "Let us set up various surveillance cameras. Wow, this estate is truly magnificent. Even a corridor in the basement is so extensive." Lu Di marveled as he stood at the stairway of the second basement level, gazing into the dimly lit hallway. "Devilish child. Lu Di, would you like me to predict your impending misfortunes?" "Haha, it would be utterly hilarious." Lu Di sighed resignedly. "All right." On the 5th floor, Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin lay on the bed, eagerly clutching a tablet. "Look, the soft rice man has reached the corridor. Kai, is this right or wrong? But I am so excited." "Haha." On the screen, Lu Di pressed the light switch on the wall, only to find it malfunctioning. "Haha. Foolish Lu Di, I cut the wires long ago. Ugh, this is dull." Lu Di sighed softly, waving his arm lightly. Suddenly, the corridor was illuminated brilliantly. In a mansion of such opulence, equipped with smart home technology, manipulating such systems was child's play for the devilish child. Why did the lights come on? How did Lu Di? The two young ladies widened their eyes in disbelief, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. In the scene, Lu Di effortlessly stepped over the tripping rope before deftly dodging a plastic skeleton that plummeted from the ceiling. Casually, he seized a nearby chair to shield himself from a mechanism that could unleash a sack of flour. After lingering for a few seconds, a flurry of eggs erupted from beneath the table, splattering against the opposite wall. Lu Di navigated through the traps with an air of nonchalance, as if strolling through a garden. How was it possible that he evaded every single one? I had enlisted the expertise of a prankster to set these up. Hold on. Do not rush. There is one final trap he surely cannot escape. In the footage, Lu Di approached the end of the corridor, standing before the door to his room. Just as he turned the handle, the tablet screen flickered with static before plunging into darkness. What on earth? The two young girls stood frozen in disbelief. The future is bright. At the very moment Lu Di swung the door open, a sound echoed above him as a tether snapped, and a basin of ink cascaded downwards. Lu Di, however, had anticipated this. His towering height of 180 meters, combined with the extension of his arms, allowed him to catch the basin in the nick of time. He also observed the floor beneath him sparkling with shards of glass marbles. With a swift motion, Lu Di slid and executed a backflip, spinning silently and gracefully in a full 360 degrees before landing securely on the ground. Remarkably, the basin of ink remained perfectly level in his grasp, not a single drop spilled. Regulating his breath, he examined the data displayed before him, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. Strength enhancement, 568, with a punch force of approximately 280 kilograms. Reaction speed enhancement, 354, with a reaction time of 0.3 seconds. Precision enhancement, 400, with a margin of error of just 36 millimeters. All these values surpassed the average person by a staggering 34 times. To his astonishment, such a dramatic transformation had occurred in just a single day. The recent actions were intentionally executed by Lu Di. He wished to gauge the extent of his physical capabilities. Gazing at the gently rippling ink in the basin, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Such mastery overall was exhilarating. He illuminated the room. Although it was a basement, the decor was far from shabby, being part of the multi-billion yuan yen family estate. Yet, The faint musty odor wafting through reminded Lu Di that this basement had likely been uninhabited for many years. Surveying the area, he noted the European-style bed, desk, wardrobe, and a private bathroom, all amenities sufficient for a temporary stay. In the corner, an antique piano caught Lu Di's attention. Curiously, he opened it and pressed a key, producing a crisp sound. However, he was well aware that this piano was out of tune. Its age and loosened strings rendered its notes inaccurate. The subconscious fusion with a top-tier tuner was complete. The subconscious fusion of the techniques from 108 pianists had also been achieved. Simultaneously, the mischievous voice of a magical child echoed, "Buy two, get one free." Techniques of high, medium, and low vocalists, and the vocal skills of popular singers have been integrated. Lu Di smiled knowingly. "Oh, mischievous spirit, are you trying to help me fulfill my childhood dream?" The long night stretched on, sleep eluding him as he decided to entertain himself with a gentle melody. 10 minutes later, Lu Di brushed the dust from his hands and pressed the keys again. This ancient, nameless piano finally breathed new life. The strings resonated flawlessly, producing a beautiful timbre. Lu Di drew a deep breath, slowly seated himself before the piano, his back straight and his expression calm as still water. His fingers danced across the keys, and the mastery of countless piano virtuosos surged forth in an instant. The antique piano's voice emerged, soothing and ethereal. Lu Di began to hum dreamily, and then he spoke softly. "In those tumultuous days, the wind howled fiercely. We did not succumb to fear, as the sea engulfed us, and the tempest raged. We experienced the darkness of the night wind and the depths of the rain, wings beating against the night, and the waves rippling through the streets. I ponder in profound contemplation the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the conclusion of blooming flowers. A power long forgotten. The future, promising." As the song reached its conclusion, Lu Di's voice became almost celestial, ethereal in quality, soaring to an impressive level of artistry. This sound did not erupt suddenly. Rather, it flowed gently like a stream, gradually ascending to a realm of transcendence. On the nearby cabinet, the wine glass resonated, revealing fine cracks from the vibrations. How delightful! The realm of human artistry is indeed unfathomable. The mischievous spirit's tone carried a hint of excitement. The video upload is complete. Mischievous spirit? Such a melodious song. How could I enjoy it alone? I transformed it into a video and shared it online. The backdrop had been edited, revealing a dark environment illuminated by a single beam of light, showcasing a young man with a poised silhouette seated at the piano, lost in the fervor of his heartfelt song. The title of the song, A Promising Future. Publisher, D.E. Lu Di chuckled softly. "Since my face remains hidden, let everyone enjoy this moment." However, the name D intrigued him. Lu Di. On the Douyin platform, an account named D.E. with 0 followers was quietly registered. Having posted a single video, a young man singing from behind, 1,000 miles away. An office worker was having dinner at a street stall when he stumbled upon the video. As the piano's melody filled the air, the office worker's attention was instantly captivated. He tilted his head, ears perked up. Gradually, his expression froze, with a mouthful of noodles suspended mid-bite, forgotten. I ponder in profound contemplation the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the conclusion of blooming flowers. When the clear, high notes, as if from a dreamlike world, resonated, he felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps erupting on his skin. This is astonishingly beautiful. Is this sung by a human? Everyone around was wide-eyed in disbelief. This song is incredible. What is it called? Who is the artist? In a flurry of hands, they snatched the office worker's phone. It's on Douyin. I must follow him. Meanwhile, Lu Di, resting in bed with his eyes closed, had already grown accustomed to the incessant vibrations of his phone. The operations of the magical youth futures have never ceased. When Lu Di picked up his phone, an expression of astonishment suddenly washed over him. The notifications on his Douyin icon read 999, 2 million comments, 3,200,000 likes, 4 million views. Among the comments, "Oh my, is this a deity? The sound system I used is top tier. The resonance in my room shattered my fish tank. Such divine high notes. This must be the legendary celestial music." Looking at the silhouette of the young man, he must be akin to a demigod, not of this world. Your lyrics. They remind me of the hardships I've endured, yet they also instill hope and strength within me. I can truly feel it. You do not understand. This song is not merely melodious. Its lyrics and composition are masterpieces. I am captivated. Who are you? 17 Michelin 3-star culinary skills. In private messages. E. Bodhi. Hello, Mr. D.E. May I ask if you are signed with an agency? Stargazing group. May I inquire if you can participate in commercial performances? You set the price. Lan Jihui. Young man, do you have a girlfriend? I am 175 centimeters tall, weighing 56 kilograms, with various attributes. Countless comments and messages flooded in, mostly filled with admiration, invitations for Lu Di to perform, and the fervent desires of fans wishing to meet him in person. This all unfolded within a mere half hour. In the era of self-media, the power of the internet is indeed formidable. Lu Di cast his phone aside, showing no interest in this path of entertainment. His mind was preoccupied with an increasingly fervent entrepreneurial dream. At this moment, a business plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. On the 5th floor, in a luxurious bedroom, Yan Xinxin grew more and more furious. Why had her meticulously crafted trap failed to ensnare that odious Lu Di? The broken surveillance camera had malfunctioned at a crucial moment. Kai, come, follow me to the basement. The glass ball mechanism in the room must have caught Lu Di. I want to see his misfortune. Kai, did you hear me? She turned to see Yin Kai sprawled on the bed, wearing headphones, completely engrossed in the screen before her. On the screen, a figure was playing the piano. Kai, you little infatuated fool. What is so fascinating about such a pretentious video? Xinxin, listen, this person's voice is enchanting. At that moment, Yin Kai was utterly entranced, her large, fluffy eyes brimming with tears. Humph. The moment Yin Xinxin donned the headphones, an unexpected silence enveloped her. The ethereal melody in her ears first resembled a mountain stream, then seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke, gradually ascending to the mountain peak, ultimately merging with the sea of clouds, a magnificent spectacle. Not only was the singing celestial, but the accompanying piano was also of the highest caliber. Yin Xinxin, both a musical prodigy and a network broadcaster, found the singing prowess, piano mastery, an arrangement of this piece to be far superior to all musical works available in the market. She was left utterly astounded. This is simply too beautiful. Kai, I think I might go mad. Who is he? Yin Kai wore an expression of insatiable longing. I truly don't know, she mused. He is enigmatic. There is only this single video titled DE, which has amassed 6 million followers. Yin Xinxin declared, tears streaming down her cheeks. I have made my decision. I must marry him. I absolutely must marry him. No, Xinxin. I discovered him first. You cannot take my husband. We are sisters. What do you mean I can't? I am determined to marry him. At that moment, Lu Di, lost in contemplation, felt a familiar rumble from his stomach. Once again, hunger struck. A glance at his phone revealed it was already 10 o'clock at night. Alas, it seems I must venture into the kitchen for a snack. With a leap, Lu Di sprang up, heading toward the kitchen. The moment he pushed open the door, 2 startled screams pierced the air, causing him to jump. In an instant, a can of pepper spray was brandished. Fortunately, Lu Di possessed extraordinary reflexes, swiftly evading the cloud of spray. What are you doing? He demanded, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze on the 2 young ladies, who were trembling on the floor, clutching their canisters. Pervert. What pervert? This is my room. The 2 were none other than Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin. Despite the enchanting melodies of DE, they were unwilling to let Lu Di escape unscathed from their prank. Just 5 minutes earlier, they had stealthily approached Lu Di's door, armed with pepper spray. As they prepared to peek through the door, Lu Di had suddenly appeared. You. How dare you? Lu Di, I must tell you, you cannot remain in my house. Especially not to pursue Sanjia. I assure you. As long as we are here. Hey, where did he go? Kai, let us follow him and see what he is up to. That scoundrel might be heading to knock on Sanjia's door. In the kitchen, Chef Zhang smiled and nodded at Lu Di. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? Lu Di scratched his head and replied, I'm feeling a bit peckish. May I ask? Zhang Ma, do not prepare anything for this con artist. The 2 young ladies shouted from a distance, exasperated. It turned out this glutton was hungry again. Want to eat? Not a chance. Observing the chef's predicament, Lu Di shook his head in resignation. Zhang Ma, please take a rest. I will manage. Ding. The magical culinary talent has arrived. Michelin 3-star chef skills have been subconsciously integrated. Very well, Lu Di replied with a faint smile. He intends to cook for himself? At his age, how could he possibly know how to cook? He probably learned a few recipes for scrambled eggs online, and I bet he has never succeeded. Kai, let us watch and see if he turns the meal into a culinary disaster. I can't wait to see how he handles it. Then, Yin Xinxin whispered mischievously in Yin Kai's ear, we can charge him for wasting ingredients. It will drive him insane. Sounds great. Seeing the 2 girls wearing mischievous grins, Lu Di sighed in exasperation once more. Stretching his limbs, he tied on an apron and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. Glancing over the kitchen's ingredients, he determined the dish he would prepare. After rinsing the rice 3 times, Lu Di placed it in the rice cooker and, before igniting the heat, added a single drop of vegetable oil. Next, he chopped fresh scallions, whisked an egg, and diced a few pieces of preserved plum. Is he truly making fried rice? The two young ladies, momentarily entranced, were captivated by his pristine white shirt, elegant apron, and deft technique. Who claimed that a man who cooks with sincerity is the most handsome. How right he was. However, after all that effort, was he merely preparing fried rice? Moreover, why add preserved plum to fried rice? It seemed rather nonsensical. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai remembered that the man before her was Lu Di, the soft-handed man she could not stand. She scoffed, thinking, what use is good looks if they are of no substance? Once the fragrant rice was ready, Lu Di meticulously spread it onto a baking tray and placed it in the oven for 4 minutes. What was this unusual method? This was certainly not what one would find online. The two young ladies were utterly perplexed. When the rice emerged from the oven, its moisture had evaporated, each grain separated and emitting a delicate aroma. Just this step left the two beauties salivating. Then, Lu Di began to stir-fry the rice, adding the egg mixture, scallions, and diced plum in succession. Flames danced as he skillfully tossed the ingredients in the pan. The two young ladies were spellbound, witnessing a performance rather than mere cooking. Upon completion, they rushed over. The dish was delightful. A plate of fried rice, glistening golden with green scallions and red plum pieces, was utterly tantalizing. Why was the rice golden? Where was the egg? Yin Kaikai swallowed hard. None of that mattered. Her desire to eat was overwhelming. Do you still have your pride? Lu Di removed his apron and sat down nonchalantly. Would you like some? We wouldn't dream of it. We have our pride. All right then. Lu Di took a spoonful of fried rice and placed it in his mouth. The two young ladies watched in astonishment. Lu Di displayed an expression of enjoyment. The 4 minutes in the oven had allowed the rice to lose its surface moisture, becoming separate and perfectly textured. The addition of scallions imparted a delightful aroma, while the pork fat provided a savory richness. Lu Di savored another bite, chewing slowly. On this sweltering summer day, with appetite waning, the inclusion of preserved plum lent a hint of tartness to the fried rice, igniting an irresistible craving. The two young ladies blinked, fixated on the plate of fried rice. Swallowing repeatedly, Lu Di raised the plate to the light, the rice gleaming with a golden hue, extraordinarily beautiful. Through my technique, the egg was completely incorporated, enveloping each grain of rice, resulting in a dish that was not only visually appealing but also bursting with flavor. This was indeed the legendary golden fried rice. Delicious. Lu Di swallowed once more, casting a sly glance at the two young ladies, chuckling to himself. Yin Kaikai could hardly contain herself, instinctively ready to pounce. Lu Di elegantly turned the plate towards them, mischievously grinning. So, what do you say, ladies? Do you still have your pride? I can't take it anymore. I crave golden egg fried rice, and I am willing to forsake my dignity. Two lovely maidens pounced upon it like famished tigers, seizing Lu Di's bowl and utensils, devouring the dish with gusto. Oh, how delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite in my life. Allow me another bite. It would be worth dying for. Soft rice boy, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The two young ladies were nearly brought to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Di chuckled inexplicably, rising to his feet. He ignited the stove to prepare another serving. Clearly, given the current situation, this bowl was certainly not meant for him. Lu Di, we shall not consume this meal for free. Yin Kaikai, her mouth full of fried rice, mumbled, we shall value this bowl at 10,000 yuan. Oh, you wish to pay? Lu Di found it somewhat amusing. Indeed, the ways of a young heiress were distinct. However, the ensuing words left him utterly speechless. Lu Di, deducting that 10,000, you ought to prepare 499 more bowls for us. Do not forget, you have already taken 5 million from my family. 5 minutes later, Lu Di, deduct another 10,000 and prepare another plate for the two of us. We are still not satiated. Sigh, very well. 2 full hours later. After preparing a 4th plate, it was finally Lu Di's turn to indulge. The two maidens had devoured 3 substantial plates. At this moment, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin leaned back in their chairs, content, gently cradling their round bellies, eyes closed in bliss. Lu Di casually inquired, Kaikai, Xinshin, why haven't I seen Brother Ouyang today? Unraveling Ouyang Fengyu's schemes while simultaneously safeguarding Yin Xingwen was Lu Di's primary purpose for remaining here. He seized the opportunity to inquire further. Sister and brother-in-law have their own home. They do not reside here. Oh, so it is merely the 3 of you foolish girls? Lu Di frowned. Yin Kaikai suddenly sensed something amiss, clutching her chest with anxiety. Lu Di, what are you planning? What am I planning? You best be cautious while you sleep at night. The two young beauties trembled in fear. However, they soon noticed Lu Di's fleeting expression filled with disdain. In the darkness of night, a figure swiftly ascended the outer wall of the Yin family manor, moving with the swiftness of lightning. Xiaoqing stood atop the building, surveying the entire estate. A flicker of purple light danced in his right eye, an eerie sight reminiscent of a nocturnal demon. It was none other than Lu Di poster past.
The Yin family manor, a mere 6 stories high, posed no challenge for Lu Di, who scaled it effortlessly. Lu Di pondered, surely. Ouyang Fengyu would not be foolish enough to confront me within this manner. However, what would he do about Yin Qingwen? It was evident that Yin Qingwen was a formidable rival to Ouyang Fengyu in his pursuit of controlling the Yin family's shares. Could it be that he intends to eliminate Yin Qingwen? Lu Di, rest assured, I have complete control over the surveillance equipment throughout the Yin family manor. Should anything unusual occur, I will notify you at once. Magic Eye, can you monitor Ouyang Fengyu? That depends on whether there are network cameras in his vicinity. However, today he exhibited no peculiar behavior and was currently indulging in entertainment. Shortly thereafter, a scene appeared in Lu Di's perspective. In a lavish bedroom of a luxurious club, Ouyang Fengyu reclined on the bed, flanked by 2 alluring women. Their flirtatious glances incessantly cast his way, eager for his attention. The 2 enchanting beauties bore a striking resemblance to one another, as if they were nearly identical twins. Yet, Ouyang Fengyu sighed, lamenting, although they are twins, they still pale in comparison to Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin. The 2 young ladies from the Yin family constantly twisted and turned before him, igniting a burning desire within him. He vowed that one day, once he claimed dominion over the Yin family, he would have them beneath him, serving his every whim. Alas, he thought, he must endure a little longer. The ensuing scene was too distressing to behold, prompting Lu Di to swiftly shut it off. TSK, a beast. He married the elder sister, yet still covets the 2 younger ones. On the dawn of the following day, Lu Di awoke to a barrage of notifications on his phone. The video "A Promising Future" had gone viral overnight, amassing an astounding 200 million views, over 100 million likes, 50 million comments, and an impressive 1 billion followers. The account DE had, in a single night, ascended to the pinnacle of the internet, becoming an unparalleled sensation. Countless invitations, collaborations, and business proposals flooded Lu Di's private messages, rendering him unable to keep up. Online, the top 7 trending topics all revolved around this video. Heavenly melodies. DE's A Promising Future. The entire nation speculated, who exactly is DE? Dominating the charts. A Promising Future moved everyone to tears. 500 million internet users spent a sleepless night. Major music platforms offered 80 million for the copyright of A Promising Future. Thousands petitioned for DE to release more works. Whispers circulated that DE was a blind man. His divine talent for singing a gift bestowed by God after closing the window of sight. Even more astonishingly, many publicly claimed to be DE overnight. The singing deity Li Ming confessed, "I'm coming clean. I intended to sing quietly, but you all discovered me." The entertainment star Sun Xiang declared, "It's me. I've devoted 2 years to mastering my craft, and this is my inaugural gift to everyone." Upon witnessing this, Lu Di could only chuckle. It was not merely an unintentional stroke of luck, but also an unintentional endeavor. He rose, refreshed himself, and went for a morning jog. At precisely 6 in the morning, Lu Di stepped outside. He jogged along the mountain path, invigorating his body with each stride. An hour later, Yin Qingwen stood at the entrance of the Yin family estate, her expression brimming with anger. Beside her, the man in black, Tai Si, bowed respectfully and said, "Third miss, I have knocked on Mr. Lu Di's door twice, but it seems he is yet to awaken. Perhaps we should let Old Li take you today." "No, it must be him. He volunteered to be my driver, so he cannot afford to sleep in." Yin Qingwen crossed her arms, frowning. "Tai Si, go and continue knocking until you rouse him." Suddenly, in the dawn light, a tall figure slowly made his way up the mountain path. This person had a robust physique and moved with grace, each breath steady and even. Yin Qingwen squinted her beautiful eyes. "Is it him? He actually went for a run?" Lu Di slowly approached, a bag of soup dumplings in hand. "Good morning, third miss. You're up quite early today. Don't you ever indulge in a lion?" Yin Qingwen was somewhat astonished, observing Lu Di's seemingly aimless and languid demeanor. One would presume him to be quite the sloth. "I rise at 5:30 every morning to engage in outdoor exercise, a regimen I've maintained for a decade. Today, I too set out at 6, ran a lap at the foot of the mountain, and look, I brought some for you. Would you care for a bite?" Lu Di, while stretching his limbs, offered her the dumplings. Yin Qingwen felt a pang of embarrassment. She had not anticipated Lu Di's industriousness. His daily discipline was indeed exemplary for a youth. Yet, when she herself awoke at 6, it was a struggle. Suddenly, her pupils dilated as she recognized the packaging of the Lu Fuji soup dumplings in Lu Di's grasp. The Lu Fuji shop was located 20 kilometers down the mountain. "Lu Di, did you really buy dumplings? That's a distance of 20 kilometers. Did you run it in an hour? A normal person would take 30 minutes to cover just 5 kilometers. Yin Qingwen quickly sensed something amiss. "In under an hour. I even managed to enjoy 7 baskets of dumplings at the foot of the mountain." Lu Di casually remarked. That is simply impossible. Lu Di, would you really boast about your morning run? Yan Qingwen finally comprehended the absurdity of the situation, her expression one of utter exasperation. At that moment, Tai Si, standing nearby, squinted his eyes. Through his earpiece, Tai Shi and the others reported that Lu Di had indeed made a round trip of 20 kilometers in 1 hour. The Tai brothers had witnessed it firsthand. His speed was like the wind, a whirlwind of energy. The skilled members of the Tai family felt a sense of shame. Tai Si remained composed, though internally he was astonished. A battle-hardened veteran, he recognized that such speed from Lu Di would be extraordinary even among elite special forces. Mr. Lu Di, I must commend your stamina. Oh, you're too kind. Are we set to depart now? Please wait for me. I need to take a shower and change. Lu Di replied before turning away. What? Is it customary for a driver to act this way? Tai Si, you as well. Why extend such courtesies to Lu Di? Yan Qingwen, who had just begun to harbor a favorable impression of Lu Di, found herself incensed once more. Unbeknownst to others, the cloaked Tai Si gazed at Lu Di's retreating figure, his eyes glinting with intrigue. On the way to work, in the Rolls-Royce, Yan Qingwen, wearing headphones, exhibited a look of inexplicable longing. She was listening to the viral sensation, A Promising Future. Casting a glance at the figure in the video, and then at the silhouette of Lu Di in the driver's seat, she noted their similarities, both tall and slender. Both clad in white shirts, even their builds bore a resemblance. Yet, why was there such a vast disparity? What sort of person could sing with such beauty? This Di must have traversed many tales to compose such lyrics and evoke such emotions. As for Lu Di, he seemed to embody an air of capriciousness, akin to a petty rogue, with nary a word of truth. In comparison to Di, he was leagues away. Yan Qingwen tapped on the privacy glass and directed her phone towards Lu Di, requesting him to play a particular song. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback, but then he smiled with resignation and complied silently. Indeed, playing the song The Future is Promising through the premium sound system of a Rolls-Royce transformed it into an ethereal auditory experience, akin to music from a celestial realm. Throughout their journey, Yan Qingwen played it on loop until they arrived at the headquarters of the Ingji Group. Upon disembarking, Lu Di leisurely strolled behind Yan Qingwen. The grandeur of the Ingji Group was evident. The reception hall on the first floor boasted an impressive height of 10 meters, exuding magnificence. However, Lu Di was somewhat perplexed to find a large screen suspended from the ceiling, displaying a rolling list of top sales performers. To his astonishment, Yan Qingwen's name appeared among them, with a monthly sales figure of 87 million, ranking fourth. What is the meaning of this? Does the esteemed daughter of the chairman also engage in such business competitions? Lu Di inquired, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. Yan Qingwen pursed her lips and explained. This is part of the corporate culture here. Everyone is involved in sales. Regardless of one's position, we must all contribute value to the group. And I am no exception. Lu Di felt a surge of admiration. The success of the Ingji Group was undoubtedly attributed to its remarkable ethos. Your performance is commendable. Fourth in the entire group? He remarked, only to see Yan Qingwen's brow furrow slightly, a look of dissatisfaction crossing her face. While this achievement might be commendable for others, it fell short of her expectations. For some reason, from the moment Yan Qingwen stepped into the Ingji Group, she had transformed into a figure of resolute determination. Her demeanor stern as if burdened by immense pressure. Lu Di teased, so, does this mean I am now an employee of the Ingji Group as well? Can I also venture into business and aim for the sales leaderboard? You? Yan Qingwen replied, her tone lacking enthusiasm. Perhaps you should focus on resting instead. As they approached her office, a striking woman clad in a form-fitting black skirt awaited them at the door. The beauty, around 30 years of age, possessed a captivating figure. With luscious wine-red waves cascading down her shoulders and fiery red lips reminiscent of Western allure, her allure rated at a solid 90. Good morning, Manager 1. The documents for today are already on your desk, the alluring woman, Zhao Qianqian, said with a graceful bow, her bosom accentuated in her attire. Yan Qingwen nodded. Thank you. Qianqian, please arrange a meeting with General Manager Li of Tsiren Hospital for me. Of course, Manager 1. Zhao Qianqian suddenly noticed Lu Di trailing behind Yan Qingwen, her expression shifting to one of surprise. What a handsome young man. Who is this? She asked, her gaze fixated on Lu Di, seemingly smitten. Yan Qingwen, turning her back, replied, this is my driver, Lu Di. Ah, so he is Manager Wen's driver, not a boyfriend. Such a handsome driver. His physique, his looks, his skin is even better than mine. A handsome man not to be missed. Zhao Qianqian's heart raced. Oh dear, you can't disturb Manager Wen while she works. Come with me. Wait for her in my office. Zhao Qianqian clasped Lu Di's arm and effortlessly pulled him toward a nearby office. Zhao Qianqian, a 32-year-old single woman, serves as the capable personal secretary to Yan Qingwen, known for her exceptional professional skills. She often frequents nightclubs and bars, earning the nickname Social Butterfly in the company. Accompanying the information were several photographs, all capturing Zhao Qianqian in the midst of revelry, clad in a form-fitting mini-skirt, black stockings, a crop top, and crystal high heels, gracefully leaning against a steel pole with her hips slightly arched. Another image depicted her seated, legs crossed, playfully biting her lip. Lu Di inhaled sharply, truly captivated by her allure. Little devil, you've improved this time. You didn't disclose the lady's measurements, but these enticing photos should probably be kept private in the future, he remarked. After settling down, Lu Di realized he was in a room connected to Yin Qingwen's office, separated only by a pane of transparent glass. At that moment, Yin Qingwen was at her desk, immersed in a mountain of paperwork. Stop staring, you cheeky brother. Someone like our goddess when is beyond your reach, Zhao Qianqian teased, casting a flirtatious glance at Lu Di. Instead, take a look at your sister. Do you think my legs are beautiful? She shifted her posture, turning to face him, revealing her stunningly long and flawless legs. However, the brevity of her skirt left little to the imagination. Lu Di nodded slightly, speechless, yet his heart raced uncontrollably. Brother, what do you think of my figure? Is it not appealing? Zhao Qianqian continued, accentuating her bosom, which was indeed quite enticing. Lu Di merely nodded again, striving to avert his gaze back toward Yin Qingwen. Zhao Qianqian, undeterred, seized Lu Di's phone, scanned it, and added him as a friend. Oh dear brother, stop looking. Arwen has long had someone special in her heart. Really? Lu Di's curiosity was piqued. Who might that be? Zhao Qianqian smiled seductively, sitting atop the desk before Lu Di, her alabaster legs tantalizingly close, exuding an alluring fragrance. I don't know his name, but he is a true hero in Wen's heart. 3 years ago, when she encountered a dangerous situation, it was a man who bravely rescued her, yet she has been unable to find him since. Zhao Qianqian discreetly pointed to the metal ballpoint pen in Yin Qingwen's hand. That pen is a memento from that heroic incident. She cherishes it dearly. What? Lu Di suddenly connected the dots. No wonder that pen seemed familiar. It was his favorite pen from school, lost long ago. Remarkably, it had been picked up by Yin Qingwen and preserved until now. He recalled how she always took it out to fidget with whenever she felt anxious. Has she always regarded me as a hero? In that instant, Lu Di felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. Sigh, the challenges faced by General Wen are indeed formidable. Our department has been underperforming lately, with pressure from the senior executives above and the watchful eyes of shareholders' offspring below. General Wen's burdens are immense, and she works tirelessly. Arriving at the office with a furrowed brow, Zhao Qianqian sighed, and then smiled playfully, remarking that General Wen is currently too preoccupied to entertain romantic pursuits, having turned down countless promising suitors over the years. Therefore, dear little brother, it would be wise to abandon any such hopes. Come, let us chat. My warm embrace can certainly accommodate you. To Lu Di's astonishment, Zhao Qianqian began to caress his leg. Strangely, Yin Qingwen seemed to sense something amiss and turned her gaze towards Lu Di. Qianqian, keep your distance from Lu Di and get back to work. Oh dear. Zhao Qianqian had no choice but to rise and leave, casting a discreet gesture to Lu Di as she turned, signaling him to contact her later. Lu Di took a deep breath, pondering the enigma that was Yin Qingwen. And then there was Zhao Qianqian, so unabashedly bold. Lu Di, there is something peculiar about Yin Qingwen's office, exclaimed the mischievous spirit. What? Lu Di instinctively straightened, prepared for action. Do not be alarmed. This peculiarity is rather amusing. In the next moment, Lu Di's vision was filled with several red circles. The first circled 3 red vases on the desk opposite Yin Qingwen. These are offerings for the grave. The second circled a landscape painting hanging behind. This is a gravestone. The remaining 2 circles highlighted 2 spherical sculptures flanking Yin Qingwen's office. These are tomb sculptures, and Yin Qingwen is the one entombed. Through comparative analysis, I deduced that this constitutes a curse formation from your human folklore, known as the deadly curse. Haha, the mischievous spirit laughed. Humans are truly bizarre to believe in such nonsensical things. Hearing this, Lu Di's expression softened. So, this so-called deadly curse is entirely ineffectual and merely a fabrication? I am quite certain. There is no scientific basis for it, just local legends. At that moment, Lu Di was at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. What sort of enemies had Yin Qingwen made? Had someone sabotaged her in the office? What a deep-seated animosity. Well then, I suppose I must continue to play the Good Samaritan. I have long been planning this, Lu Di declared. Miss Yin, those 2 vases are quite exquisite. Where did you acquire them? He had entered Yin Qingwen's office uninvited, intrigued by the 3 vases resembling grave offerings. Those were a gift from Vice President Zhao. They are antiques, so be cautious. If you break them, you cannot afford to pay. Yin Qingwen replied without looking up, her tone impatient. Oh, and what about that landscape painting? Lu Di inquired again. It was given by Vice President's son. And these two spheres. Those are called dragon pearls. They are expensive art pieces gifted by brother Ouyang. Ouyang Fengyu? No wonder. He is quite the schemer. It seems that both Vice President Zhao and Vice President's son are his accomplices. Is the Yin family facing betrayal from within? Lu Di shook his head in resignation. However, this detestable death calamity is truly irksome. Let us break it first. Alas. Crash. The antique vase shattered upon hitting the ground with a resounding clamor. Yin Qingwen was startled, abruptly lifting her head to behold a scattering of fragments. Moreover, Lu Di was still carelessly approaching the remaining two vases. Lu Di, what are you doing? Stop. Smash. The last two vases met a similar fate, shattering into smithereens. Only then did Lu Di shrug nonchalantly, stating, I accidentally lost my grip. Yin Qingwen hastily rose, rushing over to assess the situation. Zhao Qianqian from the neighboring room also hurried over, and upon understanding the scenario, wore a look of utter astonishment. Lu Di, you did that purposefully. Yin Qingwen raised an eyebrow, asserting, you exclaimed first, then smashed the vase. It is evident that it was intentional. Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. So now you are remarkably astute? Why then did you not notice that your dashing brother-in-law seeks to eliminate you? Covet your family's shares, and pursue your two younger sisters? Do you believe I would lie about this? It is merely 3 vases. At worst, I shall compensate you. Lu Di, exasperated, was disinclined to explain further. Can you truly afford to compensate? The market value of these vases is at least 6 million. Yin Qingwen lamented, cradling the shattered pieces. Provide me your account details. I shall transfer the funds. Lu Di shrugged. You actually consider that a feasible solution? Yin Qingwen was utterly speechless. 6 million? You would have to sell everything you own. Alas, let us keep a record of this and deduct it from your salary. Lu Di chuckled. With the meager salary for driving you around, it will be quite challenging. However, I could find time to secure some business for your company. 6 million for a vase? Just secure a 100 million order. Lu Di, you speak of a 100 million order as if it were merely 100. What gives you such confidence? Yin Qingwen was once again left speechless. A 100 million order, in your words, seems as simple as selling a cabbage? Meanwhile, Zhao Qianqian hurriedly shifted the topic, saying, President 1. It is nearly time. We should depart to meet General Manager Li at the hospital. Yin Qingwen took a few deep breaths, unable to bear the sight of her shattered vase, and stood up, saying, Lu Di, please drive. At the Yin family estate, the twin beauties, having just finished playing tennis, made their way to the sunroom on the 2nd floor. They were preparing to enjoy a pot of tea while basking in the sunlight. As Yin Kai picked up the teapot from the table, she suddenly froze. What is this? No way. Yin Kai dazedly picked up the card. Is this the card their father gave to Lu Di? Yin Xinxin leaned in, scrutinizing it for a moment, and exclaimed, Indeed it is. Could it be? Did Lu Di place this card here on the very day he received it? Hasn't he spent any of the money inside? My goodness. Is he truly a man of integrity? Wealth cannot corrupt him, nor can poverty sway him. The two young ladies suddenly recalled their various schemes against Lu Di. Oh no. We even called him a gold digger. We set traps to ensnare him. We devoured his fried rice and deducted 500,000 from him. He is so upright. His culinary skills are exceptional. And he is so handsome. Heaven, how shall we face him now? Yin Kai, why are you so foolish? You made me wrongfully accuse Lu Di. Yin Xinxin, you must take responsibility for your words. You are also implicated in this matter. The two young girls were anxiously pacing, unsure of what to do. No, wait. Yin Kai suddenly realized something and, with a serious expression, said, if Lu Di truly did not take this money, then where did he get all those dozens of bags of clothes? Indeed, those clothes must be worth over 1 million. Lu Di used to live off part-time jobs. How could he possibly have so much money? After a silence of 5 minutes, I understand now. Yin Kai slammed the table and gritted her teeth, saying, he must have used third sister's money. Moreover, he deliberately left the card here, waiting for us to discover it, and then make us feel guilty. Simultaneously, he is lavishly spending third sister's money. I wondered why brother Ouyang chatted with me for a full half-hour that day, saying Lu Di's intention was to covet our family fortune. It turns out this is true. Lu Di has been scheming for a long time. How treacherous human hearts can be. I felt guilty for 5 minutes, just now. Yin Xinxin suddenly realized. Is he really that terrifying? What should we do about this card? The card? Yin Kai revealed a seemingly cunning smile, stating, we won't tell father, and certainly not third sister. We will pretend we know nothing. Sooner or later, he will be exposed. Yin Xinxin nodded slightly, responding with, it's brilliant to respond to change with stability. But what about this money just lying there? 5 million. That has several months of my allowance. Yin Kai licked her lips and whispered, how about we secretly spend it? Achoo. Lu Di, who was driving, sneezed. Could someone be plotting against me? In the back seat, Yin Qingwen and Zhao Qianqian were conversing. President 1. Although the orders from Tsiren Hospital have reached 1 billion, they have already rejected us 3 times. I truly have little confidence left. Qianqian, 3 rejections are nothing. This 1 billion order must be secured by me. You know how crucial it is. However, President 1, I can't shake the feeling that President Li from Tsiren has ulterior motives. He likely intends to Qianqian. Enough. This concerns my position on the leaderboard, my reputation, and my father's honor. I must strive for this. At this point, Lu Di had grasped the entire situation. The main business of the Ingji Group is the production of medical devices, and Tsiren Hospital is a large private hospital, a quintessential target client. However, that President Li seems somewhat difficult to deal with and has his own agenda. Magic Boy, help me investigate that President Li. Understood. Li Dahai, male, 45 years old. Built his fortune on selling counterfeit drugs. Founder and legal representative of Tsiren Hospital. Has connections to the underworld. Smooth in dealings and extremely lecherous. Tsiren Hospital, a large chain of private hospitals with 16 branches nationwide. Black history. In June 2013, a major medical accident occurred at his hospital due to staff negligence, resulting in patient disabilities. In January 2014, the hospital used unqualified kidney sources for surgery, leading to a patient's rejection post-operation and subsequent death, while the hospital concealed the information from the family. In February 2015, the Tsiren Hospital, under the guise of charity, donated counterfeit and substandard food to impoverished mountainous regions, resulting in multiple cases of food poisoning among children. The remaining details are omitted, including 120 instances of medical malpractice at Tsiren Hospital, many of which were settled privately and concealed, with the hospital facing no repercussions. Furthermore, Tsiren Hospital has been implicated in fabricating medical conditions, using counterfeit medications, and employing unlicensed personnel. How outrageous! The malevolence of humanity. Lu Di, increasingly infuriated, uttered curses involuntarily. How can such individuals escape retribution? Wen, you need not worry. I shall take care of scum like Li Dahai. Lu Di declared with indignation. Lu Di, you must remain silent. Utter not a single word. If you disrupt my affairs, I shall dismiss you. Yin Qingwen was exceedingly cautious this time. While Lu Di's antics were tolerable, they must not impede work. She had become thoroughly wary of this malevolent Lu Di. He sighed in resignation. This foolish girl truly knew nothing. In the office of the hospital director, Yin, the esteemed beauty, the order you mentioned is quite challenging. You are aware that the current situation is dire. Our hospital's sudden need for such a substantial sum of cash could be detrimental. Oh, everything is negotiable. Li Dahai shifted his gaze toward Yin Qingwen's slender waist and smiled. Yin, the esteemed beauty, you know my shareholders trust me immensely. With my strong recommendation, this matter can essentially be settled. However, this matter cannot be resolved with mere words. Why not? I book a suite at the Huya Hotel today. We can discuss matters over a meal. A suite? Lu Di, who had remained silent, remarked in a low voice. A young lady going to a suite to discuss business with you? How will she show her face if word gets out? Li Dahai was taken aback, looking at Lu Di, and inquired, who is this? Lu Di refrained from speaking. Yin Qingwen turned to Li Dahai and smiled. Mr. Li, please do not mind him. He is merely my new driver. A driver, you say? Li Dahai leaned back, frowning. I thought he was some important figure. Young man, keep your comments to yourself regarding matters between our boss and me. I trust you are aware that I have some influential connections. Should my associates become displeased, no one in Haishir would dare collaborate with you. Li Dahai concluded, leaning back with a smile directed at Yin Qingwen. After a moment of silence, Yin Qingwen gritted her teeth and said, Mr. Li, as long as I agree to dine with you, our order can be finalized? Lu Di observed as Yin Qingwen spoke these words, repeatedly pressing a metallic ballpoint pen. She was internally conflicted. Of course, esteemed beauty Yin. Should you grace me with your presence, I, Li, must do my utmost. Li Dahai grinned greedily. I have a condition, and I hope Mr. Li will not take offense. Yin Qingwen suddenly raised her head. First, we shall only dine together. Second, I will bring my assistant, Qianqian, along. Certainly. Li Dahai glanced at Zhao Qianqian beside him, a cold smirk forming in his heart. I'll buy one get one free. This little vixen is quite appealing too. At that time, I shall add a little something to the wine, rendering your cries to heaven and earth utterly futile. Very well, Mr. Li, we shall meet this evening. As they made their way to the parking lot, Yin Qingwen wore a troubled expression. She was acutely aware that Li Dahai was not a foe to be trifled with. Lu Di stole a glance at Yin Qingwen and, with a casual smirk, remarked, I have a sudden whim and intend to have a word with that Li Dahai. You too, please wait for me by the car for a moment. Lu Di, you are the driver. How dare you ask us to wait for you? Yin Qingwen replied, her displeasure evident. Lu Di raised an eyebrow and retorted, Miss Yin, Did you not say that at the Ingji group, everyone is a salesperson and must achieve results? Am I not a person as your driver? Lu Di, stop right there. Give me 5 minutes. In the office of the director at Siren Hospital, Li Dahai erupted in laughter upon seeing Lu Di enter. Ah, the driver of the stunning Yin. What brings you here? Is our Miss Yin growing impatient? Lu Di casually took a seat at Li Dahai's desk, propping his legs up on it. With a resounding snap, he lit a limited edition cigarette and languidly exhaled a ring of smoke, saying, Li Dahai, you beast. 23 most inexplicable contracts in history. How dare you insult me? Do you dare to believe I would not break your leg? Li Dahai slammed the table in anger. Unfazed, Lu Di continued to exhale smoke rings, suggesting, I recommend you check your email first. Ding. You have a new email. Li Dahai paused, stunned, as the computer screen displayed a new email that automatically opened and enlarged. In June 2013, due to staff negligence at Siren Hospital. In September 2013, due to hospital oversight, resulting in January 2014. The document meticulously detailed all the hospital's dark secrets, complete with various diagnostic reports, surveillance video stills, and even photographs of deceased patients. The harrowing scenes depicted were more vivid than reality itself. Li Dahai's pupils constricted in shock. The medical mishaps at Siren Hospital numbered in the hundreds. And even he could not recall such details. This is impossible. How could anyone know these things? Li Dahai's back grew slick with sweat. If this information were to be exposed, even 10 lives would not suffice to compensate. Who could it be? As the documents continued to scroll, 120 medical incidents were accounted for without omission. After a lengthy wait, the material finally turned to the last page, revealing a signature, Lu Di. Lu Di? Who is Lu Di? A storm of turmoil surged within Li Dahai. No, wait. Realization dawned upon him as he trembled and asked the young man before him. Forgive my poor memory. May I ask for your surname? Lu Di grinned mischievously. I just introduced myself. I am Yin Qingwen's driver, Lu Di. With a thud, Li Dahai could no longer maintain his composure, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare my life. Since you recognize your error, do something to make me happy, Lu Di declared before rising to depart. In the parking lot, an increasingly anxious Yin Qingwen finally spotted Lu Di striding back toward her. Alas, were you not advised against going? Was that a rejection? Why the haste? Lu Di, leaning elegantly against the car, remarked nonchalantly, let that foolish swine ponder for a moment. Lu Di, even though Mr. Li has declined your proposal, there is no need for such disparaging remarks. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brows tightly. Mr. Yin, please hold on. From a distance, the rotund figure of Li Dahai hurriedly approached, taking 2 steps at a time. Mr. Yin, we can discuss our contract right now. What? Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in disbelief. I apologize for my previous demeanor. Let us finalize the contract now. No need for dinner. No need for dinner. Li Dahai gasped for breath, perspiration streaming down his face. Oh, an ant. Lu Di squatted nearby, one hand grasping a half-smoked cigarette, intrigued by an ant scurrying on the ground, resembling a street urchin. Little ant, I offer you a chance to play, but should you prove ungrateful, I shall crush you. Li Dahai trembled in fear, hastily declaring, Mr. Yin, no need for discussion. Let us confirm the contract directly. Yin Qingwen stood in stunned silence. What? TSK. Lu Di picked up a brick and circled the ant, which flitted about in a frenzy within the confines of the makeshift enclosure. Oh dear, the circle is too small. This is no fun. Li Dahai, stealing glances at Lu Di, stammered, Mr. Li. Yin Qingwen was increasingly bewildered, glancing at the visibly anxious Li Dahai before casting a perplexed gaze at Lu Di, who remained squatting, his head unlifted. Yet, the ant boldly dashed out of the dirt circle drawn by Lu Di. Lu Di's brow furrowed. Hey, I say, little ant. Are you disregarding the rules? Do you believe I want to crush you? To the onlookers, Lu Di appeared as nothing more than a simpleton. However, Li Dahai was paralyzed with fear. Mr. Yin, I shall forego the deposit and pay the full amount immediately, whenever you wish to dispatch the goods. It is entirely at your discretion. Oh my. Zhao Qianqian's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Was this a business negotiation? It was nothing short of a desperate plea. A willingness to pay without hesitation. By this time, tears welled in Li Dahai's eyes. Mr. Yin, would this arrangement be acceptable to you? Before Yin Qingwen could respond, Lu Di's mocking voice rang out. Very well, you are free to go, just roll far away. Ah, please, continue. Do ensure to care for little creatures. Li Dahai was drenched in perspiration, his facial muscles taut with strain. Mr. Yin, do you have the contract with you? If not, I have a printer here. Please. Ensure you sign the contract before you leave. Yin Qingwen's mind was utterly bewildered. She stammered, Qianqian, prepare the contract. On the way back to the office. Within the confines of the luxurious car, Yen Qingwen clutched the contract worth 20 billion tightly, her heart racing with excitement. This was the largest contract she had secured since joining the group. It was also the most significant contract in the group's history. It was sufficient to catapult anyone to the pinnacle of sales. Simultaneously, it was the most bewildering contract she had ever signed. Zhao Qianqian, equally dazed, stared at her phone and exclaimed, "Mr. One, the funds from the hospital have been deposited. Full payment, 20 billion. All right, understood. Lu Di, what exactly did you say to Li Dahai? Did he sign the contract with us because of you?" Lu Di scratched his head nonchalantly and replied, "Oh, it's like this. I am actually a super hacker, and I have just breached the entire computer system of Tsiren Hospital. I uncovered some dirt on Li Dahai and used it to blackmail him. If he does not cooperate, I was prepared to eliminate him. That's it." Sighing, Yen Qingwen gazed up at the heavens and closed her eyes in despair, saying, "Lu Di, I implore you, could you please act normally for once? Well, Li Dahai is actually my uncle. Are you satisfied now?" What a coincidence, Lu Di again. Yen Qingwen fell into despair once more. She finally admitted that she could never outsmart Lu Di, and she would never truly understand him. An unprecedented oddity. By the way, how do we calculate the sales commission for our group? Lu Di asked with a grin. Good heavens. Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled with excitement. 10 million. That is an enormous sum. Our Lu Di has become a wealthy young man. I adore him. Oh, no need for that, Lu Di said, stylishly adjusting his hair. This deal's performance counts as yours. Consider it compensation for your vase. Yen Qingwen was momentarily stunned. So this fellow still remembered the vase incident? He was serious when he mentioned compensating for it. And he actually followed through? Yen Qingwen murmured, "No need, you keep the money." Yet Lu Di continued, "As for the additional 4 million, consider it your compensation for emotional distress. It's just right for you to visit a psychologist. To avoid incessantly fiddling with that ballpoint pen, which is rather annoying. After all, even the great hero himself is by your side protecting you. What use do you have for that broken pen? What kind of great hero are you?" Yen Qingwen's face flushed crimson, and she was once again rendered speechless. Zhao Qianqian finally reacted, exclaiming, "Heavens! You are just giving up a 10 million commission like that, Lu Di?" Lu Di replied helplessly, "What is 10 million to me? I make several hundred million in just a minute." Zhao Qianqian suddenly smiled seductively. "Then tell me, how long can you last?" "Qianqian, please restrain yourself. You are merely colleagues." Yen Qingwen frowned. Moreover, who is Lu Di? Earning hundreds of millions in a minute. His speed of making money could rival our entire group. I have no doubt about it. Are you two even suitable? Huh. Lu Di furrowed his brow. I must say, Comrade Yen, I never noticed how chatty you are. Who did you learn that from? Yen Qingwen chuckled. Comrade Lu, if you were in my shoes, spending every day with a king of bragging, wouldn't you pick up a few skills? Zhao Qianqian appeared somewhat dazed. The dynamic between Yen Qingwen and Lu Di seemed amiss. Could this be the legendary banter of wit? There's something brewing. The leaderboard in the hall had been updated. Ranking first were two names, Yen Qingwen and Lu Di, with a transaction amount of 20 billion. A crowd of Ingji Group employees gathered in the hall, discussing animatedly. Manager Wen is incredible. She secured a deal worth 20 billion in one go. This deal must be with Tsiren Hospital. I heard that Mr. Li has always coveted Manager Wen. She surely won't fall for it. The affairs among the wealthy women are rather chaotic. But who is this Lu Di? I have never heard of him. Indeed. What a peculiar name. A young female employee remarked. I heard that Director Wen brought a handsome young man this morning, inseparable from her. Could he be Lu Di? Could there be something going on between them? Could it be that Director Wen is keeping him? Suddenly, someone gently tapped the shoulder of the female employee. Goodness. Just as she covered her mouth in surprise, she was taken aback again by the striking handsomeness of the young man. He said softly, "Here's a suggestion, unless necessary. Refrain from discussing male employees in the company. You never know when one might become your chairman's son-in-law." The female employee's mind went blank. Lu Di, stop embarrassing yourself over there. Yen Qingwen, with a stern expression, strode over and dragged Lu Di away. In the vice president's office, Yen Qingwen sat at her desk, feeling somewhat perturbed. For some reason, she found herself wanting to see what the peculiar Lu Di was up to. Sure enough, in the corridor, Lu Di was taking a photo of the leaderboard with his phone, specifically enlarging his own name, seemingly preparing to post it on social media. Yen Qingwen's expression darkened. This rascal. Just previously, he had acted indifferent, yet now he sought to flaunt his achievements. As she contemplated verifying her suspicions, she opened her social media feed. Suddenly, she froze, realizing she did not have his WeChat contact. Had he denied her friend request? That insufferable creep. Lu Di, with a grin, sent the photo to his mother. Setting down his phone, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ever since his eye injury, he felt a change within himself. Mother, I will ensure you live a life of luxury, respected by all. In the hospital office, Li Dahai stared at the documents on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and picked up his phone, dialing a number. "Hello, Boss Black Fox, my information has been exposed. And it's all of it." The voice on the other end was deep and concerned. "Who has such power?" "The young man is Lu Di. He is a driver." "A driver? Lu Di?" "Yes, he is indeed the Yin family's driver." "Boss, this lad must be eliminated. Otherwise, I cannot find peace." There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then, a hint of confusion emerged. "The Yin family's Lu Di? What a coincidence. Recently, someone was willing to pay 5 million for his head." At 6:30 p.m., as the workday ended at Ingji Group, Zhao Qianqian extended her long, fair leg, blocking Lu Di's path. "You pesky brother, where are you going tonight? Would you like to join your sister for dinner?" This woman, a charming mature lady, alluring and seductive. Lu Di felt slightly speechless. "Ahem. Director 1, you cannot interfere in our employees' private lives." On their way back to the estate, Lu Di wore a serious expression. "Director 1, I have discovered something strange." Noticing Lu Di's demeanor, Yin Qingwen instinctively became serious. "What have you discovered?" Lu Di turned to her, frowning. "It seems you are jealous." "What? Zhao Qianqian is flirting with me, and you are jealous." Following this, a furious outburst shattered the serene confines of the world-renowned Rolls-Royce, echoing through the skies. The aloof female CEO completely abandoned her reserve, exclaiming words she had never uttered before. "Lu Di, you are talking nonsense." Lu Di erupted into laughter, engaging in a delightful banter with Yin Qingwen. 10 minutes later, a luxurious Rolls-Royce worth 20 million yuan came to a halt in front of a bustling local market. An incongruous sight amidst the chaos. Eggplants for 2 yuan 50. Cabbages, 10 yuan for 3. The hawkers' cries filled the air. Turning to the spirited Yin Qingwen, Lu Di cheerfully remarked, "Speaking of meals, I happen to possess culinary skills. Allow me to procure some ingredients. I shall showcase my talents this evening." Before Yin Qingwen could respond, Lu Di had already exited the vehicle. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow as she gazed out the window. The cacophony of the crowd, the muddy ground, and the laborers haggling over meager prices for vegetables painted a dismal picture. Could the produce sourced from such a filthy place be safe to consume? Suddenly, Lu Di knocked on the car window, his expression awkward. One, this place only accepts cash, and I happen to have none on me." Upon hearing this, Yin Qingwen's heart softened. It seemed Lu Di's lack of cash stemmed not from forgetfulness, but from genuine poverty. After all, he had exhausted over 5 million already. Faced with her impoverished savior, Yin Qingwen could not muster any anger. Gently, she opened her wallet and extracted a bundle of cash, softly saying, "Should you require more, feel free to ask." "Wow, you truly are wealthy." Lu Di snatched the money and hurried away like a thief. 20 minutes later, regret washed over Yin Qingwen. The greatest remorse of her life was undoubtedly providing Lu Di with money for groceries. The trunk of the Rolls-Royce was already brimming, with a bag of soil taking up the last bit of space. Consequently, it had to be placed within the cabin. At that moment, a bag of flopping sea bream at her feet splashed water onto her face. Blood oozed from the fresh beef, causing Yin Qingwen to hesitate, horrified. "What sins did I commit in my past life? Why do I know Lu Di?" Yin Qingwen screamed in distress. "Who is calling me? What is this?" Her eyes widened in horror at the wriggling contents of the bag. "Pupae, high in protein, beneficial for muscle growth." "Ah, they are insects." "Lu Di, must you be so excessive? Can you not maintain some decorum? Your incessant shrieking might lead others to believe I am harassing you. You have gone too far, Lu Di. Once you taste the meal I prepare, you might just fall in love with me." At the Yin family estate, outside the kitchen, Lu Di had barred everyone from entry, declaring that his legendary culinary skills were not to be observed. Yin Qingwen held her phone, contemplating whether to order takeout. To her surprise, the 2 young girls, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, cheered upon hearing Lu Di would cook. At that moment, the girls were in the courtyard, puffing and panting, claiming that only by running could they truly work up an appetite. Yin Qingwen could not fathom how Lu Di, with his demeanor, could possibly be a competent cook. She did know that he had worked as a waiter at a restaurant before joining the Yin household. Could it be that he had gleaned culinary secrets during his time there? Yet, what sort of delicacies could one learn in such an establishment? 10 minutes later, the kitchen echoed with thudding sounds, reminiscent of someone mercilessly beating the meat. 20 minutes later, the kitchen was filled with a jarring sound, reminiscent of nails scraping against a blackboard. Yin Qingwen sighed from behind the door, hoping that the kitchen would remain intact. 30 minutes later, someone was busy kneading dough in the kitchen. 40 minutes passed, and a chill emanated from within. What on earth was Lu Di doing? Just as Yin Qingwen's patience was wearing thin, the kitchen door swung open. Lu Di gently wiped his palms with a white towel and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, dinner is served." The 3 young ladies of the Yin family, each harboring different emotions, stepped into the kitchen. Wow, how dazzling. It was blinding. Before them stood a magnificent ice sculpture, a mountain range carved from ice blocks, undulating and majestic, exuding wisps of white vapor, ethereal as if from a fairyland. Yin Xingwen's eyes widened. Despite being a top-tier scion of a wealthy family, she had never encountered such a masterpiece. This must be extraordinary craftsmanship. Lu Di, did you create this? Lu Di shrugged lightly. Just a modest skill, an ice mountain. But then, a pressing question arose. What are we to eat? Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin exchanged bewildered glances. Are we supposed to gnaw on the ice? That was an astute inquiry. Lu Di glanced at his non-existent wristwatch, noting that the sashimi atop the ice had taken 6 minutes and 10 seconds to prepare, with only 50 seconds left to savor its optimal flavor. I suggest we indulge quickly. Sashimi? Where? Yin Kai leaned closer to the ice mountain, finally noticing the thin slices of fish carefully affixed to the ice's surface. So delicate, they were nearly imperceptible. Lu Di smiled softly, lifted a slice of fish with chopsticks, and held it under the light, where it glimmered faintly. What an extraordinary technique. After lightly dipping a corner in soy sauce, Lu Di placed the fish in his mouth, savoring it with closed eyes. MMM. He elongated the sound, the thickness just right, fresh from the slaughter, preserved in the most exquisite state by the ice. Incredibly fresh. And combined with your estate's top-grade soy sauce, it's divine. The two twins watched, drooling in anticipation. Oh my goodness, I can't take it anymore, they exclaimed, rushing forward to grab the fish and stuff it into their mouths. Lu Di chuckled gently. Miss Yin Xingwen, would you care to try? Yin Xingwen dismissed it with indifference, thinking it was merely flashy, fit for children. However, as she took a slice of fish, dipped it in soy sauce, and placed it in her mouth, her expression froze. The only word that echoed in her mind was fresh. It felt as though the fish had come back to life. She had never tasted such exquisite sashimi before. Even world-class chefs could not replicate this. Lu Di, are you certain this is from the fish in the car? In Yin Xingwen's mind, those were low-grade ingredients. How could they yield such deliciousness? The fish is indeed the same, quite legitimate. But my knife skills are a rarity. Lu Di shrugged, moving towards the stove, and only then did Yin Xingwen notice the massive ball of dough behind him. Lu Di, I must concede, your culinary skills are impressive. Remarkably so. But how is there so much dough in the kitchen? Lu Di grinned slyly, proclaiming, behold my next dish, traditionally roasted beef. With a resounding thud, he struck a colossal clay ball, instantly creating a gaping hole. In the next moment, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, enveloping everything in its embrace. The two young maidens, lost in their delight over sashimi, suddenly looked up, sniffing the air with curiosity. What is that? It smells divine. Open it up, it's beef. A magnificent chunk of beef. Yin Xingwen was once again rendered speechless. The fragrance of this beef was simply irresistible. In that instant, all culinary delights seemed to pale in comparison. I shall first mold the clay into a stove, Lu Di declared. He then ignited lychee wood beneath it, placing the unadulterated beef within to roast. The enclosed stove not only preserved the beef's rich flavors, but also infused it with the fruity aroma of lychee wood. The robust beef, the smoky essence, and the fragrant fruitwood melded into one harmonious flavor profile. Lu Di stood with arms crossed, tilting his head back as he proclaimed, "This is the authentic fruitwood barbecue." Yin Xingwen's throat subtly constricted, her attempts at restraint evident. With a slight smile, Lu Di twirled the knife in his hand, deftly slicing off a generous portion of beef. He then expertly cut the meat into 1 centimeter thick slices. As for the seasoning, pure and simple, just the most ordinary sea salt. Lu Di scooped up the sea salt, dramatically sprinkling it into the serving dish. Behold, the salt sprinkling maestro. The eyes of the Yin sisters widened in awe. In the dish lay beautifully charred, succulent beef, sizzling and glistening with oil. The crystalline sea salt melded with the fat, slowly dissolving, reigniting the fragrant allure. Lu Di, I want to eat beef. Yin Kai's gaze was fixated, her movements akin to a zombie as she slowly approached the plate of beef. Wait. Lu Di intercepted her, chuckling. How much debt does this meal cover? Yin Kai was momentarily taken aback, recalling the bank card from the sunlit room, suddenly at a loss for words. Lu Di, I also wish to partake. Yin Xingwen was similarly entranced, her doe-like eyes fixed on Lu Di, desperately attempting to mask her eagerness. All right, but let us establish some ground rules. Lu Di raised the knife, marking a boundary on the icy mountain, delineating a corner. You may only indulge in this piece of beef. The sashimi is confined to this segment of the ice mountain. Everything else belongs to me. Lu Di, that's unfair. Why do you reserve so much for yourself? Yin Kai complained. You're free to disagree. I know you 3 ladies ordered takeout. You may enjoy that while I claim these offerings. The 3 sisters exchanged glances, Yan Qingwen's expression shifting to one of dismay. With lightning speed, Yan Kaikai seized a piece of beef and stuffed it into her mouth, declaring, "I shall act first." Soon after, Yan Xinxin joined in, relishing the feast. Meanwhile, Yan Qingwen maintained her poised demeanor, delicately using knife and fork to savor the beef. 3 minutes later, the three maidens were on the verge of tears. It was simply too delicious. What blissful satisfaction! Yan Kaikai exclaimed, "Hey, slow down, leave some for me." Xinxin, this is a world where the strong prevail. Whoever seizes it claims it. Sister San, did you not vow to abstain from meat in the evenings? How is it that you have consumed so much? You have devoured your 50th slice of fish and your 6th slice of beef. Yan Qingwen continued to eat, her pace quickening with each bite. The image of the cold goddess was cast aside. She was utterly captivated. Lu Di was not boasting this time. His culinary skills were undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Regret washed over him. He should have appointed him as a chef rather than a driver. Observing the three sisters devouring their meal, Lu Di couldn't help but smile. It was time for him to indulge as well. The reason for such a lavish feast was the reminder from the magical child. His body's enhancement values had reached the pinnacle of an ordinary person within the past 5 hours. What lay ahead was the breakthrough of the genetic lock. He aimed to transcend the innate physical limitations of humanity, to surpass the genetic constraints of an ordinary being. The magical child's enhancement of Lu Di's physique was contingent upon the energy he consumed. Currently, he had ingested nearly 30 pounds of beef and over 20 fish. All high in protein and energy. Coupled with hydration, these were the prime substances for synthesizing muscle fibers. Engaging fully, Lu Di demonstrated the true essence of gluttony. He swallowed chunks of beef the size of a pound with just 2 bites. With one hand, he grasped and devoured hundreds of slices of fish in a single gulp. Thanks to the energy conversion provided by the magical child, Lu Di had no fear of overindulgence. In fact, he struggled to keep up with the energy expenditure. The intake of beef protein was detected, resulting in the synthesis of 0.3 grams of muscle fibers, with muscle strength increasing by 16. Further intake resulted in the synthesis of 0.5 grams, increasing strength by 21, and 0.9 grams, increasing strength by 46. Strength enhancement value, 895. Body strength elevation, 630. Half an hour later, the Yin sisters had consumed merely a fraction of their share of food and were thoroughly satisfied. Meanwhile, Lu Di had devoured all the remaining food. Was he even human? Burp. Yan Kaikai stared blankly at Lu Di, uncontrollably letting out a belch. He could eat an astonishing amount. Did he not fear bursting? The quantity of beef he consumed rivaled that of competitive eaters abroad. Yan Qingwen's expression was somewhat complex, perhaps a reflection of her past sufferings. At that moment, Lu Di was resting with his eyes closed. Just 10 minutes prior, his bodily enhancement value had reached 1,000. In that instant, he seemed to hear a sound akin to shattering from within his body. It was as if a glass prison, long held captive, had suddenly burst apart. During the preceding half hour, Lu Di experienced a surge of muscle growth, his strength swelling to its zenith. And now, all had returned to tranquility. The formidable strength remained, yet it became second nature, like a flood breaking forth or a willow swaying in the breeze. The magical child spoke. Lu Di, you have surpassed the genetic lock. This marks a transformation of your very essence. You have progressed from merely controlling your body to unlocking its full potential. You are now capable of overpowering 9,999 humans, existing on an entirely different plane. Lu Di questioned, and what of the other 001? Those who are endowed among humanity possess genes that surpass the ordinary, akin to intellectual prodigies. Indeed, there exist physical geniuses within our species as well. Ah, how ignorant I once was. Lu Di, rest assured, while their genetics may be exceptional, they remain immutable. You, however, are merely at the outset of your journey. Just as Lu Di was intently feeling the changes within his body, Yan Qingwen's voice suddenly broke through. Kaikai, Xinxin, after consuming so much, it is unacceptable to go straight to sleep. Let us engage in some exercise. What? Third sister, are we going to practice boxing again? Yan Kaikai immediately wore a pained expression. Indeed, we shall box, until we have expended today's caloric intake. Yan Qingwen declared as she rose, casting a glance at Lu Di. Lu Di, you should join us. Yan Kaikai's eyes brightened as she suggested, Third sister, why not have Lu Di serve as your sparring partner? We have forgotten the moves from last time. Let's review. Yan Qingwen pondered for a moment and concurred. Very well. I observe that Lu Di appears rather frail. Should danger arise, I fear he possesses no self-defense capability. It is indeed time for him to train. Haha, Lu Di, you're in for it. Ever since that incident, Third sister has been diligently practicing Taekwondo and has now become an adept red belt. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai envisioned Lu Di being thrown about by her sister and felt a twinge of guilt. She then smiled and said, Lu Di, do not blame me. I am also frightened of being beaten by my sister. For 3 years, she has insisted we all learn, asserting that a woman must have the means to protect herself. Lu Di opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar, and slowly replied, Yin Xingwen, are you certain you wish to engage me in combat? Absolutely. Spare me your chatter. What an oddity, lacking in romantic sensibility. On the top floor of the Yin family manor, upon gazing at the expansive gymnasium and the competition-grade boxing ring, Lu Di sighed. A mansion is indeed a mansion. One must simply acclimate. When the 3 Yin sisters entered, Lu Di's eyes widened in surprise. They had just bathed and donned matching fitted athletic attire. Though the 2 younger girls were just over 20, their physiques were remarkably well developed. The snug clothing accentuated their youthful, vibrant, and alluring forms. Yin Xingwen had her long hair tied up high. She wore a fitted sports top beneath a white taekwondo robe. Though her figure was concealed, her outline revealed not only a fine physique, but also a strikingly elegant silhouette resulting from years of training. Were a photograph taken at that moment, it would surely attract the attention of taekwondo academies, serving as an irresistible advertisement for men. 3 exquisite beauties indeed. Lu Di, why haven't you changed your clothes? Yin Xingwen inquired, frowning at Lu Di, who remained clad in a white shirt and jeans. Huh, I have no other clothes, Lu Di replied with conviction. Yin Xingwen sighed in exasperation. Indeed, he had purchased 200 identical outfits. How can you fight in that? Yin Xingwen placed her hands on her hips. Lu Di shook his head, stating, clothes are easily removed, but I wish to confirm once more. Are you truly intent on sparring with me? Lu Di, could you please hurry? Behave and let Sanjia have her turn. After that, I must go live. Yes, I need to keep an eye on my husband. Who knows? He might release a new song any moment. Yin Xinxin and Yin Kaikai exclaimed from the side, displaying expressions of delight at the unfolding spectacle. Husband? Yin Xingwen frowned. That would be De He. Yin Kaikai stuck out her tongue. Lu Di, bewildered, asked, Kaikai, aren't you going to ask him if he agrees to marry you? Mind your own business. Just take care of yourself. Lu Di sighed in resignation. All right then. With that, he began to slowly unbutton his shirt. The 3 Yin sisters instinctively turned their gazes toward him. Generally, handsome men are all skin and bones. The next moment, their mouths dropped open in astonishment. Lu Di had already removed his white shirt. His physique was not colossal, yet it was sculpted with muscle. Pectorals, 8-pack abs, biceps, and a chiseled V-line. Even the muscles along his ribcage were distinctly defined. Like a deity from ancient Greek sculptures, every muscle was exquisitely chiseled and remarkably beautiful. His body resembled a work of art, radiating strength and devoid of any excess fat. Not a trace of flab was visible. This is simply too handsome. This face, combined with this physique, utter perfection. Thud. Yin Kaikai's phone fell to the ground. Lu Di, how can your body be this good? Yin Xinxin covered her mouth, unable to believe her eyes. He, born with beauty, plus hard labor at construction sites. Lu Di himself felt a hint of surprise. Is this what they call the new generation? The 3 Yin sisters, upon hearing Lu Di's words, could not conjure an image of him laboring at a construction site. They gazed at him standing there, bare-chested, arms slightly bent, with muscular lines that seemed to conceal a terrifying strength. He resembled a cheetah, poised to leap, swift as lightning. Like a mighty lion, ready to pounce, capable of breaking bones with a single bite. The 2 twins regretted their previous prank. Lu Di is formidable. Thankfully, he wasn't too angry with us. Lu Di is also incredibly handsome, so striking that he shattered all their preconceived notions. The 2 girls couldn't help but ponder. If both Lu Di and De wish to be my husband, whom should I choose? Yin Xingwen was once again captivated by Lu Di. How could there exist such a perfect man in the world? Instinctively, Yin Xingwen connected the heroic figure who might save her from peril to Lu Di. Have I been too harsh on him these past few days? He doesn't dislike me, does he? Yin Xingwen's heart raced with excitement. A rare blush appeared on her typically aloof and stunning face. This enigmatic man is unlike anyone else. So, where shall we fight? Lu Di's question interrupted the 3 girls' daydreaming. Wait. Yin Xingwen suddenly gasped for breath. Did I challenge him to a duel? She regretted it. Although she was a skilled martial artist, facing Lu Di's steel-like muscles and his imposing presence was daunting. She was utterly devoid of confidence. Perhaps Lu Di was unfamiliar with taekwondo, or even martial arts in general. Yet, merely gazing at the biceps on his arms suggested he could effortlessly subdue her. Yin Xingwen, once pinned beneath him, she might find herself utterly incapable of resistance. The thought of being overpowered made Yin Xingwen's delicate face flush even more. I say, can we expedite this? She exclaimed, only to see Lu Di unperturbedly make his way to the boxing ring. Standing in one corner, awaiting her entrance. You peculiar creature, utterly lacking in romance. Are you truly intending to take advantage of a weaker woman? Yan Qingwen stamped her foot in frustration. Lu Di, bewildered, retorted, Didn't you say you wanted to spar? I confirmed it twice. Lu Di, you are such a straightforward man. She huffed. Lu Di finally erupted into laughter. He could no longer contain himself and had no desire to feign seriousness. From the very beginning, he had been merely putting on a show. He understood all too well the formidable strength and terrifying prowess of this so-called new generation. How could he possibly lay hands on Yan Qingwen? The consequences of a misstep would be dire. With a chuckle, Lu Di addressed her. Miss Yan, if you concede defeat, I shall spare you today. You, Lu, I shall never concede. Unexpectedly, Yan Qingwen gritted her teeth, tightened her taekwondo uniform, and prepared to step onto the stage. Wait, if you ascend, how am I to descend? Just then, a sudden knock resounded at a critical moment. In walked Tai Si, clad in black. He bowed to Yan Qingwen. Third miss. I heard you were sparring with Mr. Lu, so I came to take a look. As Tai Si surveyed the room, he quickly grasped the situation. He then turned to Lu Di, stating, Mr. Lu, the third miss is like a half-disciple to me. It seems to me she is not your match. Tai Si's expression remained impassive, yet his gaze towards Lu Di was laden with wariness. He gently removed his watch and outer coat, casually suggesting, How about I spar with Mr. Lu for a couple of rounds? The Tai family brothers were ever diligent. Tai Si, is that truly necessary? Yan Qingwen questioned, scrutinizing her unusually peculiar bodyguard today. Who was Tai Si? He had been adopted by Yan Hongxin along with the other Tai brothers at the tender age of 10. He had been sent to various martial arts training programs and extreme training camps. For the past 5 years, Tai Si had resided in the Yan family estate. In the eyes of the Yan sisters, Tai Si was undoubtedly a monstrous figure. Once, when confronted by kidnappers, Tai Si single-handedly took on over 10 assailants, defeating them all without a scratch. During their hunting expeditions in the mountains, when they faced an attack from a bear, Tai Si wrestled with an adult black bear, ultimately snapping its neck. Such was his might. Tai Si's only lapse occurred 3 years prior when Yan Qingwen ventured alone to a bar and was besieged by ruffians. He had not been there to protect her. Tai Si felt a profound sense of guilt and remorse. Since that day, he had spared no one who bore even the slightest ill intent towards Yan Qingwen. After thorough investigation, Tai Si confirmed that this young man named Lu Di was indeed the one who rescued the third miss years ago. However, Lu Di possesses an eccentricity that borders on the sinister. Disregarding the safety of the third miss, he took her racing, which is merely the tip of the iceberg. In less than 40 minutes, he traversed a 20-kilometer mountainous route. What extraordinary physical prowess is this? He cannot possibly be an ordinary individual. To label him merely as a part-time waiter, a construction laborer, or an average person is an impossibility. He is undoubtedly not an ordinary man. Such an individual, meticulously seeking contact with the third miss and insisting on becoming her driver, raises significant suspicion for Tai Si. He harbors profound doubts about Lu Di's intentions. With a grave countenance, Tai Si's cold gaze remained fixed on Lu Di. He is merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly contend with you? Yan Qingwen expressed her concerns. In her eyes, Lu Di indeed possessed an admirable physique, muscular and handsome. Yet, that is where it ends. At best, Lu Di could be regarded as a moderately successful fitness enthusiast, lacking any chance against someone of Tai Si's caliber, a professional bodyguard, or rather, a combat machine. The memory of Tai Si breaking the neck of a black bear haunted Yan Qingwen for 3 consecutive days of nightmares. Let it go, Tai Si. Lu Di would never dare to harm us. Although Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin were not fond of Lu Di, they certainly did not wish for Tai Si to break his limbs. Ladies, you underestimate Mr. Lu, Tai Si remarked, setting aside his suit and slowly unbuttoning his shirt. The moment he removed his clothing, the 3 Yan sisters gasped in astonishment. Tai Si stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed at least 150 kilograms. His physique a tapestry of muscle that resembled a dragon. If Lu Di's muscles leaned towards aesthetics, then Tai Si's were nothing short of terrifying. His body bore countless scars, some even revealing healed bullet wounds, undeniable evidence of battlefield ferocity. Goodness, what a muscle-bound devil. Lu Di tilted his head, intrigued by Tai Si. Tai Si, please be gentle. Just enough to make a point, but do not injure him. Yan Qingwen, anxious, knew Tai Si's character well, a quintessential soldier, resolute and unyielding. Once he made a decision, none could stand in his way. Rest assured. Third miss, Tai Si assured her, slowly advancing towards the arena. As he stepped onto the boxing platform, the entire stage slightly sank, creating a ripple beneath Lu Di's feet. Mr. Lu, Tai Si enlisted at the age of 15, serving in the northern region of Huaxia, specifically the 43rd district. As a special operations soldier, He has executed 136 border missions across regions such as northern Vietnam, Myanmar, and European countries, capturing 206 enemy soldiers and eliminating 134. He has been honored with 2 third-class merits, 1 second-class, and 1 first-class merit. Tai Si's piercing gaze was fixed on Lu Di as he stood tall and proud. "May I inquire, Mr. Lu, from whence do you hail?" Lu Di could not help but be impressed. The formidable Tai Si stands tall and imposing, a man of valor and remarkable achievements, harboring a deep affection for his homeland. He embodies loyalty and righteousness, a true paragon of a warrior. Undoubtedly, he is the king of soldiers. However, Tai Si's intention to introduce himself is equally apparent. He adopts a diplomatic approach before resorting to force, awaiting an explanation from Lu Di regarding his background. "Brother Tai Si, I am merely an ordinary citizen, fortunate enough to possess a modicum of brute strength." Lu Di slightly bows. His words, though humble, are not entirely untruthful. Tai Si tightens his fists, his bones cracking ominously. "If you refuse to speak, then I shall compel you to reveal the truth." Seeing the tension escalate, Yan Qingwen interjects, "Tai Si, Lu Di is a guest of my father. We cannot resort to violence." Tai Si remains silent, regardless of who Lu Di is. If he poses a threat to the Yin family, he must be eliminated. At that moment, the gym door swings open once more, and the brothers of the Tai family, Tai Wu, Tai Lu, and others, stream in, lining up on either side. "Tai Lu, what are you doing?" Yan Qingwen exclaims in alarm. "Do not be alarmed, third miss. Lu Di is no ordinary person. We have been observing him for quite some time, and he may very well endanger you all. If he does not provide a satisfactory explanation today, he will not be allowed to leave." "Well, I did not anticipate such attention being directed towards me." Lu Di chuckles bitterly, sensing that the situation is unlikely to resolve favorably. The Tai brothers are undeniably loyal and fearless. Indeed, they embody the essence of formidable prowess, adapting to countless situations. "Ah, Lu Di," the taunting voice echoes. The emergence of a new breed of humanity that transcends the limitations of genetic constraints is not as simple as you may believe. Among humankind, there exists a term, momentum, an intangible magnetic field emanating from individuals, perceptible to others through their sixth sense, imposing psychological or behavioral pressure upon them. The new breed not only enhances physical strength, but also amplifies this magnetic field, elevating them beyond the realm of ordinary individuals to new heights. I have named this enhanced magnetic field Qianshi. As the consciousness melts, Lu Di feels a thunderous resonance in his mind, a fusion unlike any he has experienced before. A kaleidoscope of vibrant energies flashes within his consciousness, an air of command, the strength of iron steeds and golden weapons, a fierce warrior's spirit, and even an ethereal aura. The myriad forms of momentum invoke awe and longing. "Ah, Qianshi, a multitude of energies. How intriguing." Lu Di muses, simultaneously unleashing a surge of fierce and arrogant energies. These two invisible forces spread like a vast net in an instant. In the next moment, Tai Si, who had been advancing relentlessly, suddenly freezes. It feels as though the temperature within the room has plummeted. He perceives an indescribable bloodthirst emanating from Lu Di, who stands at a distance. This young man seems to hail from the depths of hell, unperturbed by the decapitation of thousands, treading upon countless bones with a triumphant laugh. What an overwhelming presence. Perhaps only a general commanding 1,000,000 soldiers on the ancient battlefield, witnessing countless casualties and rivers of blood, could possess such an aura. What has he endured? Tai Si's mind is in turmoil, rendered momentarily speechless. The other brothers of the Tai family were equally entranced. No matter how fervently Yan Qingwen called out, it was in vain. The tremors emanating from their very souls rendered them as motionless as lifeless statues. Suddenly, a change swept over Lu Di. An air of unparalleled arrogance enveloped him, casting a shadow over all. It was the embodiment of supreme confidence, a scorn for all that surrounded him. He was a general, perhaps even an emperor, strategizing effortlessly, commanding victories from afar. He could turn the tide of a great storm, prop up a crumbling edifice. Victory in battle was assured. Every assault would yield triumph. Such imposing demeanor and pride, one man standing firm surpassed 1,000 armies. With a single decree from him, none dared to defy. Sweat instantly drenched Tai Si's back. Before him stood Lu Di, utterly unassailable, completely irresistible. Even if he were to present a bowl of poison, Tai Si would likely drink it without hesitation. Such was the essence of his presence. The brothers of the Tai family shared a similar sentiment. Yet, the 3 daughters of the Yin family remained blissfully unaware. They, being women, had never graced a battlefield, nor encountered an enemy. Thus, they could not fathom this unmatched aura of slaughter, nor grasp the majestic pride of one who conquers nations. To them, Lu Di appeared merely as a weakling, one who could easily be subdued by Tai Si. They simply could not comprehend why Tai Si had yet to act. Tai Si's heart quivered. The realization struck him. Lu Di was no ordinary man, nor merely a part-time servant. He must hail from the military. Every elite unit produces warriors of exceptional caliber. Furthermore, Lu Di was undoubtedly among the finest, perhaps a leader. Otherwise, it was inconceivable, for no realm could bestow such gravitas upon a man. Moreover, a man of such stature could never be a villain. Tai Si forcibly suppressed the impulse to salute Lu Di, raising his trembling hands. He clasped them together and solemnly declared, "Mr. Lu, Tai Si understands." Though it was but a single sentence, this 7-foot-tall man was willing to bow in deference. Lu Di let out a hearty laugh, instantly retracting his imposing aura. Understanding was not enough. He had yet to indulge in the day's revelry. Just moments ago, the demon child had assisted Lu Di in merging the subconscious techniques of special combat arts, grappling, and Sanzhou. In Lu Di's eyes, Tai Si was now an open book. Tai Si, with his vigorous blood and robust physique, was clearly a master of combat. However, while he possessed strength, he lacked finesse. Faced with a man so loyal and valiant towards the Yin family, Lu Di could not resist offering some guidance. Moreover, encountering a master like Tai Si, Lu Di was eager to test this new breed's prowess. "There are too many people here. Let us retreat to that space for some sparring," Lu Di suggested with a smile, gesturing towards the adjacent yoga room, an independent space nearing 100 square meters. Tai Si paused, then nodded. Tai Si will lay down his life for a gentleman. Watching the two head towards the yoga room, Yin Qingwen felt a surge of urgency, calling out to Tai Si. "Tai Si, enough. No one to stop." In a state of resignation, Tai Si lamented, "Third miss, do you think I desire this?" Bang, bang. The sounds reverberated from the yoga room, while Yin Qingwen's expression darkened like murky waters. It seemed Lu Di would be unable to emerge from this ordeal unscathed. Helplessly, Tai Wu, Tai Lu, and others stood like sentinels at the yoga room's entrance. Tai Lu's lips twitched slightly as he urged, "Third miss. Please trust Tai Si and give Mr. Lu a chance." They too were intimidated by Lu Di's formidable presence, sharing Tai Si's sentiments. Undoubtedly, Mr. Lu was a figure of military prowess. Inside the yoga room, Tai Si, despite his immense strength, was reminded that sheer force was insufficient. "Yes, Mr. Lu." Again, bang. Tai Si was sent flying once more. "Tai Si, your strength should be 7 parts exerted and 3 parts reserved, mastering the art of control and maintaining a solid backup." "Understood." Bang. "Mr. Lu, I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. First, practice your punches." Bang. 20 minutes later, Lu Di was astonished. Tai Si, who had been knocked down 20 times, managed to rise promptly each time, undeterred by the excruciating pain. The man did not even furrow his brow. Indeed, he is a warrior from the Eastern Divine Sword, truly deserving of admiration, Lu Di mused, nodding slightly. 3 minutes prior, Mo Tong had gleaned several key pieces of information from Tai Si's words. Northern District 43 of Huaxia, Special Operations Troops, border missions, and incursions into Vietnam, successfully completing a challenging search and match. Although Tai Si's background was scant, with the formidable Mo Tong, no secret remained undiscovered. Tai Si had served for 10 years in one of Huaxia's elite covert special operations units, an entity shrouded in mystery, existing like a ghost, the Eastern Divine Sword. Just as Tai Si prepared to launch another attack, he suddenly froze. The name Eastern Divine Sword was not one that just anyone could utter. It was a state secret of Huaxia. Knowing of its existence left only 2 possibilities. One was a high-ranking military official at the level of 3-star generals in Huaxia. However, given Lu Di's youth, that was clearly impossible. Tai Si was utterly astonished, remaining in a daze for 3 full minutes. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Mr. Lu, I was foolishly concerned for you. How could the illustrious Tian Lu be intimidated by a few petty thieves?" Now it was Lu Di's turn to be bewildered. Tai Si continued with a grin, "The mere fact that you, Mr. Lu, can mention the Eastern Divine Sword implies only one possibility. You are also a member of the Eastern Divine Sword." The Eastern Divine Sword was divided into 2 factions, the Ground Network and Tian Lu. Tai Si, of lesser renown, was part of the Ground Network, while the elusive Tian Lu, revered and unattainable by Ground Network warriors, was likely Mr. Lu's former unit. Tian Lu, the legend among special forces, the sword among swords. Tai Si, failing to recognize the enormity of the situation, caused Lu Di's lips to twitch slightly. "You need not worry," Lu Di remarked. "Tai Si, what was it you mentioned about those petty thieves? And what urgent matter did you wish to discuss?" Lu Di deftly shifted the topic. "It is indeed embarrassing to admit." Tai Si shook his head with a smile, explaining that his visit to test Mr. Lu today was prompted by a chance piece of news. "Oh." Lu Di turned to look. Tai Si smiled candidly, revealing that someone in the underworld of Haishur had placed a bounty of 5 million on Mr. Lu's head. It is quite laughable. Since you are a member of Tianlu, those petty thugs and assassins in the Haishur underworld are no more significant than rotten fish to you. I was puzzled as to why anyone would want to kill you, but now I understand. A dignified member of Tianlu must surely have enemies. Lu Di frowned slightly, taken aback by the unexpected development. A clear price on my life. The Haishur underworld? How intriguing. After a moment's contemplation, the identity of the mastermind began to materialize. Over the past 20 years, he had led an unremarkable life, devoid of adversaries. It was only after arriving at the Yin family that he had made enemies with 2 individuals, the first being Ouyang Fengyu, who resented Lu for obstructing his power grab. The second was Li Dehai from CI Ren Hospital, who had been coerced into purchasing 20 billion worth of equipment due to Lu's threats. How amusing. Lu Di chuckled softly. Tai Si, sensing his confusion, tentatively suggested, Mr. Lu, my Tai family still holds some influence in Haishur. Shall I send Tai Lu and the others to help you resolve this matter? There's no need, Lu Di replied slowly, lifting his gaze with a smile. Where did this 5 million bounty originate? This is information that has circulated in the underworld, and the one who issued it is the underground boss of Haishur, known as Black Fox. Black Fox. Lu Di instantly recalled that this was the individual Ouyang Fengyu had contacted via text. A fleeting chill passed through his eyes as he stood up, stating, You need not concern yourself with this bounty. We shall resume our training another day. Tai Si, still wearing a wry smile, remarked, Tianlu is indeed Tianlu, possessing its own methods of operation. Just as Lu Di was about to exit, Tai Si called after him, Mr. Lu, I have some good news to share. Tai Si hurried after him, excitement evident in his voice. My old instructor, Heishan, the esteemed elder, has recently arrived in Haishur. He was promoted to instructor of the Tianlu group 2 years ago. You must know him, and he must surely be your former mentor. The elder plans to visit Lord Yin in 3 days and would certainly be delighted to see you here. Lu Di was momentarily speechless. Must you reveal my identity so soon? How will I explain my extraordinary abilities when the truth comes to light? Observing Tai Si's enthusiasm, Lu Di found it difficult to refuse and reluctantly agreed. Very well. Please inform me in advance before the elder's arrival. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lu Di stepped out with a wry smile, pondering, what is this? I simply wish to be prepared to hide. As he opened the door, a beautiful figure rushed towards him. Lu Di, are you all right? Lu Di felt warmth in his hands, tightly grasped by hers. I must say, Miss Yin, this is rather inappropriate in such a public setting. Yin Qingwen suddenly realized her abruptness and released Lu Di's hands with a startled gasp. Lu Di chuckled, swaggering away with a carefree demeanor. As Yin Qingwen gazed at Lu Di's retreating figure, a myriad of emotions flooded her mind. What transpired within Tai Si? She was taken aback. Had Tai Si truly been bested by Lu Di? In 5 years, she had never witnessed Tai Si bear even the slightest injury, regardless of the adversary faced. With a pained smile, Tai Si replied, Miss San, I am unable to divulge too much. I can only assure you that with Mr. Lu guarding you, you need not worry. Upon approaching the gathering of Tai family brothers, Tai Si was immediately surrounded. Fourth brother, who exactly is Mr. Lu? Without a word, Tai Si pointed toward the heavens. The heavens? The Tianluo group. Shoo. This is classified information. It cannot be spoken of openly. The Tai brothers' eyes widened in astonishment. Their previous irreverence replaced by profound respect as they regarded Lu Di's silhouette. After Lu Di and the Tai brothers departed, the Yin family's 3rd daughter remained utterly perplexed. What exactly transpired in the yoga room? Why did Tai Si and the others hold such reverence for the insufferable Lu Di? The 2 men had been in the room making a ruckus. Surely not something inappropriate? As Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin bemoaned the situation, they pushed open the yoga room door. Oh my, 3rd sister, you must come and see. The 2 young women stood agape in the doorway. When Yin Qingwen arrived, she too was struck dumb with astonishment. The once pristine and orderly yoga room now resembled a scene of devastation following a tempest. All the mirrors were shattered, and the walls bore numerous large dents, as if struck by a mighty hammer. The wooden floorboards were upturned, as though trampled by a ferocious beast. What on earth has happened to my beloved yoga room? Was there a demolition crew here? Yin Kaikai exclaimed, picking up a deflated yoga ball from the wreckage, her expression one of disbelief. Yin Qingwen murmured, could this be the result of a battle between Lu Di and Tai Si? Yet, is there another explanation? If that is the case, Tai Si's strength surpasses my wildest imagination. Suddenly, a troubling realization struck her. Lu Di, that individual managed to spar with Tai Si and create such chaos? Moreover, it appeared he had even managed to wound Tai Si. As Yin Qingwen snapped back to reality, she was taken aback by her own thoughts. Lu Di's muscular physique was not merely for show. He was a formidable expert, perhaps even stronger than Tai Si. How absurd it was that she had once considered teaching him how to fight. Amidst her astonishment, a peculiar sentiment began to blossom within her heart. There was indeed something heroic about that man named Lu. Third sister, do not be so astonished. That little weakling Lu Di could never defeat Tai Si. Surely. During their skirmish, Lu Di was merely running away while Tai Si rampaged like a raging bear, resulting in this mess. Yin Kaikai speculated earnestly. Lu Di has ruined our yoga room, and I shall demand compensation. Yin Qingwen could only shake her head in resignation. Tai Si's earlier words echoed in her mind. With Mr. Lu guarding you, Miss Sin need not worry. The tumultuous waves within the live broadcast room. Returning to his underground chamber, Lu Di casually unlocked his phone. The multitude of notifications from Douyin had condensed into a solitary red. Despite being somewhat mentally prepared, Lu Di's eyelids fluttered when the data appeared before him. The video titled A Promising Future boasted an astonishing view count of 600 million, with 200 million likes, over 1 billion comments, and a staggering 3.5 billion followers. It had undeniably become a phenomenon in the realm of short videos. Lu Di briefly scanned the comments. More than half were effusive praises, along with numerous heartfelt reflections from listeners moved by the song. Countless fans expressed their desire to meet him, spanning all ages and genders. In just one day, there had been millions of messages urging for more content. Aside from fan messages, the majority of his private messages were collaboration invitations. Numerous influencer agencies and entertainment companies sought to arrange meetings for contracts. An endless stream of enterprises wished to hire DE for endorsements or performances, with the highest appearance fee reaching 300 million. Lu Di then glanced at the current trending topics. Unsurprisingly, over half were related to a promising future and the persona of DE. Upon seeing a particular news item, Lu Di broke into a cold sweat. 100 young girls stood atop a building, collectively demanding a new song from DE, threatening to jump otherwise. Fortunately, local police intervened, averting a crisis. Subsequently, the authorities released 2 announcements. 1. They advised the general public to pursue their idols rationally. 2. They recommended that DE promptly release new works. Sighing in relief at the end, Lu Di mused that sensational headlines nearly frightened him into illness. The 2 official announcements left Lu Di amused yet exasperated. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from frequent activity on DE's account, allowing people to gradually forget. Suddenly, a notification from Douyin popped up, 2 kilometers away from you. Host, Xinshin Baby Duck, currently live. The little girl Yin Xinshin? Lu Di remembered that during their first encounter, Modong had discovered this information. Yin Xinshin was now a graduate student at a music academy and also a popular online broadcaster. On a whim, Lu Di gently clicked to enter the live stream. In the next moment, a beautiful melody enveloped him, invoking a power long forgotten. A future, worthy of hope. On screen, Yin Kaikai sat at her desk, adorning a delightful princess outfit, passionately singing A Promising Future. Indeed, she was a worthy student from Haisher Music Academy. Her vocal prowess enchanting and sweet. Yin Kaikai, already a beauty with a score of 90, radiated youthfulness and charm, performing admirably. At that moment, the live stream was bustling with activity, with a full 10,000 viewers. After the performance concluded, the praises flooded in. Xinshin baby, I adore you. You're so beautiful. You are the goddess of my dreams. Your cover of A Promising Future is delightful. Almost on par with DE. Sigh. Yin Xinshin sighed softly at the screen. A hint of worry in her voice. As you all know, my sister and I are adopted children. Although we come from a wealthy family and my adoptive father treats me well, yet, I am filled with an insatiable curiosity about the whereabouts of my biological parents and the reasons behind their abandonment of me. Upon hearing this, Lu Di was visibly moved. It seemed that the venerable Yin had not concealed the truth of the adoption. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin, who appeared to be carefree and whimsical each day, were, in reality, burdened by their own thoughts. After all, every individual possesses an innate sense of pride, who would willingly accept the painful truth of being forsaken. With Yin Lao's immense business empire, it was inevitable that he would be engulfed in work. The daughters of the Yin family likely grew up under the care of servants, and such an environment inevitably shaped their peculiar personalities. For instance, Yin Qingwen's aloofness and the rebellious spirits of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin. Observing the despondent young girl on the screen, Lu Di couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy and was about to reward Yin Xinshin with gifts when she exclaimed angrily, as if not finding my biological parents wasn't enough. Do you know the worst part? A stranger recently came to our home. That rascal is utterly vile. Not only does he want to pursue my sister, but he also seeks to exploit our family's wealth. The audience in the live stream was instantly incensed. What? Someone dares to bully such a beautiful Xinshin? Xinshin, tell me, who is so wicked? I'll put a bag over his head and teach him a lesson. Lu Di was left speechless by the girl's fierce indignation. Just as Yin Kaikai passionately criticized Lu Di, a message suddenly appeared in the comments section of the live stream. My heavens, did I see that correctly? Isn't that account DE? After a brief 2 minutes of silence, comments surged like a tidal wave. It truly is DE. He is in the live stream. DE is alive. He has come. It's really DE, the 130th in the audience list. Oh my goodness. I'm in the same live stream as DE. Capturing DE live. I must take a screenshot. What an honor. I must tell my friends. In an instant, the audience in the live stream completely overlooked Yen Xinxin's presence, fervently calling out for DE. DE, DE, please talk to me, I beg you. DE, are you really here? Look at me. I am your super fan. Yen Xinxin, who had only just realized the situation, was momentarily dazed. Her heart raced wildly. She could hardly believe it and immediately clicked on DE's profile, which contained only one video, an astonishing work titled Future Awaits, boasting over 600 million views. It was indeed him. He was watching my live stream. Oh my heavens, am I dreaming? In an instant, Yen Xinxin was left speechless, at a complete loss for words. Even more astonishingly, 1 minute later, the audience in Xinxin Baby Duck's live stream surged dramatically. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, 100,000, 500,000. Users Lu Feng entered the live stream. User Peng Nen entered the live stream. User Chiating Feng In entered the live stream. Countless users flooded in, their messages cascading like a waterfall, dazzling the eyes. User I Love DE gifted the host a Super Rocket 99. User Laughing at Prosperity gifted the host a Cosmic Spaceship 99. The User Inc. bestowed gifts worth 99 to the streamer during the Grand Carnival. Soon, a flurry of presents began to flood the live broadcast. They showered the stream as if money were of no concern, fervently tossing gifts into the virtual space. Yen Kaikai's visage was soon obscured by the deluge of offerings. Gifts were sent for DE, support for DE, requests for new songs, demands for DE to go live. Yet, their messages were quickly drowned in an overwhelming tide. The entire live stream erupted. The network almost experienced a lag. The news of DE appearing in a certain streamer's room instantly swept across the internet. In no time, everyone rushed to share the news. Gathering to witness the spectacle, the live stream of the darling Heart Baby Duck surged to the top of the trending list. The viewership peaked at an unprecedented 3.2 billion simultaneous viewers. Even the staff at Douyin were left bewildered. What was happening? An anomaly in the data? No, it was that super account. DE had logged in and into a live stream. Such a rare occurrence. They hurried to match more traffic, striving to create a historical new high. DE, who exactly are you? DE, come forth. Countless bullet comments flashed by, almost too rapid to discern. Within the live stream, the amount of donations soared, breaking the million mark in just 3 minutes, surpassing 10 million in 5 minutes. There was a faint trend towards 1 billion. The audience was in a frenzy. It seemed that merely entering the live stream brought them closer to their idol. The influence of a promising future was undeniably immense. The character DE was shrouded in mystery, driving everyone into a fervent obsession. The network's signal experienced delays. The live content began to flicker, precariously unstable. And the catalyst for all this chaos was Lu Di, residing in the basement of Yin's estate on the 2nd floor. At this moment, he lay in bed, staring blankly at his phone. A mere subconscious tap from him had triggered such a monumental uproar. This was a widespread online frenzy ignited by DE's appearance. Unprecedented. It was utterly insane. Lu Di, trembling, immediately exited the live stream and logged out of the account. 32. Let us play for a little while. The following day, the sun shone brightly. As expected, news of DE again dominated the trending topics. The celestial singer DE made another appearance. All due to a casual entry into a live stream, resulting in a digital explosion. The streamer Heart Baby Duck unwittingly became an internet sensation. A pervasive inquiry emerged. What exactly is the relationship between Heart Baby Duck and DE? Millions of young girls clamored against Heart Baby Duck. Return my husband. Billions of viewers pressured the female streamer, forbidding her to go offline for 12 hours, all in anticipation of DE's arrival. The live donation leaderboard updated. Heart Baby Duck reigned supreme with 1.3 billion. In the 5th floor bedroom of Yin's estate, Yen Xinxin sat on a chair, her dark circles evident. Opposite her was Yen Kaikai, arms crossed, wearing an inquisitive expression. Xinxin, confess honestly. How do you know DE? Yen Xinxin helplessly replied. Kaikai. I've said it 1,000 times. I truly do not know him. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Yen Xinxin's phone rang. It was a call from her second sister, the international star, Yen Siwen. The young girl was somewhat astonished. Her illustrious sister, a celebrated star, had been filming abroad. Given the time difference, it should be the early hours of the morning there. Why would she call me? Hello, Shinshin. Upon answering the call, a voice emerged from the other end. Slightly languid, yet exceedingly melodious. Sister, it's quite late. Why aren't you resting? Resting? How could I possibly sleep? You little rascal. Have you gained some skills in the few days we've been apart? Sister, what are you talking about? Confess honestly, how do you know DE? Sister, why are you asking me this again? This is the 801st time, and I truly don't know him. You little liar. DE posted a video and then went silent. Why did he suddenly appear in your live stream? I refuse to believe you have no connection. Yan Xingxin felt on the verge of collapse. It was truly impossible to explain. I would like to know DE, but he hasn't given me the chance. I don't care how you know him. Sister has a favor to ask. I want to invite DE to sing the promotional song for my new movie, preferably as a duet with me. Yansuin became quite excited at this point. DE's popularity is nearly unmatched. If he agrees to debut with me, not only will the new film break records, but I will also reach new heights. Furthermore, I admire DE and would love to meet him. Yan Xingxin was left speechless. Sister, you are an international superstar, a goddess adored by all. Can't you be a little more reserved? You little rascal, teaching your sister to be reserved? Don't you want a brother-in-law? What? Sister, that is impossible. Shinshin, I'm begging you for this. If you help me, I'll agree to anything. Don't you like the European star Xiaojia? I can introduce him to you. How about that? Oh dear, absolutely not. What do you mean absolutely not? You little girl, won't you even help your sister? Quickly, give me DE's contact information. Before hanging up, Yansuin added earnestly, oh, by the way, I heard that when S lifesaver is currently living in our home, you two must not be capricious and should treat him with respect. Yan Xingxin's face flushed with anger. Why is sister also trying to steal my DE? And where am I supposed to obtain DE's contact information? In an instant, Yan Xingxin felt utterly wronged. She stood up and declared, let us go. Didn't you say you wanted to squander that 5 million on a sugar daddy? At that very moment, in the office of the Ingji Group, Lu Di routinely escorted Yin Qingwen to her office, then quietly waited in the secretary's room nearby. Zhao Qianqian continuously cast flirtatious glances, attempting to seduce him. Lu Di felt quite embarrassed. For some reason, Zhao Qianqian's allure seemed even more intense than before. Little demon, he. Charisma itself is a magnetic field. It not only radiates presence, but also exudes attraction. The masculine charm you possess has been magnified several times, and it's entirely natural. Uncontrollable. All right. Being too handsome is indeed a burden. The most exasperating aspect for Lu Di was that it was not merely Zhao Qianqian. Every female employee at Ingji turned crimson and flustered at the sight of him, their countenances adorned with bashfulness. The world is rife with trivialities. It is prudent to attend to more pressing matters first. In the next moment, the dossier of the underworld Lord Heihu materialized before Lu Di's gaze. Heihu, whose real name is Qin Yaowen, male, age 36, emerged 6 years ago, rising from the ranks of street thugs with a ruthless demeanor, unyielding in violence. He has since secured his position as the paramount leader of the underworld in Haishur, commanding a legion of renowned enforcers and nearly 500 subordinates. His public persona includes titles such as President of Huaxia Misa Entertainment Company, President of Haishur Yuanhang Trading Company, and Chairman of the Haishur Entrepreneur Association. Yet beneath this facade lies his clandestine identity as the shadowy proprietor of Haishur's underground casinos, the mastermind behind illicit fight rings, and the authoritative voice of the underworld's intelligence network in Haishur. Following this revelation, a staggering array of nearly 100,000 videos and thousands of assorted pieces of information appeared, all pertaining to Heihu. These videos were sourced from an array of cloud server cameras, including home surveillance, public space monitors, elevator cameras, street cameras, and even the cameras of private mobile devices. The information was exhaustive, encompassing asset details, spending habits, travel records, medical data, and browsing history from mobile phones and computers. Over the past 5 years, every digital footprint was meticulously cataloged, leaving nothing overlooked, an all-encompassing surveillance akin to divine omniscience. With the aid of the analytical prowess of the magical entity, every secret of Heihu was laid bare before Lu Di's discerning eyes. At this juncture, it would not be an exaggeration to assert that even Heihu himself was less informed about his own affairs than Lu Di was. A wry smile graced Lu Di's lips as he casually picked up the phone resting beside him. So, the illustrious underworld lord seeks to play? I shall indulge you. 2 hours later, within the opulent confines of the Haishur Misa nightclub's penthouse office, a lavish 200-square-meter space exuded an air of unparalleled grandeur. At the heart of the room, behind a 3-meter-long desk, sat a robust man clad in a suit adorned with a fox fur collar, enveloped in shadows, the ember of his cigar flickering ominously. In the sweltering summer heat, his fur collar seemed incongruous, yet undeniably added to his imposing presence, exuding a sense of cold-blooded ruthlessness. Behind this formidable figure stood a strikingly beautiful woman in a red cheongsam, her raven locks cascading as she gently massaged his shoulders. A rapid series of knocks interrupted the scene. "Boss Heihu, we have an unusual situation," exclaimed a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. His expression fraught with anxiety as he entered. The robust man behind the desk remained unfazed, responding with a measured tone. "A foam, your flustered demeanor is unbecoming. Boss, I cannot help but be agitated. In my 40-plus years, I have never encountered such an anomaly." A foam exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Boss, an hour ago, 2 of our venues were raided." "Raided? What is there to be anxious about? Seek someone to smooth out the connections. Once opened, it is done." Heihu maintained a calm demeanor, gently extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. "No, boss, those 2 bars haven't even opened. They just completed renovations. Although we stocked some goods inside, we haven't entertained any guests yet. Aside from our own brothers, it's impossible for anyone to know about our supply." Heihu frowned slightly. "So, are you suggesting that we have an undercover agent among us?" "Boss, that was my initial thought as well. However, the fishing boat delivering our goods was intercepted by the Coast Guard before it could even dock. We lost everything." "What?" Heihu abruptly straightened up from his reclined position. A phone continued. "You know, boss, only the 3 of us and you were aware of the cargo ship's arrival. Is there an undercover agent among the 3 of you?" Heihu narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly turning icy. "Boss, it's not that simple. Just as we were about to investigate one another, an ominous call came in. The voice on the other end seemed to know everything. He simply said, 'Stop searching. There's no traitor among you.'" A Feng's hands trembled slightly. "Boss, we boarded from the coastline, and we randomly chose a secluded rocky outcrop to hide. There's no way there could be surveillance. We searched ourselves and found no listening devices. Moreover, just as we were coming to find you, he called several times. He informed us of your location. He even told us we took the wrong car keys, and that we didn't need to wait for the red light. Just as we stepped into the elevator, he knew we forgot to press the button. He can hear everything, and he can see everything." After speaking, a phone cautiously glanced around, still shaken. Heihu frowned tightly, instinctively scanning the room. "Don't be anxious. There are no cameras in this room. Nor could there be any listening devices." Heihu rose from his chair, his towering figure nearly 2 meters tall, his broad chest resembling a formidable wall, exuding an overwhelming presence. "It seems our adversary this time is quite extraordinary. As long as he is a living being, he cannot leave no traces." Subsequently, Heihu retrieved a new cigar, placing it slowly between his lips, his eyes slightly squinted. A phone hurriedly searched for a lighter, but could not find one. At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. "It's him." A phone glanced at the caller ID, his voice trembling. Heihu calmly gestured, and a phone pressed the speakerphone button. Immediately, a youthful voice came through, tinged with mockery. "Your lighter is in your bag." Heihu and a phone exchanged a glance, a chill running down their spines. A phone frantically rummaged through the bag on the table, struggling to find it. "It's nestled among your collection of celebrity photos." The voice on the phone drawled lazily. A phone pulled out the photos, and with a snap, the lighter fell onto the table. "Also, the pile of information in your bag meant to blackmail officials is all fake. You've been duped, fool," the voice on the phone said nonchalantly. Heihu, however, felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. He firmly grasped his bag, cautiously surveying his surroundings. "Furthermore, I must inform you that you cannot visit your beloved tonight. You are unable to go anywhere." "Who are you exactly?" The Black Fox, filled with fury, seized his phone and shouted, "Did you not believe I would leave traces? If you have the audacity, come find me." Beep, beep, beep. The other party hung up. The atmosphere in the office was eerily calm. Ah Feng stood by, holding his breath, while the Black Fox wore a serious expression. He understood that he had encountered a formidable opponent this time. If the adversary even knew where he had placed his lighter, what secrets could he possibly have left? Would he not be at risk of being eliminated at any moment? Suddenly, a raven-haired beauty behind him handed him a note. "Boss, why not try tracking the phone number from earlier?" "Yes." Ah Feng immediately. The Black Fox abruptly fell silent, covering the note with his hand, whispering, "Act at once. Enlist the strongest hacker on the street, and spare no expense to locate him, as swiftly as possible." After a lengthy 30 minutes, the Black Fox, hidden in a storage room, finally received news. The location of that phone number had been pinpointed. It was astonishingly situated next to the Misa nightclub, in an internet CAF. "I thought I was dealing with a hidden master, but it turns out to be just an inexperienced little hacker. How dare he eavesdrop on me? I shall make him understand the meaning of lifelong regret." Ring, ring. The Black Fox's phone rang again. It was that same number. How could this be possible? His phone was a brand new device with a newly assigned number. Anxiously, he answered, and the other party simply said, "Here as some sound advice, send some skilled individuals over." How utterly infuriating. The Black Fox stumbled back 3 steps. In this cramped storage room of less than 5 square meters, it was utterly bare. There couldn't possibly be surveillance. The only electrical device was the light bulb overhead. 20 minutes prior, Lou D arrived at the internet CAF named Houting. In the owner's astonished gaze, Lou D casually scanned a code and paid 1 million. He instructed the owner to clear all guests and open the doors wide. He claimed that a fight was imminent. Meanwhile, the puzzled owner watched the calm young man seated at the center of the CF, smoking nonchalantly. Who is this wealthy second-generation scion? Is he here to challenge someone? Foolish and affluent. 1 million could purchase 3 times the equipment in my CAF. Fights frequently occurred in internet CAFs. Typically, it was just a few kids brawling, resulting in a few broken chairs and shattered screens. I could easily earn 100,000. Haha, I have struck gold. But would this fight even take place? The owner found himself somewhat bored. However, when he casually turned his head to glance outside, he was taken aback. What on earth? A massive crowd. At least 100 tattooed youths, wielding clubs and machetes, marched in with fierce intent. And their target was none other than the smoking fool of a wealthy second generation. "Brothers, charge!" shouted 34, ready to take on the challenge. First, break his legs, then shatter his arms, and drag him to meet the boss. The furious roars of nearly 100 thugs echoed throughout the street. It was undoubtedly the largest gang clash in the history of Haishur. Yet, passers-by could never have imagined that their opponent was merely a single individual, a young man clad in jeans and a white shirt, whose handsome visage was almost surreal. Casting a glance at the rushing thugs, Lou D slowly rose, extinguishing his cigarette, as the violet gleam in his right eye blazed with intensity. Since my body has been enhanced, I have never had the chance to unleash my full potential. Today, I hope you will allow me to indulge. Lou D grinned wickedly and threw a punch. However, under the analysis of the demonic youth, everything was traceable. Even the slightest gap of a few centimeters or a mere millisecond of delay was within Lou D's grasp. Boom. The leading thug wielding a machete was instantly sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Following that, countless thugs soared through the air like petals scattered by the wind. What is happening? Boom. Cries of agony resounded. No one could withstand Lou D's fists or kicks, and no one could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. Inside the internet CAF, it was as if a rain of living beings had descended. The thugs, sent flying in all directions, smashed tables and computers into smithereens. Lou D moved like a dragon through a sea of blades, untouched by any leaf. The thugs were thrown into disarray, their ranks collapsing chaotically. The CAF owner had long since been stunned by the scene. Forgetting to assess his losses, he crouched beneath the bar, trembling in fear. His only thought was, "God, please spare me." It wasn't until 10 minutes later that silence finally descended. The CAF owner cautiously peeked out. His heart raced at the sight. Not only was the CAF nearly destroyed, but nearly 100 thugs lay scattered, writhing on the ground, wailing incessantly. Only that young man in the white shirt stood unharmed. He calmly adjusted his slightly disheveled hair, lit a cigarette, and murmured, "Too weak." The CAF owner trembled in disbelief. Is this even human? 1 against 100? Unscathed, Lou D, biting his cigarette, kicked the thug beside him, signaling him to gather all of his comrades. On the 5th floor of the Mesa Club, the Black Fox, hiding in a storage room, felt time dragging painfully. It shouldn't take this long to capture one person with 100 men, right? Boom. The door of the storage room was pushed open by a phone. A groggy thug was slung over a Fang's shoulder. "Boss, all 100 men we send have been incapacitated." "What?" The Black Fox nearly lost his balance, almost tumbling from his seat. How many did the opponent have? His heart raced. If they had taken down his 100 men, their adversaries must number at least 200. Surrounded by 200 people, what could be done? "Boss, it was just that one kid. Too strong, beyond human comprehension." The injured thug struggled to raise his head, his front teeth completely missing. "What, just one?" The Black Fox's eyes widened in terror. "Indeed, he stands alone, and he has declared that we should send everyone over." The mind of Black Fox is in a state of bewilderment. How could one individual incapacitate 100? Is the opponent some sort of monster? Furthermore, he is a hacker, capable of unraveling all of our secrets. When did I incur the wrath of such a formidable being? "Boss, the opponent insists on having us send everyone. I believe he is not here for a mere brawl." A trembling phone remarked, "I fear he intends to annihilate our Black Fox gang." Upon hearing this speculation, Black Fox was suddenly jolted into clarity. "Impossible. He shall not succeed." He hastily rose and exclaimed, "Quickly summon Razor, Iron Fist, and Jack. They are at the club. They rank among the top 10 fighters in the underground boxing arena and can surely defeat that young man." After a Fang's urgent communication, Black Fox finally exhaled in relief. Of the 10 top fighters in the underground boxing scene, 7 were present at the Misa Club. Muay Thai experts, dagger specialists, wrestling masters, and European strongmen were all there. Each one of them could contend against 10 foes. With 7 elite fighters launching a simultaneous assault, that young man would undoubtedly be unable to withstand their might. Afong stood nervously at the storage room entrance, too frightened to venture outside. Black Fox feigned calmness, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated through the premises, causing the floor to tremble. Black Fox's heart sank. "Boss, it's bad." Before Razor and the others could even step out, that young man has broken in. He has already reached the second floor. A panicked thug rushed in, his face awash with fear. "Good heavens!" Black Fox exclaimed, turning on his heel to leave. In the office on the top floor of Misa, only Afong, Black Fox, and the raven-haired beauty accompanying Black Fox remained. The room was eerily silent. Boom, boom. The floor beneath them echoed with thunderous roars, each sound resonating deep within their souls. Though Black Fox remained seated behind his desk, he exhibited none of the commanding presence expected of the leader of Haishur. He was trembling. As the noises drew closer, despair washed over Black Fox. He feared Razor, and the others had already fallen. The commotion outside felt akin to the footsteps of death. Even now, Black Fox was utterly perplexed. Who is he? How have I angered him? The sound of footsteps outside grew increasingly near, causing cold sweat to cascade down the backs of Black Fox and his companions. Boom. Dust and splinters flew as the office door was blasted open. The heavy metal door warped and deformed. Through the haze of smoke, a towering figure of a man, standing 2 meters tall, slowly entered. This young man possessed a remarkably powerful physique. No, Black Fox's pupils dilated as he recognized the situation. His body trembled once more. This was Jack, the European strongman from the underground boxing arena. The massive figure now lay unresponsive, seemingly lifeless. Behind him, a young man clad in a white shirt effortlessly grasped Jack by the neck with one hand, lifting him into the air. The young man stepped across the threshold, hoisting the 150-kilogram Jack, as though he were merely lifting 2 green onions. Thud! Lou D casually tossed Jack onto the desk of the Black Fox. The Black Fox gazed at Jack, who resembled a lifeless fish, feeling as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Lou D slowly settled into a sofa on one side, lighting a cigarette with a metallic click. In the next moment, a surge of formidable aura erupted as he declared, "You have 10 seconds to come forth and admit your mistake." For reasons unknown, a chilling war song suddenly echoed in the ears of the Black Fox and his companions. In an instant, the north wind howled across the desolate plains, evoking the image of thousands of troops charging heroically into battle, with a lone general standing atop a mound of bones. Clad in a scarlet cloak billowing in the wind, he was silhouetted against the ominous blood-red sunset, emanating an unparalleled presence. Though his name remained a mystery, the aura of a true hero soared to the heavens. A hero of tumultuous times, bold and fierce. Decisive in battle, his spirit was as striking as a rainbow. The Black Fox and his associates stared in awe, trembling uncontrollably, their bodies betraying a subtle inclination to kneel in reverence. Suddenly, the war song ceased, jolting the Black Fox and his companions back to reality. Before them lay the familiar office, yet the unconscious giant Jack on the floor served as a stark reminder of the formidable presence that lingered. The young man in a white shirt sat languidly, turned slightly towards the trio, inhaling deeply from his cigarette and exhaling slowly, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside. This seemingly mundane action sent shivers down the spines of all present. In that moment, who would dare to underestimate this young man in white? Strangely, they felt an undeniable force in his every casual gesture, as if he were an invincible hero of the age. Not only had he vanquished over 100 members of the Black Fox gang, but even if he were to annihilate everyone within this establishment, it seemed he would not bat an eye. "Let us settle this fairly," the young man in white began, his voice resonating in the tense atmosphere of the room. The Black Fox and his cohorts felt a tightening in their chests. The young man exhaled another smoke ring and continued. "How is it possible that someone as kind-hearted and harmless as I could have a bounty of 5 million on my head in the black market?" The Black Fox felt his throat dry up instantly, his fear rendering him speechless. The young man turned his head slightly, revealing a mischievous smile. "Black Fox, tell me, is there any justice left in this world?" "What the hell? Justice? You single-handedly dismantled my entire establishment and shattered my bulletproof door. You've terrified me to the core. And now you speak of justice?" The Black Fox exclaimed in disbelief. "Who could be so blind as to place a bounty on your head? This has put me in a dire predicament. My dear sir, surely there must be some misunderstanding between us." He stammered. "I admit, I am involved in the black market. But we bear no grudge against you." Silence. Lu Di flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied coolly, "You have no place to speak here. I am addressing the Black Fox." Just as the Black Fox was about to interject, he suddenly choked on his words, overwhelmed with cold sweat. A foam, standing nearby, was equally dumbfounded. He stammered, "This esteemed leader before you is none other than our Black Fox." Lu Di offered a faint smile. Indeed, the underground lord of Haishur. The Black Fox was no ordinary individual. His cunning and stratagems commanded my utmost admiration. However, I shall grant you but 10 seconds to come forth and admit your error. In an instant, the atmosphere grew hushed, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Seated behind the desk, the Black Fox heard Lu Di's words clearly, but remained motionless. A soft sigh echoed through the silence, a woman's sigh, delicate as the fragrance of orchids, laced with resignation, defiance, and an unexpected awe. The woman, a striking figure in a black qipao who had silently stood behind the Black Fox, slowly stepped forward. With a determined resolve, she bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. "I, Black Fox, acknowledge my mistake." A foe, who had devoted 6 years to the Black Fox gang and had become an elder figure, stood there, utterly astounded. How could this woman, known as Ruai, the Black Fox's personal attendant, have assumed such an identity? This was inconceivable. His mind went blank, and his worldview shattered. Admitting fault makes one a good child. The qipao-clad beauty's expression darkened. She had meticulously concealed her true identity for 6 long years, orchestrating events from behind the scenes. The robust man she had used as a decoy to evade her enemies was merely a puppet to hide her true self. Yet, all her careful planning had been effortlessly unraveled by this unfamiliar man before her, without any forewarning. Lu Di chuckled lightly. "I now possess comprehensive knowledge of your entire Black Fox gang. Every casino, every bar, every business venture. Your underlings are but insignificant pawns in my presence. Now, and in the future, you shall never have a chance to triumph over me. Most importantly, Miss Black Fox, I am also aware of your truly terrifying identity." The qipao beauty's expression froze in horror. She gazed at the youth before her, her heart racing in turmoil. Who was this man? How did he know everything? The exposure of her Black Fox identity was one thing, but could he possibly know more about her father, her family? A profound dread enveloped her being. She could not allow her father to discover her deeds. "Sir, please grant Ruai a chance at redemption." The qipao beauty did not hesitate, bowing once more. Refusing to rise, her body trembled as she implored, "Sir, we can immediately rescind your assassination order and will swiftly deliver your enemies into your hands, at your discretion. Furthermore, my Black Fox gang shall henceforth be at your service, and Ruai is willing to be your lifelong servant. I beseech you, do not expose me." Lu Di smiled again, for this was precisely what he desired. His initial plan extended far beyond merely eliminating his assassination order. He first seized complete control over the Black Fox organization, using threats over the phone to instill fear through sheer intimidation. Subsequently, Lu Di personally arrived, challenging the entire Black Fox gang single-handedly, once again demonstrating his might. What Lu Di sought was to thoroughly subjugate the underground overlord of Haishur, making it his own, thereby eliminating any future repercussions in one fell swoop. Lighting another cigarette, Lu Di softly inquired, "Are you aware of the mastermind behind the bounty of 5 million on my head?" Lu Di, the true leader of Black Fox, Nan Ruai, suddenly recalled. Realizing why this man seemed somewhat familiar, she nodded slightly, stating, "Ruai remembers. That person is named Zhao Zhe, a vice president of the Ingji Group." "Zhao Zhe? Shouldn't it be Ouyang Fengyu?" Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. The demon child promptly uncovered Zhao Zhe's information. Indeed, he was a vice president of Ingji and one of the individuals responsible for orchestrating Yan Qingwen's demise. Vice President Zhao? How intriguing. Lu Di's mind instantly grasped the situation. Evidently, Ouyang Fengyu was no fool, knowing how to utilize others as pawns. "Have you received a mission regarding the kidnapping of Yan Qingwen from the Ingji Group?" Lu Di asked again. A flicker of panic crossed Ruai's eyes as she nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it was also commissioned by Zhao Zhe." "Mr. Lu Di, do you wish for me to immediately capture Zhao Zhe?" Ruai inquired gently. "No need. Spread the word throughout the underworld. I am willing to pay 1 million for each of Zhao Zhe's teeth. 1 tooth per day?" Lu Di's eyes narrowed. The smoke from his half-burnt cigarette curled around him, yet his words were chillingly fearsome. Even the formidable Nan Ruai was momentarily stunned. 1 million for a single tooth. 1 per day? Wouldn't that incite countless individuals to seek to knock out Zhao Zhe's teeth? The most terrifying aspect was the daily assault. Could one tooth be struck down over 20 times? Wouldn't Zhao Zhe then live in a perpetual state of dread, fearing for his safety every day? How utterly despairing. However, at that moment, Lu Di's thoughts were not on Zhao Zhe's plight, but rather on the expression Ouyang Fengyu would wear upon discovering that his assassination plot had failed, and that his subordinates were being targeted for a bounty, losing a tooth each day. When Nan Roy looked at Lu Di once more, she discerned an indescribable ferocity hidden behind his calm smile, terrifying, merciless, akin to that of a demon, instilling a deep-seated fear. He must not be provoked further, otherwise, there would be no place for her to find peace. Nan Roy trembled involuntarily and softly suggested, "Mr. Lu Di, would you like to meet a few of our gang's leaders?" Lu Di shook his head, responding, "Firstly, the leader of the Black Fox gang will remain unchanged. It can always be you or that puppet. I simply wish to remain a quiet figure behind the scenes. Should any matters arise in the future, I will contact you. Secondly, the name Lu Di should not be uttered within the gang henceforth." With that, Lu Di stood and slowly walked towards the door, turning his back to them as he declared, "In the future, you may refer to me by my alias, Emperor 2. On the night of the mass gathering, Lu Di was not driving. At that moment, he was leisurely strolling along the roadside, heading towards the Ingji group. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a girl echoed from across the street. Two girls, of similar stature and dressed in tight jeans and round-necked shirts, emerged from a car modification shop. However, before they could cover a distance of 2 meters, Lu Di furrowed his brow. Could it be Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin? What were they doing here? Lu Di recalled that this establishment, known as Huahui, was one of the underground casinos owned by the notorious Heihu. Alas, those two young ladies had likely gotten themselves into trouble again. I must have owed the Yin family in my past life. With a soft sigh, Lu Di quickened his pace towards the Huahui modification shop. After descending the dim staircase, the sprawling underground casino, nearly 1,000 square meters, unfolded before Lu Di's eyes. An array of gambling equipment was present, reminiscent of the gambling ships depicted in films. In the distance, a crowded gambling table attracted many onlookers. At one end of the table sat a brash young man with dyed blonde hair and earrings. With a raised eyebrow, the young man remarked, "I say, ladies, the round hasn't even begun, and you're already thinking of fleeing? Isn't that against the rules?" Yin Kaikai puffed out her chest, feigning strength. "What rules? We've already lost 6 million. We've lost it all, so why shouldn't we quit?" At that moment, Yin Kaikai regretted her impulsive decision. She and Yin Xinshin had initially planned to splurge Lu Di's 5 million. However, on a whim, they decided to explore this fabled casino, even if they lost. It was Lu Di's money anyway. They merely wanted to experience the thrill. Yet, to their astonishment, within less than 20 minutes, and with only a rudimentary understanding of gambling, they had squandered the entire 5 million, even depleting their own 1 million savings. Although Yin Xinshin had received substantial rewards during her live streams, the withdrawal period had not yet arrived. Now, the two were caught in a predicament. "Don't think I don't know who you are. As the daughters of the wealthiest, you could casually produce tens of millions, couldn't you? If you're short on cash, you can always ask your family." The blonde young man pointed to the 6 cards laid out on the table. "You bet 1 million this round, while I wagered 3 million. Are you ladies prepared to continue, or will you fold? Our pocket money is limited, and this matter must not reach your families." The two young women, undeterred, seemed to be bracing themselves for a confrontation. No money? Do you think this is a joke?" The blonde man suddenly smirked wickedly, his gaze instinctively drifting towards the girls' figures. "If you can't pay, you could always offer yourselves as collateral. Haha. I've been around long enough and have yet to experience the thrill of twins, especially two as beautiful as you." The crowd erupted in laughter. Their eyes filled with a peculiar intensity as they looked at the two girls. "You dare." The young women felt a surge of fear, attempting to struggle free, but were firmly restrained by a burly man beside them. "You have 5 minutes. If you can't gather the money, I'll drag you into a room and deal with you right here." The blonde man leered menacingly. What I initially thought to be a significant issue turned out to be merely a trifling sum of a few million. Behind the crowd, a young man clad in a white shirt sauntered in, his smile as light and effortless as a passing cloud. "Lu Di," exclaimed the two young ladies, their voices filled with urgency as if they had grasped a lifeline. "Lu Di, please help us." "Hey, brother, are you playing the role of a hero rescuing damsels in distress? Given your tone, are you prepared to repay the debt for these two ladies?" mocked the blonde-haired youth, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Di. Judging by his attire, which likely cost no more than 1,000, he seemed to be posturing as something he was not. In truth, I was somewhat reluctant to be here. These two young women were indeed rather bothersome. Nevertheless, I could not simply stand by and watch them be mistreated. Lu Di chuckled casually. The two young ladies exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, yet they had no choice but to endure. Lu Di was their only hope. "Lu Di, can you really help us settle the debt?" Yin Kaikai asked sternly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she chided herself for her foolishness. How could she forget that Lu Di was a pauper? He had previously placed 5 million in the estate, intending to use it as bait. But he had yet to reap any rewards. He had not even managed to swindle any money from his father. Yin Xinshin, thinking quickly, spoke softly. "Lu Di, We understand your financial constraints, but I have an idea. You could call third sister and borrow 1 million to help us pay off the debt. Once my earnings are withdrawn, I will repay you 110,000. You would earn a neat profit of 10,000. How does that sound? After proposing her idea, Yan Xinshin felt a surge of admiration for her own cleverness. A full 10,000. Surely, Lu Di, the impoverished soul, would be willing to assist. Huh. I see you are merely waiting to be taken advantage of. Lu Di smirked mischievously and began to turn away. Wait, Lu Di, I will repay you 20,000. Is that acceptable? The two headstrong young ladies were indeed quite audacious. If I don't teach you a lesson, you may never learn the meaning of respect. Lu Di's eyes narrowed, and he began to summon information about the blonde youth before him. This fellow, named Rin Buyuan, possessed a modicum of influence. His father, Rin Xuan, was a figure on the wealth rankings of the city, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Yet, this boy was the epitome of a spoiled rich kid, indulging in debauchery, enticing young women, and engaging in brawls, having committed countless misdeeds. He was utterly unconcerned with the stakes of this 1 million. As today's gamble was likely a trap he had laid for the two young ladies. Rin Buyen gazed at Lu Di, who was pretending to be profound, with a hint of exasperation. Could he not feign seriousness elsewhere? Young women like Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin were not the sort of prize a toad like him could hope to claim. Very well, how do you wish to proceed? Rin Buyuan sneered. With the current hand, the betting continued. Lu Di remained unfazed, glanced at his 3 cards, and expressionlessly lit a cigarette. You wagered 3 million, did you not? I shall raise you 5 million. This is merely a game of money. Where did you procure that amount, Lu Di? Yin Kai quickly covered Yin Xinshin's mouth, fearing she might inadvertently reveal their secrets. Subsequently, Yin Kai gritted her teeth and whispered in Lu Di's ear, Lu Di, are you out of your mind? Not only do you refuse to repay, but you also raise the stakes. Do you have 5 million? Are you trying to endanger both of us? Lu Di remained unfazed. Turning to the yellow-haired man, he smiled and said, it's your turn. The game played at this gambling table is known in underground casinos as Da, which is essentially what the common folk refer to as Jajinwa. Each player receives 3 hidden cards, placing their bets against one another, ultimately comparing their hands. How intriguing. Shall we have a show-off? The yellow-haired man also grew interested. Double-checking his cards, he held a royal flush. The probability of acquiring such a hand is exceedingly low. It is practically a guaranteed win. Moreover, he had already bribed the dealer at this casino. Although he was unaware of the 3 cards dealt to Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin, he was certain they would not surpass his hand. With arrogance, the yellow-haired man extended his hand, declaring, 6 million. Betting in hundreds is far too mundane. Lu Di merely smiled lightly, 20 million. Upon hearing this, Yin Kai's heart leaped to her throat. Lu Di had lost his mind. Yin Xinshin desperately tugged at Lu Di's sleeve. Yet, Lu Di remained indifferent. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired of the yellow-haired man, are you in? You truly can act. The yellow-haired man chuckled softly. This fellow's tactics were far too clever. At this moment at the gambling table, anyone who refrained from participating would essentially concede defeat, losing all previously wagered funds. This fellow aimed to continually escalate the stakes to frighten him away. I shall indulge you today, 25 million, 100 million. Lu Di stated calmly. As the words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Did I mishear? This fellow wagered 100 million? Who is this man? What? The yellow-haired man was also taken aback. Why was he deviating from the expected course? Jumping from 25 million directly to 100 million? His total savings barely amounted to 300 million. If this continued, he would be bankrupt in just 3 rounds. Initially, he had intended to wager several tens of millions for some amusement. How did it escalate to over 100 million in an instant? Wait, no, this isn't right. The yellow-haired man suddenly slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Lu Di's nose. You nearly had me fooled. You say 100 million. And it's 100 million? Have you changed your chips? Hiss, Yin Kai gasped in shock. This fool has caught on. Lu Di, of course, had no money. The millions and billions he called out were mere fabrications. Just moments ago, Yin Kai had harbored a glimmer of hope that Lu Di could maintain this fa long enough to scare the yellow-haired man away. Now it had been exposed. Yin Kai, struck with inspiration, raised her voice. Yellow-haired man, show some respect. Lu Di is our Yin family's 3rd son-in-law. He can produce not just 100 million, but even 10 billion. Spare me your nonsense. I demand proof of funds. The yellow-haired man, asserting himself, waved for the casino manager to approach. In such large casinos, there is deep cooperation with banks. Verifying an individual's assets is a straightforward task. No, we cannot verify. Yin Kai fiercely blocked the casino manager. She was acutely aware that if verification were to proceed, they would be doomed. Kai, remain calm. Lu Di wore an air of indifference. extracting a bank card from his pocket and addressing the casino manager. Please verify it. There is no password. It's over. Let us go all out. We'll carve a bloody path. You run ahead, and I'll cover you. No, we should call the police. The two young women were already in a state of panic, contemplating their escape strategies. Huang Mao wore a smug expression, having just cast a glance at Lu Di's bank card. A Huiman card? How utterly laughable. If he were truly a billionaire, he would at least possess a platinum card. This fool is all show and no substance. Compete with me? You've wagered $1 billion. I wonder what you'll use to settle that. The two young women from the Yin family would not escape today. 5 minutes later, the casino manager approached slowly, his face twitching with excitement, unnoticed by anyone else. Mr. Lu, this is your bank card. Our verification is complete. Bowing at a 90-degree angle, he presented the card with trembling hands, saying, additionally, to welcome your esteemed presence. We have specially opened a black diamond account for you. We hope to see you often. A black diamond? I've only heard of gold. What on earth is this? The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. Is he truly capable? Huang Mao asked anxiously. The casino manager pondered before responding. Mr. Lu's $1 billion wager is entirely valid. What? Huang Mao was taken aback. He truly possesses $1 billion assets? This was indeed a formidable opponent. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin were equally stunned. Lu Di, do you really have that much money? $1 billion. What about the $5 million? The two young women were left speechless. Why can't I have money? Lu Di chuckled, turning to Huang Mao. I ask you, young Master Ren, will you join me? Damn it, I'm going all in today. Huang Mao gritted his teeth. $1 billion, $100 million. I refuse to believe you can pull out $2 billion. $3 billion, no less. Lu Di's calm, unhurried voice rang out again. What? He had directly increased his wager to $3 billion? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Did this young man have sufficient assets? Huang Mao was momentarily dazed, looking questioningly at the casino manager, who, despite his excitement, nodded slowly in affirmation. Huang Mao was instantly bewildered. This is $3 billion. It's all my assets. Is he playing for keeps? At a loss, Huang Mao shot a questioning glance at the dealer, who, still in shock, firmly nodded in response. Is the deck fine? I'm guaranteed to win. Good. Huang Mao clenched his teeth. I'm in for $3 billion, plus my Lamborghini parked outside and a standalone villa in Shanghai district, totaling $35 billion. This is all I can muster. $5 billion. Lu Di casually took a puff of his cigarette. Huang Mao's jaw dropped once more, hanging open in disbelief. As for Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, the two young girls had transformed into wooden carvings, their eyes wide open, mouths agape. What? The blond man's expression crumbled as he turned to the casino manager. The manager, a man in his 50s known for his composure, now had lips that quivered slightly. He nodded again. Did his assets suffice? A sheen of sweat began to form on the blond man's forehead, indicating the dire state of affairs. However, at this juncture, there was no retreat for me. I could only endure. Damn it, you clever lad. I refuse to believe this misfortune. Just wait, I shall gather the funds. I intend to crush you with money today. The blond man was already in a frenzy. Subsequently, he frantically dialed one number after another. Brothers, sisters, wealthy friends, uncles of his parents. Anyone who could lend him money was contacted. 5 minutes later, the whites of his eyes were bloodshot, and he slammed his phone onto the table. $10 billion. You wretched pauper. I wonder what you shall counter with. I have mobilized all my connections to borrow $10 billion. I shall ensure your family is brought to ruin today. The room fell silent. Everyone was rendered speechless by fear. Although Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin hailed from affluent families, they were merely recent graduates. They had never encountered such a scenario. The men they had regarded as pathetic losers, mere opportunists, were supposed to be destitute. He had feigned aloofness to swindle money from his family. How could it be that he casually tossed around $5 billion at the gambling table? Indeed, we had misjudged him. He was capable, wealthy. He could produce $5 billion. But now what was to be done? The opponent had directly thrown out $10 billion. It was a doubling of the stakes. The adversary's background was that of a figure on the city's wealth rankings. Yet what of Lu Di? The Iron Four had already investigated. He had no background. His mother was merely an ordinary worker in a small town. He could not possibly summon such a sum. With matters at this stage, there was no turning back. $100 billion, and still no fold. In the quiet room, Lu Di's voice resonated like thunder, embedding itself in the minds of those present. The tearful casino manager continued to silently nod. It was a blatant 38 crushing. In the current round, Lu Di and the blonde man each held 3 hidden cards, neither revealing them. For the sake of that final moment of comparison, the blonde man, having lost everything and burdened with debt, finally wagered $10 billion. Meanwhile, Lu Di, with a stoic expression, escalated the bet tenfold to $100 billion. The blonde man faced 2 choices. First, he could continue to raise the stakes to over $100 billion, seizing the upper hand to compare values with Lu Di, determining the victor. Second, he could simply fold, conceding defeat and surrendering all his previous bets. But how much wealth did Lu Di truly possess? No one knew. It was as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. Coupled with the casino manager's validation, no matter how astonishing Lu Di's wager, it remained valid. At this moment, the blond man stood frozen in shock. With wide eyes and a paralyzed body, cold sweat streamed down his face. Regret consumed him, an overwhelming sense of remorse. At that moment, he had exhausted all his assets, even incurring billions in debt. Yet, he was effortlessly suppressed by Lu Di. The staggering wager of 10 billion called by Lu Di was an amount that the young man with dyed hair could never hope to match. Even if he could muster 10 billion, who could predict whether Lu Di would raise it to 20 billion or even 30 billion? Gazing at the nonchalant Lu Di, the young man found himself gasping for breath. Lu Di loomed like an immovable mountain, unassailable and steadfast. A hollow laugh escaped the young man's lips, for he felt utterly defeated. Despite knowing that he held a winning hand while Lu Di possessed a poor one, it mattered not, when the stakes were so heavily tilted. He lacked the right to even glimpse at the cards. What had initially been a cunning scheme to seduce the two young ladies from the Yin family had devolved into utter ruin. He now faced not only financial devastation, but also the most humiliating defeat of his life. He was mercilessly crushed by Lu Di, a blatant obliteration. Suddenly, in a fit of despair, the young man seized 3 cards from the table and stuffed them into his mouth. As he struggled to swallow, his face contorted in a grimace. These cards are ruined. No one will know the outcome of this game. Lu Di merely sighed softly, watching in silence. Surely, this was what it meant to be crushed by the last straw? Yet, one could hardly blame fate. Those with nefarious intentions eventually face consequences. The casino manager furrowed his brow and said, "Young Master Ren, do you think our casino's regulations are non-existent? You have already lost to Mr. Lu and must pay the wager." The young man, his mouth full of paper scraps, mumbled incoherently, "Don't think I'm unaware of your casino's secrets. You're affiliated with the Black Fox gang. Their second-in-command, Brother Feng, happens to be my uncle. Today, I shall play the rogue. I'll call my uncle right now. And when he arrives, let us see who dares to make me pay." With a fierce glare directed at Lu Di, he spat, "You ignorant little wretch. Do you really believe you can win against me? I merely wanted to toy with you. When my uncle arrives, forget the wager. You won't even have the chance to walk out of here on your own 2 feet. And those 2 ladies from the Yin family? I will publicly claim them today, and I dare anyone to stop me." His laughter echoed as he retrieved his phone. The Black Fox gang? The most formidable faction in Haishur. Rumor had it they operated in both legitimate and illicit realms, wielding immense power. Their second-in-command must be an extraordinary figure. That young man was doomed. Whispers of sympathy for Lu Di spread among the crowd. The casino manager, too, appeared flustered. Did this young Master Rin know the second-in-command? He had never mentioned it before. This was becoming complicated. "Humph, my uncle is already on his way. What does your 10 billion in assets matter? To the Black Fox gang, you are merely a grasshopper that can be crushed at will." The young man hung up the phone. His demeanor transformed into one of confident assurance. The rapid turn of events left Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin's minds in a state of confusion. Initially elated by Lu Di's unexpected victory, their joy was short-lived as the situation took a dramatic turn. Why has the Black Fox gang emerged once more? It appears that this faction is quite formidable and not to be trifled with. Suddenly, the phone of the casino manager rang, and upon glancing at the screen, his expression shifted to one of acute tension. "Yes, Mr. Feng, indeed. Rest assured," he replied, hastily disconnecting the call. With a grand gesture, he summoned a cadre of casino bodyguards, who swiftly encircled Lu Di's table. The manager approached Lu Di, his face etched with embarrassment, stating, "Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize. But Mr. Feng has called, and no one is permitted to leave until his arrival." Mr. Feng was indeed furious, but fear not. "I shall do my utmost to advocate for you." As he spoke, the manager instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. "What should we do now?" Yin Kaikai trembled, her voice barely above a whisper. Upon hearing the ominous mention of the Black Fox gang, Lu Di felt a sense of resignation wash over him. He extinguished his cigarette with a flick and replied nonchalantly, "I am quite frightened." Yin Kaikai was utterly beside herself. Was it possible that the miraculous Lu Di was at a loss? Yet, what did his demeanor signify? Observing Lu Di, who had crossed his arms and closed his eyes in meditation, she exclaimed in despair, "Lu Di, is this how you express fear?" "Of course, I am terrified," he admitted. "However, I feel somewhat fatigued at the moment. I shall rest for a while. Please wake me when that Mr. Feng arrives." At the Missal Guildhall, Offing was in a state of turmoil, having just cleaned up the aftermath of chaos. Today, a formidable figure akin to a specter had single-handedly dismantled the entire Black Fox gang, leaving the faction in disarray. Most shattering of all was the revelation that the leader he had followed for 6 years was merely a puppet. And as if that were not enough, an audacious young man had the gall to bully his nephew and attempt to seize his inheritance? Did he truly believe he could disregard me? The second in command of the Black Fox gang? Was everyone intent on bullying the illustrious Mr. Foam? Damn it, I shall eliminate you. Bring me 20 men. We are heading to the underground casino. In a dramatic scene unfolding at the underground casino, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Everyone awaited the impending spectacle. Yin Kai and Yin Xian were in a frenzy of anxiety. The blonde-haired individual wore a menacing expression. Meanwhile, the young man in the white shirt at the center of this turmoil seemed to be in slumber. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed as the bodyguards outside shouted in unison, "Mr. Foam, haha, Uncle has arrived. Today, no one can save you." The blonde one proclaimed with unbridled arrogance. The casino manager had already bowed deeply, welcoming the top figure of the Black Fox gang, Mr. Foam. Clad in a Zhongshan suit, and with half a cigar clenched in his mouth, Offing strode into the casino hall with 20 of his minions wielding clubs, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Everyone could not help but murmur in awe. Now, this was the true demeanor of a leader. "Manager, where is my nephew?" Offing surveyed the scene with a haughty gaze. "Uncle, you have arrived." The blonde one scampered to Offing's side, instantly adopting a woeful expression, lamenting, "My nephew has been terribly bullied. That scoundrel who cheated me out of my money is over there. Get the hell out of my way." Afeng exclaimed as he extinguished his cigarette with a fierce stomp. "Today, I shall uncover who dares to bully Afeng." The latter part of his statement was swallowed back with difficulty. At that moment, a peculiar sound escaped Afeng's throat, akin to a feather caught in his windpipe. For after the crowd parted, he beheld the white-clad youth reclining languidly in a chair, seemingly lost in contemplation. "Mr. Dier, I can't believe it." Afeng froze, as if struck by lightning. "Uncle Tang, don't just stand there. Let the brothers take him down," Huang Mao exclaimed, bouncing about and assuming a false bravado. Yet, Afeng's mind was a cacophony, and all he could hear was a faint buzzing in his ears. Huang Mao's fervent shouts faded into oblivion. Even the 20 fierce-looking subordinates behind him began to tremble. They were not mere fish. They possessed memories. Wasn't this the very person who had just mercilessly beaten them? He was no man. He was a demon. Was this truly his fate? Would he be unable to overcome this obstacle today? "Uncle Tang, you all must go." "It's all right. I will bear all consequences. Take him down," Huang Mao shouted, seizing a knife from one of the thugs, preparing to charge. "Who the hell is your uncle?" Afeng roared back, swinging his arm and knocking Huang Mao to the ground. "Brothers, charge. Beat this Huang Mao to a pulp." With Afeng's furious command, the 20 subordinates reacted in unison, surging forward as if they wished for Huang Mao's immediate demise. It seemed that only thus could they save themselves. "Uncle Tang, what's wrong?" "It's me, Buyuan." "Oh dear, I don't recognize you." The following 5 minutes were a gruesome spectacle. 20 men mercilessly pummeled Huang Mao. In the distance, Yin Kai looked utterly bewildered. What? Are they fighting among themselves? The spectators were equally perplexed, save for the casino manager, whose expression flickered as if he began to understand something. 10 minutes later, Afeng, dragging the nearly unrecognizable Huang Mao, now resembling a swollen pig, approached Lu Di, standing silently, too intimidated to speak. Lu Di slowly stretched, opening his eyes slightly. "Finished? Sir, it's done." "Well then, I shall take my leave. I have to drive someone shortly." Lu Di rose leisurely. "Drive?" "Yes." Lu Di placed a cigarette to his lips, prompting Afeng to rush forward and light it. "Ah, after a nap, I feel much better. Ladies, shall we go?" Lu Di stretched his limbs and ambled forth. "Oh." Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin obediently replied, trailing closely behind. Unbeknownst to all, Afeng's back was drenched in sweat, as though he had traversed the gates of hell. This was the second time today. The entire casino was in a state of bewilderment. What had just transpired? Afeng trembled, addressing the unconscious Huang Mao. "Why the hell did you provoke him of all people? He has now become the underground overlord of our entire Haishur, Mr. Dier." A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. From this moment forth, the name Dier would be indelibly etched in the minds of all present. In due course, this name would traverse the underbelly of the city, spreading through the myriad of players in the underground casinos, reaching every corner of Haishur, and even the dark alleys of Huaxia. On the roadside, Tai Lu had been waiting beside the car for quite some time. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin stood awkwardly behind Lu Di, pondering for ages without knowing how to broach the subject. "Thank you for helping us out of that predicament, soft Lu Di," they finally managed to say. Lu Di shrugged dismissively. "There's no need for thanks. I did all this because I adhere to my own principles. My reason for staying here is simply that I do not wish to witness your Yin family's downfall." "So, Lu Di, you are not a pauper? How much do you actually possess?" Yin Xinshin could not help but inquire. This question prompted Lu Di to reflect for a moment. In the realm of futures, Mo Tong had ceased operations and shifted focus to the stock market. Those familiar with the stock market would know that a mysterious retail investor had recently emerged, wielding a staggering amount of capital and making remarkably accurate predictions, wreaking havoc and amassing immense wealth. According to external estimates, this individual had handled funds amounting to nearly 100 billion. My wealth, in comparison to your Yin family, is still lacking. To acquire your entire Ingji group, I would likely need another 2 to 3 months. Observing Lu Di's earnest demeanor, Yin Kaikai found herself at a loss for words once more. Lu Di flashed a grin. He is merely a friend, the kind you meet without any prior acquaintance. Enough. The two young women, now somewhat fatigued, had lost the desire to argue with Lu Di. Lu Di, we apologize. Finally, after 2 minutes, the two girls uttered the words that had been bottled up inside. We now understand that you are not a bad person. You did not take money from our father, nor did you need to deceive our Yin family. You are neither a freeloader nor a con artist. We misjudged you. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin lowered their heads, their eyes slightly reddened. It was we who secretly hid your 5 million and attempted to frame you, hoping our father would expel you. Upon hearing this, Lu Di frowned. You concealed my 5 million? Such a thing occurred? It was not intentional. We were simply terrified of being harmed again. The two young women shrank back in fear. Haha. Lu Di could not help but laugh. Such matters do not concern me. How the Yin family perceives me is of little importance. What matters is that I am at peace with myself. Dingling. Lu Di's phone rang. The caller, Yin Qingwen. I have been away from my post for too long. I must take my leave. Lu Di turned to depart, waving goodbye to the two young women over his shoulder. Sighing, Yin Kaikai watched Lu Di's retreating figure, reflecting that he was actually quite a decent fellow, albeit a bit boastful, claiming he would acquire the Ingji group one moment and professing friendship with an underground kingpin the next. Beside her, Tai Lu wore a serious expression, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Lu Di is far more than that. I wonder if you have ever heard of the internationally renowned Tianluo Special Forces? 40 banks in turmoil. Lu Di, where have you been? Just now, Mr. Wen went out, and I couldn't find the driver. Zhao Qianqian stood defiantly at the doorway, hands on her hips, her brow furrowed. Therefore, Mr. Wen penalizes you by making you accompany me on a date tonight. A date, indeed, Lu Di chuckled helplessly, sidestepping Zhao Qianqian and striding directly into Yin Qingwen's office. Lu Di, leaving your post during work hours will result in a deduction from this month's bonus. Yin Qingwen sat behind her desk, her expression frosty, gently wiping her palms. Beside her, a coat rack swayed slightly, adorned with a blood-stained white coat. Miss Yin, did you just step out to commit murder? Lu Di remarked with a chuckle. Fortunately, he was aware of Yin Qingwen's true identity. Otherwise, the scene before him might easily lead one to perceive her as a murderous fiend. I just returned from performing several surgeries for Grandpa Tua, Yin Qingwen explained, delicately placing the damp tissue down. It was then that Lu Di noticed her hands were trembling slightly, likely due to extreme mental strain coupled with exhaustion. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. This girl actually possesses a kind heart. Lu Di, please take a look at this list. Yin Qingwen pushed a document forward on the desk. Lu Di stepped closer to glance at it. The list was filled with medical supplies, including standard disinfectants, medications, and various commonly used medical instruments. I compiled this just now. These items are urgently needed for Grandpa Tuo's hospital. Since he looks down upon our Ingji group, I shall personally donate these supplies to him. Yin Qingwen's gaze lowered slightly as she continued. However, it seems that Grandpa Tuo is not particularly fond of me. Lu Di, could you find time tomorrow to deliver these items to him? So that is the case. Lu Di nodded in realization, his esteem for Yin Qingwen growing. You don't understand Grandpa Tuo. His stance is quite unstable. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. Next time you visit, just bring him a few bottles of fine wine, and he might just adopt you as his goddaughter. With that, Lu Di scribbled at the end of the list. Nilon Mountain Erguo 2, 3 boxes. Yin Qingwen appeared momentarily lost in thought. She vaguely recalled that during Lu Di's last meeting with Grandpa Tuo, the first thing he said was, "Little Lu Di, why didn't you bring me any wine?" Could it be that Grandpa Tuo is a fond drinker? Make a note of that. After instructing Zhao Qianqian to prepare the items on the list, Yin Qingwen swiftly stowed her bag. Lu Di, accompany me to the bank. What do we need to go to the bank for? What a silly question. Of course, to withdraw money. You're grown up. Do you really need to go in person to withdraw cash? It's all because of you. Near the Ingji Group office building, outside Haisher Commercial, at 5:20 p.m. Inside a van labeled Beifeng Logistics, an elderly man sat within the cargo area, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed a row of surveillance screens. Among these screens was a clear view of the bank across the street. This elderly gentleman appeared to be at least 70 years of age. His hair and eyebrows a snowy white. He sat upright, exuding an imposing presence, his physique robust like that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Instructor, there are only 10 minutes left until the bank officially closes. Once the civilians depart, our exercise can commence. Behind the elderly man stood a towering figure, a man whose skin was dark and whose muscles bulged with strength. One of his arms was nearly the thickness of an average person's thigh. The man towered over the 2-meter compartment, his head nearly brushing the ceiling. The elder chuckled lightly, his demeanor relaxed. What a ludicrous idea you've concocted, simulating a bank robbery. I am well aware of it. As soon as I received your call, I hastened to Haishur, the elder said, unable to suppress a mischievous grin, resembling a playful old rascal. The towering man shook his head slightly. Indeed, this time, they had merely brought along a few untrained new recruits. The prowess of these new members was vastly inferior to that of the formal members within the group. Yet, they were far from novices. They were handpicked by the instructor. Hailing from the CR de la CR of teams across the nation, each one could take on 100 adversaries, seasoned by countless battles, commonly referred to as kings of soldiers. However, to label these elite warriors, the sharp blades of the military, as novices was the folly of the robust elder, who was a member of the most clandestine special forces unit in China, Tianluo. The newly appointed instructor of the Tianluo unit bore the codename Haishan. The towering man was the sole official member of the Tianluo unit accompanying Haishan to Haishur. The team leader of Tianluo was known as Huixiong. The so-called novices they referred to were the carefully selected 1 in 1,000 reserve members of Tianluo. Huixiong indicated several positions on the screen, where a few civilians were seated or standing. Instructor, the 6 novices are in position. If our soldiers successfully make off with the money, we win. If they are intercepted, it counts as their victory. Huixiong paused and continued. The bank has been informed. There will be no casualties, rest assured. Very well, Haishan nodded slightly, a glimmer of anticipation illuminating his face. This was his first time participating in such an exercise. His soldiers had donned civilian attire, disguising themselves as bank customers, while the opposing special forces were blissfully unaware, conducting their business as per their superiors' instructions. One side consisted of Tianluo unit novices masquerading as robbers, while the other was the Haishur super police, inadvertently caught in the midst of a bank heist, a seemingly random occurrence, yet meticulously orchestrated as a combat exercise. Just thinking about it is amusing. Haishan reclined in his chair, laughing. Huixiong, let us await the spectacle. The weather was splendid. 5 minutes later, Lu Di reluctantly followed Yin Qingwen into the Haishur Commercial Bank. Lu Di, according to my predictions, a story will unfold in this bank in 5 minutes. Suddenly, the clear voice of a young boy echoed in Lu Di's mind. In the next moment, several red circles appeared in Lu Di's view, locking onto several scattered customers within the bank's lobby. In the realm of magic, the individuals before him, though clad in tightly secured coats, revealed their extraordinary physique and rapid breathing patterns. It became evident that their foundational strength and agility far surpassed that of ordinary people. Subsequently, the focus shifted to their vigilant gazes, meticulously scanning their surroundings, the cash displayed in the window, the movements of the security personnel, and potential escape routes. Thereafter, Lu Di's attention was drawn to the waist of one individual, where an unusual bulge suggested the presence of a hard object. Analyzing its shape and movement, the probability of it being a firearm was a staggering 68%. Moreover, the backgrounds of these 6 individuals were shrouded in mystery, almost entirely devoid of information. Lu Di, having discreetly observed everything, sighed in resignation. Is this the story you spoke of, Magic Child? It appears someone intends to rob the bank, and they seem quite professional at it. Is it too much to ask for a peaceful day? At that moment, Yin Qingwen, who had just completed her withdrawal, approached Lu Di, presenting him with 3 bundles of vibrant red bills. Lu Di, take this, she insisted. Lu Di, perplexed, questioned the meaning behind her gesture. What do you mean? I am aware that you are out of money, yet you still cling to your pride. There is no one else here but me. So accept it. Use it for your expenses. Yin Qingwen's demeanor appeared domineering, yet her eyes were fixed intently on Lu Di, fearing his rejection. Her father had bestowed upon him 5 million, but his reckless spending had led to him gifting 4 million to Mr. Tuo, leaving him unable to even afford groceries. Despite everything, he had once saved her life. Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. Yin Qingwen's attitude was undeniably aloof and unappealing. Yet she harbored a good heart. Not only did she wish to assist Mr. Tuo, but she was also keenly observant of his every action. Perhaps, she had misinterpreted some of his behaviors. She desired to help him, but was concerned about her own pride. Lu Di finally comprehended why Yin Qingwen had chosen this specific time to come alone, without her assistant, to retrieve the money. She aimed to preserve his dignity. With a soft sigh, Lu Di felt a flicker of affection. You may possess a conscience after all, acknowledging my role as your benefactor. He refrained from accepting the money and instead raised an eyebrow, saying, however, my dear benefactor's cigarettes have just run out. Would you be so kind as to fetch me a pack? Yan Qingwen's hand, still holding the money, froze mid-air, her eyes widening in disbelief. Lu Di, can you not be so insatiable? What do you mean by what? I want to smoke Huazi. Now be a good girl and hurry. Lu Di grinned, his expression playful. Caught off guard by his sudden gentleness, Yan Qingwen found herself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words. Almost unconsciously, she stepped out, heading towards the supermarket across the street. Ah, what a good girl you are, Lu Di muttered, watching her slightly clumsy retreat, shaking his head as he strolled over to the lounge area. He lowered himself beside a man adorned in a trench coat. Hello there, Lu Di greeted with a smile. Greetings, the man replied. Brother, the weather is splendid today. Shall we rob a bank? Indeed, the weather is as you say. What? The man in the trench coat suddenly stood up, astonished as he gazed at Lu Di. Lu Di, with a mischievous grin, replied, Forgive me, I must cut in line. Outside, in the surveillance vehicle, Heishan's expression shifted dramatically. What transpired? Is there an interference at point 6? In the next moment, having just sipped a mouthful of tea, Heishan nearly spewed it out. On the monitor, the young man clad in a white shirt seized the opportunity while the rookie at point 6 was momentarily distracted, delivering a powerful punch straight to his chin. The rookie was sent flying. What is happening? Even the gray bear looked stunned. The ensuing scene left both men even more astounded. After knocking out the rookie, the young man in white showed no signs of slowing down. With the swiftness of a dragon, he charged towards the other 5 rookies. The rookies were baffled. Why had the exercise commenced prematurely? Yet, faced with Lu Di's tiger-like ferocity, they had no time to ponder. Bang, bang, bang. The bank lobby descended into chaos as civilians fled in panic. On the screen, regardless of the rookies' close combat techniques or special operations tactics, Lu Di effortlessly countered them. Rookie 1 was sent flying, Rookie 2 knocked unconscious, Rookie 3 disarmed, and Rookies 4 and 5 incapacitated simultaneously. Within 2 minutes, all 6 rookies from the Tianluo team were rendered powerless. Heishan and the gray bear stood frozen in disbelief. This is impossible. Heishan was instantly agitated. I said they were rookies. That was merely modesty. How could an inexperienced youth so easily bring them down? This must be a joke. Moreover, this is utterly unacceptable. The esteemed commander of Tianluo, renowned in his own right, was left at a loss for words. Gray Bear was equally stunned by the footage. Instinctively, he straightened up, his iron-like head nearly smashing through the roof of the surveillance vehicle. The commander is making his move. No way. Received. Gray Bear, a true member of the Tianluo team, leaped from the reconnaissance vehicle. His legs propelled him forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving 2 small craters in the asphalt beneath him. Inside the bank lobby, Lu Di surveyed the fallen robbers strewn about the floor and calmly clapped his hands. I must admit, as robbers, you possess considerable skill. It is unfortunate you chose the wrong path. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind surged. Not far away, a towering figure charged towards Lu Di like a heavy steamroller. Another one. Lu Di squinted at the approaching figure. This individual's presence was evidently several times more formidable than that of the previous ones. It seems I must take this punch seriously. Here we go. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted. The incredibly strong Captain Gray Bear of the Tianluo team was sent flying 10 meters, crashing into a nearby lounge, shattering glass and causing the ceiling to collapse. Gray Bear's body was completely buried. Meanwhile, Lu Di remained in his stance, poised with his arm extended, ready to strike. In the reconnaissance vehicle, the old man from Black Mountain inhaled sharply. Have I truly aged? Am I beginning to see things? 42. The commoners of Haishur. Lu, what transpired with your cigarettes here? Yan Qingwen, holding a cigarette, stood at the doorway, gazing vacantly at the chaos within the hall. He had only stepped out for 5 minutes. On the floor lay 5 or 6 individuals, and the lounge had already collapsed. Fear not. The bank has just been besieged by robbers, but a dashing and formidable young man arose, swiftly subduing the culprits in mere moments. None of this is crucial. We should leave at once. This place is no longer safe, Lu declared as he grasped Yan Qingwen's arm and hurried towards the exit. But where is that young man you mentioned? Yan Qingwen seemed lost in thought. Lu shrugged. He had other matters to attend to and left first, observing the retreating figures. The bank tellers exchanged bewildered glances, yet not a single one activated the alarm. My goodness, is this what the higher-ups referred to as a drill? One man single-handedly overpowered 6 special forces? In less than 3 minutes, it was all over? Was that young fellow a SWAT officer from our Haishur? So handsome. I truly admire such a policeman. Suddenly, the ruins of the lounge erupted. The gray bear charged forth in a fit of rage, his eyes bloodshot as he surveyed the battlefield before him. Yet, where was Lu's presence? That rascal, Do not let me catch you again. 10 minutes later, a large contingent arrived at the scene. Some were clearing the debris, while others carried the injured on stretchers. TSK. Behind the old man from Black Mountain, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit stroked his chin, his mouth unable to cease its murmurs of astonishment. Old Hey, you were boasting to me about how formidable your soldiers are. To be honest, I was somewhat intimidated at the time. Is this the situation now? I merely arrived 5 minutes late, and your troops were bested by a courageous civilian? This means not only did your soldiers fail to match him, but they also failed at their disguise. An accident? Fortunately, you fell into the hands of a civilian. Otherwise, if you had clashed with my elite team, I fear your top soldiers would be too weak and might suffer a serious injury. I could not account for that. Duan Hua's heart swelled with delight. This unknown young man who emerged from nowhere had truly elevated Haishi's reputation. The old man from Black Mountain was on the verge of humiliation. Beside him, the gray bear trembled with rage. Indeed, as a member of the Tianlu, he was entitled to pride. He had never endured such disgrace. If that young man dared to show his face again, he would surely break his arms and legs. At that moment, the old man from Black Mountain fell silent, repeatedly reviewing the footage of the earlier confrontation. His expression grew increasingly solemn. This young man, whether in physical strength or reaction speed, was undoubtedly exceptional. Furthermore, his grappling techniques, special operations tactics, and even weapon disarming skills were all masterful. The old man from Black Mountain's gaze flickered. His code name was Black Mountain, but in the military, he was also known as Fiery Eye. In any battle, as soon as his discerning gaze swept across, the superiority or inferiority of combatants was instantly revealed. After all, even an organization as formidable as the Tianluo group places complete trust in his vision. The old man, Heishan, gently tapped the keyboard, freezing the screen on a close-up of Lu Di. He stared intently, and then, extending his hand, the bear immediately bowed in response. Bear, you have 12 hours to locate this young man, Heishan pondered. Understood. The bear furrowed his brow and couldn't help but inquire. Instructor, do you intend to enlist him? Heishan slightly shook his head. Have you not realized that he knocked you back with a single blow? His strength is nothing short of extraordinary. This young man may very well be the one we have been searching for all along. Not only is he qualified for enlistment, but he could even succeed me in the future. Heishan exhaled deeply, adding, moreover, the most crucial point is that with him, our plans within the group can truly commence. What? The bear trembled slightly at the revelation. He chuckled. Oh, old Hey, why the rush? Since you've come to Haisher, you must give me the chance to extend my hospitality. How about this? I'll book a table for dinner tonight, with a braised rooster, your favorite dish. And you, bear, you must join us for a drink. If you don't want to drink, then don't throw a tantrum. Duan Hua observed Heishan walking away, suddenly retracting his smile. He waved his hand, and immediately a middle-aged officer rushed over. Director's son, I give you 10 hours to ensure that you find the young man in that footage. Though the old ghost Heishan has a foul temper, his judgment is undeniably sharp. The individuals he selects are all champions of the military. Since this young man hails from Haisher, he must not be allowed to fall into the hands of the old ghost. Find him for me. I want him to join my team, to become the champion of my elite police unit. That old ghost has no chance of stealing him away. Lu Di, you've become quite the sensation. Mao Tong, speak respectfully. My assessment reveals that there are currently at least 4 computer terminals searching for your information. The comparison footage they possess is from the bank fight. Lu Di sighed softly, feeling helpless. Mao Tong, have you heard this line of poetry? What? When matters are settled, I'll leave quietly, concealing my achievements and name. Understood. I will act immediately. At this moment, Heishan and the bear were seated before the computer, awaiting the facial recognition results, when suddenly they froze. The computer screen went dark. The technicians scrambled to resolve the issue. After much ado, although the computer rebooted, all video footage of the young man in white had vanished without a trace. Can our computer be hacked? Heishan stood dumbfounded for a few seconds before shouting. Bear, quickly sketch the facial profile for me. Meanwhile, the young man in white, who had just triumphed in battle, was enjoying the clandestine photo he had taken of himself when suddenly, his phone alerted him that the photo had been deleted. Damn it. The old ghost dares to tamper with my phone. In Yin Hongshin's banquet hall, located in the top suite of the Shengjing International Hotel in Kyoto. In the vibrant city of Kyoto, the esteemed elder Yin Hongshin, known as Master Yin, reclined in a chair on the terrace, gazing down at the enchanting cityscape illuminated by the night. Master, please take a look at this report. It is quite intriguing, the old butler said, presenting a document. The sales leaderboard for the medical device division of Ingji Group listed the top performer, Yin Qingwen and Lu Di, with a staggering amount of 2 billion. A flicker of surprise crossed Master Yan's face. 2 billion. even for Ingji Group, is no trifling sum. Moreover, it is a single order. Master. The third young lady has been exceptionally impressive lately, the butler remarked with a slight smile. As a father, I am well aware of Wenwen's capabilities. Ah Fu, do you not see the crux of this matter? Master Yin sat up, his interest piqued. Indeed, Master. The focal point is Mr. Lu Di. The butler inclined slightly. Mr. Lu's extraordinary talent is evident, even to someone like me, let alone to you. Ah Fu, Master Yin sighed. I am aging, with only a few years left to live. In the days to come, no matter how much I strive to solidify the Yin family's legacy, it pales in comparison to securing a prodigy for our clan. And Lu Di is such an extraordinary find, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Furthermore, he is not merely talented, as you pointed out. He is a remarkable genius. I understand your sentiment, Master, but Ah Fu hesitated momentarily. It appears that Mr. Lu Di holds little interest in our family, perhaps even some disdain. I am well aware. Master Yin replied with a faint smile. Individuals of Lu Di's caliber often possess an air of arrogance due to their talents. He is still quite young. I have my methods to instill humility and decorum in him, to help him appreciate the rare opportunity that the Yin family presents. As he spoke, a resolute glimmer shone in his eyes. Ah Fu, who had faithfully served him for nearly 30 years, felt a twinge of astonishment. It had been at least a decade since he had witnessed Master Yin so determined to accomplish something. Ah Fu, I need you to attend to two matters. Master, might you reconsider? Ah Fu inquired, somewhat startled. The home medical device project has absorbed nearly 100 billion in investments from our group over 3 years, and it has only just launched. It is a pivotal strategic focus for our entire group, directly impacting our revenue for the coming year. The third young lady has only been working for 3 years. Is it not a considerable risk to entrust it to her? Master Yan's expression shifted. I cannot rely solely on Wenwen. I am placing my wager on that young rascal Lu Di. Have you forgotten that Lu Di has expressed an affinity for Wenwen? They spend their days together and have just secured a 2 billion order. Understanding dawned on Ah Fu. If you were to seek Mr. Lu Di's assistance directly, he would likely refuse. Thus, you have orchestrated this clever maneuver. Master Yin chuckled. Fortunately, my daughter is exceptional, captivating that rascal Lu Di. Ah Fu nodded in agreement. And what of the second matter, Master? Master Yin rose, hands clasped behind him as he surveyed the distant scenery. Interestingly, the sons of 2 of my old acquaintances have returned from abroad this year, both achieving remarkable success. Moreover, they have all once held a fondness for Wenwen. I shall create an opportunity for them. The 2 of them, Ouyang Fengyu and Wenwen, along with Lu Di, these promising young talents, gathered in one place. Although Lu Di is admirable, he still falls short in comparison to them. The youth often engage in competition. I believe that in due time, Lu Di will naturally recognize his own inadequacies and perceive a sense of threat. This will, in turn, ignite his fighting spirit and make him more inclined to accept my olive branch from the Yin family. Naturally, I, Yin Hongxin, will also provide Lu Di with ample support and sufficient space to showcase his talents. The butler, Ah Fu, nodded in a somewhat wooden manner. Indeed, the master is profoundly strategic. Yet, this is not enough. Old Master Yin smiled slightly and said, by coincidence, an old friend of mine is currently in Haishur on official business. He is a true giant in the military. The butler, Ah Fu, paused in surprise. Master, are you referring to General Heishan? Precisely. Old Master Yin nodded. What kind of figure is General Heishan? His mere presence is enough to instill awe in these young individuals. He is the kind of figure they shall always look up to. Once Lu Di and the others meet him, they will comprehend the notion that there are always greater talents beyond their own. They will realize that their modest achievements are still far from sufficient. I shall make these young people understand that they must adopt a humble mindset and work diligently. The more Old Master Yin contemplated, the more satisfied he became, unable to resist humming a little tune. With 2 military titans present, I foresee that those youngsters will be utterly terrified. Furthermore, Lu Di will undoubtedly become well-behaved and eventually my esteemed son-in-law. At the Yin family estate, Lu Di and Yin Qingwen had just stepped into the grand hall when they were greeted by a peculiar burnt odor. Following the scent, the 2 made their way to the kitchen. Upon pushing the door open, they were met with a thick cloud of smoke that stung their eyes. Third sister, Lu Di. As the smoke dispersed, they saw Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin, both covered in soot, standing in the kitchen. Before them lay a tightly covered dish on the table. We spent a full 2 hours preparing dinner for Lu Di. Cough, cough, what are you 2 doing? Yin Qingwen frowned and inquired. We made a mistake earlier and want to apologize to Lu Di. As a gesture of sincerity, our very first attempt at cooking is dedicated to him. The 2 young girls exclaimed in unison. Lu Di, come quickly and have a taste. Yin Kai eagerly pulled Lu Di to the table, her face brimming with anticipation. All right. Lu Di scratched his head, taken aback by the scene. The two young girls from the Yin family always acted with such exuberance. Gently lifting the dish cover, a plume of black smoke rose like a wraith. What is this? Lu Di stared blankly at the plate of charred remains before him. It's golden egg fried rice, as I learned from you, though perhaps it was a tad overcooked. The two girls said, sticking out their tongues. Lu Di, we truly did our best. We hope you won't hold a grudge against us. Just take a bite. The detection of benzo, a pyrene, one of the most potent carcinogens recognized worldwide, is alarming. It is not only present in the emissions from coal smoke in vehicles such as cars and tractors, but also in charred food, like the burnt rice before you. Upon hearing the warning from the mischievous child, Lu Di instinctively took 2 steps back. Stop. I forgive you, he exclaimed. Haha, that's good. Lu Di, take your time to enjoy. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin breathed a sigh of relief as they pulled Yin Qingwen outside the kitchen. As soon as they stepped out, the two girls became noticeably tense. Third sister, we have something to confess. What is it? Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Yin Kaikai, with a hint of trepidation, produced a bank card and handed it to Yin Qingwen. This is the bank card our father gave Lu Di, which contains 5 million. Untouched, and has been left in the sunroom on the 5th floor. What? Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Yin Kaikai hesitated and continued. Moreover, a few days ago, when Lu Di first received the card, he placed it there. It was Xinxin and I who secretly hid the card. What? Yin Qingwen was even more shocked. So, from the very beginning, Lu Di never intended to take our family's money, and he is not the person we thought he was. It was Xinxin and I who wanted Lu Di to be misunderstood and subsequently driven away. Yin Kaikai expressed her complex feelings. What? Yin Qingwen's mind began to whirl. Scenes flashed through her thoughts. Lu Di's astonishing purchase of 200 sets of clothing at once, spending 200,000. His nonchalant swipe of the card to acquire a top-tier luxury lighter, costing 1 million. Lu Di's playful smile as he mentioned reserving 4 million for his grandfather. Yin Qingwen felt dazed. If he hadn't taken that card, where did he get the money? Wasn't Lu Di just a poor man living off part-time jobs? Moreover, and most importantly, Lu Di came to the Yin family not for money? What, then, was his true intent? Could it genuinely be, as he claimed, for me? Impossible. Lu Di seemed determined to drive me to madness. Yin Qingwen shook her head vigorously, her confusion deepening, her heart in turmoil. Observing the fluctuating expressions of her third sister, Yin Kaikai awkwardly added, also, Lu Di is actually quite wealthy. What do you mean by quite wealthy? Yin Qingwen raised an eyebrow. Lu Di might possess 1 or 200 million. Yin Kaikai counted on her fingers. Suddenly, she paused. She had intended to reveal Lu Di's actual assets, but was struck by the realization that the casino manager had never disclosed how much money Lu Di's card contained. Lu Di has assets exceeding 100 million? Yin Qingwen asked, stunned. Not just that. 10 billion? At least 100 billion. The exact amount remains unknown to us. What? Yin Qingwen was once again taken aback. 100 billion? That could place him on the Shanghai rich list. How could that be possible? Though she was the daughter of a wealthy tycoon, Yin Qingwen had always relied on her own efforts to earn money at Yingji. Over the past 3 years, even with the advantages provided by her father, her savings barely reached 100 million. Lu Di possesses an astonishing 1 billion in assets. That equates to 100 times her own worth. The image of Lu Di's frugality made it difficult for Yin Qingwen to reconcile this information. Let's first sample the egg fried rice, she suggested. How did you come to know about this? Yin Qingwen expressed her disbelief, her voice tinged with skepticism. The two young girls stammered in response. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai had a moment of clarity. We visited a friend's casino, and there we witnessed Lu Di engaging in high-stakes gambling, wagering 1 billion in a single game. Did you see this with your own eyes? Yin Qingwen pressed. Yes, third sister, the girls replied, their heads bowed in trepidation. Yin Qingwen stood frozen in shock. A wager of 1 billion? What an outrageous act. What could this possibly indicate? It suggested that Lu Di's wealth far exceeded 1 billion. The man who wouldn't waste even 3 yuan on an ice cream cone? The one who only wore 200 yuan white shirts? A man who had been working part-time for 3 years? Was this some kind of jest? Instinctively, Yin Qingwen touched her handbag, which contained the 30,000 yuan she intended to give to Lu Di. How absurd that she had worried about him lacking savings or money for meals. Why was he engaging in such antics? Was he merely seeking to ridicule her? A wave of shame washed over her. Gradually, a sense of gloom enveloped Yin Qingwen. She couldn't help but frown. Lu Di, so young, possessed such immense wealth while concealing it from the Yin family and indulging himself elsewhere? She recalled Lu Di's earlier discussions on economic policies at the dinner table, leaving everyone astounded. And the peculiar instance when he secured a 20 billion order from Li Dahai of the Tsiren Hospital. All these signs pointed towards one undeniable conclusion. Lu Di could not be an ordinary individual. The myriad of strange occurrences left Yin Qingwen perplexed and even slightly fearful. What was his true intention? Feeling a twinge of guilt, she noted how they had deliberately obscured the details of the casino incident out of fear of her father's and third sister's reprimands, inadvertently digging a pit for Lu Di instead. Yin Qingwen shook her head in disbelief. At that moment, the two young girls appeared utterly naive in her eyes. 1 billion. Is it something one can acquire easily? Would he willingly serve as a driver for the Yin family? The mysteries surrounding Lu Di were too profound to be overlooked. Kai, I recall that your detective organization has a top-ranking detective named Xiaoyi? Yin Qingwen pondered aloud. Yes, Xiaoyeda Yun, a renowned private investigator in Huaxia. Third sister. Do you want to contact him? Indeed, please reach out to him. I need him to investigate Lu Di's background thoroughly. I am willing to pay any price. I won't negotiate. But he must provide a comprehensive report on that fellow. As she spoke, a cold glint sparkled in Yin Qingwen's eyes. Third sister. I think this is unwise. I believe in Lu Di, Yin Kai murmured, sounding as if she had committed a grave error. What's the use of belief? Have you forgotten that rascal Qiu Beiming? You heal wounds only to forget the pain. How did we treat him back then? And how did father treat him? And what of Qiu Beiming's treatment of us? Yin Qingwen let out a low growl. The two young ladies froze at the mention of that name, their bodies feeling as if plunged into an icy abyss, their eyes filled with terror. Qiu Beiming. They nearly forgot him, the wicked man whom their father had kindly taken in. In the end, he sought to seize the Yin family's assets and even desired to claim the third sister as his own. Although he was ultimately sent to prison by their father, he remained an inescapable nightmare for the Yin sisters. It was precisely because of him that the Yin sisters were initially reluctant to accept Lu Di. I had begun to trust Lu Di, but upon learning this, I felt compelled to remain cautious. For the safety of everyone, Lu Di must first conduct a thorough investigation. If I truly misunderstood Lu Di, I would sincerely apologize to him. Yin Qingwen cautiously glanced towards the kitchen. For now, let us pretend nothing has happened and refrain from exposing Lu Di. As the door swung open, a rich aroma wafted in. Lu Di, with arms crossed and a beaming smile, looked at the three young ladies. On the table before them lay 3 large plates of golden egg fried rice, the fragrance enticing and mouth-watering. Ladies, after whispering for so long, you must be weary. Why not indulge in my golden egg fried rice? Wow, wonderful. We get to savor Lu Di's divine culinary skills once more. The two young ladies rushed forward. Yin Qingwen looked curiously at this remarkably handsome man with a warm smile. Are you truly a good person or a bad one? Suddenly, Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin lifted their heads from the plate, their expressions peculiar. Lu Di, this fried rice is different from before. At this moment, Yin Qingwen also took a bite. The fried rice was undoubtedly of masterful culinary prowess, rich and fragrant. However, after chewing, there lingered a subtle bitterness within the dish. Of course, I changed the seasoning. The flavor must differ. Lu Di extended his palm, revealing a white fruit the size of a peanut resting in his hand. This is a ginkgo nut, the seed of the ginkgo tree. Although it carries a slight bitterness, it possesses detoxifying and heat-clearing properties. Lu Di picked up the ginkgo nut and smiled gently. For young ladies like yourselves, burdened with worries and suspicion, it is only natural to feel restless and harbor internal heat. Today, I prepared this ginkgo rice to help alleviate your inner turmoil. Yin Qingwen's brow gradually furrowed. Lu Di, what do you mean? Lu Di chuckled softly, delicately peeling the ginkgo nut to reveal a pale yellow bud at its center. This inner bud is the most bitter part of the ginkgo and must be removed before consumption, otherwise, it is inedible. Lu Di pouted, saying, it's like a person who is constantly misunderstood. Naturally, they would harbor resentment. Someone who genuinely wishes to help, but faces continuous humiliation, will inevitably become embittered and turn away. It was then that Yin Qingwen understood, glaring angrily. Lu Di, you were eavesdropping on us. I was merely busy cooking. I did hear, but it was not eavesdropping, he replied lightly. I can only tell you that people are different. Lu Di shrugged. Yin Qingwen's brow furrowed deeper as she asked, Lu Di, what exactly are you trying to say? I said, can you all stop misunderstanding me? Yin Qingwen was taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. Lu Di continued, however, I am a man of my word. Once I settle this matter, I shall leave the Yin family without a moment's hesitation. With that, Lu Di departed with an air of nonchalance. Yin Qingwen stood there, dumbfounded, watching his retreating figure, rendered speechless. In that instant, she felt that this young man in white was both arrogant and dismissive, regarding everything, even the entire Yin family, as beneath his notice. Yin Qingwen murmured, could it be that I truly misunderstood him? Of course, but rest assured, as a man, one must possess a broad mind and a generous heart. Unlike women who only need to be physically ample. Lu Di's voice echoed from afar. Yin Qingwen's expression shifted from red to purple. Sighing, Lu Di returned to his room. unable to suppress a lament. It seemed it was time to attend to his own affairs. Magic Child, our plan can commence. The sound of top-tier marketing strategies converging resonated. 10,000 business models are being organized. In an instant, the business plan crystallized in Lu Di's mind, with strategies interlocking seamlessly, meticulously calculated. Lu Di smiled faintly. He glanced at his phone. The fervor surrounding Di finally waned. Other trending topics began to emerge. It's time. Magic Child, post it. All right. The next moment, the entire Yin family estates network suddenly froze. An immense flow of information surged forth, all stemming from Lu Di's eye, shimmering with a violet glow. 10 seconds later, a post titled Prize Riddle swept across the internet. Countless forums, discussion boards, and various forms of social media were simultaneously inundated with this post. Prize Riddle. Riddle 3 and 4, 5 and 23, auto-read. The first 100 users to guess the answer correctly will each receive a reward of 500,000. Signed, D-San. Initially, this post went unnoticed. However, as time passed, it became impossible for netizens to overlook it. The post continued to proliferate, refreshing every web page. Wherever information could be seen, this content appeared. Hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions. Within a mere 10 minutes, this post dominated the landscape. In some smaller forums, it nearly filled every space, leaving no room for other information. Many internet companies and network monitoring departments also discovered this content simultaneously. A group of network technicians stood in stunned silence. What is this? A single post? What an extraordinary post. Over 1 billion releases within 10 minutes? It has occupied all public resources. What kind of team could execute such a feat? Surely, it must be a 1,000-person team, equipped with computers capable of billion-level floating-point calculations. Is there such a company in our Huaxia? Absolutely not. What is this signature, D-San? I have never heard of it. Coincidentally, all the online experts immediately began to trace the origins of this post. The outcome left them greatly disappointed. This post contained no violations whatsoever. It did not exploit any infectious virus. Moreover, no matter how high-ranking the cyber officials involved, they could not uncover the identity of the publisher. The source of D-San remains a mystery. Meanwhile, netizens began to engage in discussions beneath the post. What is this nonsense? Why is it everywhere? What on earth is this puzzle? Is this a joke? 50,000 for guessing this thing? Are they trying to fool children? 100 people, 50,000 each. Totaling 5 million. Who would pay that? It's laughable. I don't believe you. That old man is quite cunning. It must be some prank by a renowned internet deity. 1,000 miles away, in an old neighborhood of Shin City, a student girl wearing thick glasses, during a break from her homework, inadvertently stumbled upon this post. 3 and 4, 5 and 23. Auto-read. The girl pondered for a moment, then suddenly clapped her hands. Auto-read is the foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign. Isn't it? Could this imply multiplication? 34, 523. Subsequently, numerous replies surged in. Little sister, are you too naive? Is this as simple as it seems? Besides, even if you answer correctly, do you truly expect someone to give you 50,000? Don't hold your breath. Just consider it an entertaining post. At that moment, she was staring blankly at her phone's text message. Your Alipay has received 500,000 yuan from your friend D-San. The girl rubbed her eyes, confirming that this was not a dream. She leapt from her chair and shouted excitedly towards the door. Mom, my college tuition is secured. 5 minutes later, over 100 million posts simultaneously updated with the same content. The first winner has emerged, nicknamed Little Flower's College Dream, with 99 spots remaining. Accompanying the text was a screenshot, a transfer record with the username concealed. Was this real? Did someone actually pay for answering the question? I don't believe it. It's a trick. Believe it or not, I certainly do. In an instant, the comments on the post surged. Yet, the vast majority of netizens were still bewildered, as there were countless posts. No one knew where the first winner had posted the answer. Lying in bed, Lu Di chuckled knowingly. Let it stir, let it stir. The hotter, the better. From his perspective, he could see all the operational records of Mo Tong. Over 100 million posts had been sent out and were rapidly increasing. The comment count beneath the post was soaring at a rate of thousands per second. Undoubtedly, this was a post that had taken the entire internet by storm. The reward for guessing would undoubtedly become the next hot topic. This night was destined to be sleepless. For hours later, the discussion had reached unprecedented heights. 15 billion posts and countless billions of comments. The answer to the riddle has long since spread far and wide. Nearly the entire populace has participated. Over 10 million individuals have deduced that the answer is 12,115. Some have even meticulously uncovered the life history of the mathematician Auto-read. At the stroke of midnight, when many were readying themselves for slumber, Lu ordered the demon child to disperse 99 transactions of 500,000 in prize money all at once. Subsequently, a screenshot was shared, confirming that the funds for 100 individuals had been allocated. The online commentary erupted once again. This was indeed true. Real money was being distributed, and my friend was among the fortunate winners. Alas, I regret not having participated sooner. I had already discerned the answer, but failed to act. To the person above, cease your boasting. A reward of 500,000 for solving a mere mathematical problem? I can hardly believe it. By the way, who exactly is this Emperor 3? And what are his intentions? Is he perhaps a fan of the divine singer, Emperor 1? But what has become of Emperor 2 in the midst of all this? Observing the diverse array of comments, Lou smirked with amusement. Everything was unfolding according to his design. Demon Child, prepare the second question. Shortly thereafter, the enigmatic account known as Emperor 3 posted again. Guess the riddle to win a prize. The answer from the previous round is the puzzle for this round. Accompanying it was a hint. Do you believe there exists another self in this world? The first netizen to successfully guess the answer would receive a staggering prize of 100 million. Signed, Emperor 3. The entire internet was thrown into an uproar. He posed another question, and this time the prize was an astonishing 100 million. My goodness, 100 million. What sort of scheme is this? A game for the affluent? Creating a monumental riddle? The previous answer was 12, 115. Is that truly a riddle? What could possibly be inferred from 12, 115? Enough chatter. Let's hasten to find the answer. Quick, research diligently. 100 million awaits, elevating all. This time, no one doubted the authenticity of the prize. Instead, all eyes were fervently fixated on that 100 million reward. However, this time the question was far from simple. Countless netizens scoured various sources, yet failed to uncover any reliable answer. Even the consumer complaint hotline 12115 was inexplicably inundated with harassment calls. The netizens were frantic. The online chatter reached a fever pitch. Sleep was a distant thought. They fervently questioned, what exactly is this 12,115? If only they could answer correctly, it would mean 100 million. Yet, few realized the magnitude of this successful online event. The immense attention it garnered was unprecedented. The trending topics, once dominated by Emperor 1, now half revolved around the riddle contest. A mysterious figure was orchestrating tens of thousands of accounts, generating over 1 billion posts in just 10 minutes. The riddle contest posts captivated 800 million internet users, with a prize soaring to 100 million, equivalent to 21st place lottery winnings. The Chronicles of 2020. Following the divine singer Emperor 1, the riddle master Emperor 3 has emerged. Trending. Do you believe there exists another self in this world? Thousands of scholars convened overnight to form discussion groups, all in pursuit of unraveling the second riddle. In the hours that followed the post by the enigmatic figure known as D. San has once again surged in popularity, with an array of bizarre answers emerging in abundance, even garnering attention from abroad. Numerous international friends find themselves racking their brains over the astonishing prize of 100 million yuan, an unprecedented sum in the annals of online lotteries. A staggering figure indeed, capable of driving anyone to madness. At precisely 5 a.m., a conference room filled with scholars grappling with the puzzle witnessed a revelation. A middle-aged woman, resembling a teacher, lifted her bloodshot eyes from a pile of documents. 12115 is not a mathematical problem. It is a coordinate. Longitude 12, latitude 115. There exists a location that aligns perfectly with the clues provided. With trembling hands, she typed 2 characters into her phone, awaiting the outcome under the watchful gaze of her peers. 30 seconds later, an announcement reverberated across the internet. Countless sleepless netizens encountered a post that left them utterly astounded. Congratulations to teacher He for successfully deciphering the second riddle. The prize of 100 million yuan has been awarded. The answer unveiled, Gemini. Alongside this revelation, a screenshot of the transaction was shared, showcasing an amount so vast that it prompted existential questioning. Indeed, a tangible sum of 100 million yuan in cash. The comments section erupted once more. No way. Someone truly got it right. The winner is a teacher. 100 million yuan. This is the pinnacle of existence. How astonishing. The answer is Gemini? What does it mean? Why? I yearn to understand. That night, the nation buzzed with interaction, spurred by a singular cause. The barrage of posts from the mysterious account known as D. San. Along with the staggering sum of over 100 million yuan. The second round of guessing had concluded, leaving countless netizens lamenting their missed fortune, sleepless and eagerly anticipating whether a third riddle would emerge. Meanwhile, the architect of this frenzy had risen early, scaling the mountainous peak. Before him, the sun began to ascend, casting light on the tumultuous data before him as he thoughtfully stroked his chin. Magic child, the time for concoction is nearly at hand. We must now delve into the main topic. Having missed the scheduled update, the author felt a twinge of guilt, promptly offering a chapter as a prelude to the night's endeavors. Readers could indulge now or await the morrow. He vowed to ensure no tasks were neglected. In the forum, individuals incessantly refreshed their pages, and finally, 10 minutes later, D-San updated once more. Greetings, stranger. You are like a star in the galaxy. Though myriad exist, each possesses a unique glimmer. At times, you stand out, yet are perceived as an outlier. You may pour forth your emotions, only to be met with indifference, leaving you to lament your solitude. The coordinates 12115 lead to a splendid locale, the Gemini Atoll. The world teaches us that every entity has at least one counterpart. I believe, somewhere in this vast world, exists another being just like you. Every thought of yours is comprehended. She, or he, will understand. A single glance reveals your emotions. A few words convey your hidden concerns. The 3 puzzles in this round offer no monetary reward, yet they hold the potential to connect you with a kindred spirit, someone as warm and gentle as jade, who truly comprehends your heart. And a question lingers. Do you believe there exists another version of yourself in this world? As this post was published, the forum fell into an unexpected silence, only to be broken 5 minutes later. Is there truly such a person? How I wish my other half could embody this essence. The existence of a place like the Twin Reef is so poetic. Behind his post was a QR code. Could it be an invitation for us to scan? Regardless, I shall give it a try. Due to the unprecedented popularity of the first 2 posts by the user, the third was equally sought after. Although the purpose of the QR code was not clearly stated, it only heightened the curiosity of netizens. Millions of individuals eagerly grabbed their phones to scan. In a solitary apartment in Haishur, a disheveled young man sat, appearing lethargic. After scanning the QR code from the forum, a prompt appeared on his phone, inquiring whether to download the Gemini software. Yes, the young man took a bite of his now cold instant noodles. By the time he glanced back at his phone, the software had already been downloaded. The speed was astonishing. With a gentle tap, the application launched instantaneously, devoid of any delay, surpassing 99 of the software on the market. Following a minimalist yet exquisite opening animation, a dialog box appeared, prompting the user to fill in a nickname. A nickname? How intriguing. Could this be a chat application? The young man entered his frequently used online alias, Heartless. The Gemini system is now analyzing your personality, 110. The young man scoffed in disdain. Analyzing my personality? I haven't input any information. How can you possibly analyze me? Today's online software is increasingly unreliable, steeped in pretentiousness. Personality analysis complete. Friends in front of the screen. Does this resonate with you? 1. You appear confident outwardly, yet harbor an inner turmoil. The young man stared wide-eyed, reading each line with growing astonishment. The more he read, the more he realized how closely this reflected him. This system understands me better than even my closest friend. Indeed, the Gemini system comprehends every individual. Now, we will match you with a new friend who aligns with you the most. Subsequently, the phone screen began to scroll, countless avatars flashing by at a rapid pace. The young man's heart raced with excitement, his eyes glued to the screen. Could it truly be, as the post suggested, capable of helping me find a genuine confidant? Ding. User matched successfully. Counterpart, Heartbreaker. Her name is Heartbreaker. I am Heartless. What a remarkable coincidence. The young man trembled as he opened her profile. Female. 23 years old, residing in Jiangbei district. She is a girl. His breathing quickened. The girl's profile picture features the protagonist, Lillian, from the obscure foreign film Rose Corner. In contrast, his own avatar depicts the male lead, Adelaide. It seems improbable that many in the country are familiar with this film. Could she be a connoisseur of niche cinema? The young recluse felt tears welling in his eyes. I must get to know her. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Since the breakup, he had drifted aimlessly for 2 years. Never before had anything ignited such a fervent desire within him. Hello, my name is Zheng Xiang. I am somewhat introverted and struggle with conversation, but the introverted young man edited his message, feeling utterly clumsy with words. Yet, the other party initiated contact first. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoyan. I am also rather reserved and find it difficult to communicate, but I really wish to meet you because I sense we share many common interests. Upon reading a message that mirrored his own almost exactly, the recluse was completely astonished. This software is remarkable. In a moment of embarrassment, he felt he had let himself down. In the current digital marketplace, shopping and socializing are indispensable services for nearly everyone. In the realm of e-commerce, Ali from Huaxia has long held the top position, yet newcomers like Jingdong and Pinduoduo have risen to share the market. However, in the social domain, the demand far surpasses that of shopping. Yet, only one entity, Penguin Company, reigns supreme, with no rivals in sight. Whether through WeChat or QQ, it consistently maintains its dominant status. Numerous attempts have been made to disrupt this domain, but challengers have met with failure. Once users establish their social circles within a particular platform, they are unlikely to switch, even when presented with superior products. For social tools, without conversation partners, all features are rendered meaningless. Yet, is WeChat truly unassailable? If one were to ascribe a definition to it, WeChat can be termed a platform for familiar socializing, primarily used for connecting with acquaintances. But are people's social needs confined to those they know? Certainly not. If there exists a viable method to rival the Penguin Empire, it lies within the realm of unfamiliar social interactions. A word intimately linked with unfamiliar socializing is loneliness. Ludi holds a unique understanding of these two characters. Over the past 3 years, he has transitioned from a favored youth to a part-time waiter. The pain from his eye injury has rendered communication nearly impossible. He feels as though he exists in an alternate reality. He has gained clarity and engaged in deep contemplation, continually questioning, are there others in the world who share his plight? This question remains unanswered. Yet, Ludi has come to realize that life is arduous. Enjoy even more so. Everyone yearns for a confidant with whom they can share their innermost thoughts, regardless of how introverted or reclusive they may be. Deep down, every individual wishes to transcend their current circles and forge new friendships. Ludi realized that this was an opportunity, an extraordinary chance to forge an entirely new internet business empire. 3 days prior, he had gradually refined this notion. His profound understanding of human nature, coupled with the formidable analytical capabilities of the magical software, gave rise to the Gemini app, dedicated to unfamiliar social interactions. The design, programming, development, and back-end support, tasks that would typically require months of labor, were accomplished by the magical software in a single night. The subsequent puzzle-solving competition was a monumental promotional endeavor for the Gemini app. At that moment, this young man, born of humble origins and gazing at the rising sun from a mountaintop, embarked on his inaugural entrepreneurial venture, aiming squarely at the Penguin Group. Behind the scenes, the download and registration numbers for Gemini were skyrocketing. Driven by immense curiosity, everyone yearned to uncover its secrets. Within 10 minutes, downloads surpassed 1 million. Within half an hour, they exceeded 10 million. And within an hour, they approached 100 million users. Each individual who registered was profoundly captivated by the system's personality analysis. Some were exhilarated, others astonished, and many were moved to tears. No one had anticipated that the first entity capable of piercing through the depths of their hearts and articulating their inner worlds would be a mobile application. However, the next revelation brought even greater delight. Users discovered that amidst the vast sea of humanity, there truly existed one or several strangers who shared their ideals and resonated with their sentiments. Beneath the post by Emperor San, comments surged once more. This app is genuinely exceptional. It can analyze me and strike right at my emotional core. After living 25 years, being regarded as an oddity, I never imagined that there could be others in this world who resonate with me. Haha, I met a fellow from Shishan on Gemini. After just 3 minutes of conversation, we felt an instant connection, as if we had known each other forever. My wife initially discouraged me from downloading it, but to my surprise, she ended up finding a new close friend on the platform. Now, she supports me, saying it is a truly wholesome social networking site. Although I connected with someone of the opposite sex on Gemini, it was a complete meeting of souls, devoid of any ulterior motives. What you experienced pales in comparison. Through Gemini, I discovered that the charming girl upstairs had secretly harbored feelings for me. Happiness and excitement surged within me. I found my first love, whom I had lost contact with for 5 years. We still connect so well. This app is phenomenal. I will invite all my friends to join and use it for a lifetime. As Ludi observed these comments, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. The prowess of the magical software was astonishing, capable of monitoring nearly everything. On the Gemini platform, all illegal information would be meticulously filtered out, ensuring a high level of purity, thus preventing any morally questionable relationships from arising. If Gemini's unfamiliar social networking business aims for longevity, these are 2 essential principles to uphold. Meanwhile, various internet companies, alongside network experts and economists, finally took notice of the colossal wave stirred by Emperor San and the Gemini app. This is truly astounding. In just 1 short hour, downloads exceeded 100 million, an unprecedented achievement. Moreover, a multitude of users are currently downloading it. At this rate, within 3 hours, Gemini could ascend to the pinnacle of the download charts. In an economic research institute, an elderly professor, well past his 60s, was fixated on the data displayed on the screen, his lips quivering slightly. This Gemini is truly extraordinary. With 2 rounds of lottery, one costing 50 million and the other 100 million, totaling 1.5 billion, this figure appears substantial, yet it has brought immeasurable exposure to the Gemini software. Not to mention, it only took a single night. Furthermore, it has received an avalanche of positive reviews. He is undeniably a commercial prodigy. At the headquarters of Penguin Group, the executives hastily convened in the conference room. The overnight upheaval instilled in them a palpable sense of crisis. A middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and inquired of the marketing director, "What is the background of this Gemini?" "Mr. Lee, the owner of this entity is a newly registered technology company named Creator. A newly established company possesses such prowess?" The man referred to as Mr. Lee responded sharply, "There must be someone backing this Creator. Go inquire with Chiendu and Ali. Inform them that such matters should not be concealed. It is a fair competition." The marketing director wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious. "Mr. Lee, I have already investigated, and those two firms are currently in a state of alarm. They fear that Gemini may encroach upon their business." Additionally, the sales director, unable to meet Mr. Lee's gaze, added, "Since the launch of Gemini, our user base has plummeted by 4, and the decline continues." "What?" Mr. Lee sprang to his feet, incredulous. "A 4 drop overnight? We have never experienced such a thing. With nearly 900 million users, a 4 decrease in active users is no trivial matter. I have heard that Gemini can analyze user personalities. What technology are they employing? Have it replicated for me." The sales director appeared embarrassed. "Mr. Lee, we have tested it. And with our current technical team's capabilities." Mr. Lee's eyes widened. "What? You cannot replicate it?" "I refuse to believe that there exists technology that our Penguin Group cannot duplicate." The sales director trembled, stammering. "Their technology is not that we cannot replicate it, but rather that we fundamentally do not comprehend it." Meanwhile, in a mere 20 minutes on the road, the user count for Gemini has already surpassed 200 million. It has doubled in size. Moreover, the growth trend continues to be unstoppable. Although Gemini is currently completely free, Lu Di remains unperturbed. For the essence of internet thinking lies fundamentally in prioritizing the user. To be precise, it is the supremacy of the user base. Gemini has now taken the internet by storm, with its functionalities deeply recognized by the public. Hence, the continuous growth of users is inevitable. What Lu Di must do is patiently await the evolution of Gemini. Strange social interactions are merely one of Gemini's core highlights. Essentially, it remains a social network. In the future, Gemini will gradually evolve into a genuine social platform by seeking kindred spirits, a platform that can rival Penguin, one that users cannot forsake. By that time, with a sufficiently large user base, the methods of monetization will undoubtedly be diverse, be it through gaming, financial management, shopping, video platforms, live streaming, or any other avenue. The derivative value of Gemini will hold infinite possibilities. Most importantly, the core code and technical functionalities of Gemini are unparalleled. Reflecting on this, Lu contemplated, "Since Gemini has officially launched, we must at least secure an office location, for this is not the endeavor of a single individual, but rather that of a company." After a moment's thought, Lu smiled and said, "It must be sufficiently prestigious, grand, and imposing." He envisioned the tallest building in Haishur. The Ronting Tower, specifically the top 3 floors, 87, 88, and 89, complete with a small golf course and a helicopter landing pad on the rooftop terrace. In total, it would encompass 532 square meters, featuring 400 workstations for independent conference rooms, 13 private offices, an exclusive coffee bar, a separate dining area, and a 300 square meter modernly designed executive office. The office would boast a business center-level renovation, with professional security and 24-hour access control. Within the same building, there are 5 branches of Fortune 500 companies and 16 publicly listed firms. "Is this satisfactory, Mr. Lu?" Lu's assistant smiled slightly, having already made the purchase. "Furthermore, I have meticulously selected 3 marketing directors, for design directors, 6 network engineering directors, as well as HR managers, customer service representatives, and 200 seasoned programmers from a pool of 100,000 resumes online, a total of 330 exceptional employees. I am currently communicating with them using a virtual identity. As daily operations require management, the registration paperwork for the Creator company has been submitted and will be approved within 3 days. I have also placed orders online for company supplies and renovations. Just 30 seconds ago, I acquired the office address at Ronting Tower for a price exceeding the market rate by 10, and the contract is in the process of being signed." Upon hearing the arrangements made by the young prodigy, Lu couldn't help but sigh. "Young prodigy, how fortunate I am to have you. Otherwise, I would truly be at my wit's end. However, I certainly do not intend to be stationed at the Creator company frequently. While we are not lacking in talent, we do require someone trustworthy." After pondering for a moment, Lu raised his hand to retrieve his phone and dialed a number. At a clothing store in Hungmao Mall, Ajia was counting inventory and preparing to open for business when his phone suddenly rang. "Hello, Lu Di. What a surprise to receive a call from you." Ajia wiped his brow and chuckled. Jia, I recall you mentioning during our university days that you harbored entrepreneurial dreams, wanting to challenge Google and take on Microsoft? On the other end, Lu chuckled as well. Indeed, who hasn't had dreams? But that was in the past. Why bring it up now? I remember you had a poster on your wall that read, "Do not waste the day, for youth will not return." Doesn't that translate to a message to pursue your dreams? Lu paused briefly and then spoke somberly. I have started a company, and everything is in place. Would you care to join me? Jia fell silent at this. And Lu's reminder stirred thoughts in him of the bright future he had forsaken for a fleeting romance. Deep within, some long-dormant feelings have been rekindled. Lu Di remained silent, patiently awaiting a response. He understood that Jia was an astute individual, fully aware of the prospects between him and Sun Lily. However, Jia was inherently stubborn, reluctant to relinquish anything easily. After a prolonged silence, Jia finally spoke. Do you truly believe I can succeed? I am most aware of your talents. Good. As Jia slowly articulated this word, Lu Di exhaled in relief. Finally, Jia had come to terms with his situation. Jia, why are you lost in thought? Hurry up and gather your belongings. We are about to commence operations. He straightened his posture, radiating an aura that starkly contrasted with the sycophantic demeanor of the past. Sun Lily, I have served you faithfully for 3 years, yet you have never graced me with a smile. Today I resign. With that declaration, Jia kicked aside a pile of clothing and strode out. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly halted. Lu Di, we should depart early. An important client from the 51 Ingji group is visiting today. At that moment, Lu Di, who was stretching his limbs within the Yin family estate, was startled by the voice of Yin Qingwen calling from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback to see Yin Qingwen approaching with a meal box in hand. Today, she wore an exquisite black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders instead of being tied back in a ponytail, exuding a more mature and alluring aura. Most notably, she had applied makeup, a departure from her usual natural look. This formidable woman seemed indifferent to her appearance, typically eschewing adornment. It appeared that today's guests were indeed significant. Lu Di shook his head and sent a message to Jia for PM at Rongting Building. In the car, Yin Qingwen placed the meal box beside Lu Di. I assumed you wouldn't have time to eat today, so I brought you these buns made by Sister Lu. Her voice drifted softly. What has gotten into you today? Such a change in temperament? Lu Di remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Flattery without cause is often suspect. Suspect? You're being ridiculous. Knowing you, I brought 30 buns. Enough to stuff you, Yin Qingwen retorted. With a mischievous grin, Lu Di replied, ha ha achu, eating buns with one hand while driving a luxury car with the other. I wonder if this is the image of a successful man in your eyes? You jest. Yin Qingwen turned her head, gazing helplessly out the window. Energy supply detected. Optimizing oxygen levels. Energy supply detected. Refining value of new human physique increased by 0.1. 5 minutes later, all 30 buns had vanished without a trace. A sight that no longer surprised Yin Qingwen. After a brief silence, she finally inquired, Lu Di, where on earth do you acquire such wealth? Lu Di pondered for a moment, tilting his head. I partnered with friends to start a company called The Creator. A company? The Creator? Yin Qingwen sighed, sensing the name lacked credibility. Lu Di, if you require assistance, feel free to ask. If you wish for my trust, you must also trust me. There is no need for you to constantly put on a brave face. Her tone was unexpectedly gentle. It seems she is making a concerted effort to preserve the dignity of the man before her. Last night, she meticulously inquired about the gambling experiences of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin. Lu Di, while gambling in the casino, spoke of wagers in the hundreds of millions. However, throughout it all, no one has ever witnessed him actually produce any money. In such underground gambling establishments, there exists a complete lack of formality. Who can truly ascertain what that 100 million or 1 billion signifies? After all, hearing is but a whisper of reality, while seeing is believing. The notion of 100 billion in cash deposits is utterly staggering. Yin Qingwen finds it impossible to believe. Or rather, the occurrence of such events in Lu Di's life simply defies logic. TSK, what has come over this woman today? Has she turned over a new leaf? Lu Di scratched his head and said, if you put it that way, I actually have a few secrets to share with you. Yin Qingwen suddenly perked up. What secrets? I sing rather well. Lu Di grinned, cleared his throat, and prepared to sing a tune. Cough, cough. Yin Qingwen immediately deflated. Thank you, but I do not wish to listen. You should focus on driving. At the Ingji group, today felt markedly different from usual. As they ascended the stairs, many employees were eagerly anticipating the arrival of a person of significance. Upon reaching her office, Yin Qingwen instructed her secretary to brew tea and prepare coffee. She too was filled with anticipation. In the adjacent room, Lu Di peered through the glass window, observing the poised Yin Qingwen, filled with puzzlement. Beside him, Zhao Qianqian was practically vibrating with excitement, her hands incessantly rubbing together. The perfume she wore was so overpowering that it nearly brought tears to Lu Di's eyes. At that moment, the door to Yin Qingwen's office swung open, revealing a man clad in a tailored British suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication. Following him was a man in his 40s with a shrewd expression, though his mouth bore bruises and was covered with a bandage. Ouyang Fengyu and his sycophant. Upon spotting Zhao Zhe, one of the vice presidents of Ingji Group, Lu Di smirked. The bounty from Black Fox truly holds considerable sway. Despite it being early in the day, it seems Zhao Zhe has already lost a tooth. However, these two fools are evidently not the individuals Yin Qingwen is waiting for. Ouyang Fengyu entered the office and offered a slight smile to Yin Qingwen. After taking a seat, he casually scanned the entire office. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. One. Whatever happened to the 3 vases Vice President Zhao sent you? Yin Qingwen, with an apologetic smile, replied, I accidentally broke them. Broke them? Ouyang Fengyu sat up, reprimanding. Who shattered these precious vases? Yin Qingwen sighed. It was that Lu Di fellow. He broke all 3 vases on his first day in the office. Lu Di? A flicker of anger crossed Ouyang Fengyu's face. Setting aside the vases, the deadly formation technique had cost him a fortune. He had paid that monk from Taigu country a staggering 7 million. Through the glass curtain wall, he glanced at Lu Di sitting in the secretary's room, who was grinning broadly and waving at him. Even Yin Qingwen appeared momentarily stunned. Lu Di's handsome visage, complemented by a sincere smile, exudes an air of innocent charm. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu's lips twitched, filled with a desire to grind his teeth to dust. Surrounded by so many objects in the room, this was his first visit. Yet he managed to shatter the crucial piece. It must have been intentional. This lad is certainly no ordinary person. In Ouyang Fengyu's eyes, regardless of Lu Di's enthusiasm, he could only perceive the sting of mockery. Damn it! Why hasn't he the Black Fox made a move yet? I wish to never lay eyes on this rascal again. However, Ouyang Fengyu, with his profound cunning, knew he had to maintain appearances. Suddenly, Lu Di withdrew his smile, turning to Zhao Qianqian, beckoning her with a finger. Qianqian, come here. I have something to ask you. What do you want to know? Ouyang Fengyu's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair. His face turning a shade of purple with indignation. Ignoring me? Flirting right in front of me? Meanwhile, Lu Di paid no heed to Ouyang Fengyu, beaming as he inquired of Zhao Qianqian. Qianqian, with such a grand setup today, who are we waiting for? You don't know yet? Zhao Qianqian leaned in, her eyes wide with excitement. The god of song is coming to our company soon. Lu Di blinked in astonishment. What? Zhao Qianqian, sporting a mischievous smile, continued. Can you believe it? Even I can hardly believe it. It feels like a dream. The revelation struck Lu Di like a bolt from the blue. What do you mean? You have no idea. Last night, Chairman Yin suddenly issued an order, entrusting the latest sales task for our group's home medical devices entirely to Director 1. This sales endeavor is of utmost importance to the group, and the pressure on Director 1 is immense. As she spoke, Zhao Qianqian, who had previously worn a frown, suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, but isn't at a stroke of luck? Director 1 has an old classmate who owns an entertainment agency, and the god of song is actually one of his artists. At such a critical moment, this old classmate stepped in and offered to have DE help us with publicity. Director 1 is truly fortunate. I wish I had such a classmate, Zhao Qianqian mused, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I heard he is a Ritterni, tall and handsome, and most importantly, his agency managed to sign DE, which means he must be incredibly wealthy. Lu Di couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This truly is a remarkable classmate. A godlike figure. Indeed. Meanwhile, outside the Ingji group, 3 Maybachs came to a sudden halt before the main entrance. A strikingly handsome young man was the first to exit, followed by an alluring female secretary and a cadre of bodyguards. The young man glanced at the Ingji group building, surveying his surroundings, before bursting into hearty laughter and striding confidently into the company. Inside the office, upon the arrival of the young man, Yin Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu quickly rose to their feet. Zimming, it's been a while, Yin Qingwen greeted with a hint of shyness. Haha, brother Zimming. It's good to see you well. Ouyang Fengyu approached L. Zimming, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder. Subsequently, the crowd could not help but cast their gazes behind L. Zimming. Brother Zimming, has Teacher DE not arrived yet? Ouyang Fengyu inquired with a refined smile. L. Zimming shook his head and walked directly to the sofa, crossing his legs as he sat down. How could Teacher DE travel casually? Today's matter shall be communicated by me on his behalf. What? So Teacher DE is not coming? Disappointment flickered across the faces of the crowd. Only Ouyang Fengyu's expression shifted rapidly. He chuckled and poured a cup of tea for L. Zimming. Brother Zimming is right. Teacher DE certainly cannot roam about freely. Otherwise, Wouldn't TRNG Group's office be besieged? L. Zimming smiled lightly, his expression one of pride. Indeed, what status does Teacher D hold now? He boasts a staggering 600 million fans. A national idol, his influence is of international caliber. Every action he takes can incite a tremendous frenzy. Just the other day, he casually entered a small streamer's live broadcast. What was the outcome? 300 million views in one night and 13 billion in gifts. That streamer has remained the most popular ever since. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Fengyu nodded repeatedly. Of course, we are all well aware of Teacher D's influence. If he were to endorse our group's latest household products, the sales figures would undoubtedly be astonishing. That goes without saying, L. Zimming said with an air of superiority, turning to Yen Qingwen. In my first year studying abroad, I met Teacher D in a bar. From the moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was no ordinary person. Over the years, I have supported his musical creations, and indeed, heaven rewards the diligent. He rose to fame with future is promising. To express his gratitude, he turned down countless agencies and signed with my Walther agency at the first opportunity. Now, I exclusively possess the commercial performance resources for Teacher D. Yen Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu grew increasingly excited as they listened, their hearts brimming with aspirations. Ouyang Fengyu sighed. Brother Zimming, I truly did not misjudge you. The act of gifting roses leaves a lingering fragrance. Your ability to sign Teacher D today is a testament to your benevolent character. Our group is immensely fortunate to collaborate with Teacher D through you. The 300 million appearance fee you mentioned is absolutely reasonable. We can sign a contract today. L. Zimming dismissively nodded. The 300 million appearance fee is merely a concession for my old classmate Wenwen. Otherwise, Teacher D's debut would be priceless. He then tapped the table. Now that the price is settled, let us discuss the performance plan. Upon hearing this, Yen Qingwen's eyes suddenly brightened. After receiving L. Zimming's call last night, she had been unable to sleep, excitedly devising a new marketing strategy for the product. Originally, the sudden assignment of the new product marketing task from her father had placed immense pressure on her. However, with Teacher D's involvement, her confidence soared. If the plan could be successfully implemented, the sales of the new product would undoubtedly succeed. Just as Yen Qingwen prepared to turn and retrieve the plan, suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu chuckled. Brother Zimming, the proposal must be comprehensive. Look, I have prepared it long ago. He swiftly retrieved a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Lu Zimming. Yen Qingwen was taken aback. Brother-in-law, what is this? It's the marketing proposal that I planned overnight with Vice President Zhao. Ouyang Fengyu wore a seemingly amiable smile, but internally, he scoffed. Yen Qingwen, you are still too inexperienced. With the launch of the new product and Emperor E as the spokesperson, how could I, Ouyang Fengyu, possibly miss such an excellent opportunity? But, brother-in-law, this task has already been assigned to me by our father. Yen Qingwen furrowed her brow. We are all family. Why create divisions? Ouyang Fengyu turned to Lu Zimming with a chuckle. Zimming, take a look at my proposal and see if there is anything amiss. Anger simmered within Yen Qingwen, yet she was reluctant to back down. She turned and retrieved her own proposal, placing it alongside his before Lu Zimming. The Yingji Group presents the super concert of the singing god, Emperor E at Haisher Stadium. The Yingji Group collaborates with the singing god, Emperor E, a charity gala for children with disabilities. Lu Zimming gazed at the two proposals on the table, his smile growing ever wider. Ouyang Fengyu, yours is a super concert, high-end, fashionable, explosive, and grand. Wenwen, yours is a charity gala, public-spirited, compassionate, and heartfelt. Exactly. Moreover, many of our new products are home instruments designed to prevent childhood diseases, aiding disabled children, which aligns perfectly with our mission. Yen Qingwen retorted defiantly. Oh dear. This puts me in a difficult position. Lu Zimming replied with a slight smile, interlocking his fingers behind his head. You, the Yen family, haven't even reached a consensus, yet you hastily called me here? The reason for my presence today is that your esteemed father invited me to your family's banquet in 4 days. I specifically inquired about your recent circumstances and learned of your group's new product launch. Your father mentioned that there is a talented young man fervently pursuing you. He suggested that we young people meet at the banquet to exchange ideas. Lu Zimming grinned mischievously. Wenwen, are you not considering me again? I pursued you fervently for 2 years back in college, and still have not forgotten. He then pointed at the proposals on the table. If you agree to continue developing our relationship, I would undoubtedly choose your charity gala today. Yen Qingwen then realized that Lu Zimming harbored such intentions. He had been notoriously known as a playboy during his university days. She glanced at the alluring female secretary behind Lu Zimming, who was playfully leaning against his shoulder. This lecture, unchanged even now. Yen Qingwen coldly replied, Lu Zimming, work is work. As for us, there was never a possibility before, and there will be none in the future. Lu Ziming initially frowned slightly, but then burst into laughter. In his heart, Yan Qingwen's aloof demeanor only intensified his desire for conquest. If that is the case, I shall contemplate these two proposals thoroughly. As for when a decision will be made, let us wait for the day of your Yin family's banquet. However, I wonder, if old Master Yin discovers that I have declined Wenwen's proposal, would he be disappointed? Lu Ziming smiled knowingly. Yan Qingwen, on the other hand, wore a gloomy expression. I can hardly contain my eagerness to meet him, Lu Ziming remarked casually, a mischievous grin upon his face. Suddenly, a crisp metallic sound echoed in the quiet room. Everyone turned to the source, where a young man clad in a white shirt leaned against the corner. He lit a cigarette with a gleaming lighter held in his hand. What on earth? Are you a ghost? When did you arrive? Lu Ziming exclaimed, startled, his words laced with profanity. Since when do ghosts smoke? Are you blind? Lu Di, cigarette in mouth, casually took a seat on the nearby sofa. What did you say? Lu Ziming's anger flared, and he made to rise. Lu Di flicked the ash from his cigarette and declared, I am the young talent referred to by old Master Yin. Currently, I serve as a driver for the Ingji Group. What? A driver? Lu Ziming felt a mix of anger and amusement. How dare you call yourself a young talent? And as a driver, you dare to accuse me of poor eyesight? Lu Di shrugged with a smile. Indeed, I seriously suspect there is something wrong with your vision. You, with a mere 5-day-old entertainment company, dare to claim you have signed with DE? Are you certain you haven't signed with the uncle next door instead? Just because you say he is DE, does that make it so? As Lu Di spoke, he exhaled a puff of smoke. Today, I shall remain here and witness your so-called teacher DE, to see what sort of entity he truly is. Today, I will unveil the true visage of teacher DE, Lu Ziming asserted, pulling out his phone. On the screen appeared a silhouette of a young man in a white shirt, seated before a piano. His long fingers gently pressed the keys, and the accompaniment of The Future is Promising began to play. Though only 2 lines of lyrics were heard, the beautiful timbre and ethereal high notes were utterly enchanting. The video's volume was low, yet it was evident that the voice bore a striking resemblance to that of DE in previous videos. Then, the young man slowly turned his head. His features were remarkably handsome. He smiled brightly, his voice clear and resonant. Greetings to all my friends at Ingji Group. I am the singer DE. As for the matters regarding collaboration and product promotion, I shall leave it entirely to Brother Ziming to decide. I look forward to our encounter. So, this is what the divine singer DE looks like. Fresh-faced and charming, like the boy next door. Lu Ziming tucked away his phone, adopting an expression that seemed to challenge the world. How about that? To have the fortune of seeing DE's true face. Should you not express your gratitude to me? Lu Di nodded in agreement. This imitation is quite well done. Just as the video played, the demon child had already deduced the outcome. 1 original, 99 synthesized sound. The true identity of that young man in the video is merely that of a third-rate music academy student. He is nothing more than a fabricated emperor created through tuning software. Lu Di remarked with a TSK, Mr. Lu, I must express my admiration. Now you understand the gap between us. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, Lu Ziming once again swaggered to his seat. Indeed, Ziming is exceptional. The emperor is merely his little brother. The future is boundless. I wish to make a pact with you, Mr. Lu. Lu Di suddenly interjected, his expression beaming with mirth. Do you seek the emperor's autograph or a photograph? Lu Ziming replied, his demeanor radiating arrogance. Speak. What is our agreement? Let us agree that if I discover your emperor is a counterfeit, shall I break your left leg or your right? Lu Di grinned at Lu Ziming, reclining casually, exuding an aura of dominance. You. For reasons unknown, as Lu Ziming gazed at Lu Di before him, a sense of panic surged within him. Such a provocative statement left him unable to retaliate in anger. Instead, his heart trembled. The carefully crafted retorts he had prepared evaporated from his mind. Lu Di, what nonsense are you spouting? It's utterly unreasonable. The evidence lies before us. Why are you causing such a ruckus? Ziming is our vital partner. It is not your place to interfere. Ouyang Fengyu, exuding a righteous demeanor, positioned himself directly in front of Lu Di. At that moment, Yan Qingwen wore a helpless expression. Although she harbored doubts about the emperor in the video, even sharing Lu Di's sentiments, she could not allow him to create further chaos. Very well, Lu Di replied with a shake of his head and a smile. As he turned his gaze back to Lu Ziming, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He articulated each word deliberately. I eagerly anticipate your concert, and I implicitly agree to the breaking of your right leg. The previous incident was merely a minor adjustment. In the ramshackle 3-story building of the free clinic run by Master Tua, Lu Di stood quietly after having just delivered the medical equipment. On a dilapidated sofa, Master Tua cradled a half bottle of Erguo 2, his face flushed and dazed from drink. This disheveled old man, full of stories, was not only Lu Di's savior, but also the only person Lu Di had ever sincerely respected in his life. He possessed a great love while remaining unperturbed by worldly affairs. Master Tuo, I truly do not comprehend how one can maintain such tranquility as you do. Lu Di suddenly inquired. Yelling? Master Tuo opened one eye, casting a sidelong glance at young Lu Di. Have you been wronged or mistreated outside? Lu Di smiled faintly. I am merely a bit perplexed. Alas, in this life, the intricacies of human relations are the hardest to navigate. For once you truly dissect the reasoning, it resembles the separation of wine from water, insipid and devoid of flavor. You, my lad, are simply too concerned with trivial matters, entrapping yourself. Master Tuo continued, being old and frail, naturally possess a calm disposition. Yet you, in your youth, should dare to strive and fight. Once the fire within your heart is unleashed, you shall find release. How could I dare? Lu Di shook his head slightly. Dare you not? Others may not understand you, but I, Master Tuo, surely do. Beneath that exterior, you are fundamentally fierce. Master Tuo's casual words left Lu Di momentarily stunned. Indeed, he once found himself ensnared in the depths of despair, grappling with a sense of hopelessness. What, then, sustained him through such tribulation? Lu Di has already discerned the answer within his heart. It was that fierce determination to crush steel with his teeth and to commit fully, eyes fixed on the horizon. If he were to become overly benevolent, forgetting even this fierce resolve, would he not be worse off than before? I, Tuo Yi, am not blind. With mere intuition, I can surmise that you, young lad, have recently been flourishing. However, Tuo Yi reclined lazily, sweeping the peanut shells from the rickety table with his foot, revealing a sketch of a figure. I possess another piece of wisdom. When to be fierce, be fierce. When to retreat, retreat. Knowing when to advance and withdraw is the mark of a true commander. After all, some troubles, once incurred, plunge one into deep waters and searing flames, impossible to escape. Lu Di cast a glance at the portrait on the table, and the youthful visage depicted therein was unmistakably his own. Confused, he voiced his bewilderment. Isn't that you, you scoundrel? The young banker being sought by the military far and wide. Lu Di scratched his head in resignation. Oh, spare me your laughter. I am going to sleep. If there's nothing else, be gone. Lu Di was well aware of Tuo Yi's temperament. Observing him squinting into slumber, Lu Di refrained from further conversation and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Tuo Yi's voice echoed from afar. Judgments of right and wrong reside in the hearts of men. The scales of good and evil are weighed by the king of hell. Why is this so? Because each individual's inner cultivation and life experiences vary immensely. There are many who will hastily judge you upon a single glance. Remember, while one may confront a mutt, some insincere matters should never be traversed. Understood, Tuo Yi. In front of the Rongting building, Lu Di leaned against a tree, seemingly gazing into the distance, yet truly observing the data before him. The download rate of the Gemini software was astonishingly rapid. After 8 hours, it had already surpassed 400 million. Moreover, user engagement remained remarkably high. In a mere day, it achieved what took Penguin 5 years. Yet, this was still far from sufficient. 30 minutes prior, Gemini software had introduced a new feature on top of its one-on-one chat function, group chat, interests. This appeared to be a forum-style group chat, but it held vast potential. Users clicking the interests button would instantaneously enter a new realm. If one were an angler, the interface would present a vast blue sea teeming with leaping fish. If one were a photography enthusiast, the interface would showcase magnificent landscapes and continuously scrolling realistic portraits. With over 3,000 classifications of hobbies, each category could accommodate an unlimited number of participants. Within each category, individuals were meticulously filtered through precise algorithmic analysis to unite like-minded enthusiasts. Furthermore, each hobby was divided into amateur, professional, and aficionado levels. Here, everyone shared the same passions, interests aligned, and mutual admiration flourished. Countless netizens found instant camaraderie, engaging in delightful conversations as if they had known each other forever. While enjoying lively discussions and exchanging experiences, they could also post their own photos and videos. This truly astonished me. Initially, I had merely clicked in casually, but now, I found myself reluctant to exit. This chat group is remarkably sophisticated, filled entirely with aficionados of the violin, just like myself. My group, however, surpasses this, as it comprises solely collectors of transformers. After 2 years of searching, I had found none. This software has once again surprised me. Never before has a forum truly gathered such an abundance of authentic racing enthusiasts. Haha, my old companions finally seem to have found their stronghold. In this group, I encountered the esteemed Alliance Wei Shun. This software is extraordinarily impressive and precise. It has enabled me to discover my familiar domain and seamlessly integrate into it. If this software continues on its current trajectory, could it potentially overshadow all other forums? The thought is indeed chilling. The comments within this software reveal a plethora of talent. Naturally, some have discerned the ambitious aspirations of the interest sections. As they say, if this segment continues to evolve, it will inevitably seek to replace all types of forums. With the internet's progression, nearly every field has its specialized forum. For instance, the football sector boasts Football World Community, the automotive sector has Car Friends Forum, and there are countless others for literary enthusiasts, such as Literary Time and Space. Among these, there are numerous portals with vast user bases. However, these forums suffer from the critical issue of failing to accurately identify and attract users. This dilemma does not exist for Gemini. The remarkable computing power of the software, through mere steps of information extraction, can clearly ascertain user preferences and achieve precise categorization in an instant. This programming is a technological marvel that leaves competitors in the dust. Everyone possesses their own passions and yearns to connect with like-minded individuals to share their interests. This is a fundamental aspect of human nature and the core of the development of shared interests. Once all interest sections under the Gemini umbrella achieve stability, Gemini will simultaneously wield authority across various domains. After all, from a merchant's perspective, if your target customers congregate within a specific forum, the promotional resources within that forum become a coveted asset. When an automotive group launches a new off-road model, it must undoubtedly promote it within Gemini's off-road enthusiast section. Similarly, when a mobile manufacturer unveils a new phone, it will inevitably seek to advertise within Gemini's mobile experts section. Such is the nature of gathering diverse customer resources and commanding authoritative discourse across multiple fields. This is the true purpose behind Lu Di's creation of Gemini. I shall continue this discussion later this evening. Do not wait up, dear friends. Rest early, and tomorrow, peruse it while seated upon the porcelain throne. At the headquarters of Penguin Group, within a vast conference room, the senior executives of the entire group have gathered. The atmosphere is unusually oppressive. Li Dowd, the vice president of business for the group, furrows his brow. On the large screen, a comprehensive analysis of the Gemini's new functionalities spans 30 pages. Mr. Li, the new interest function of Gemini has transformed customer service from one-on-one interactions to one-on-many. The appeal of their product has expanded beyond merely finding kindred spirits, now incorporating like-minded customer groups. The capability for these groups to attract each other is indeed formidable. This function has only been online for 30 minutes, and their user base has surged once again, nearing 600 million. They are not far from catching up with us. Enough. Li Dowd extended his hand, impatiently halting his subordinate's report. Have we clarified the background of this twin company's parent organization? Yes, the registered name is D-San, and the company is located at the Rongting building. A secretary-like individual promptly reported. I have not heard of D-San. It is likely a newcomer. Furthermore, their company is currently not profitable, so their funds should be limited. Li Dowd pondered for a moment and proclaimed loudly, Vice President Situ, I am here. You go to their company for a discussion. Since we cannot replicate their technology, let us negotiate for an acquisition. I will grant you 5 billion. No, 1 billion. Secure the deal for me. No one can, nor dares to refuse the acquisition from my Penguin Group. Upon hearing this amount, the middle-aged man referred to as Vice President Situ was momentarily taken aback, feeling an immense pressure. He solemnly nodded. Li, you can rest assured. I will ensure success. At this moment, in front of the Rongting building, Lu Di, who was observing the data, felt a sudden clap on his shoulder. Sneaking up behind him was a Jia, preparing to embrace Lu Di with a laugh. With a burst of strength, he exclaimed, Oh my? Nearly tripping over himself. Lu Di merely stood there. His body as steady as a javelin, unyielding and motionless. Lu Di, you have quite the physique. A Jia exclaimed wide-eyed. Observing a Jia seemingly revitalized, Lu Di smiled, stating, I have been exercising lately, and you seem to have fallen behind. Nonsense. A Jia retorted, scratching his head while gazing up at the towering Rongting building with over 80 floors. You wouldn't be starting a company here, would you? The rent here is exorbitant. You'll find out if you come with me. Lu Di smiled mysteriously and stepped forward. Entering the elevator, Lu Di pressed the button for the 87th floor. A Jia sighed, Goodness, what a high floor you've chosen. Upon reaching the 87th floor, a row of offices lined the corridor, with expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and a vast view that inexplicably uplifted one's spirits. The two traversed the narrow corridor. Lu Di maintained a straight gaze, while a Jia continuously marveled at who could afford such splendid offices. A Jia, I am working on an internet project, specifically in instant messaging. Moreover, the first version has been completed and launched yesterday. Upon hearing Lu Di's introduction, a Jia immediately became serious. Lu Di continued, stating, Your task is to assemble a team and manage daily operations and reception. As for me, I prefer to keep my identity concealed for the time being. So all public appearances will be your responsibility. Our company is not lacking in funds, technology, or personnel. You can rest assured about all of that. Ajia's astonishment grew. Ludi, you cannot be joking, right? Of course not. My capabilities are formidable. Ludi replied with a smile. Formidable? To what extent? At this moment, the two had ascended 87 floors and reached the 88th floor via the stairwell. With a smile reminiscent of a leisurely stroll through a marketplace, Ludi remarked, "We are formidable enough to dismiss all the venture capital firms, investment funds, and large conglomerates that may soon come knocking on our door." Ajia chuckled heartily, my brother. Having entrepreneurial dreams is commendable, but boasting is where you falter. They continued their leisurely walk to the 89th floor, which opened into a vast expanse. Ludi smirked. Once those companies come seeking us, it will be you who handles them. I shall remain in the shadows, only appearing when absolutely necessary. You jest, Ajia replied, surveying the splendid office environment with great delight. Let us first strive to secure such a spacious office. Ludi smiled gently. We have an agreement. You will be the face of the company, while I shall be the behind-the-scenes director, doing nothing but counting the profits. You rascal, in our modest startup, do we really need such frivolous titles? You'll move where necessary, whether as a Jia, secretary, or cleaner. They both laughed heartily, their long-standing friendship leaving no room for awkwardness. Amidst their laughter, they arrived at the expansive rooftop terrace, which was as large as a football field, complete with a helicopter landing pad, a small golf course, and an infinity swimming pool, simply opulent. Ah, the wickedness of capital, Ajia exclaimed, though his eyes sparkled with aspiration. Ajia, it has been 7 years since we met, hasn't it? Ludi continued strolling. You are among the few in this world whom I can trust completely. Moreover, you have always been my most unwavering supporter, never underestimating me through my peaks and valleys. Of course, who else would treat you so? Ajia retorted. Just a phone call from you, and I would drop everything to rush over. Ajia blinked, his eyes slightly misty. Stop with the sentimentality, speak plainly. Are you short on funds? My savings of 150,000 are ready to be transferred at any moment. Ludi pursed his lips and nodded. I will provide you with the company's financial account. You can manage it from there. Of course, Ajia's funds were unnecessary. The financial account for the creator company had been established by Mo Tong, already infused with 5 billion for operational liquidity. I have also compiled a document detailing the company's business and future plans, which I have sent to your email. Even for a top student like you, it should keep you occupied for a few days, Ludi added. You truly are swift. You've already laid it all out for me. As they spoke, they reached the edge of the terrace, where the breathtaking panorama of the city unfolded before them, grand and inspiring. By the way, Ajia leaned against the railing, suddenly turning to inquire, you just led me through 3 floors aimlessly. Which one is our company? Ludi gazed into the distance, pondering for a moment before responding with a smile. All of them, including this very terrace beneath our feet. What? That spans 3 entire floors. Ajia exclaimed in astonishment. What sort of company are you running? Ludi shrugged nonchalantly and stated, the name of the company is Creator. At present, there is only one product, Gemini. What on earth? Ajia exclaimed once more, nearly losing his footing and almost tumbling from the 89th floor. The strong need not prove themselves. On the top floor of the Rongting building, Ludi and Ajia engaged in conversation for a full 2 hours. They discussed everything from the online promotion of the prize-winning quiz to the launch of Gemini, which garnered 600 million users, and finally, to the introduction of the interest feature. Of course, Ludi concealed certain details regarding the Demon Boy aspect. Ludi informed Ajia that he had independently completed the development of Gemini and secured angel investment from an elderly banker. Subsequently, he purchased the top 3 floors of the Rongting building. Gemini was immensely popular online. Ajia was not only aware of this, but was also a devoted user of Gemini. Moreover, as a distinguished alumnus of Haisher Business University, Ajia naturally understood the commercial value of Gemini. However, as Ludi narrated his journey step by step, Ajia's jaw dropped further and further open, remaining agape for a whole hour and a half, as he metaphorically swallowed the gusts of wind from the 89th floor. In Ajia's words, Ludi's marketing acumen needed to be encapsulated in a blend of Mandarin and English. Simply put, it was magnificent. Comrade Zhang Tianjia, now that you have become the creator, shouldn't a good horse be matched with a fine saddle? Ludi asked with a smile. Ludi casually remarked that 10 minutes prior, he had already sent a message to Black Fox, instructing them to deliver the villa keys and sports car, which he had won from Huang Mao at the underground casino, to the Rongting building. The villa's Lamborghini is idle? Ajia stared blankly at Ludi, managing to utter a few words from his throat. Yes, it's idle. Lu Di confirmed. He then patted the dazed Ajia, who was still on the rooftop, and stood to leave. He knew that Ajia would likely need a few days to digest this information. Little did anyone anticipate that the future tech mogul, Zhang Tianjia, who would astonish the entire world, embarked on his journey as a creator right there on the small rooftop of the Rongting building in Haisher, utterly bewildered. Of course, this was with the assistance of that mysterious man, revered by Ajia and known by the alias Emperor San. 20 minutes later, Lu Di drove a luxurious sedan, cruising slowly through the streets of Haisher. Seated in the back was Yin Qingwen, her expression consistently somber. The matter of inviting Emperor Yi to assist in promoting the group's new product was now in limbo, due to Ouyang Fengyu's sudden interference, leaving Yin Qingwen, who was undertaking such a significant task for the first time, with furrowed brows. Lu Di, stop for a moment. Yin Qingwen's voice suddenly broke through. Lu Di, puzzled, asked, aren't we heading to the manor yet? There's no need to rush. We have something to attend to first, Yin Qingwen replied gently, lifting her head. My father is preparing a banquet at the manor in 4 days, and several young elites, along with prominent figures from the older generation, will attend. My father wishes for you to accompany me. After a brief hesitation, Yin Qingwen continued, I understand you only have this one outfit. However, given the nature of the occasion, your casual attire might be somewhat inappropriate. I mean no offense. I have some understanding of those individuals. They are always inclined to judge others by appearances. I fear that you may be looked down upon. Yin Qingwen pointed to a high-end bespoke suit shop outside the window, forcing a smile as she said, this is the most prestigious suit store in Haisher. I wish to gift you a suit. Oh, so that's the case, Lu Di nodded thoughtfully. Let us consider this as you taking my interests into account. Thank you. However, gatherings of the wealthy are fundamentally a contest of strength and status. If one is truly weak, no amount of embellishment will prevent disdain. Should there be some exceptional individuals who look down upon others due to their superiority, they are even less deserving of respect. For the sake of Master Yen, I shall indeed attend, yet whether I don garments of rags or of grandeur, those who insult me shall face my wrath. The petty schemes of a few affluent scions are hardly worthy of my concern. Yin Qingwen sighed deeply. Lu Di, could you perhaps tone down your fervor? Regardless of what transpires, my father and I will stand by you. I merely desire for you to dress more appropriately. Thank you for your kindness, but it is unnecessary. Lu Di replied with a faint smile. Miss Yin, remember, the strong need not prove themselves. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the luxurious vehicle sped away without pausing in front of the suit shop. In the back seat, Yin Qingwen felt a pang of frustration in her chest, but endeavored to compose herself. Lu Di, if you don't wish for the suit, that is fine. I have prepared a gift for you. I hope you will accept it. Lu Di was genuinely perplexed. Was this woman acting strangely today? Behind him, an open box was slowly presented. Inside lay a simple black cord, at the end of which hung a lustrous white pearl. Even in daylight, it emitted a subtle, almost imperceptible glow. Seemingly faint, yet it radiated an indefinable strength, as though it could never be extinguished. Lu Di smirked, recognizing the value of the item. Is this an attempt to bribe me? Is your guilt surfacing a tad too late? You are correct. This pearl is indeed of considerable worth. It is known as the Eye of Immortality, and there exists but one in the world. Yin Qingwen's expression suddenly darkened, and she spoke softly. Lu Di, I have pondered much about you these past few days. Is your peculiar behavior, your relentless drive, not rooted in despair? Lu Di was taken aback. What was this Yin woman implying? Even if she feigned indifference daily, the truth could not be concealed forever. Yin Qingwen continued, your eyes are destined to fail. Lu Di was momentarily speechless. This woman had quite the imagination. He had long forgotten about the ailment that had been cured by the demon child. Lu Di, I hope you do not lose faith. There is little I can do, but I present this Eye of Immortality to you. Its unique value lies in its ability to endure. No matter how long it is buried, it shall never extinguish. I sincerely hope that you, too, can remain unshackled by darkness, like it. The enigmatic remarks of Yin Qingwen left Lu Di with an unsettling chill, stirring a twinge of emotion within him. You are quite bothersome, woman. Just set it down. The distinguished gathering at Yin Family Manor, located in the picturesque Shoshan district of Haisher, was a sight to behold. The elevated terrain offered a refreshing breeze even during the sweltering summer months, making it a renowned retreat. At dawn, the lawn before the main building was adorned with sunshades and elegantly arranged European-style buffet tables. A dozen servants stood respectfully at attention. Aside from the absent second daughter, Yin Siwen, who was overseas, the remaining 4 daughters of the Yin family were present, along with their son-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. Today was the day the Yin family welcomed their esteemed guests. Elder Yin, seated comfortably beneath the shade, squinted at a young man clad in a white shirt and jeans, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding guests in formal attire. Afu, he called. Yes, sir, came the reply. For some reason, I find myself increasingly fond of this Lu Di. Does his unique demeanor not remind you of my youthful days? Sir, I sense that Mr. Lu seems somewhat reserved today, perhaps feeling a bit out of sorts. Elder Yin sighed. It is indeed a challenge for Lu Di. Coming from humble beginnings, he has never encountered such grandeur. With so many exceptional individuals gathered, he is bound to feel a touch of anxiety. Yet, this is a necessary experience for a young man. I sincerely hope he matures swiftly so that he may one day stand strong for the Yin family. In the distance, Lu Di stood under a tree, his gaze distant and lost in thought. It was no wonder Ah Fu misinterpreted his demeanor. He was engrossed in analyzing data. Over the past 3 days, the download count for Gemini had soared past the remarkable threshold of 800 million, bringing it tantalizingly close to the long-established Penguin Group. Most significantly, the interests section had achieved resounding success, with over 3,000 hobby categories buzzing with activity. An astounding 7.2 billion users had discovered their passion on Gemini. The outcry from various hobby forums across the internet was overwhelming, as in just 4 days, Gemini had nearly cornered its competitors. Meanwhile, its creator, Ajia, was busily immersed in work, as the company had commenced trial operations, with personnel in place. He had turned down offers from numerous investment firms, while a queue of enterprises eager to place paid advertisements within the interests section had formed. Gemini, Emperor San, and Zhang Tianjia. These names frequently graced the headlines of financial news. Within a week of its launch, the creator had amassed numerous accolades: Most Promising Company of the Year, Star Enterprise of Huaxia, and Most Competitive International Company. This was merely the first step of a long journey. Lu Di smiled gently as he closed his eyes to the data. When he turned his gaze back to the courtyard, a Mercedes-Benz and a Range Rover had just arrived, parking before the main building. L. Zimming and another young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses exited the vehicles in succession. Zimming had previously met Uncle Yin, and Tiancheng had as well. 2 individuals approached Old Master Yin, bowing slightly in a gesture of politeness. Haha, Zimming, Tiancheng, I've been waiting for you both for quite some time. Ouyang Fengyu greeted them with immense warmth, embracing each of them heartily before standing beside LV Zimming. Lu, come here for a moment. Old Master Yin beckoned Lu. These 2 are the sons of my old friends, just returned from overseas, each one remarkably successful and exceptional. Haha, allow me to introduce them. Ouyang Fengyu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, draping an arm over LV Zimming's shoulder. This gentleman is LV Zimming, the president of Wait Entertainment Company. His distinction can be summed up in a single statement. The sensational singer, Emperor E, who has captivated the nation, is one of his artists. Our group is currently negotiating the promotion of a new product with Brother Zimming. Brother Zimming, we are hosting a banquet today at the Yin residence. Feel free to express any request you may have. No need for servants. I, Ouyang Fengyu, will personally attend to you. Do give thoughtful consideration to my proposal, haha. That is certainly worth considering. LV Zimming remarked with a disdainful glance at Lu, his expression brimming with pride. Ouyang Fengyu then turned to the gentleman in golden-rimmed glasses, illuminating the atmosphere further. Zhou Tiancheng, founder of Mita Company, is undoubtedly a star entrepreneur. His company specializes in international tourism, having developed 12 distinct travel routes and secured exclusive contracts with 3 tropical islands, offering high-end customized travel services. Mita Company has gained significant popularity, successfully securing $300 million in funding from Wall Street just 2 months ago. I foresee that Brother Tiancheng will soon take his company public. He is truly a paragon for our younger generation. Old Master Yin nodded in satisfaction, casting a meaningful glance at Lu. Interestingly, both Zimming and Tiancheng were university classmates of Wenwen and had once pursued her affection. Haha, how embarrassing. I, too, once sought Wenwen's heart, which drove me to travel the world. Little did I know, I would discover 12 hidden travel routes and successfully establish my own company. However, there is a slight inaccuracy in what Brother Fengyu mentioned. I have not secured 1 round of funding, but 2 rounds, totaling $800 million. Furthermore, I have gained the trust of my shareholders, maintaining 70% ownership of the company, currently valued at approximately 30 billion. Zhou Tiancheng feigned humility, then turned to Yin Xingwen, stating, Wenwen, I am now a completely different person from who I once was. Yin Xingwen, feeling somewhat awkward, pointed towards Lu to shift the topic. Allow me to introduce you to this individual. No need for introductions. Lu, is it? The benefactor of Wenwen. Zhou Tiancheng interjected with a cheerful laugh, stepping forward to grasp Lu's hand firmly. He feigned an embrace, leaning closer to Lu's ear, whispering, Don't think for a moment that I am unaware of your true nature. Just a leech, a worthless individual without any background. Yin Xingwen is pivotal for my ascension. Do you really think you can rival me? With just a flick of my finger, I could crush you. Old Master Yin expects me to inspire you? Do you even deserve that? Lu's expression swiftly shifted, his brows furrowing tightly. Zhou Tianqing let out a cold sneer, stepping away from Lu's ear, his demeanor once again radiating warmth. He laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ah, brother Lu. We have many days ahead of us. Let us take our time getting to know each other." Alas, what agony! In the next moment, Zhou Tianqing's expression froze, his face transitioning from crimson to a deep purple hue. One could hear the ominous cracking of bones as Lu Di gripped his hands tightly. "Today, I shall update continuously. I will take my leave for now, and I kindly ask all my dear friends to awaken me with 5-star reviews." Lu Di felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "I seldom shake hands with women," he admitted. With a squint and a smile, Lu Di released his grip. Zhou Tianqing staggered back repeatedly, his face contorted in pain. "You!" Zhou Tianqing's cheeks burned with rage, on the verge of an outburst. "Brother Tianqing, since it is your first visit to the estate, allow me to show you around." Ouyang Fengyu greeted warmly, extending his arms to usher both L. Ziming and Zhou Tianqing away to a distant spot. All of this was clearly observed by the old Master Yan, who shook his head with a smile, remarking on the youthful vigor of these youngsters, who, upon their first meeting, were already rife with tension. Lu Di, maintaining his composure, remarked lightly, "Old Master, to speak candidly, I do not perceive this youthful bravado as truly intense, given the vast disparity in our standings." "Haha, truly. My Yan family's younger generation, a touch of youthful arrogance, is commendable. Pursue your ambitions, and should you encounter trouble, I shall lend you my support." In the distance, Ouyang Fengyu frowned, addressing Zhou Tianqing with gravity. "Brother Tianqing, your temper is far too volatile. A moment's lack of restraint can disrupt grand plans. Losing composure before the elder will serve you no benefit." Zhou Tianqing, having regained his composure, gritted his teeth in silence. Ouyang Fengyu continued, "Gentlemen, I presume you are well aware of Lu Di's true nature? Before joining the Yan family, he was merely a laborer, possessing nothing but brute strength. Beyond that, he has nothing, no power, no connections. He is simply incomparable to you both." Observing the growing ire on their faces, he pressed on, "To be frank, I find this fellow quite disagreeable. I wish to expel him from the Yan family, and you, too, wish to eliminate a rival for Wenwen's affections. We three can undoubtedly form a united front." The two suddenly looked up, inquiring, "What form shall this unity take?" Ouyang Fengyu smirked coldly, "As you are aware, some elders will arrive shortly, and as per tradition, there will be opportunities for speeches during the luncheon, essentially a chance to showcase oneself. At that moment, Brother Ziming, you shall publicly announce the concert of Teacher D.E. and endorse my proposal. Of course, I shall not diminish your reputation. I will publicly guarantee a minimum sales figure of 20 billion for the products following the concert. Furthermore, I will add an additional 200 million to the performance fee for Teacher DE. And Brother Tianqing, I, Ouyang Fengyu, promise to facilitate your company's third round of financing, ensuring your success. You should boldly disclose your company's IPO plans at the luncheon. In doing so, both of your achievements will undoubtedly astonish everyone present. And what does Lu Di possess? A pretty face? Mere brute strength? It is laughable. All will recognize the chasm that exists between him and us. Brother Tianqing, what does it matter if you struck him twice? It merely portrays you as reckless. In our circle, what truly matters is strength, status, and connections. When Lu loses face before the old master and esteemed elders, and has nothing to offer, he will inevitably be cast aside, for no one will have use for him. At that moment, both Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing appear to be awakened by Ouyang Fengyu's words. Indeed, this is the luncheon of the wealthiest man in Haishur. It is the perfect occasion to showcase one's capabilities. And to truly crush Lu, is it not to display an ability that leaves him far behind? After receiving old Master Yan's call, the two promptly investigated Lu. He merely works part-time at a restaurant and fortuitously saved Yan Qingwen, which catapulted him to fame. It is somewhat laughable, really. Here I am, a legitimate business owner with a fortune of over 100 billion, competing with such a lowly individual? It is unnecessary. Strength is everything. Let him feel ashamed. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Fengyu. Zhou Tianqing chuckled, feeling guilty. Without your guidance, I might have delivered a punch to that little waste. That would have been utterly humiliating. Subsequently, Zhou patted Ouyang Fengyu's shoulder, saying, I shall do as you suggested. Excellent. Ouyang Fengyu nodded and turned to Lu Ziming. What about you, Brother Ziming? Lu Ziming furrowed his brow. If I finalize the plan, will one have any objections? Oh, Brother Ziming, you are unaware. That kid Lu, during his first visit to my home, bewildered the old master with a rhetoric he must have learned from somewhere. The old master assigned Wenwen to oversee new product sales, but in truth, he is relying on Lu. If you assist me in achieving sales while Lu accomplishes nothing, then his incompetence will be fully exposed. At that time, when he loses the old master's regard, Won't your opportunities to approach one increase? Ouyang Fengyu sneered. I see now. Lu Ziming suddenly raised his head. No wonder that kid continually questioned my esteemed teacher. He was simply afraid. Previously intimidated by Lu's presence, Lu Ziming felt enlightened. He had thought that the boy had some leverage against him. In reality, he was merely a fool who was sour about unattainable grapes. A calm smile replaced his earlier expression. Haha, brother Lu, I was rude just now. Zhou Tianqing chuckled. You are the benefactor of the Yin family. In driving for the Yin family, as members of the Yin family's esteemed circle, we must treat you with utmost respect. This statement was impeccably crafted. It underscored Lu's lowly status while emphasizing his own noble lineage. Moreover, it appeared to be an apology. Humph, the courtesy of a few spoiled youths is hardly worth accepting. Lu smiled indifferently. You. Zhou Tianqing trembled with anger once more. Master, I just received a call stating that Miss Nan has unexpectedly arrived. Ah Fu bowed beside Old Master Yin. Miss Nan? Which Miss Nan? Old Master Yin tilted his head, realizing that her arrival was clearly unanticipated. From the Nantan Sea of Kyoto, the daughter of Old Master Nan, Nan Roi. As soon as Afu's words were spoken, Yin Hongxin's eyes widened in astonishment. The gathered crowd was equally taken aback. Nan Tianhai, a figure renowned throughout Huaxia, a senior official in the State Council, the Minister of Finance. Wielding immense power over the nation's finances, with a mere stamp of his foot, he could send tremors throughout Huaxia. Furthermore, he is blessed with 3 exceptional children, each a paragon in their respective fields. His eldest son, Nan Ingjia, is already making waves in politics at the tender age of 36. Currently serving as the mayor of Hangzhou, one of the youngest city-level officials in Huaxia. His future is boundless. The second son, Nan Mingda, is a celebrated scientist with an international reputation. 6 years ago, he patented solar photovoltaic technology, and now his company, Juning Technology Group, ranks among the Fortune Global 500. The youngest, Nan Ruoi, is lauded as the most beautiful prodigy, gifted and accomplished in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from a young age. She is charming and deeply cherished by Nan Tianhai. Unlike her brothers, Nan Ruoi shuns the limelight. After graduation, she ventured to Haishur alone to pursue an antique business. It is rumored that her discerning eye has led her to uncover numerous hidden treasures, amassing an astronomical collection in just a few years. A father of distinguished stature. With 3 children excelling in diverse fields, the Nan family in the capital commands unparalleled influence in both political and business arenas. They are universally known and respected. In terms of power, the Nan family could effortlessly overshadow the Yin family tenfold. Afu, are you certain that Miss Nan has arrived? The elder Yin inquired excitedly. Indeed. The elder Yin nodded, somewhat dazed. Just then, a remarkably understated Audi sedan glided into the Yin family estate. The elder Yin, who had remained as steady as a mountain, suddenly tensed and rose to greet the visitor. Miss Nan from Kyoto. As he observed the elder Yan's departing figure, L. Ziming and Zhou Tianqing were at a loss. Brother Fengyu, how did Miss Nan come to be here? We had no inkling of this. With her presence, our modest assets will surely become a laughingstock. I have heard that in the Nan family, Miss Nan is the apple of their eye. Her elder brothers, and even Nan Tongzhong, are utterly devoted to her. Fear not. Ouyang Fengyu's eyes gleamed with determination. This is a monumental opportunity. Given Miss Nan's stature, she will surely not hold us to excessive demands. Moreover, her arrival compels us to showcase our capabilities. If we gain her approval, we may just ascend to the esteemed ranks of the Nan family. L. Ziming and Zhou Tianqing nodded vigorously. Ouyang Fengyu glanced at the idle Lu Di and remarked coldly, we must make full use of this stepping stone today. Come, let us greet Miss Nan and present our finest selves. The Audi sedan came to a gentle stop. The driver, clad in white gloves, swiftly exited the vehicle and opened the left rear door. In the next moment, a slender, pristine leg gracefully emerged from the slit of a black cheongsam as she stepped out of the carriage. Her high heels, adorned with matte diamonds, emitted a subtle yet resplendent glow. The mere sight of that exquisite leg sent a wave of dizziness among all the men present. As she exited the carriage, her face radiated a smile directed at the crowd, her figure remarkably perfect, rivaling the world's top models. Cascading silky long hair framed her shoulders, while a delicate touch of makeup accentuated her features, highlighted by a striking shade of red on her lips, both ethereal and breathtakingly beautiful. Ouyang Fengyu and his companions felt their hearts flutter in admiration. Such a woman, possessing an extraordinary background and unparalleled beauty, was indeed the object of every man's desires. Greetings, Uncle Yin. I hope you do not mind my uninvited presence, she spoke, her voice melodious as a lark, captivating all who heard her. Ah, Miss Nan, you flatter me. Your arrival graces our Yin family, Elder Yin replied with a slight bow. Alas, Those two are likely still on their way. Miss Nan, allow me to introduce a few of the young gentlemen present today, he continued with a warm smile. Please, just call me Roy, she responded. Very well, Roy. This is my nephew, Lu Ziming, and this is my nephew, Zhou Tianqing. Hello, Miss Nan, Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing exclaimed, their surprise nearly prompting them to bow at a 90-degree angle. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu maintained his composed demeanor, casting a disdainful glance at Lu and Zhou, deeming them unworthy. He then adjusted his hair and stepped forward, extending his hands with a smile. Hello, Miss Nan, I am Ouyang. Yet, Nan Ruoyi did not reciprocate the gesture, merely glancing at each individual with a polite smile. It was only natural. Given her status and femininity, her delicate hands were not meant for casual contact. Subsequently, Elder Yin introduced the 4 daughters of the Yin family, to which Nan Ruoyi gracefully nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, her exquisitely elegant smile froze in place as she spotted a familiar figure. Dressed in a white shirt and jeans, with an otherworldly purple eye, it was indeed Mr. Dier. Her long lashes quivered as a cacophony erupted within her heart, causing her leather handbag to slip from her grasp and fall to the ground. I am Lu Di, with Di meaning younger brother, the figure said, stepping from the shadows into the light, offering a gentle smile. Nan Ruoyi's body stiffened. It was undoubtedly Mr. Dier. He had used his real name? Observing Lu Di's pure smile, her mind raced with thoughts. She was astute enough to realize that Mr. Dier did not wish to reveal his identity. With 1,000 unspoken words lingering on her lips, she slightly nodded and said, Hello, sir. Very well. Lu Di replied, his lips curving into a smile as he regarded the stunning girl before him. Nan Ruoyi, the daughter of Nan Tianhai, the 3rd miss of the Nan family, adored by countless admirers, was the cherished jewel of elder Nan Tianhai and the beloved little sister of the 2 young masters of the Nan family. However, no one could have anticipated what was to unfold next. To her astonishment, she was indeed the true underworld leader of Haishur, the Black Fox. For many years, she had stood behind the puppet Black Fox in the guise of a maid, the authentic Black Fox gang leader. Commanding thousands of thugs, she possessed numerous casinos and bars, and controlled the black market's bounties, delving into all underground businesses of Haishur. Indeed, the Nan family from Kyoto had produced a genius, each member extraordinary. And this 3rd young lady, Nan Ruoyi, was perhaps a genius beyond measure. To outsiders, she appeared elegant and aloof, yet within her heart lay a profound rebellion. Her arrival in Haishur under the pretense of doing business was merely a fade. 6 years ago, leveraging her high intelligence, she single-handedly established the Black Fox gang. Steadily operating from the shadows, she expanded the gang, ultimately dominating the underworld of Haishur. No one in the underworld knew she was Miss Nan, and no one in the Nan family was aware she was the Black Fox. Such an extraordinary woman. In Nan Ruoyi's eyes, all of this was merely a game, shedding her obedient girl persona to indulge in freedom. Transforming into a gangster, she felt no constraints, capable of both ruthless cruelty and noble valor, as well as territorial expansion. How entertaining. Nan Ruoyi reveled in it all. But everything changed the moment she encountered Lu Di. That man in white appeared before her like a deity. With effortless ease, he shattered everything, revealing every one of her secrets. It was an absolute domination. Nan Ruoyi once believed no one could conquer her in this world. Yet that notion dissipated in the instant she met Lu Di. At this moment, everything within the Yin family's estate transformed into an illusion. In her perception, only the grinning man in white remained, as if he embodied everything. Miss Nan, are you all right? Ouyang Fengyu gently inquired. Strangely, Nan Ruoyi had been in a daze for a full 2 minutes. Miss Nan, would you like to accompany me to the pavilion to rest for a while and have a drink? Ouyang Fengyu asked once more. Nan Ruoyi gently shook her head, replying, No need, I shall follow Mr. Lu Di. At the banquet center. Miss Nan, Lu Di is not from the Yin family. He is merely a driver for them. LV Ziming chuckled softly. No one would presume Lu Di had any connection with the daughter of the Nan family. Perhaps Miss Nan merely regarded Lu Di as a guest of the Yin family. Nan Ruoyi gasped softly, her gaze darting towards Lu Di. She saw him displaying an indifferent demeanor, stepping away a few paces, pulling out a cigarette, and leaning against a tree to smoke. Disappointment flickered in Nan Ruoyi's heart. It seemed Mr. Lu was reluctant for her to make any overt moves. With a faint nod, she murmured, Then I shall follow the host's wishes. That's splendid. Ouyang Fengyu smiled brightly. Just as everyone prepared to move, 2 cars drove back into the Yin estate. These 2 black vehicles were likely the least expensive in the Yin family's collection. However, no one dared to underestimate the 2 guests within. At the forefront stood a red Hongqi sedan, adorned with a white license plate. Hi 00001, police. Following closely was an older model Audi 6, its license plate reading 00003. Those with a modicum of knowledge could discern the hierarchy of the two vehicles merely by their plates. The first belonged to the chief of the High City Police, while the owner of the second, though uncertain, certainly held a rank of at least a general. The two cars came to a gradual halt. An elderly man, his skin dark and face lined with age, yet possessing an extraordinary physique, was the first to emerge from the Audi. Shortly thereafter, a gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit, around 60 years of age with a square visage, briskly exited the Hongqi. "Old Hey, at long last, I've caught up with you," he exclaimed. "You may not compensate for the phone, but tell me, have you managed to locate that young fellow?" Duan Hua approached Heishan, feigning seriousness. Should this exchange reach the ears of the outside world, it would surely be met with incredulity. Two renowned military leaders bickering over an obscure youth, resembling quarrelsome schoolchildren. Elder Yin laughed heartily, extending a warm welcome from afar. The two leaders shared a knowing smile in response to Elder Yin. "I say, you, the rural tycoon, are fond of putting on such superfluous displays," Duan Hua remarked, slightly curling his lip as he surveyed the Yin family estate. Elder Yin chuckled. "Today we have a distinguished guest." The two leaders followed Elder Yan's gesture with their eyes. "Is it the daughter of Leader Nan, Little Nan?" they inquired, momentarily taken aback. "Indeed, it is none other than Miss Nan. Today, my Yin family estate is truly resplendent, teeming with esteemed guests," Elder Yin declared with grandeur. At that moment, Nan Rua also approached. She inclined her body slightly, saying, "Upon hearing that you two have gathered in High City, my father specially arranged for me to pay my respects to you both." "Ah, splendid, splendid," boomed General Heishan, his voice resonating like thunder. "Thank you, Leader Nan, for your kind thoughts, and gratitude to our dear little Nan. I am genuinely delighted today." Ouyang Fengyu and others observed from the side, their envy palpable. The head of High City Police, a military general, these were indeed figures of immense influence. Miss Nan, true to her title, could directly converse with such formidable leaders at her young age. Furthermore, the respect shown by the two leaders towards her was unmistakable. Not far behind a tree, Lu Di leaned casually, inhaling the last puff of smoke. A bitter smile crossed his lips. If the two leaders only knew that the exceptionally beautiful and well-educated Miss Nan standing before them was, in fact, the elusive underworld chief of High City, the Black Fox, what would their sentiments be? Lu Di extinguished his cigarette, slowly revealing himself from behind the tree. "Old Yen, I must say, your estate is indeed magnificent," remarked General Heishan with a sigh. "Old He, let me tell you, our High City boasts not only stunning landscapes, but also an abundance of talent." Duan Hua suddenly widened his eyes, staring intently at something beneath the distant tree. With a sputter, he spat out a mouthful of tea. "Is this the bank kid? Is he from the Yin family?" Duan Hua's eyes glazed over as he stepped forward decisively. Heishan, unwilling to concede, retorted, "Not a chance." The peculiar actions of the two individuals left Old Master Yin utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the cunning General Heishan flashed a sly smile and addressed Old Master Yin. "Old Yin, are there many young people at today's banquet? Do introduce me to them." Subsequently, under the relentless persuasion of the two formidable figures, Old Master Yin found himself before a group of young individuals. However, as he introduced others, the two magnates appeared preoccupied, their attention solely ignited when it came to Lu Di. General Heishan murmured repeatedly, "Lu Di? What a splendid name. A man of valor? Excellent. The Yin family chauffeur? Remarkable. Seeking to pursue Wenwen? Splendid." The crowd stood in stunned silence. 10 minutes later, Old Master Yin sat dazed before the chessboard, having posed numerous inquiries, all concerning Lu Di. He cast a curious glance at the young people. Some matters could not escape his keen perception. Ouyang Fengyu and El Ziming regarded Lu Di with disdainful glares, as if ready to declare war at any moment. The young lady from the Nan family frequently glanced at Lu Di, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Meanwhile, the two magnates continued to probe Lu Di with fervent curiosity. It seemed that the focus of today's banquet had abruptly shifted to Lu Di. "Old Yen, it has been a decade since we last played chess, hasn't he? General Heishan suddenly inquired. Old Master Yin nodded, still at a loss for comprehension. With a grin, General Heishan continued, "Then, should I prevail, I shall make a request that you cannot refuse." At the pre-dinner games, in the distance stood two superlative magnates, accompanied by the illustrious daughter of the Nan family, a rare opportunity indeed. Ouyang Fengyu, with a glint in his eye, chuckled, "Ladies and gentlemen, my Yin family estate boasts an array of entertainment options. Why not indulge in some leisure activities to pass the time? Indeed, I have long known that Brother Fengyu is a retired archery champion. How about we head to the archery range for a demonstration?" El Ziming chimed in. Ouyang Fengyu's expression soured as he instinctively glanced at Lu Di, retorting, Perhaps we should skip that. No performance necessary. Straightening his posture, Ouyang Fengyu added, however, I have heard that Brother Ziming is a renowned equestrian expert, and Brother Tianqing is a top-notch marksman. How fortuitous that my Yin family estate features both an equestrian arena and a shooting range. Let us engage in a friendly competition. Upon hearing this, the two gentlemen instantly comprehended Ouyang Fengyu's intentions. He was indeed a clever ally, crafting an opportunity for them to showcase their talents. They exchanged glances with Nan Rui, who, since her introduction to the group, had become remarkably reserved for reasons unknown, merely observing with an air of detachment. Then it is settled. Let us proceed. Ouyang Fengyu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, disregarding any objections and beckoning everyone to follow. At the racetrack, upon catching sight of the robust black stallion in the stables, the group's eyes lit up with excitement. What a magnificent steed! Lu Ziming initially stepped out from the crowd, having participated in nearly 100 equestrian competitions, both great and small. He had encountered countless renowned steeds, yet he had never before witnessed a horse of such remarkable spirit. This was a Baicha iron hoof horse, originally born in the mountainous regions, with exceptionally hard hooves. To the ordinary eye, it was not deemed suitable for the racetrack, but this perception greatly underestimated its potential. Only when faced with an exceptionally skilled equestrian could its true capabilities be unleashed. Only a rider with unparalleled mastery could navigate it gracefully across the plains. After speaking, Lu Ziming looked proudly at the onlookers, basking in his own glory. It must be said that this young dandy indeed possessed considerable expertise in equestrianism. With just a glance, he could astutely analyze the strengths and weaknesses of the horse. Seeing Miss Nin nod slightly, he felt even more triumphant. Even Lu Di was captivated by the magnificent steed before him, unable to resist approaching and gently stroking it. Lu Di, I advise you to be cautious. This horse has a fiery temperament, and if it kicks you, I shall not be held responsible. Lu Ziming impatiently shouted, his expression brimming with disdain. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily as he stepped forward. If Brother Ziming can master this horse, it would indeed attest to his remarkable riding skills. Haha, I must confess, I have had the fortune of encountering such horses before, and they are all easily manageable. Lu Ziming, filled with arrogance, gazed at the horse with unwavering confidence. Lu Di smiled slightly and took 2 steps back, suggesting, why not showcase your skills for everyone? Certainly. Lu Ziming dismissed Lu Di's remark, turning his smiling gaze towards Nan Rui. Today, we are fortunate to have Miss Nin in attendance. It is only fitting that I put forth my utmost effort to perform for you. With that, Lu Ziming began to stretch his limbs. Intently observing the majestic horse before him, he gently patted its back and swiftly mounted it. Remarkably, the spirited Baicha iron hoof horse offered no resistance whatsoever. The crowd burst into applause. Lu Ziming, with his relatively tall stature, certainly exuded a certain grace as he sat astride the towering steed. He smiled lightly and cast a sidelong glance at Nan Rui, who regarded him with a hint of admiration. However, Lu Ziming then took a deep breath and commanded, "Giddy up." An eerie silence enveloped the air. The horse remained utterly still. Lu Ziming tightened his grip on the saddle and shouted again, "Giddy up." Yet the horse remained motionless. The crowd fell silent. Only Lu Di's faint chuckle broke the stillness. "I advise you to dismount within 10 seconds. From atop the horse, Lu Ziming shouted angrily, "Lu Di, what do you know? This is called building momentum." Suddenly, the horse neighed loudly. Its front hooves shot high into the air. Its body shook violently, and it flung Lu Ziming off with great force. He landed 3 meters away, sprawling unceremoniously on the ground. The crowd looked on in astonishment. Struggling to his feet, Lu Ziming's face contorted with indignation as he exclaimed, "Fengyu, what kind of wretched horse do you have? There is something wrong with it. The problem lies with you." Lu Di approached slowly, positioning himself in front of the horse. This horse is indeed a Baicha iron hoof, but it is also a purebred Mongolian warhorse. The Mongolian warhorse, born and bred on the vast steppes, gallops across the expansive grasslands with a fierce and proud spirit. Its lineage can be traced back to the legendary cavalry of Genghis Khan. These noble steeds are forged for battle, destined to be ridden by heroes. Shunning a life of luxury and disdainful of the incompetent, they possess a remarkable intuition, capable of perceiving all, and would never bow to the mediocre. At this moment, Lu Di's words incited a snort of indignation from the warhorse behind him, seemingly affirming his sentiments. Casting a scornful glance at the disheveled L. Ziming, Lu Di remarked mockingly, "You, with your corrupt heart and hollow bravado, think yourself worthy of riding a Mongolian warhorse? It is nothing short of a jest. On what grounds do you make such an assertion?" L. Ziming retorted, seething with anger. "This horse is wild and untamed, poorly trained. Spare me your nonsense about heroes. If you have the skill, then prove it. Let us see if you can survive the fall." Ouyang Fengyu, Witnessing L. Zimming's embarrassment, also felt a twinge of discomfort. He furrowed his brow and said, Lu Di, if you claim this horse is meant for heroes, do you dare to proclaim yourself one and attempt to ride it? Ouyang Fengyu, caught in a predicament, had unwittingly offered L. Zimming an opportunity, only to see it backfire. He could now only hope that Lu Di would similarly falter. Since none could tame the beast, the notion of losing face seemed trivial. Upon hearing this, Yan Qingwen displayed a fleeting look of concern, gently shaking her head at Lu Di, signaling him to refrain from recklessness. Yet Lu Di merely shook his head in response, stating, I see no need to attempt to ride. Ah, so you are merely all talk. Zhou Tianqing scoffed. Then, with a serene smile, Lu Di turned his back and faced the proud Mongolian warhorse. With the imposing presence of a great emperor, he stood resolute. In the next moment, the magnificent steed let out a resonant neigh, its forelegs advancing, knees bending, and head slowly bowing down. It knelt before Lu Di as if in reverence to a mighty warrior, a gesture of respect and submission to a true strongman. Lu Di, in turn, wore a tranquil smile, embodying an air of timelessness as he declared, Look upon the world, I stand unrivaled among heroes. Who else can contend with my might? The scene unfolded before the onlookers, leaving them utterly astonished. Though the warhorse did not charge forth, an inexplicable awe permeated the atmosphere. If the Mongolian steed was indeed imbued with spirit, only yielding to true heroes, then its kneeling before Lu Di spoke volumes. A warhorse meant for champions could only bow to someone of royal lineage, a true son of an emperor. Who is this man? Lu Di, the brother of the brother? Words failed to encapsulate the essence of him. Each observer's thoughts diverged, with Yan Qingwen feeling increasingly perplexed by Lu Di's enigmatic nature. She found herself ensnared in a fog of confusion, repeatedly questioning, Lu Di, just what manner of person are you? In contrast, Nan Ruoyi perceived the unfolding events as both logical and exhilarating. A gentleman is indeed a gentleman. Even the most bizarre or astonishing occurrences are rendered plausible in his presence. Thus, victory was assured. The malevolent forces retreated, and the heroes bowed in reverence. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu, L. Zimming, and Zhou Tianqing were consumed with fury. The horse racing event had allowed Lu Di to bask in the limelight, leaving the three of them utterly humiliated. Not only had they failed to display their prowess before Miss Nan, but they had also suffered a significant loss of face. Tianqing, that Lu Di is quite an enigmatic fellow. Ouyang Fengyu ground his teeth and whispered, To be honest, this young man previously bested me in archery, leaving me utterly defeated. When we head to the shooting range, do you believe you can surpass him? Archery? Zhou Tianqing chuckled darkly, My forte lies in shotgun clay shooting, where I aim at rapidly launched discs. It's an entirely different discipline. What does it matter if he excels in archery? This is a game for the affluent. That impoverished lad has likely never even laid eyes on it. L. Zimming, rubbing his sore backside, gritted his teeth in agreement. Very well. Ouyang Fengyu's eyes gleamed with determination. I shall devise a way to provoke him into a competition with you. The outcome will rest upon your shoulders. With diverse thoughts swirling in their minds, they made their way to the shooting range. The Yin family estate was indeed a premier estate, boasting a vast hectare of lawn dedicated to shooting practice. Zhou Tianqing took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and declared, I have been learning shooting from my father since childhood. I began hunting in the mountains at 13, and I consider my marksmanship to be commendable. As for clay shooting, with 2 trap machines launching discs in succession and 5 shooting positions, I can hit 70 out of 75. Hee, I am only 3 hits shy of an Olympic champion. The group marveled in awe. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin whispered to each other. The discs are hurled chaotically by the machines. Hitting them within mere seconds is indeed quite challenging. I once tried it in secret and failed to hit a single one, nearly throwing my gun in frustration. Zhou Tianqing feigned a solemn smile and turned his gaze toward Lu Di. I've heard that your archery skills are exceptional. I wonder how you fare with a shotgun? Ouyang Fengyu seized the opportunity to chime in. Indeed, Lu Di, with your remarkable talent, why not take the stage as well? Ding. Proficiency in the use of 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun has been achieved. Ultimate loading technique has been mastered. Subconscious integration with Olympic champion clay shooting has been completed. Cool gun handling posture has been assimilated. Haha, Lu Di, have you missed me? I've been busy leveling up, so I took a brief nap. Demon child. I indeed think of you, but when will you grow up? That cool gun handling skill is unnecessary for me, Lu Di replied with a resigned shake of his head. Ah, it is better to be prepared. Everyone has a desire to be beautiful. Farewell, I must continue my upgrade. Very well, Lu Di shrugged and slowly approached the firearms, casually stating, no need for excessive chatter. If you wish to lose face, I shall oblige. Huh, excellent. Zhou Tianqing smirked arrogantly. Let us activate both trap machines, and we'll each have 30 shots. Enough with the small talk. I'll go first, and you can save your remaining time. Lu Di replied nonchalantly as he meticulously arranged a total of 70 shotgun shells on the table. He then picked up the double-barrel shotgun, skillfully testing the firing mechanism, calibrating the sights, and inspecting the trajectory. Every movement flowed with effortless grace, undeniably showcasing the prowess of a seasoned expert. Standing nearby, Ouyang Fengyu sensed an ominous shift. Damn it, that familiar feeling was creeping back. Zhou Tianqing was about to face humiliation. Subsequently, Lu Di stood tall, proclaiming loudly to the operator, "Activate all 4 clay target machines. Random positioning, 70 discs, continuous launch." Haha, Lu Di, have you ever played Frisbee? You're wielding a double-barreled shotgun, not a machine gun. With your throwing method, the discs will fill the sky, and you won't even have time to load your gun. You won't hit a single one. Zhou Tianqing, who had just been stunned by Lu Di's stance, now doubled over in laughter. In the distance, the operator leaned forward, inquiring loudly, "Mr. Lu Di, you must be mistaken. I have never heard of such a technique. Just do it." Lu Di commanded. With a swift motion, he loaded 2 bullets into the shotgun, which was now primed for action. Faced with Lu Di's unwavering certainty, the operator had no choice but to comply. With a whoosh, 4 discs were launched simultaneously from the machines. Lu Di's eyes sparkled with intensity as he aimed the gun with commanding presence. Indeed, it seemed nearly impossible for a double-barreled shotgun, capable of holding only 2 rounds, to strike 4 discs that would be airborne for merely 4 to 5 seconds. However, that limitation applied only to ordinary individuals. The prodigy had already calculated all the necessary data for Lu Di: distance, wind speed, direction, the trajectory of the discs, and their anticipated descent, combined with exceptional marksmanship. What seemed impossible was transformed into possibility. Without hesitation, bang, bang, in under 0. For seconds, he fired twice, hitting all targets. Lu Di then opened the shotgun's barrel and stomped his right foot down hard. The 2 spent cartridges flew from the wooden table beside him. With a single hand, he deftly caught the bullets, which fell perfectly into the barrel, and immediately commenced his second round of shooting. Bang, bang. Again, both shots were flawless. The most astonishing part was that all of this transpired within a mere second. Onlookers stood in dumbfounded awe. Stylish, swift, precise, an almost divine shooting technique. With another whoosh, the discs were launched again, and Lu Di repeated the process with lightning speed, hitting every single one. Zhou Tianqing's mouth hung open in disbelief, his jaw nearly dislocated. To hell with competition. This kid defied humanity. Not far away, in a pavilion, 3 elderly men engrossed in a game of chess were startled by the gunfire. The rapid succession of shots left Heishan momentarily stunned. Were they really playing Frisbee? The sound emanated from a 12-gauge double-barreled shotgun. What kind of person could achieve such shooting speed? The reloading time had been compressed to less than 1 second, twice as fast as my elite soldiers. Ridiculous. Heishan turned, squinting into the distance, straining to see. There, amidst the chaos, stood a tall figure in a white shirt, firing at the airborne discs with a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Damn it, it really is that little freak. The corners of Heishan's mouth twitched violently. He suddenly turned his head, veins bulging on his forehead, and exclaimed with fervor, "Old Yen, even if it costs me my life today, I shall win this game of chess against you. This piece of 63, I must claim." At the shooting range, Lu Di shattered 70 clay discs made of mud and ash within a mere 2 minutes. A cloud of dust hung in the air, slowly settling before the astonished audience. The protagonist of the event, Yan's family driver Lu Di, calmly extracted the last 2 cartridges from his shotgun. Using the now red-hot barrel, he lit a cigarette. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lu Di said nonchalantly, "You all continue. I shall check on those old fellows." With that, he departed indifferently. Zhou Tianqing inhaled sharply, trembling at the impossible turn of events. How could he possibly have come to the Yin family as a driver and become my rival? I had foolishly thought to compete with him in shooting. This is a trap. The equestrian competition is a trap too. Zhou Tianqing cast a skeptical glance at Ouyang Fengyu, who appeared utterly defeated, as if he had consumed a ton of bitter herbs, unable to voice his grievances. Who would have imagined that Lu Di could excel at everything? Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin cheered joyfully, their carefree spirits fixated solely on Lu Di's charming stance with the gun. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen was lost in deep contemplation. Throughout their journey, Lu Di had consistently astonished them. It was hard to fathom that he held such an ordinary identity. His disciplined routine, impeccable physique, exceptional culinary skills, horse training expertise, and marksmanship, these traits were not uncommon. However, when concentrated in a single individual, they became perplexing enigmas. Mysteries, all of them. Yin Qingwen resolved to uncover the truth about Lu Di. In contrast, Nan Ruoyi looked on with satisfaction, unable to articulate the feelings within her. There was no surprise in her heart. She merely felt that, as Mr. Dier, all of this was entirely justified. Under the sunshade, the mighty Heishan excitedly rubbed his palms together and placed a black stone on the board. Old Yin hesitated, staring at the go board. Old Yin held the white stones while Heishan played with the black ones. The current state of the game revealed Old Yan's evident decline. Old Yin, it seems you are about to lose this match. Heishan chuckled. Thus, regarding that request, I shan't be polite. As Heishan prepared to succeed, the higher authority overshadowed the lesser. Even playing chess required yielding to the old ghost. It seemed that he would gain nothing from this endeavor. Heishan, I truly do not understand how a grand general like you could have any matters to discuss with a mere businessman like myself. Old Yin furrowed his brow, still observing the board for an opportunity to turn the tide. Of course there is. Your Yin family estate is brimming with talent, which makes me envious. To be candid, my request is simply to ask for a person from you. Heishan replied with a narrowed smile. Old Master Yin seemed to have grasped something, lifting his head in response. A sense of helplessness welled up within him. In the past, he had entrusted Black Mountain, then a special forces instructor, with sending the orphaned Iron Four into the military for training upon their coming of age. Unexpectedly, the Iron Brothers excelled beyond his imagination, transforming into elite soldiers within a few short years. So, after all this roundabout, you intend to go back on your word? Old Master Yin raised an eyebrow and remarked. Not at all, Black Mountain replied. I have no intention of touching the Iron Four. What I seek is someone else, and just one. Who? Old Master Yin leaned forward suddenly, sensing an ominous turn of events. There. Black Mountain gestured with his chin towards the young man in a white shirt who was pacing towards them. Old Master Yin stared, his expression shifting dramatically. Lu Di? You wish to take Lu Di away? He exclaimed, but then abruptly realized he had lost his composure. Pausing to collect himself, he softened his tone. Old Black. You must understand, Lu Di is just an ordinary person, and he has some disabilities. His health is quite frail. What purpose would he serve in your ranks? To drive a vehicle for you? Spare me the jest. Is that so? If he is frail, then what do you call my soldiers? Black Mountain interrupted, denying Old Master Yin the opportunity to continue. He produced a black piece and forcefully pressed it onto the board. Huh, Old Yin, your white pieces are now completely locked down. My formation is complete, and you have lost. Black Mountain, the general, laughed heartily, adding, by the way, this formation is called the Nine Dragons' Tail, and even the masters of Go cannot unravel it. Old Black, you cannot do this. I do not agree. Old Master Yin exclaimed in a flurry. What if I do this? Suddenly, a long arm extended from Old Master Yan's side. He took a white piece and gently placed it in an inconspicuous corner of the board. Lu Di? Old Master Yin recognized the person who had just entered the pavilion, now gently drying his hands with a white towel. Please take another look at the game, General Black Mountain. Lu Di smiled. Black Mountain was taken aback, then turned his gaze to the board. The more he looked, the more astonished he became. Lu Di's single move had severed two of Black Mountain's powerful formations and left countless potential follow-up maneuvers. Because of this move, the previously scattered white pieces under Old Master Yan's command suddenly coalesced. A cursory glance revealed that the white pieces had escaped from peril. If managed skillfully in the subsequent moves, it was entirely possible for them to turn the tide. This move was truly exquisite. After a moment, Black Mountain, still stunned, asked, Young brother, what do you call this move? I just heard you refer to yours as the Nine Dragons' Tail. Lu Di chuckled. Then I shall name this move the Hedgehog's Turn. Ah, the Hedgehog's Turn. Young brother, impressive. Duan Hua suddenly exclaimed in admiration. Black Mountain, too, felt invigorated. Lu Di had once again defied his expectations. Chess, after all, is a contest of strategy. Mastery of the game reflects a mastery of tactics. In warfare, as in chess, one must perceive the situation on the board, make swift moves, and turn the tide. Thus, in battle, one can achieve the same. It appears that this young man, Lu Di, possesses more than mere martial prowess. Heisenshin's expression subtly shifted, and his resolve solidified within. This individual shall undoubtedly be under my tutelage. Heisenshin cheerfully proclaimed, Excellent, splendid. Now that the formation has been breached, let us, Old Yin, continue our contest. Let us determine a victor. Who, then, is Old Yin? He smoothly descended from his perch, curling his lip in jest. What shall we contest? I am famished. Let us prepare for the luncheon. Within the banquet hall of the estate, the feast was meticulously arranged. The younger generation occupied seats on either side, each harboring their own contemplations. An inexplicable tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Coughing lightly, the younger attendees inhaled sharply. Though the gathering was purportedly for dialogue and sharing, it was, in essence, an exhibition of prowess, followed by a hierarchy of respect. Lu Ziming, Zhou Tianqing, and others had already clenched their fists covertly. Lu Di, regardless of your shooting skills, you remain but a pauper. a destitute individual with naught to his name. At last, I have awaited the chance to humiliate you. Ah, it seems everyone is somewhat restrained, old Yin remarked, casting a glance at Yin Xingwen. Why don't you begin, Wenwen? Yin Xingwen nodded gently, rising to address the assembly. As everyone is aware, our Ingji group has recently launched a line of home medical devices, a pivotal endeavor for our organization this year. I am fortunate to have my father's trust and to be appointed as the project leader. Subsequently, I will collaborate with Zimming to invite the renowned singer to host a charity gala. Such an event will not only enhance the visibility of our new products, but also assist those impoverished individuals and children who cannot afford necessary medical care. Upon hearing her words, several elders nodded slightly, their expressions reflecting approval. Lu Di concurred wholeheartedly. Yin Xingwen is indeed a woman of commendable character, though she often appears aloof. Since her visit to the hospital of Elder Tua, she has seemingly held the plight of those impoverished patients and disabled children close to her heart. Not only has she personally donated medical equipment, but she is also raising funds for them through the launch of new products. She can be rightfully deemed a conscientious entrepreneur. However, an incongruous voice interrupted the moment. Ouyang Fengyu slowly rose, stating, "If I am not mistaken, Wenwen, did you just imply that performance metrics are not a priority? Wenwen, I believe you are mistaken. Our Ingji is a business that survives on sales profits. You are spending the budget on events without demanding performance? Do you consider Ingji a charitable institution?" Ouyang Fengyu feigned helplessness, shaking his head with a sigh. "Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to announce some news. General Manager Lu Zimming has reached an agreement with me. The arrangements for the concert will proceed according to my plan. In 5 days, we shall host a grand concert at the Huitian Plaza in Haisher Wanghake, inviting major distributors to fill the seats, vigorously promoting our new products while allowing for on-site orders. Zimming and I solemnly pledge that this event will yield no less than 20 billion in sales for our new products, ensuring a resounding success for the group." Indeed, Lu Zimming also rose to his feet, exclaiming, "I wholeheartedly agree with Brother Fengyu's proposal and offer my unwavering support. As you all know, the appeal of the song God Emperor is extraordinarily formidable. His mere presence at the concert will undoubtedly become the most sensational news of the year, naturally propelling our product sales to new heights." At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu was brimming with pride, frequently glancing at Old Master Yin and Miss Nan. He continued with a smile, "Father, although this marketing plan is under the purview of Wenwen, I believe this is a crucial step for the group. And we cannot afford any missteps. Everything must prioritize sales results." Yin Xingwen felt suddenly at a loss and turned to her father, Yin Hongxin, for guidance. Old Master Yin was equally at a loss, his brow slightly furrowed. Although Ouyang Fengyu's approach was domineering, it was not without merit. After all, Ingji was a business. It required profit and funds to operate. While Wenwen's plan was indeed a noble endeavor, it offered no guarantees for the group. Old Master Yin instinctively looked towards Lu Di, who appeared utterly disinterested, head bowed, fiddling with the cutlery on the table, seemingly unwilling to engage. Suddenly, the quiet banquet hall erupted into applause. Zhou Tianqing stood up, clapping, and proclaimed, "I consider myself somewhat accomplished in business, and I fully endorse Brother Fengyu's proposal. To be candid, my company has recently been thriving. We are already negotiating our 3rd round of financing. If all goes well, the funds will be secured within 2 months, and within half a year, my operational data will meet the targets, paving the way for our public listing. Haha, I must confess, if our secret path company successfully goes public this year, it will shatter the record for the fastest listing in the Huaxia startup circle, and I shall become the youngest founder of a publicly listed company." This declaration took everyone by surprise. The young individuals, previously overlooked, turned out to be extraordinary talents, each more successful than the last. Duan Hua also applauded, remarking, "Today has truly broadened my horizons. The rising generation is indeed formidable. Everyone, if I may, I neither manage a company nor collaborate with Ingji. I am merely a humble antiquities dealer, so I shall refrain from embarrassing myself before you all." Nenroi interjected gracefully, "Oh dear, Miss Nen is far too modest. With your stature, no further explanation is necessary. Even if we were to join forces, we could not hope to compare with you." Zhou Tianqing immediately flattered her. "Indeed, Miss Nan, your capabilities speak for themselves." Old Master Yin chimed in with a smile. With that, all eyes inevitably turned towards Lu Di, as it seemed everyone was anticipating his response. Old Master Yin hoped he would step forward to contribute to the group's marketing strategy, while Yin Xingwen cast a pleading glance in his direction. Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Zimming, and Zhou Tianqing wore expressions of cold amusement. They were certain there would be no surprises this time. In the realm of business, this lad was a mere beggar compared to themselves. He would undoubtedly fail to articulate anything of substance, presenting them with an opportunity to humiliate him. After a brief silence, The atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Lu Di merely smiled faintly, uttering, "Trash." "What did you say, Lu Di?" Ouyang Fengyu appeared incredulous. "Apologies, I wasn't referring to you." Lu Di suddenly raised his head. "I meant you three. Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Ziming, and Zhou Tianqing are all trash." "He has been provoked. How pitiable," someone commented. "Lu Di, you've gone too far." Ouyang Fengyu rose angrily, exclaiming, "In broad daylight, you dare to insult people?" Lu Di remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "Your accomplishments, in my eyes, are no different from refuse." "Lu Di, you speak with such arrogance. What qualifications does a mere, unaccomplished driver have to judge our achievements?" Zhou Tianqing and Lu Ziming seethed in unison. "Sigh. My staying with the Yin family was originally out of goodwill. I intended to act discreetly. Yet, I find myself beset by clowns who make a ruckus before me." Lu Di sighed softly, fortuitously recalling a wise elder who had once awakened him from his stupor, advising that as a young person, it is commendable to be bold and to fight for one's beliefs. To unleash the fire within is not excessive. Suddenly, Lu Di turned, his gaze sharp as lightning, fixing on Ouyang Fengyu and his companions. "Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Ziming, you are scheduled to hold a concert at Huitian Square in 5 days, correct? Let me be frank. Your concert will become the greatest joke of the year in Haishur. Lu Ziming, you and your agency will suffer a catastrophic downfall overnight. And Ouyang Fengyu, your sales figures will plummet to zero." Ouyang Fengyu erupted with fury. "Lu Di, you are cursing me. On what grounds do you make such claims?" Not only was Ouyang Fengyu enraged, but the others at the table also frowned. Lu Di's words were indeed harsh, even without endorsing Ouyang Fengyu's proposal. Such venomous remarks seemed unwarranted. "This is by no means a curse, but rather a forthcoming reality." Lu Di smiled faintly. "Because I have decided to support Wenwen's proposal and assist her in hosting a charity gala. Moreover, it will take place on Coastal Street, just 1 kilometer from Huitian Square, concurrently with your event. Naturally, the audience will gravitate towards our concert, and we will not need to spend a single cent." Ouyang Fengyu stood in stunned silence for a moment, then suddenly burst into raucous laughter. "Lu Di, do not take offense, but I cannot help but look down on you. Coastal Street? It is merely a collection of dilapidated buildings. How can it possibly compare to the grandeur of Huitian Square? Holding an event just 1 kilometer away, concurrently? Do you really believe the audience will flock to you? Is your concert expected to be more popular than that of DE? The most absurd part is that it won't cost a dime. Do you intend to forego even constructing a stage? Can you explain the basis for this audacity? Where do you derive your courage?" At that moment, Yen Qingwen was equally astonished by Lu Di. She stared at him, utterly at a loss for words. Has Lu Di lost his mind? Haha. Zhou Tianqing was laughing uncontrollably. "Lu Di, have you been so struck by the brilliance of Ziming and the others that you've begun to speak nonsensically? I would suggest that you maintain a calm demeanor and accept it with grace." Lu Di turned to the laughing Zhou Tianqing and slowly remarked, "Next, it is your turn. Zhou Tianqing, you unscrupulous businessman. Your so-called travel company, with its 12 travel routes and 3 exclusive islands, has no legitimate origins to speak of. You are indeed clever. Those 12 travel routes are original, yet they devastate farmland, destroy natural landmarks, and even compel local residents to toil for you without compensation. As for those 3 once beautiful tropical islands, they have now been ravaged by your rampant development, leaving behind a wasteland of litter and the lamentations of the indigenous people. In my view, your so-called second round of financing is merely a means to collude with corrupt officials. How can a heartless company like yours even contemplate going public?" Zhou Tianqing suddenly recoiled in shock. He was completely blindsided. How did Lu Di uncover such confidential information about the company? Could it be that he has deployed spies? Zhou Tianqing pointed an accusing finger at Lu Di, stammering, "Lu Di, you speak nonsense. You slander me. I will sue you for defamation." The issue of defamation became irrelevant. Lu Di adjusted his sleeves and declared, "Within 24 hours, your company will face total bankruptcy. Do you not relish boasting about your achievements? I estimate that within 1 hour, you will be in debt to the tune of 500 million. If I were to casually produce a mere 100, would that not imply I possess greater assets than you?" Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Zhou Tianqing's emotions soared and plummeted like a roller coaster. When his company's dark secrets were unveiled, he felt a profound despair. Yet, upon hearing Lu Di's proclamation of impending bankruptcy and monumental debt, his spirits were suddenly elevated. Could this fellow be fabricating tales? Had he inadvertently stumbled upon my secrets? Ha ha ha, Lu Di, I am at a loss for words. I even find myself feeling a modicum of sympathy for you. Zhou Tianqing helplessly shook his head and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, my company currently possesses at least 1 billion in liquid assets, with nearly 50,000 booked clients, the vast majority being high-end clientele. Our only predicament is that we are overwhelmed with business and cannot accommodate all the clients." As for Lu Di's comments, They are merely an amusing distraction. He has experienced quite a shock today. Poor fellow. My company is utterly incapable of going bankrupt. Lu Di remained silent, smoking contemplatively. He continued to smile gently before turning his gaze toward Ouyang Fengyu. And you, the seemingly virtuous son-in-law of the Yin family. Ah, is it now my turn? Ouyang Fengyu shook his head with a wry smile, adopting a caring demeanor as he softly addressed Lu Di. Lu Di, please express whatever is on your mind. Your brother-in-law is listening. Do not keep it bottled up inside. Ouyang Fengyu's expression radiated a distinct air of someone disinterested in engaging with what he perceived as madness. It seemed that regardless of what Lu Di might say in opposition to him, the crowd would likely disbelieve it, instead showering sympathy upon Ouyang Fengyu. However, where was that Deputy General Zhao today? Had he not always been by his brother-in-law's side? Lu Di did not directly confront Ouyang Fengyu, but posed the question nonetheless. Deputy General Zhao? This is our Yin family's gathering. Naturally, he will not appear. Lu Di, your words are utterly disconnected. What are you talking about? Ouyang Fengyu remarked with evident impatience. Oh, Lu Di gently nodded and said, I possess a modicum of knowledge in face reading. I implore you, dear brother-in-law, to convey a message to Vice President Zhao. Please inform him that his brow is darkening, and he is likely to face calamity soon. Ouyang Fengyu felt somewhat helpless. As everyone in the company was already aware that Vice President Zhao had accidentally been struck and broken a tooth yesterday, there was no need for you to indulge in such theatrics here. No, I wish for you to tell him. Lu Di grinned. Not only did he encounter misfortune yesterday, but he is also destined for further calamities tomorrow. For the next month, he will face daily tribulations. What did you say? Ouyang Fengyu's eyes widened in disbelief, seething with anger. I said that for the coming month, he will find himself in a struggle for survival, living as if in hell. This is due to his hearing things he should not have, doing things he should not do, and provoking individuals he should avoid. Lu Di narrowed his eyes, his voice chilling. Out of kindness, I warn you, considering your position as a son-in-law of the Yin family, if you do not heed this warning, the next step will be self-immolation, leading to a fate similar to his. This pronouncement sent a tremor through Ouyang Fengyu's heart. He suddenly recalled the strange occurrences surrounding Zhao Ze over the past few days. Mishaps seemed to plague him daily. He was either struck by a vehicle, or a flower pot fell upon him, or he was inexplicably assaulted. Each day, he lost another tooth. The situation was growing increasingly unsettling, particularly in the last 2 days. Zhao Ze had become somewhat neurotic, exhibiting a pronounced fear of venturing outside. He dreaded that an unforeseen accident might snatch away another tooth. Ouyang Fengyu cast an unusual glance at Lu Di, an overwhelming shock gripping his heart. Could it be that everything Vice President Zhao had endured was orchestrated by Lu Di? Had the plot to hire an assassin been exposed? This would imply that his own scheme had been uncovered. But how could Lu Di possibly know all this? Would he turn against me next? As these thoughts raced through Ouyang Fengyu's mind, he felt a chilling sensation wash over him, his head ringing. As he gazed at Lu Di, his body trembled uncontrollably. The words of Lu Di had long since escaped his mind, leaving no room for rebuttal. That is enough. Old Master Yin interjected, shaking his head with a sigh. Lu Di, what has come over you today? Your words are nothing but nonsense. I am quite disappointed. Yin Kaikai also expressed discontent. Lu Di has fallen into his old habits again, boasting once more. How could your concert possibly eclipse Di's popularity? Di is a superstar, an idol in our hearts, invincible. He even claimed that Tianqing's company is on the verge of collapse. How could that be? We are all queuing up for a trip to North India. Uncle Yin. Zhou Tianqing addressed Old Master Yin with a respectful gesture. I believe Lu Di's insecurities have led to some psychological issues. If we allow him to continue speaking without restraint, it may turn into a source of amusement for the elders and Miss Nan. I propose we kindly ask Lu Di to step outside for a moment to collect himself. Lu Di smiled wryly. I have yet to finish my words. Please do not silence me. Ouyang Fengyu summoned his courage and exclaimed, You are merely spouting nonsense. A fool's errand. Look around at the talented youths present, and it is evident that your heart brims with envy, prompting you to hurl insults at them one after another. Truly, it is a marvel to behold. Each time you encounter someone, you manage to concoct an unbelievable tale, besmirching their character without a hint of repetition. You may mock me, Ziming, and even Tianqing, but dare I ask, will you next slander Miss Nan? Do you even comprehend her esteemed status? Huh, Zhou Tianqing. With a mocking expression, interjected, I must admit, I am rather curious. What sort of fabrications could you possibly weave about someone as impeccable as Miss Nan? As Lu Di cast a glance at the enchanting beauty clad in an exquisite qipao, who remained composed and serene, he prepared to respond. Lu Di, tread carefully. Miss Nan is beyond your capacity to judge, warned Elder Yin coldly. Very well, Lu Di conceded, falling silent. He instead retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips, yet he did not seek a lighter. Instead, he crossed his arms and tilted his head gently. Lu Di, you are quite the character, Zhou Tianqing began to complain, only to be interrupted by a sudden realization. In that moment, Miss Nan Ruoyi, who had been quiet and detached from worldly affairs throughout the banquet, unexpectedly rose from her seat. She gracefully pushed aside her chair, elegantly maneuvered around half the table, and approached Lu Di. From her handbag, she produced a lighter. With a soft click, the flame flickered to life. The next instant, Nan Ruoyi slightly bowed, shielding the flame with one hand while extending the lighter towards Lu Di with the other. With a puff, Lu Di ignited his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, while Nan Ruoyi extinguished the flame, standing quietly behind him. Zhou, help! Miss Nan, what are you doing? Why are you lighting a cigarette for him? The onlookers blinked in disbelief, ensuring their eyes were not deceiving them. The illustrious Nan family of Kyoto, revered by all, had their esteemed daughter personally bowing to light a cigarette for that young man. This was a gross imbalance of status. The young men were not the only ones taken aback. Even the elders, Yan Hongxin and General Heishan, found themselves stunned. The third young lady of the Nan family commanded respect even from them, while Lu Di was merely an ordinary man. How could such a scenario arise? Could it be that they were a couple? Had Lu Di, with his looks, captured Miss Nan's affection? Yet, that did not seem plausible. In the current tableau, Lu Di lounged casually, smoking in leisure, while Miss Nan stood rigidly behind him, a picture of restraint. This was hardly the demeanor of a couple. It was more reminiscent of a master and servant. Miss Nan, you have not mistaken him for someone else, have you? He is Lu Di, merely a driver. Lu Ziming exclaimed, wide-eyed and stuttering. Why do you light a cigarette for him? Miss Nan Ruoyi parted her delicate lips and replied, for no particular reason. Simply because he wished to smoke. Simply because he wished to smoke? What was Miss Nan implying? Old Master Yen wore an expression of disbelief as he addressed Miss Nan. You refer to Lu as sir? Indeed, I do, Nan Ruoyi replied, standing tall and composed. Not only would I offer him a cigarette, but should he command me to sacrifice my life, I would not dare to disobey. At that moment, Nan Ruoyi radiated an aura of audacity. Ever since she met Lu, she had been suppressing her excitement. For reasons unknown, she felt an undeniable urge to draw closer to him, to assist him in some capacity. Just moments ago, when Lu casually took a puff from his cigarette, he finally cast a glance in her direction. Nan Ruoyi, possessing keen intellect, grasped the unspoken message instantly. With the opportunity to support him in a public setting, she was determined to give her utmost effort. Her previous actions stemmed not from coercion due to Lu holding leverage over her, but were entirely heartfelt. Upon hearing her words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Miss Nan was acquainted with Lu? Not merely acquainted, but it was evident she was bowing in deference to him. All the young individuals present were acutely aware that, in terms of personal influence, Miss Nan was undoubtedly the most formidable among them. Even during moments of competitive achievement, the others had conspicuously refrained from inviting her, fearing they would pale in comparison. Yet, no one could have anticipated that Lu, often targeted and ridiculed for his perceived lack of ability, could command such respect from Miss Nan. Was this the fabled tale of a remarkable turnaround? The daughters of the Yin family were equally incredulous. How could Lu, possessing connections like Nan Ruoyi, choose to endure humiliation and work as a chauffeur for the Yin family? Yan Xingwen suddenly realized the implications. Could it be true what the two cheerful young ladies had said, that Lu gambled away a fortune at the casino? Old Master Yan's heart raced with unease, prompting him to inquire, Miss Nan, may I ask what your relationship with Lu is? He has given me no directive. Thus, I cannot disclose that, Nan Ruoyi responded softly. Old Master Yin inhaled sharply, understanding that Lu's relationship with the Nan family was extraordinary. Even the esteemed Miss Nan dared not defy him. As the crowd remained in stunned silence, Zhou Tianqing's phone abruptly rang. Hello, Zhou Tianqing answered, adopting a serious demeanor. Mr. Zhou, it's bad news. We're facing bankruptcy. A panicked female voice emerged from the other end of the line. Calm down and explain slowly, he replied, bewildered. What did you say? Repeat that? Zhou Tianqing leaped from his seat. Mr. Zhou, we're going bankrupt. The secretary sobbed. How is that possible? I've only been away from the company for a day. We have ample funds and numerous clients. How could we possibly declare bankruptcy? Zhou Tianqing shouted, his agitation palpable. The diners in the Yin family's estate restaurant listened intently. Mr. Zhou, do you know about the Gemini project? I do. What about it? Just 20 minutes ago, within the Gemini initiative, a particularly popular travel enthusiast segment suddenly released an official announcement. This post meticulously exposes all the evidence of our tourism routes that damage the local ecology and encroach upon residents' lands. It also reveals the hidden additional charges in our packages. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tianqing was rendered speechless. I have no grudges against Gemini, In fact, I don't even know anyone from there. Why would they target me? After a moment, Zhou Tianqing regained his composure and urgently remarked, but such an exposure could at worst ruin our reputation. How could it lead to the company's bankruptcy? Are you exaggerating? The voice on the other end of the phone sounded somewhat desperate. Mr. Zhou, the most fatal blow is that while exposing us, Gemini has also directly launched 120 brand new travel routes. They span the globe, all premiering for the first time, showcasing breathtaking landscapes that no one knows about. Most importantly, they are completely free, merely providing benefits to users. Their routes are not only safe, but also environmentally friendly, far superior to our packages. In the past 10 minutes, nearly 20,000 clients who have already paid deposits have initiated refund requests. The company's funds have been squandered on smoothing relations and indulgences. How can we return money to them? Many people have already come to the company to cause a ruckus. Mr. Zhou, please come and save me. Suddenly, the female secretary let out a piercing scream, seemingly interrupted by someone. A voice angrily shouted, "You scammers, how dare you swindle my honeymoon money? Return it." The call abruptly ended. Zhou Tianqing sat frozen, his face ashen. The banquet hall once again fell into silence. Zhou Tianqing felt as if struck by lightning, silently collapsing. Others exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, Zhou Tianqing had been exuberant, boasting about his company's IPO plans. In an instant, everything crumbled into dust. Was the company truly heading towards bankruptcy? The most shocking part was that this was precisely what Lu Di had just predicted. Suddenly, the disoriented Zhou Tianqing recalled, and he hysterically exclaimed, "Lu Di, is this all you're doing? Tell me, what is your relationship with Gemini? I refuse to believe they would target me for no reason." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly connected the dots. Gemini, the recently emerging social media platform, has been consistently creating miracles. Within just a week of its launch, it has amassed 800 million users, subtly trending towards a comparison with the colossal Penguin Group. Its developer and founder are renowned as the most enigmatic programming and business genius. Could it be that Lu Di has ties to him? Nan Ruoyi maintained a calm demeanor, yet her heart surged with tumultuous waves. The gentleman instructed us to address him as Di Air, and upon hearing that the initiator of Gemini is named Di San, along with the singer Di E, Nan Ruoyi couldn't help but shiver. Such a talented individual is beyond our comprehension. As for the truth, Nan Ruoyi dared not delve deeper. Coincidentally, the current head of Gemini's parent company, Zhang Tianjia, happens to be my university classmate. Lu Di smiled calmly and spoke slowly. Lu Di's words were indeed true. Jia was certainly the creator. However, what Lu Di did not mention was that he himself was the true founder of the Gemini, also known as Di San, the genuine mastermind behind the scenes. "Indeed, it is you," Zhou Tianqing shouted in anger, only to be taken aback again, wondering why he hadn't seen Lu Di contacting anyone earlier. "Your demise today is a result of your own misdeeds. I have no need to contact anyone." Lu Di certainly did not need to reach out, for the core program of Gemini was entirely under the control of the demon child. No matter what changes Lu Di wished to make to Gemini, he merely had to think to enact them. You have gone too far. Since I have lost my chance at survival, you shall not escape either," Zhou Tianqing declared, suddenly charging madly toward Lu Di. In contrast, Lu Di remained unfazed, seemingly devoid of any intention to even rise. Whoosh! Bang! A dazzling burst of colors flashed by. Behind him, Nan Ruo retracted her long, beautiful legs and stood quietly once more. Zhou Tianqing, on the other hand, was sent flying 3 meters by a swift kick from Nan Ruo, crashing against the ground and losing consciousness. From the moment Lu Di laid eyes on Nan Ruo, he understood that this young lady from the Nan family was far from the delicate image she projected. Coming from the Nan family and controlling the underworld of Haishur, how could she possibly be someone incapable of defending herself? At the very least, dispatching dozens of spineless individuals like Zhou Tianqing was a trivial matter. Everyone was once again struck with astonishment. Miss Nan had actually aided Lu Di in combat, and without any mercy. At that moment, no one dared to assist Zhou Tianqing, leaving him sprawled on the ground as he was. It was hard to believe that Zhou Tianqing had thus gone bankrupt, and his fate was indeed grim. As the crowd turned their gaze toward the composed Lu Di, their eyes brimmed with reverence. No one deemed his previous words to be mere bravado any longer. Lu Di emanated an aura resembling an immense mountain, seemingly possessing inexhaustible strength, capable of delivering a fatal strike to his adversaries without room for resistance. "There are still you left. We shall determine the victor at our concert," Lu Di declared with a proud smile, pointing at El Ziming and Ouyang Fengyu. "I don't think so," El Ziming stammered instantly. "Ziming, what are you afraid of? We are not like Zhou Tianqing. We have not engaged in illegal business." Ouyang Fengyu chimed in, striving to bolster their nearly dissipated morale. Suddenly, the elder Yin rose from his seat, his expression complex as he said, Lu Di. Or perhaps it is more fitting to address you as Mr. Lu. I have been blind to the mountain before my eyes. Mistaking such a remarkable figure as an ordinary person, I have been foolish. The Yin family has treated Mr. Lu with neglect. Yin Hongxing declared, bowing slightly to Lu Di in respect. Father, what are you doing? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin exclaimed in astonishment. Their father, who had always exuded authority, was actually bowing to Lu Di. Their naive understanding of the world rendered them incapable of grasping the sheer strength behind this action. Even Yin Qingwen found it difficult to comprehend her father's extreme actions. Although she had been working for several years, she remained sheltered under the vast canopy of the Yin patriarch, utterly oblivious to the intricate entanglements among the various factions. She could hardly fathom that her illustrious Yin family might crumble to dust simply due to a single utterance from the Nan family. Yet, at this moment, Yin Qingwen recognized with clarity that Lu Di was no longer the person she once perceived him to be. Old Yin, there is no need for such humility. Yin Hongxing trembled as he spoke. I merely wish to inquire of Mr. Lu about his future intentions. Will you still consider remaining with my family? Rest assured, regardless of your decision, you shall always be the most esteemed guest of the Yin family. Lu Di merely nodded gently. I have stated before, I see things through to the end. Once I have eliminated treachery and can act with a clear conscience, I shall take my leave. Haha, splendid. I knew I was right about this young man, proud, assertive, and loyal. Just then, the Black Mountain General, who had been quietly observing, suddenly rose to his feet, his eyes glinting with intensity. Lu Di, since family matters have been addressed, let us now discuss national affairs. As the Black Mountain General stood, several armored troop carriers sped towards the Yin estate. Armed soldiers swiftly disembarked, encircling the Yin family residence. Several teams of soldiers surged into the estate, standing armed and vigilant. The Black Mountain General laughed heartily. I, a humble man, currently hold a national conscription order. Those whom I value must unconditionally obey and join my ranks. Even if General Nan Tianhai were to arrive in person, he would have no authority to intervene. Brother 69, you old rascal, how ruthless of you to mobilize troops. Ruthless? My ascent in Black Mountain has been fueled by such audacity. He then addressed Old Yin. Old Yin, let your descendants leave. The matters ahead are beyond their purview. At this juncture, Old Yin found himself utterly powerless. He had anticipated that Black Mountain would seek to recruit Lu Di, but he never imagined it would take such a form. With a wave of his hand, he signaled for the servants and younger members of the Yin family to vacate the premises, albeit with some confusion. Only Nan Ruai hesitated for a moment. Lu Di smiled gently. It's quite all right. Yes, sir. Nan Ruai reluctantly retreated. A short while later, the Black Mountain General remarked, if I recall correctly, you did not win that game of chess just now, did you, Lu Di? Lu Di chuckled, and the Black Mountain General instantly transformed, exuding a hearty and carefree demeanor as he casually sat down. Young Lu Di, I must concede, your clever schemes are indeed plentiful. You've left those young ones in a state of bewilderment, and I find it quite delightful. Lu Di shrugged, no matter how you put it. I have no desire to enlist in the military. How about joining the police instead? Duan Hua interjected eagerly. The Black Mountain General slowly rose, his expression grave as he approached Lu Di, revealing an extraordinary military presence. Young Lu Di, he frowned. I am here, Lu Di replied. I beg you. The Black Mountain General's countenance was filled with bitterness. Lu Di, what is this? Lu Di could only find himself rendered speechless. Allow me to speak candidly. For although I cherish talent profoundly, I am not inclined to orchestrate such grandiose arrangements for a single individual. The General of Black Mountain continued with a wry smile. In truth, I wish to send you to your demise. Ah, to one's demise? The General of Black Mountain. Your manner of speech is quite subtle. Lu's eyes widened in surprise once more. Goodness, old black ghost. Can you not articulate your thoughts more clearly? Duan Hua approached with a look of despair, attempting to ease Lu's discomfort. We have a long-planned military project, which may seem like a death sentence to the average person. Yet for you, it could represent a golden opportunity. Lu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. However, the General of Black Mountain waved his hand dismissively, declaring, no. This is a state secret. If you hear it, you must accompany me. Then I shall not listen. Ah, you infuriate me. At this very moment, outside the Yin family estate, a diminutive elder clad in a white tank top and black shorts was ambling forward with a peculiar gait. Yet, the entrance to the Yin residence was now surrounded by armed soldiers. Sir, this area is under martial law. Please take your stroll elsewhere, a soldier stated sternly. Child, allow me to show you these items. After you see them, will you permit me to enter? The old man grinned widely, revealing the tattered lining of his tank top. The armed soldier, somewhat bemused, lowered his gaze. Upon seeing the contents, the soldier trembled and immediately saluted the elder. Haha. These are the things I acquired while tending to the wounded on the battlefield, The elder chuckled once more. The soldier exclaimed loudly, "Old hero, well met." "What hero?" "Just let this old man in to visit some friends." "Please hold on. I shall inform you." Inside the banquet hall of the Yin residence, the general of Black Mountain was flushed with anger, exclaiming, "Lu, I tell you, whether you wish to leave or not, you shall not exit the Yin residence today. That is unacceptable." Sighing deeply, the elderly Yin, the wealthiest man in Haishur, could only stand by, lamenting quietly. Suddenly, a voice, aged yet steady, resonated from the doorway. The general of Black Mountain perked up instantly. "Did you call me Little Black?" "Big brother. What brings you here?" Duan Hua and the elder Yin exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in unison as they exclaimed, "Big brother." They then rose respectfully, addressing him as Master Ta, Master Tuo, whose true name is Chu He and is affectionately nicknamed Tuo Hua Tuo, was a renowned figure in the medical field 30 years ago. With a compassionate heart and boundless love, he achieved miraculous feats in medicine during his prime. He later fought alongside the Huaxia forces abroad, saving countless soldiers and thwarting numerous enemy bioweapon plots, having saved 3 lives on multiple occasions. He is the eldest among them and has been revered as Big Brother for nearly 40 years of camaraderie. A few years ago, after bequeathing several medical patents to Yin Hongxin, Master Tua suddenly vanished from public view, dedicating himself to voluntary medical work. Although the other 3 could easily locate him, they hesitated to intrude. At this moment, Master Tua, hands clasped behind his back, ambled with his distinctive gait to the seat Lu had vacated, bending down to sit directly. He uttered but a single word, "Alcohol." Black Mountain and the others flurried about, hastily pouring various foreign and red wines for Master Tua, who merely wrinkled his nose and made no move to partake. Only Lu Di rummaged through cabinets, searching the kitchen for an extended period, until he finally produced a bottle of Erguo Tu. He filled Master Tua's glass, and only then did Master Tua lift the cup and drink it all in one go. Afterwards, he slowly remarked, "Little Lu Di usually helps me tidy up the hospital. No one can take him away." Black Mountain stood dumbfounded for a full 3 minutes before grasping a glimmer of understanding. So Lu Di was indeed Master Tuo's disciple? Yet Black Mountain could not restrain himself from speaking up. "Brother, I possess a mandatory conscription order. Please show me some favor." "Huh, no favor will be granted," came the reply. This venerable elder, known as Black Mountain, was a 1-star general of Huaxia, the chief instructor of the Tianluo group within the secretive Eastern Divine Sword Unit. At this moment, he had nothing more to say. Feeling utterly dejected, he stood at attention before the table, silent. What could he do? Even if he commanded 6 fully armed squads to encircle the Yin family estate, what difference would it make? Even with the national conscription order in hand. If the brother refused to show favor, what could he do? Old Black pondered, baffled as to why they wished to take Lu Di away. Now it seemed that even the elder brother disagreed. Elder Yin, witnessing the alignment of the elder brother with his own stance, grew incensed and exclaimed, "Old Black, withdraw the man at once. If one did not know better, they might think my Yin Hongxin had committed a crime." Black Mountain shook his head with a bitter smile. "Old Yin, you truly do not recognize the gravity of the situation. Do you really believe Lu Di is merely an ordinary person, or worse yet, an ordinary person with connections to a top-tier family?" Elder Yin paused, taken aback. "Is he not?" With a sigh, Black Mountain replied, "You are aware of the caliber of my troops, correct?" "I am," Elder Yin affirmed, acknowledging their decades-long friendship, which allowed for occasional jesting. However, regarding Black Mountain soldiers, they were unequivocally elite, each a master in their own right. Without a doubt, he was well aware of the prowess of Iron 4 and his comrades. They were akin to walking combat machines. Elder Yin held a deep-seated admiration for Black Mountain's training methods and the formidable soldiers under his command. My new recruits had a minor misunderstanding with Lu Di. A pause ensued, and Black Mountain's expression grew somber. A team of 6 took 43 seconds to be entirely defeated by Lu Di. Furthermore, he even sent my 3rd-ranked squad leader flying with a single punch. What? Elder Yin, who was just about to take a seat, stiffened, nearly falling into the empty chair. Despite having summoned 6 squads today, he realized that should it come to unarmed combat, even this multitude might not be able to restrain Lu Di. Black Mountain lamented once more. Upon hearing this, Elder Yin surveyed Lu Di with shock. Fully aware that the defeat of 6 of Black Mountain's men in 43 seconds could only be described as terrifying. He appeared so slender, even somewhat delicate. No matter how one looks at it, it seems impossible to associate him with those muscular war machines. Lu Di, this young man, is well versed in national economics, compelling the daughters of affluent families to bow in submission. With just a mere thought, he can dismantle a company valued at billions. Now, due to his formidable combat prowess, he is being coveted by military magnates. He is both learned and martial, proficient in both arts. This is somewhat alarming. Moreover, He is likely a disciple of the elder brother. In every aspect, he stands as a paragon of excellence. How absurd it is that I previously arranged a banquet, intending to provoke Lu Di through some young talents. In hindsight, the elites I invited are but a laughingstock in Lu Di's eyes. Old Master Yan's expression was complex. As Black Mountain had said, I am indeed more short-sighted than I had imagined. Alas, I never anticipated that after a lifetime of battling in both commerce and warfare, I would still possess such a limited perspective. Lu Di's talents have long surpassed my judgment. Little Black, the matter you are to address is known to the elder brother. The elder spoke slowly. That endeavor is indeed a necessity dictated by national conditions, and it is something our Chinese warriors must accomplish to establish a foothold internationally. Furthermore, I am aware that in this field, our Chinese military has already fallen behind, not only in comparison to European nations, but also in relation to numerous private organizations. Upon hearing this, Black Mountain was initially taken aback, then he felt a sense of relief. He chuckled wryly. The elder brother lives up to his title, effortlessly divulging the highest secrets of our Chinese military. It appears you have not been idle these past years. Duan Hua sighed as well. Old Black. Even if the elder brother wished for leisure, he could hardly achieve it. Among our 13-star generals in China, who has not been saved by the elder brother? I serve in the Haisher Police Bureau, and I am quite well informed about these matters. The elder merely shook his head slightly and continued, Little Black. Your feelings are understood by the elder brother. As a general, your intentions are beyond reproach. Sighing deeply, the elder added, the rise and fall of the nation is a shared responsibility, and I am willing to lend my assistance in your endeavor. Black Mountain's eyes suddenly brightened. Really? The elder paused, then continued. However, there is no need for Lu Di to be involved. I will assure you that I can assist several times during the process. As for when he will go, I shall arrange it. Very well, I shall heed the elder brother's arrangements. Black Mountain seemed to rekindle his hope. The elder's involvement was completely unexpected, a delightful surprise, even more so than taking Lu Di along. After all, with the elder's participation, the project is sure to achieve groundbreaking progress. Black Mountain instinctively glanced at Lu Di, who had been quietly listening. Lu Di, are you not curious about the matters we have been discussing? Lu Di smiled slightly. The younger generation may not be talented, yet I have already deduced a fair amount. How is that possible? Black Mountain was somewhat incredulous. Lu Di calmly stated, what you all are discussing pertains to state secrets, yet why? After excluding the young scion of the Yin family, would you specifically choose to keep Old Master Yin here? If I am not mistaken, it is because Old Master Yan's Yingji group has long been engaged in the research and development of medical devices. Even more intriguing is the discovery that Old Master Yin has established a covert department within the group, one that is beyond the purview of anyone below the vice president level. Lu Di, how do you know? Old Master Yin appeared increasingly astonished. Lu Di chuckled again, stating that the Chinese military had been recently recruiting individuals with unique physical attributes nationwide, even going so far as to implement compulsory conscription orders. Furthermore, considering the recent rumors circulating on international networks regarding the emergence of extraordinary humans, he speculated that the Chinese military and the Yingji group must be collaborating in some capacity, perhaps in the realm of human optimization technology. At this juncture, Lu Di looked up and smiled, referring to the legendary concept of enhanced beings. The esteemed secrecy he had diligently guarded was now effortlessly divulged by Lu Di. How on earth should he handle this? Haixin cast a puzzled glance at Tuayi. Don't look at me. I haven't disclosed anything to Lu Di, Tuayi remarked, taking a small sip of his drink. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Lu Di, using mere snippets of information and a touch of online data, had reached such astonishing conclusions? His intellect was remarkable. Lu Di, you must tread carefully, exclaimed the old Master Yin and the two military dignitaries, their faces filled with alarm. The terms international, Chinese military, and enhanced beings are not to be trifled with. This matter transcends ordinary rumors. Do not propagate it. Upon observing their expressions, Lu Di chuckled. I suppose my guesses were not far off, were they? However, old Master Yin, I do have a piece of advice for you. Be vigilant of him. You refer to his interest in the Yin family's equity? Old Master Yin sighed, fully aware of the situation. I know he hails from humble beginnings. Yet he was chosen by E1 as her husband. His ambitions towards the Yin family's wealth are inevitable. Such occurrences are not uncommon among the affluent. I cannot forcibly separate them. As I have no heirs, I hope to use you, Lu Di, to keep him in check. If he could restrain himself somewhat, I would manage to endure, but it seems you are entirely dismissive of this notion. Old Master, the situation is not as convoluted as you perceive. I have already made my move to shake the tiger and spared the Yin family's face. Lu Di replied with a subdued smile. If Ouyang Fengyu commits another transgression, I shall ensure he faces irredeemable consequences. Old Master Yin trembled at this proclamation. Lu Di, surely it cannot come to that. He chuckled, regarding the banking incident. I admit I acted rashly. The soldiers concealed their faces, making it impossible for me to ascertain their identities. Haikshin was momentarily at a loss for words. This is not merely a matter of recklessness. Others must possess the capability to act rashly as well. Moreover, how could an ordinary person see through their disguises? General Haikshin's lips twitched as he remarked, your powers of observation are truly commendable. Such talent should not go to waste by not participating in our enhancement program. Coughing. Tuwa Yi interjected, indeed, you should consider this. How annoying. Tuwa Yi waved his hand dismissively, striding ahead, with Lu Di following closely, leaving Haikshin and the others dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Outside the Yin family estate, Zhou Tianxing had awoken, staring blankly alongside the younger members of the Yin family at the sight of armed soldiers filling the courtyard. What was the meaning of this situation? The warriors had besieged the Yin family estate, and Lu Di was left to converse with two prominent figures? Could it be that Lu Di had connections with the military? Such a formidable display could hardly be trivial. Lu Ziming indignantly remarked, I suspect that Lu Di, that arrogant fool, has caused trouble outside and is now being hunted down by heavy forces. I truly wish to see him shackled and escorted out, only to be thrown into prison, never to see the light of day again. His expression was fierce, yet his heart was filled with incessant prayers, hoping his thoughts would manifest. The pressure Lu Di had exerted upon him during the concert left him feeling quite unsettled. Suddenly, the formation of the armed soldiers shifted. After a brief flurry of movement, they lined up neatly on either side of the estate's grand entrance, extending down the pathway towards the gates. An elderly, stooped man emerged first, followed closely by Lu Di. In an instant, the soldiers stood at attention, their arms raised in a synchronized salute. Lu Di and the old man advanced slowly, with the soldiers maintaining their salute, watching intently as they progressed. The atmosphere was imposing and awe-inspiring. However, this salute was not in honor of Lu Di, but rather for the old gentleman. Moments ago, the soldiers had received orders via their intercom to pay collective tribute to the old hero. At that moment, Lu Ziming, Zhou Tianxing, and the others were utterly stunned. Where were the handcuffs and shackles they had anticipated? The scene before them was incomprehensible. This was the highest military honor. Who was that old man? If Lu Di could walk in the presence of such an individual, then who was he? Could he be the scion of a high-ranking military family? Their minds drifted to Miss Nan's respectful demeanor towards Lu Di, sending chills down their spines. How could this be? As Lu Di and the old man walked among the soldiers, there was an almost overwhelming aura surrounding them, while Lu Ziming and the others appeared diminutive by comparison, like insignificant ants. At that moment, Nan Ruo also found herself lacking her usual composure. Dozens of soldiers saluted in farewell. Even her father had never received such reverence. Sir, just how significant is your status? The most astonished among them was the third Miss Yin, Yin Qingwen, who immediately recognized the elderly man in the white vest. It was the old gentleman, the eccentric doctor who had always held himself in high regard, dismissing all others as inconsequential. Lu Di had not lied. The old gentleman was certainly not as simple as he appeared. If the old gentleman was an extraordinary figure, then what manner of person was Lu Di, whom he regarded as his own? Yin Qingwen found herself plunged into profound confusion once more. Moreover, the most astonishing sight was that of the elderly patriarch of the Yin family, Yin Hongxin, the wealthiest man in Haishur, who appeared to be the most insignificant of them all. As they approached the gathered crowd, Nan Ruo continued to show the same respect as before, nodding in acknowledgement. The elderly man and the young lad strolled leisurely, descending the mountain before the watchful eyes of many. No one dared to obstruct their path. The expression on the face of the Black Mountain General was one of ineffable complexity as he waved his hand, signaling all soldiers to board their war chariots and prepare for withdrawal. On the mountain path, Lu Di nodded to Grandpa Ta and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Grandpa Ta, for coming to my aid. With a chuckle, Grandpa Ta replied, Oh, young one, am I not aware of your capabilities? Even had I not arrived, could they truly ensnare you? Lu Di, slightly perplexed, inquired about Grandpa Tuo's own situation. You, my lad, possess extraordinary talent. A day will come for you to achieve great things. However, in the realm of action, connections are indispensable. Grandpa Tuo smiled knowingly. I have come today while the remnants of my old authority still linger to assist you in establishing military relations. Do not be misled by Xiao Haizi's deference before me. It stems from his integrity and gratitude. The might of the Black Mountain is far beyond your imagination. Utilize it wisely in the future. Upon hearing these words, Lu Di nodded earnestly. Thank you, Grandpa Tuo. Yet, he felt that Grandpa Tuo was being overly modest. At that moment, Black Mountain, seated in his vehicle, rolled down the window, intending to speak, but Grandpa Tuo, with an air of impatience, waved him off. Move along. With a look of frustration, Black Mountain had no choice but to instruct the driver to proceed, allowing the two to pass by. Observing the soldiers in the armored vehicle maintaining military decorum, Grandpa Tuo's face softened. Ah, little Lu Di, I never anticipated you would so swiftly defeat the formidable soldiers of Black Mountain. He nodded in satisfaction. Your progress exceeds my expectations. Lu Di, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. 3 years prior, he had been rescued by Grandpa Tuo, who, upon his awakening, was filled with fervor, proclaiming Lu Di to be the chosen one. After thorough investigation, it became evident that Grandpa Tuo had discerned Lu Di's unique constitution, which was significantly distinct from that of ordinary individuals. Should Lu Di's physique continue to develop or receive appropriate external support, he might very well evolve into an extraordinary being, a so-called physical prodigy. In essence, Lu Di was the embodiment of the fabled 001 talent. Yet, in truth, Lu Di had felt no difference from others over these 3 years, and he even bore an additional affliction, a lingering headache. The strength he possessed today, he attributed solely to luck. Pausing for a moment, Lu Di casually asked, Grandpa Tuo, where did you acquire this prosthetic eye for me? Grandpa Tuo pondered for a long while, stroking his chin. I have forgotten from which hospital I salvaged it. All I know is it was sterilized. Ah, splendid. Lu Di responded with a smile. Then, with a more serious demeanor, Grandpa Tuo declared, Little Lu Di, your talent is both your fortune and a blessing for our nation. When the homeland calls upon you, I hope you will rise to the occasion and contribute to our country, so my efforts on your behalf are not in vain. As Grandpa Tuo spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back, gazing ahead, but Lu Di discerned a deep-seated fervor within his eyes, although hidden under an alias. The flame of patriotism in Grandpa Tuo's heart had never dimmed. I shall do my utmost, Lu Di vowed. Upon Lu Di's declaration, he also straightened his chest. At that moment, they found themselves on a higher elevation of the mountain. Lu Ziming, Zhou Tianqing, and Ouyang Fengyu were gazing down at an old man and a young boy making their way down the winding mountain road. Zhou Tianqing, filled with rage, glared at Lu Di, blaming him for his ruin and the loss of his livelihood. If he were to perish, he vowed that Lu Di would not escape unscathed either. Ouyang Fengyu, with a grim countenance, remarked, What can you do to him? Have you not perceived the extent of his power? The nation and the military hold him in utmost reverence. Humph, power. Zhou Tianqing was teetering on the brink of madness. What does his power matter? Can it guard him 24 hours a day? I shall do nothing else but leverage all my connections to hunt down desperate souls, keeping a vigilant watch on Lu Di. The moment he falters, I will claim his life. Let us see how long he can maintain his arrogance. Upon hearing Zhou Tianqing's fervent words, Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming exchanged knowing glances, refraining from contradiction. The two were far more calculating. It was a rare opportunity to have someone as foolish as Zhou Tianqing take the lead. It would be most favorable to eliminate Lu Di, thus clearing their path. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed along the mountain road. The sound did not emanate from the direction of Tuo Yi and Lu Di, but rather from the Black Mountain convoy, which had reached the mountainside. Grenades were being hurled from the trees lining the roadside. The explosions were frequent. However, they were not ordinary lethal grenades, but rather specially designed smoke bombs. In an instant, the Black Mountain convoy was engulfed in a thick shroud of smoke. The soldiers immediately assumed a defensive stance, but the smoke obscured their vision. No one could have anticipated that the Black Mountain forces would be ambushed here. In the midst of the chaos, a figure suddenly sprang forth from the thicket by the roadside. Clad in a matte black bodysuit, her figure was curvaceous, her face obscured by an iron mask, and her right hand adorned with an unusual steel glove. As soon as she appeared, she began to move with incredible swiftness, darting into the black mist like a phantom. In a fleeting moment, only a handful of soldiers managed to react, but before they could raise their weapons, she collided with them, sending them flying. In an instant, the specter had reached the front of the Black Mountain Audi. Her steel-gloved hand flickered with electric light as she reached for the car door. Unbelievably, the heavy Audi door was instantly crumpled under her grasp, twisting and distorting with ease. Above the mountain path, Tuo Yi and Lu Di, benefiting from their elevated vantage point, observed everything with clarity. Tuo Yi's pupils constricted. This was surely an assassination attempt on Xiao Haizi. Lu Di, too, furrowed his brow as he gazed into the distance. From his perspective, all the operational data of that phantom had already been captured by Mo Tong. Her speed, strength, and reaction time were far beyond that of an ordinary person. Moreover, it was evident that she was a woman. Lu Di realized that this individual was likely no ordinary being. The Black Mountain forces were caught off guard. He was in grave danger. Tuo Yi, maintaining a calm demeanor, turned to Lu Di and asked, Can you stop her? Not a problem. Instantly, Lu Di's gaze sharpened with unparalleled intensity. He gradually lowered his body, his form slowly tensing, bones cracking like a bow drawn to its full tension. In the next moment, the ground trembled slightly. Lu Di sprang forth like a cannonball. The height difference between the two mountain paths was around 7 to 8 meters, with a width exceeding 10 meters. Lu Di leaped, spanning half the distance of the mountain path. With another leap, he soared above the battlefield. At this moment, beside the Audi, the shadowy figure suddenly exerted force, and the car door was wrenched off with brute strength. Subsequently, she flicked her wrist, and the door vanished without a trace. In the next heartbeat, a fist from within the car, accompanied by a whoosh of wind, surged towards the shadowy figure. Bang! The fist of Heishan was firmly grasped by the shadow, rendered immobile. A flash of light revealed a dagger appearing in the shadow's other hand. Heishan was in dire peril. At this critical juncture, a white figure descended from the heavens. He landed atop the Audi, shattering the surrounding glass instantaneously. Then, Lu Di furrowed his brow and instinctively unleashed a punch. The shadow, upon seeing Lu Di, froze momentarily. She was taken aback for less than half a second. It was already too late. Lu Di's fist struck with relentless force, leaving no room for evasion. Boom. The shadow was hit on the shoulder, blood spewing from her mouth as she flew back several meters, landing directly in the thicket of trees. Lu Di, who had just thrown a punch, found himself momentarily stunned. He did not pursue the attack. The demon child noted, based on the earlier comparison, this individual's physical dimensions closely resemble hers with a similarity of nearly 95. Subsequently, a name slowly emerged in Lu Di's line of sight. Utterly astonished. Go search. Do not let her escape. At this moment, General Heishan had already emerged from the car, immediately commanding his soldiers to scour the thicket for the intruder. Those who witnessed the unfolding battle included not only Tua Yi, but also the higher-ranking Ouyang Fengyu, Zhou Tianqing, and El Ziming. At this juncture, Zhou Tianqing rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the scene remained unchanged. Lu Di stood atop the Audi like a war god, exuding an imposing aura. I must be seeing things. Right? That kid Lu Di leaped over 10 meters from one mountain path to another. Then, like a superhero, he sent that assassin flying with a single punch. Is this even real? Tianqing exclaimed. Did you not say you would confront this freak to the bitter end? Wait until he is isolated and deal with him? I cannot contend with Lu Di. You too should be cautious. As he spoke, Zhou Tianqing hastily scrambled towards his vehicle, eager to escape this place forever, wishing to sever ties with the Yin family and never lay eyes on Lu Di again. For that Lu Di was nothing short of a demon. Lu Di, are you all right? Heishan approached, glancing incredulously at the mountain path towering over them. He scrutinized Lu Di once more. This kid exceeded his wildest expectations. I am fine. Lu Di effortlessly leapt down from the wrecked Audi. General Heishan, do you know who attempted to assassinate you? Lu Di inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Having traversed the battlefield for half a lifetime, the old man found himself haunted by many enemies, and assassination attempts were a frequent occurrence. At present, he remained uncertain about the faction to which she belonged. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that, judging by her attire, she was likely a member of an international assassin organization, though the specifics were shrouded in mystery. Lu nodded slowly, choosing silence. It was only then that Master Tua leisurely descended from the mountain path, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Heishan, you owe young Lu a life. I shall remember this act of salvation. Heishan acknowledged Lu with a nod. A thorough search of the nearby thickets yielded no trace of the assassin. She had fled. The scene of the encounter needed to be swiftly cleansed, ensuring no word of this incident reached the outside world. A shadow of gloom enveloped Heishan's countenance. The assassin had grown ever more formidable, and this time, he had narrowly escaped with his life. Most alarming was the fact that this assassin was evidently no ordinary foe. She seemed to have approached the threshold of being a modified human. It appeared that the advancements of hostile factions had far outpaced those of Huaxia. Instinctively, Heishan cast a pleading glance toward Master Tua. With a deep sigh, Tua replied, I understand. I shall act promptly. General Heishan, do you not find it peculiar that such an incident occurred at the Yin family estate? Lu inquired unexpectedly. Troublesome, indeed, responded Lu. Old Yin, you need not harbor doubts. I am a man inherently despised, constantly pursued by assassination attempts wherever I tread. My subordinates will swiftly initiate an investigation. Moreover, professional assassins, once they fail a strike, will never return to the same location. Rest assured, the Yin estate is secure. As he spoke, Heishan tended to his wrist, which the assassin had twisted during the encounter. The composure exhibited by General Heishan in the face of such turmoil earned the admiration of the younger generation. The warriors Heishan had summoned acted with remarkable swiftness. Within 30 minutes, the scene was meticulously cleared, yet scarcely a shred of useful evidence was uncovered. Heishan remained unfazed by the matter, asserting, "The motive behind the assassination is singular, to obstruct the military experiments of Huaxia. Rather than squander time seeking the perpetrator, it is far wiser to expedite our research." In the confines of the room, Lu endeavored to organize his thoughts. After scrutinizing the nearby surveillance footage and conducting information analysis, the visage of the assassin emerged with startling clarity, aligning perfectly with prior predictions. Gradually, Lu relaxed his brow, a resigned smile forming upon his lips. As for the so-called modified human, the affairs of the Yin family appeared to be more complex than initially anticipated. The following morning, Lu engaged in his customary exercises in the courtyard. Yin Qingwen slowly emerged from the door. Upon encountering Lu, her gaze instinctively averted, and she proceeded directly to the garage, seemingly intent on driving herself. "Ms. Wen, where are you headed today?" Lu inquired with a smile. Yin Qingwen offered a restrained smile in return, replying, "Mr. Lu, I cannot impose upon you to be my chauffeur any longer. My father has stated that you are now a distinguished guest of the Yin family." "A distinguished guest, and my duties are unrelated," Lu countered. Yin Qingwen bit her lip, ultimately conceding with a nod to the Mu Yin Psychological Clinic. Thus, they set forth on their journey. In the back seat, Yin Qingwen once again retrieved the metallic ballpoint pen, clicking it incessantly, a manifestation of her mounting anxiety. Lu Di offered a gentle smile, inquiring, "Miss Yin, is there something troubling you?" "To be honest, Lu Di, I am quite curious about your true identity," Yin Qingwen admitted, her confidence wavering. "I too wish to comprehend how much I may have misjudged you." Lu Di paused momentarily before she quickly added, "If you prefer not to disclose, it is perfectly acceptable. I realize I have no right to pry." With a shrug and a smile, Lu Di mused, "Identity is indeed a curious concept. The disparity between those who possess it and those who do not is quite apparent." After a prolonged silence, Yin Qingwen could no longer contain her curiosity. "You mentioned hosting a concert simultaneously with my brother-in-law and the others. Surely, that was jest?" Lu Di raised an eyebrow. "Do I strike you as someone who indulges in frivolity?" "Actually," Yin Qingwen continued to click her pen, "there is no need for such stubbornness. My abilities are lacking, and my proposals insufficient. In the realm of new product marketing, I concede defeat to my brother-in-law without grievance. Though I am aware of your formidable background, when it comes to public concerts, no one's influence can surpass that of DE. I fear our efforts may be in vain." Her gaze fell, and though she verbally acquiesced, her eyes radiated a sense of reluctance. "Do not overthink it. My motives are twofold. First, for myself, and secondly, to support a charitable cause. In 4 days, our charity gala will proceed as planned, right in front of Tuaye's hospital." Lu Di stroked his chin thoughtfully, adding, "Just be sure to purchase plenty of snacks." "Snacks?" Yin Qingwen queried with confusion. "What purpose do snacks serve?" "Of course, for the children. Otherwise, who will perform for you?" He referred to the disabled children residing in the hospital, wishing for them to take the stage. As Yin Qingwen envisioned the innocent smiles of those children, an inexplicable surge of motivation blossomed within her. "Very well, let us consider it a celebration for the children. To hell with the performance competition." Before long, they arrived at their destination, Mu Yin Psychological Clinic, the premier private psychological establishment in Haishur. Upon exiting the vehicle, Yin Qingwen felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Lu Di, I trust you deeply, which is why I brought you here. I hope you can keep my itinerary confidential." Lu Di flashed a mischievous grin. In this peculiar society, everyone possesses a hint of abnormality, which ironically renders it quite normal. "Rest assured, your secret is safe with me." Yin Qingwen felt exasperated by his demeanor, initially preparing to retort, but the thought of Lu Di's intimidating background quelled her response. She steadied her emotions and rang the doorbell. The exquisite wooden door swung open to reveal a woman clad in a doctor's white coat, her black blouse peeking through. She wore a fitted black skirt that accentuated her long, slender legs, adorned with black stockings and perched upon elegant high heels. Her shoulder-length hair framed a visage of impeccable proportions, her skin flawless, truly a paragon of beauty. Notably, a beauty mark had been artfully drawn on the corner of her right eye, a deliberate choice rather than a natural occurrence. The demon child, so much for being a psychologist. This mole reveals her inner self. Though she appears cultured on the surface, her heart is wild beyond measure. Subsequently, a stream of data appeared before Lu Di's eyes. Li Mu Yin, female, 26 years old, height 167 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms. Doctorate in psychology from Gallen University. Renowned psychological consultant in Haishur. Close friend of Yin Qingwen, owner of Mu Yin Psychology Clinic. Special grade psychological consultant. Special grade hypnotist. Hobbies, puzzle exploration. This woman has quite a bit of information on social networks. Wen, are you here? Li Mu Yin smiled slightly, greeting Yin Qingwen. Suddenly, she noticed Lu Di standing nearby. Who is this? Yin Qingwen, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, I mentioned him to you. This is Lu Di. Lu Di? Li Muyan's interest peaked instantly, her beautiful eyes scrutinizing Lu Di from head to toe. Then, she couldn't help but lick her lips, her gaze ablaze with fervor. Hypnotized at 75, the two entered the clinic. Until Yin Qingwen entered a treatment room alone. Preparing to begin the consultation, Li Muyan unabashedly assessed Lu Di. As if a beast had encountered fresh meat, sending shivers down Lu Di's spine. Ultimately, Lu Di was placed in a private lounge. Yin Qingwen's consultation would take an hour, attended exclusively by Li Muyan. While waiting, Lu Di peered through the glass, observing the psychological clinic. It was a two-story European-style building facing the street, adorned with high-end solid wood furniture and intriguing decorative items. The floor was covered with soft, plush carpets, providing a relaxing and comfortable walking experience. Lu Di nodded slightly. Such an environment indeed fosters relaxation, making one more susceptible to hypnosis. Lu Di was curious about why Yin Qingwen was here. Did she suffer from a psychological affliction? The demon child remarked, Lu Di, I found something on the Wild Doctor's computer. Wild Doctor? Oh, you mean that woman from earlier? Indeed. So what did you discover? A dossier regarding you. Soon. A document unfolded before Lu Di's eyes, containing 2 recent candid photographs of him and numerous records of his activities. An insatiable appetite, dressed in inexpensive clothing, spending $1 million to purchase a lighter, donating to a charity hospital, showing compassion towards disabled children, threatening Li Dahai to secure a 20 billion order, possessing exceptional driving and shooting skills that made the daughters of prominent families in Beijing bow down, and having significant ties with military bigwigs were all meticulously analyzed regarding Lu Di's behavioral motives and psychological triggers. At the document's conclusion was a carefully crafted hypnosis plan targeting Lu Di. A chill ran down Lu Di's spine. That psychologist is analyzing me. The tone of this document suggests the provider is none other than Yin Qingwen. Demon Child, check for any records concerning Yin Qingwen. Having investigated thoroughly, it appears that Yin Qingwen has frequented this place at least 3 times each month over the past 3 years, yet only attendance records exist without any medical case information, suggesting a deliberate concealment. Nevertheless, from the information on her computer, it seems that this doctor is indeed a reputable physician. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Moments later, Li Muyan entered, carrying a cup of coffee. Lu Di furrowed his brow slightly, questioning, Why are you out? It has barely been 20 minutes. Li Muyan set down the coffee and gestured towards the consultation room across the hall. Through the frosted glass, one could faintly discern a figure comfortably reclined on the sofa, already ensconced in slumber. One has been under immense mental strain lately. I helped her relax and let her rest for a while, Li Muyan explained. Her gaze fixed intently on Lu Di as she slowly approached. She then seated herself upon the coffee table in front of Lu Di, her long legs adorned in black stockings gracefully draping over the armrest beside him, revealing a hint of garter and lace at the thigh. It was undeniably alluring. Lu Di felt a subtle smile form within. The first step of the hypnosis plan was to disrupt his composure. Mr. Lu Di, you are quite handsome, Li Muyan said. Her lips lightly pursed, accompanied by a beguiling smile. Indeed, most men would find such charm hard to resist. Mr. Lu Di, as Wenwen's driver, you must feel rather fatigued. Would you care to unwind and rest a bit? She continued. Our clinic offers a special service that utilizes psychological guidance to induce patients into a deep slumber, achieving complete relaxation of both body and mind. Lu Di chuckled inwardly. The second step of the plan was to disguise hypnosis as a deep sleep service. You may not realize, but this service typically costs 6,000 yuan. Today, however, in light of Wenwen's connection, I would like to offer you a complimentary experience. Li Muyan proposed, pressing a button on the remote control on the table. Simultaneously, curtains began to lower around the glass walls of the lounge. 2 minutes later, the room transformed into an intimate sanctuary, soft, dim lighting, inviting red lips, and sensual stockings. Mr. Lu Di, how does this feel? She teased, a playful smirk gracing her lips. A normal man would have surrendered by now, wouldn't he? Lu Di maintained his composure, replying simply, very well. Li Muyan inwardly reveled in her success, thinking, all men are the same. Very well then, Mr. Lu, please recline in a position you find most comfortable. To Lu Di's surprise, she cast him a flirtatious glance before producing a metallic pocket watch from her bosom. Lu Di casually leaned back on the sofa as she settled beside him, an intoxicating fragrance enveloping the air. Mr. Lu Di, please focus your attention on this watch, she instructed. With a snap, the watch opened, revealing a dial devoid of hands, instead adorned with a swirling black and white pattern. With a captivating smile, Li Muyan began to move the watch slowly, the patterns shifting into an entrancing, chaotic design that lulled one into drowsiness. Lu Di was acutely aware. She had commenced the hypnosis. The ancient Greek art of hypnosis has successfully merged with the subconscious. The resilience of counter-hypnosis has been seamlessly integrated. The consciousness of the young prodigy aligns perfectly. Lu Di, listen to me. Let your body relax completely. You are enveloped in comfort. Li Mayan gazes intently at Lu Di's face, her voice ethereal and dreamlike. You are now barefoot, walking upon a warm beach. The sunlight in the distance grows increasingly radiant. That brilliance approaches you, suddenly enveloping you. You are now free of all defenses. After I count down from 3, you will trust me utterly and reveal all your secrets. However, as Li Mayan passionately employs her hypnosis, her speech falters unexpectedly. To her astonishment, she notices a flickering purple light in Lu Di's right eye, pulsating with an eerie and captivating frequency. Li Mayan shakes her slightly dizzy head and continues. 3. The right eye continues to glimmer. 2. Li Mayan finds herself inexplicably drawn to it. Yet, she persists in uttering 1. Ding. Lu Di calmly retrieves a lighter and ignites a cigarette for himself. Upon hearing the crisp metallic sound, Li Mayan becomes completely dazed, her body frozen in place. Unbeknownst to her, she has fallen into Lu Di's reverse hypnosis. Lu Di gently exhales a puff of smoke towards her face. Li Mayan, tell me, are you a virgin? Li Mayan's eyes become vacant, and she finally murmurs, I am not. The first time was in the university dormitory with my senior. Later, I had a few encounters here at this clinic with patients. Stop. Lu Di rubs his forehead. He merely wished to confirm whether Li Mayan was hypnotized. Not to learn this. Tell me truthfully, why did you devise a hypnosis plan for me? Lu Di leans back comfortably on the sofa. It's when 1. She is overly curious about you and desperately wants to uncover your secrets. She provided me with your information, seeking an opportunity for me to hypnotize you and learn about your affairs. But for some reason, she suddenly changed her mind last night, deciding to respect you and urging me to abandon the plan. However, after reviewing your information, I developed a profound interest in you. I was overwhelmed with curiosity and longing to know everything about you. Thus, after she fell asleep, I could not resist coming to find you. Eager to carry out the hypnosis plan, I harbor no malice. I am simply driven by a desire to uncover the secrets of others. I could not help myself. Li Mayan, like a living corpse, divulges all the truths. Lu Di feels a sense of helplessness. It is truly absurd. He then inquires, why did Yin Qingwen come to your clinic? She is unwell, suffering from a mental disorder. She has a passive personality hiding syndrome. Her subconscious conceals her true character, instead revealing facets of her personality that she herself dislikes, a phenomenon commonly referred to as split personality. Every time she clicks a ballpoint pen, she is battling her affliction. Lu Di inhales sharply. So it is true. This girl is unwell. Is it specifically showcasing an unpleasant side? How tragic it sounds. What is her current situation? Lu Di could not help but inquire. It is quite challenging. She subconsciously feels that her true nature is unlikable to others. Thus, she is unable to present her authentic self. She requires affirmation from others. Lu Di further asked, how did this condition develop? There are 2 possibilities. One is her overwhelming desire to excel, coupled with a lack of recognition, leading to distortion. The other is inherent, stemming from a genetic predisposition to multiple personalities. At this moment, Li Muyin answered Lu Di without reservation. Lu Di frowned in contemplation for a moment. Yin Qingwen's online alias is 11, striving for self-improvement. Given her inherently extreme personality, it seems that Yin Qingwen's current state is a result of both factors. Lu Di could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate heiress. Alas, do all you can to heal her. Very well. Lu Di extinguished his cigarette and suddenly added, also, do not attempt to manipulate me in the future. Remember, I am a man you will never conquer, my character. Subsequently, Lu Di utilized his knowledge of hypnosis to fabricate an elaborate narrative. In the end, he implanted a notion in Li Muyan's mind. Lu Di had already been successfully hypnotized by her. He achieved a conclusion. Lu Di himself was merely an ordinary individual, having merely acquainted himself with a few remarkable friends. Ding. Lu Di gently closed his eyes. Li Muyan abruptly blinked, awakening from her trance. Oh, how wonderfully comfortable I slept. Lu Di feigned just awakening, stretching lazily. Li Muyan's expression shifted. In a fluster, she cast a hurried glance at Lu Di, anxiously stating, Mr. Lu, you should rest. I have matters to attend to. With that, Li Muyan, feeling guilty, exited the lounge and rushed to awaken Yin Qingwen in the next room. Wen, wake up. I successfully hypnotized Lu Di just now. What? Yin Qingwen's expression soured slightly. Muyan, did I not tell you not to do this? I could not resist. This. Yin Qingwen hesitated momentarily. Her curiosity was indeed piqued. Li Muyan's expression became inscrutable. Wen, your affliction arises from your dual personality, do you recall? Yin Qingwen paused, remembering, what about it? Lu Di possesses over 80 personalities. Li Muyin exclaimed incredulously, and each of his personalities is remarkably distinct. I have never encountered such a person. More than 80 personalities. It is an unprecedented aberration in the history of psychological disorders. During the day, in 12 hours, 720 minutes, he switches personalities on average every 8 minutes. As Li Muyin spoke, she startled herself. Yan Xingwen nearly choked. Muyin, you cannot be serious? I am not joking. Do you still doubt my medical expertise? How did I not realize this earlier? It is utterly terrifying. Strangely, Li Muyin suddenly blurted out, Lu Di, he is a man I will never conquer. Why did I say that? Li Muyin's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. Meanwhile, Yan Xingwen was left in a daze. The torment of my dual personality has rendered me utterly miserable. What of Lu Di's 80 personalities? The thought is unfathomable. No wonder Lu Di often speaks in a disjointed manner. Could it be that his personalities switch in an instant? After a while, Li Muyin, lost in thought, remarked, as for Lu Di's identity, he is merely an ordinary individual acquainted with many remarkable people. 1. You should treat Lu Di with more kindness in the future. Do not oppress him any longer, for his affliction may never fully heal. Yan Xingwen managed a bitter smile, exclaiming, oppress him? How could I dare? Just then, her phone rang, and upon answering, her expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly left the consultation room to find Lu Di. Lu Di, we must leave at once. There has been an incident at home. Lu Di rose slowly from the sofa. Let me guess. Is it my elder sister Yan Yuan who is in trouble? With a slight smile, he continued, did she have a car accident or perhaps fall and injure her shoulder and arm? Yan Xingwen was taken aback. How did you know? The incident involving the Black Mountain General was known to only a select few who were present. The Black Mountain General had become accustomed to navigating life and death situations discreetly. As was his customary approach, the assassination came as a shock, occurring in a most peculiar location, on the mountain road at the entrance of the estate of Huaxia's wealthiest individual, Zhuang Yuan. Nevertheless, it would be inconceivable for anyone to associate the formidable shadow assassin with the usually gentle and unassuming eldest daughter of the Yin family, Yan Yuan. When the name Yan Yuan first crossed Lu Di's mind, the shock he felt was indescribable. Merely 20 minutes prior, she had shared a meal with him and the Black Mountain General, exuding grace and composure. Yet, in a mere 20 minutes, Yan Yuan transformed into a ruthless assassin, striking with unparalleled swiftness and disregarding the armed guards. She charged into the convoy with the sole intent of taking the Black Mountain General's life. Had it not been for Lu Di's timely intervention, the esteemed one-star general of Huaxia would have perished at her hands. Perhaps Old Master Yin had long sensed Ouyang Fengyu's ambitions. However, if Lu Di were to stand before Old Master Yin and reveal that his beloved eldest daughter, Yan Yuan, was a cold-blooded international assassin, even a knife at the old man's throat would not convince him. Following the assassination attempt, Lu Di commanded Mo Tong to investigate the matter thoroughly. Yet, the results were astonishing. Yan Yuan, this 35-year-old, mature, and beautiful woman, had concealed her tracks impeccably. There were no videos of her interacting with outsiders, nor any footage of her changing outfits. Her phone was devoid of incriminating evidence, and she seemingly spent her days sequestered in her villa, never venturing out. The only point of suspicion lay in her study abroad for fashion design 3 years prior, where she remained in Europe for a full year. Lu Di pondered in confusion. How could an international assassin communicate with her contacts? The investigation yielded but one lead. The young prodigy stumbled upon an exceedingly clandestine overseas website. The name of the Black Mountain General prominently featured, with a staggering bounty of $18 million. Lu Di could not help but speculate. Could it be that his elder sister, Yan Yuan's assassination plan was improvised? As an international assassin, the appearance of a significant figure from the bounty list at one's doorstep could indeed spur an impulsive attempt on one's life. It must be acknowledged that Yan Yuan possesses an audacious confidence. With her extraordinary physique complemented by that peculiar steel glove, she likely ranks highly among international assassins. The smile of his elder sister was exceptionally gentle. She was the sole person that day to genuinely welcome Lu Di's arrival. Human hearts are as deep as the ocean. Ouyang Fengyu, the narrow-minded individual who sought to usurp the Yin family's wealth, turned out to be Yan Yuan's husband. What an intriguing pair they make. Lu Di couldn't help but ponder whether Yan Yuan was aware of Ouyang Fengyu's true nature. If he were to expose Ouyang Fengyu's conspiracy, would Yan Yuan choose to punish him or align herself against him? After all, the current situation was such that Lu Di was already aware of Yan Yuan's identity as the Phantom, while she remained oblivious to the fact that her secret was known. Fascinating. However, Lu Di could not allow an international assassin, intent on eliminating the nation's pillars, to roam freely. Phantom, are you truly without flaws? Lu Di had resolved firmly. Next, he would incapacitate Ouyang Fengyu, compelling the Phantom to act. In the psychological clinic, Yin Qingwen awaited an explanation for how Lu Di knew of his sister's injury. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. I noticed that my sister's aura has darkened recently. There must be some impending misfortune. Lu Di, not this again. Yin Qingwen sighed in exasperation, wondering if Lu Di's personality had shifted once more. Let us hurry. My sister collapsed at her doorstep last night, reportedly attacked by assailants. Yin Qingwen turned to leave, only to find that Lu Di showed no intention of departing. Lu Di smiled slightly, stating, I want to visit my sister. My presence might not be beneficial for her injuries. Instead, I would rather wander about. Perhaps I could track down that assailant. Yin Qingwen hesitated, contemplating her father's designated guest. Ultimately, she frowned and nodded, then hurriedly departed. Lu Di settled back onto the sofa in the clinic. From his vantage point, the prodigy had already marked 6 locations. These 6 addresses connected to form a route. The sole path devoid of surveillance cameras between the site of the Black Mountain General's assassination and Yin Yuan's villa. Moreover, these 6 locations were sparsely populated, with no cameras within a 1-kilometer radius. Lu Di surmised that Yin Yuan's equipment was likely concealed among these sites. He had no intention of personally searching for them. Instead, he forwarded these 6 addresses to Tai Si. The Tai brothers, being elite warriors, were naturally adept at locating such items. Just as Lu Di awaited in silence, he noticed Li Mayan enter the room. She held a fruit platter in her hands, gazing at Lu Di with a cheerful smile. Lu Di did not conceal his thoughts. You are the most handsome person I have ever encountered. Li Muyan's face flushed slightly, her chest rising and falling with emotion. Lu Di furrowed his brow slightly. Am I not implanting my consciousness deeply enough? Am I not the man who can never be conquered by him? Is she here to challenge the impossible? Suddenly, Lu Di recalled that this woman had a penchant for puzzle solving and adventure. Could it be that rather than being deterred, she was prepared to engage in a relentless battle with him? Hee. Lu Di, shall we become Gemini friends? Li Muyan asked as she pulled out her phone. Lu Di sighed helplessly. In light of your support for my product, very well. Lu Di, your Gemini nickname is Emperor 3? Aren't you afraid of being banned for pretending to be a tech genius? Lu Di clicked his tongue. To be honest, if my account could be banned, I would have no choice but to perform an iron pot stew on myself. Haha, Lu Di, you truly have a sense of humor. Just then, Lu Di's phone chimed with a message alert. Tai Si, Mr. Lu, we have located the items. Lu Di smiled with satisfaction. On the eve of the 78 concert, for the next 3 days, the Chinese internet was dominated by 2 hot topics. The first was about Gemini. Within just 10 days of its launch, the user growth rate sent the Penguin Group into a state of tremor. Even more astonishing was its immense influence. A day prior, a well-known travel company, Me2, which had already secured funding, was on the verge of a large-scale launch by year-end. However, after an exposure post was released by Gemini regarding its travel sector, it went bankrupt immediately. Gemini had uncovered all the unscrupulous evidence against Me2 and revealed it simultaneously. Although Me2 boasted 12 exclusive travel routes, Gemini released 120 for free, with quality far surpassing that of Me2. This move from Gemini instilled fear in all entrepreneurs and commanded reverence from every internet company. It became a true opinion leader, a genuine business titan. It seemed to possess the uncanny ability to control the fate of any company from the shadows. Netizens flocked to it, placing complete trust in Gemini. If Gemini wished to target any enterprise, mirroring its approach with Me2, it simply needed to guide the narrative, and the opponent could collapse in an instant, unable to recover. This is the power of a leader. This is the will of the people. Many unscrupulous owners trembled in fear at night, dreading the possibility of waking up to find their company's dark secrets exposed on Gemini the next day. Whether within China or among international business researchers, founders, students, and more, they observed Gemini's astonishing growth while gradually realizing that its interest-based section was not merely aimed at replacing forums. It aspired to penetrate every field and even lead them all. Of course, both domestically and internationally, there were many self-proclaimed technical experts attempting to replicate Gemini's functions, hoping to develop a similar application to ride the wave of popularity or seize a share of the pie. Yet the result was an overwhelming despair for countless skilled individuals. They harbored profound doubts regarding their own capabilities, with many abandoning their keyboards to pursue different paths. Meanwhile, the second trending topic online was the long-quiet music legend, D.E., making a resounding return. 3 days ago, he posted a dynamic update on Douyin, June 19th, Wanhai District. This news instantly stirred a whirlwind of excitement. As netizens speculated fervently, the leading enterprise in Haisher, Ingji Group, boldly announced that they would host a concert for DE on June 19th at 8 p.m. in the Huitian Plaza of Wanhai District. DE himself would grace the stage to perform. The open-air venue could accommodate tens of thousands of spectators, with no admission fee required. Ingji Group was the exclusive sponsor of household medical products. Fans were utterly electrified. DE himself would be present? A concert? My heavens, I must attend. At any cost. Consequently, tickets for trains and planes heading to Haishur from across the nation became nearly impossible to procure. Countless individuals drove their private vehicles to the city. Within 3 days, the influx of people in Haishur multiplied exponentially. DE once again ascended the trending charts. An interview featuring Ouyang Fengyu, the vice president of Ingji Group and the concert's organizer, also captured public attention. The entire city of Haishur was abuzz with anticipation for this event. Meanwhile, in his office, Ouyang Fengyu exuded an air of smug satisfaction. Brother Zimming indeed delivered, managing to persuade DE to publicly announce the concert. Ouyang Fengyu seized the opportunity and promptly informed the company, declaring Ingji as the event's host. In a single night, his reputation soared. To date, DE's popularity was astonishingly high. This concert was bound to be a resounding success. A sales figure of 20 billion would be effortlessly achieved. Conversely, DE's manager, L. Zimming, was in a state of sheer panic. What on earth was happening? How could DE possibly release such news? June 19th, Wanhai District. Was he truly coming? Yet. At this juncture, L. Zimming felt powerless. The arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to proceed. Ouyang Fengyu from Ingji Group was equally determined. He was resolute in making this concert a reality. L. Zimming had no option but to command his subordinates to adjust the sound equipment repeatedly, ensuring that the performance would be flawless. Simultaneously, L. Zimming had secured an advance payment from Ingji and had already prepared an escape plan. If, at the last moment, DE failed to appear, it would be fortuitous. However, if he did show up, a battle of authenticity would ensue, where deception might prevail. Yet, if the false DE were to be exposed on the spot, L. Zimming would not hesitate to flee. On June 19th, at 3 p.m., just hours before the concert, at the Yin family's estate, Tai Si and his team were busily loading a truck with various goods, snacks, nutritional supplements, toys, and daily necessities, filling it to the brim. Yin Qingwen stood there, dazed. Upon seeing DE's announcement, she realized that the concert hosted by her brother-in-law was destined for success. Achieving a sales figure of 20 billion would be child's play. She had completely surrendered. Alas, regardless of the outcome, her own charity gala must reach its conclusion. Let us consider this a joyful occasion for the children. Yet, it seems that aside from Lu Di, no one regards this charity gala as significant. There is a palpable indifference. No one seems to care. Lu Di has not been at work these past few days, instead spending his time at Grandpa Tuo's hospital, claiming to teach the children songs for their upcoming performance at the gala. His unwavering confidence has inexplicably touched Yin Qingwen, leaving her devoid of any reasons to abandon this endeavor. Hey, slow down over there. Be careful. A cacophony erupted behind her as several workers were hauling a substantial object shrouded in black cloth from the estate. Half an hour prior, these laborers had arrived, stating that Mr. Lu Di had hired them to transport some items for the charity event. Curiosity piqued within Yin Qingwen. What could be so large? Was it taken from Lu Di's room? What could possibly be useful for a concert? Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through, causing a knot to come undone, and the black cloth billowed briefly before tumbling to the ground. Revealed beneath was an impeccably polished antique piano, glowing brilliantly in the sunlight. Yin Qingwen's pupils dilated in astonishment. This was the very piano from their underground storage, long forgotten. An image flashed vividly in her mind. It resembled the piano in the video from DE precisely. A flood of speculation surged through her thoughts. This piano, with its decades of history, is a rare find in the market. What a remarkable coincidence for it to match DE's model. Could it be that Lu Di is? No, that cannot be. This piano was forsaken due to its dilapidated condition, having long lost its tuning. Furthermore, due to its age, scarcely anyone could restore it. The piano in DE's video, however, was flawless. Everyone, please wait. Yin Qingwen, dazed, approached the piano. Her fingers trembled slightly as she slowly lifted the wooden cover of the keys, gently pressing down. A melodious sound resonated, ding-dong, thud. The piano's notes danced between lightness and depth, reverberating in her heart. She was overwhelmed. The tuning was impeccable, even more crystalline and enchanting than before. It had been rejuvenated by a master, imbued with new life. Miss, please do not delay our delivery. At that moment, Yin Qingwen's heart raced with exhilaration. Could it be? Oh my. The grand performance at 7:30 p.m. in Haishur, Wanhai District, is set to take place at the magnificent Huitian Plaza, sprawling over hundreds of thousands of square meters. A colossal stage of nearly 1,000 square meters. A vast screen exceeding hundreds of square meters, top-tier matrix sound systems, and a dazzling array of stage lighting. This is indeed the venue for DE's concert. The unprecedented grandeur and unparalleled allure have drawn crowds from all over Haishur, converging in droves to this one location. Hundreds of thousands gather, the atmosphere alive with fervent excitement. In the past decade, the grandest outdoor concert is about to unfold. Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming stand excitedly at the side of the stage, their hearts brimming with anticipation and nerves. Meanwhile, a kilometer away along the coastal road of Wanhai District, an unusual tranquility prevails. It is devoid of any presence, starkly contrasting with the bustling Huitian Square. Here, adjacent to the estuary of the Hung River, the waves crash gently while a cool breeze sweeps through, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas and a haze of lights, evoking a quintessential summer coastal ambience. Though lacking in crowds, it exudes a serene leisure. The free hospital run by Grandpa Ta is situated by the sea in Wanhai District, along an ancient coastal road. Before the three-story hospital, only a few dimly lit street lamps cast their glow. Uncharacteristically, a small stage made from worn wooden crates has been erected today. On the wall behind the stage, children have inscribed a few chalk messages with their innocent handwriting. Thank you, Sister Yen from Ingji Company, for the gifts. The streetlights illuminate the crate stage, and the chalk-drawn backdrop gives it a semblance of preparation. Thus, the atmosphere is set for the charity gala hosted by Lu Di and Yin Qingwen to rival the concert by DE. Yet, the audience consists of merely two, Yin Qingwen and Nan Ruoi. In the distance, a pair of bodyguards stand watch, though they too seem disheartened in this desolate setting, void of even a passerby, let alone an assassin. As for Lu Di, despite Yin Qingwen's thorough search throughout the hospital, he remains elusive, as does the antique piano. A smile breaks across Yin Qingwen's face as she gazes at the few children with varying degrees of disabilities sitting at the edge of the stage. These children, orphans taken in by Grandpa Ta, are filled with joy today, each clutching a red flower, a symbol of their most significant day, as they are about to perform. Both anxious and excited, a little boy with two missing front teeth beams at Yin Qingwen, exclaiming, "Sister, you must applaud for us later." Yin Qingwen responds with a warm smile and a solemn nod. Of course. The children's gleeful faces are the sole comfort for Yin Qingwen today. As for the connection between Lu Di and DE, Yin Qingwen dares not speculate or harbor any hope. She slowly turns her gaze to Nan Ruoi, who stands quietly beside her, adorned in a delicate black cheongsam, her hair gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a goddess of the night, exquisite and captivating. With a hint of regret, Yin Qingwen says, "Miss Nan, I am deeply grateful for your presence today, but I must apologize for the rather modest setting." Admiring Yin Qingwen's charitable actions, Nan Ruoi gently shakes her head. "You have misjudged the ambience of today's gathering." Yin Qingwen nods slightly. "Please, Miss Nan, enlighten me." Nan Ruoi delicately smooths her wind-tousled hair and replies, "What is modest about today's occasion? As long as the gentleman is present, not only the old buildings along the coast, but even the desolate mountains or barren deserts shine with brilliant starlight, illuminating the surroundings with splendor." YNQNGW sighed softly, lifting her gaze toward the distant horizon. 1 kilometer away, countless laser lights swayed and shone. The fervent atmosphere and the vibrant colors lit up half the sky. If one were to speak of dazzling starlight, surely that would be the place, right? Just as YNQNGW was lost in thought, two somewhat timid figures appeared slowly from a distant alley. "KIKI, XNXN, what brings you here?" YNQNGW exclaimed in surprise. "Third sister, it was so difficult to find you." The two young girls hurried over. YNKIKI beamed. "Though we adore DY and long to see him, your event, filled with love and kindness, is far more appealing than that commercialized concert. Thus, we decided to come here to support your gala." Upon seeing the determined expressions on her younger sister's faces, YNQNGW was deeply moved. "Thank you, my dear sisters." She embraced the two girls tightly. After a while, YNQNGW took a long breath, her face transforming into an expression of excitement as she clapped her hands and announced, "Children, it's time to prepare. The performance is about to begin." The children, in unison, revealed radiant smiles. "Sister, no rush. We'll wait for brotherly." At that moment, at the central stage of Hutien Plaza, an exhilarating melody erupted, and a stylish, handsome host dashed onto the scene. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the concert of the singing deity, DY." The audience erupted in screams. Countless girls shouted wildly. Several fainted on the spot. It was now June 19th, precisely 8 p.m. "Let us welcome the singing deity, DY." The screams intensified, and once again, several individuals fainted. A cloud of smoke billowed from the stage, and then, a figure rose slowly from the center of the stage, stepping onto an elevator. The silhouette of a slender young man in a white shirt emerged, DY, gasped the crowd. Ah, my singing deity, DY. The audience erupted once more, as if they had encountered a feast of blood, their hands reaching desperately into the air, yet firmly restrained by security. Finally, the figure fully appeared on stage. Holding a microphone, he smiled gently and turned gracefully. He was a young man with delicate features. The audience and media gasped in astonishment. So, this is how DY looks. Refined, spirited, handsome. Their fervor reached new heights. A soft accompaniment began to play. The very melody that had enchanted everyone. The future is promising. The venue fell silent in an instant. The thrilling moment had arrived. In the center of the stage, DY closed his eyes with deep emotion and slowly began to sing. In those tempestuous days, the wind howled fiercely. We were unafraid. However, the audience, who had been savoring the moment, gradually furrowed their brows. Why does this voice sound different? The sea is submerged and the winds rage. Yet, the song persists. What is amiss with this sound? Where is the essence of the performance? On stage, the singer DE continues to pour his heart into his performance, utterly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. Meanwhile, at the sound control console, chaos reigns supreme. The top-notch sound engineer, hired at the expense of millions by L. Zimming, is now in a frenzy, desperately manipulating the soundboard. However, every button has failed him. The computer screen displays bizarre fluctuations in the sound settings, reverb effects reduced to zero, bass resonance diminished to nothing. Strangely, DE's earpiece remains unaffected. He remains blissfully unaware of the disarray, convinced that his voice is flawless, that he is indeed DE, lost in the depths of the night's wind and rain. His voice, however, is feeble, each word off-key, the high notes unbearable, as if someone has strangled his sound and forced it into a toilet. The audience is bewildered, and Ouyang Fengyu, clutching his walkie-talkie from the director's seat, is equally dumbfounded. This is nothing short of a catastrophe. The audience member who had fainted from excitement suddenly springs to life, bewildered by the atrocious sound. Finally, the audience can no longer contain their frustration. They yearn to tear apart the source of this cacophony, DE. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoes across the stage. The screens flicker out, the lights extinguish, and the sound system falls silent. In that instant, the lights in the entire coastal area begin to extinguish, one by one, as if every bulb has tripped a switch. Residential lights, shop signs, street lamps, all succumb to darkness. The coastal region is engulfed in complete blackness. Hundreds of thousands of spectators stand frozen, unable to see even those beside them. Abruptly, from a nearby salon, a speaker connected to a phone quietly springs to life, and ethereal, melodious piano notes resonate, transporting listeners to a realm of enchantment. Subsequently, another speaker outside a supermarket joins in, synchronizing with the salon's melody. Soon, hundreds of speakers along the street awaken simultaneously, accompanied by traffic announcement horns and car radios. Countless windows illuminate as the song begins to play. In those tumultuous days, as the winds howled and the sea surged, we did not falter. Let the sea drown us. Let the winds sweep us away. A chill runs from the feet of every audience member, surging to their minds. How beautiful this sound is. This is DE. Tears well up in some eyes. Hundreds of thousands stand in silence, completely still. This is the true DE. The earlier performance was but a counterfeit. The audience's emotions soar like a roller coaster, plummeting to despair and then soaring to the heavens. The scene before them is unprecedented. Speakers lining the streets awaken, collectively singing the anthem of hope. The future is promising. Perhaps these are not extravagant sound systems. However, they are countless. In every corner, it feels as though one is immersed in a sea of celestial melodies. A symphony of blooms, a competition of vessels. It is profoundly moving. To hear such music is to live a life without regrets. The songs continue, exquisitely beautiful and intoxicating. Yet, some have begun to realize. Where is DE truly? Where could he be? Eyes darted around, but all that met their gaze was impenetrable darkness. Thud. A sudden drumbeat reverberated in the minds of the crowd. A nearby street lamp flickered to life, as if someone had flipped a switch. The attention of the crowd was drawn. Yet beneath that lamp, there was nothing. Thud. The drumbeat sounded once more. The next street lamp illuminated. Eyes widened in astonishment. Thud. 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 One by one, the street lamps lit up. They slowly formed a pathway. Thud. 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 The street lamps continued to shine. This road gradually became clear. It wound its way through towering buildings, through narrow alleys, faintly connecting to the distance. The locals of Haishur understood that was the seaside, an old street seldom traveled. There stood only a few dilapidated low-rise buildings. The other lights along the coastal area remained extinguished. Only this string of street lamps illuminated the path, like a brilliant necklace resting upon a bed of black velvet. It was guiding the way, leading the people. It seemed that its destination was the place they longed for, having experienced the dark night winds and the heavy rains. The wings of night beating against the darkness and the ripples rising from the streets. I found myself in deep contemplation, the direction of the wind, the stretch of the night, and the culmination of blooming flowers. A power long forgotten. The future, it is promising. Amidst the thousands of sound systems, Dee's voice continued to resonate. The crowd, entranced, gazed at the bright road stretching before them. In unison, they took their steps. Tens of thousands of people, abandoning the opulence of the grand stage. They embarked on their longed-for journey. A magnificent procession. Where they tread, the notion of a hopeful future accompanied them. It felt as though guided by divine hands. It was the call of their hearts. All, in harmonious agreement, cast aside their doubts. They ventured towards the unknown, the heart-stirring, the mysterious destination, finally understanding why there was a word in the previous version that could not be released due to censorship. 81 I am who I am. Before Tua Ye's free hospital, it appeared as a realm unto itself, the lights still aglow. A group of children solemnly ascended the stage. Among them was a child who had lost his legs. Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinshin helped him lift his wheelchair. The children radiated innocent smiles, each holding a red flower. They awaited patiently. Yen Xingwen looked at the children and smiled, then turned, frowning. Where's Lu Di, that fellow? Must the children wait for him indefinitely? As Yen Xingwen repeatedly dialed Lu Di's unanswered phone, her expression suddenly froze. A faint tremor coursed beneath her feet. What was happening? An earthquake? The ground shook once more, accompanied by a deep rumble from the depths below, distinctly felt by Yen Xingwen. The earth was trembling. A resounding beat echoed. In the distance, streetlights that had just inexplicably extinguished flickered back to life, illuminating in a row. A multitude of people. Yen Xingwen's expression shifted from frustration to sheer terror. Ahead, the previously deserted street suddenly surged with an overwhelming throng of people, continuously flowing like an immense army advancing towards a common goal. In an instant, the street became overcrowded, teeming with what must be tens of thousands. Yen Xingwen's phone slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. What on earth was happening? The children on stage were equally astonished. A little boy nervously rubbed his hands together and murmured, Brother Lu Di said many people would come to see us. But I didn't expect this many. The innocent children, of course, could not comprehend. This was not merely a lot of people. It was a crowd of over 100,000. Even the most renowned superstars in the world could not draw such a multitude at once. Not to mention the countless media outlets in attendance. This was a spectacle, capturing the attention of the world. Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinshin were equally bewildered. Could it be that Di had arrived? As they spoke, the tide of people surged forth. At that moment, the future awaits had just concluded. The dense crowd surrounded the free hospital, leaving no room for passage. Meanwhile, every narrow street in the distance was crammed with people. Where was this? Who had guided them here? Shouldn't they be seeing Di? Why were there only children? Was that the stage? How rudimentary. They began to observe their surroundings. Though their whispers were soft, the accumulated sound of nearly 100,000 voices surged like ocean waves, deafening in its intensity. Watching the restless crowd, Nan Roy couldn't help but worry. If chaos erupted, the modest three-story free hospital would be trampled in an instant. Suddenly, a faint crackle of electricity resonated. In a corner of the free hospital's rooftop, a yellow bulb placed on the ground began to flicker intermittently. A figure dressed in a white shirt sat before an antique piano, silhouetted against the starry sky, appearing and disappearing in the dim light. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to the scene. In the corner of the dilapidated building, the yellow light illuminated a circular spot measuring 2 meters across. In the haze, the figure appeared slender and upright, serene and soothing. It resembled a solitary stage suspended in a vast world, imbued with stories. At last, the flickering light ceased and shone brightly. Below Di, the figure slowly began to speak, and in that moment, all sound systems around synchronized to broadcast. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. They widened their eyes, fixated on the small patch of light in the sky. A new song, I Am Who I Am. Dedicated to all of you. Di, a new song? The audience was taken aback. They were at a loss. After all, they had just experienced a phony concert. A counterfeit Di. Yet, in unison, everyone held their breath. In their hearts, there was an overwhelming hope that the figure before them was the true Di, the one who could once again bring them celestial melodies. Even in the most humble of venues, in places where performances seemed impossible, he could not bear to interrupt anyone who claimed to be Di. Such is the allure of the divine singer, Di. In the next instant, his nimble fingers danced upon the antique piano, producing a crystalline sound. The piano soared, and so did the performer. In that moment, everyone was entranced by the music. As they became lost in reverie, he began to sing. It was the same voice, like a heavenly chorus, piercing the very soul. Everyone simultaneously closed their eyes and fell silent. I am who I am. Among the myriad stars, one shines dimmest, and that is I, lost in the clouds, bewildered and adrift, uncertain of my path. In this vast world, no one awaits me. I am who I am. Among the myriad stars, one shines brightest, and that is I. With a gentle laugh, I gaze upon the mortal realm, uniquely singular. In this world, I walk unimpeded. No one can hinder me. How beautiful it is. A completely new melody, fresh lyrics. Once again, it transcends the soul, once more causing hearts to tremble, just as the audience was enraptured in silence. Dee's voice suddenly slowed, transforming into a melodious, lilting timbre. In the next moment, the children's voices rose in unison. Do you remember? In the moment a flower blooms, or the brilliant streak of a shooting star, when it is time to depart, even if engulfed in darkness, I am unafraid. I am unafraid. It was as if radiant blossoms were unfolding one by one. Like a gentle stream, it cleansed the hearts of the listeners. Like a beam of brilliant sunlight, it illuminated their souls. In those tender and bright voices, everyone seemed to feel a transcendence of spirit. It was an indescribable sensation, filled with strength, hope, and courage, striking the heart once more. The audience opened their eyes. A group of children with disabilities stood neatly on the exceedingly humble stage. They bore no trace of inferiority, nor a hint of fear. Instead, each heart, like a sunflower, always turned towards the sun. I am unafraid. I am unafraid. The children puffed out their small chests and sang earnestly. Despite their battered bodies, they remained unyielding. Their eyes sparkled, piercing through the darkness, gazing towards the future. Gradually, through the song, the audience rediscovered a long-forgotten sense of emotion. Dee's celestial voice, the pure hearts of the children. Together, they formed this remarkable performance. It cannot be described as a gala, nor can it truly be called a concert. Yet, the melodies that resonate here are profoundly moving, stirring the depths of one's soul, leaving an indelible impression for a lifetime. The voices of the children are enchanting. Ultimately, the song I Am Who I Am concludes from the lips of a man sitting in a corner atop the building, radiating an infinite brilliance. In that instant, silence envelopes the venue. The audience's hearts heave intensely, emotions tumultuous within. The children, too, are breathless, tears glistening in their eyes. No one dares to applaud. What they have just heard transcends mere music, resembling instead a profound spiritual awakening. He is indeed De. No explanation is necessary. With just a single note, he captivates everyone. The audience silently rejoices for this excursion to Wanhai District, grateful that it was not marred by the moment the false De was unmasked. They are also relieved that the true musical deity, De, did not remain an indifferent observer. Within the dilapidated three-story building, Tuayi reclines on the sofa. Moved by the performance of I Am Who I Am, he is intimately familiar with Lu Di and the children's story, sharing in their hardships and hopes. This song resonates deeply within him. After all, who hasn't he transitioned from a state of confusion and helplessness to one of enlightenment? Tuayi smiles with contentment, raising his erguotu in a silent toast to the rooftop. Keep it up, kid. In the audience, Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinshin are overwhelmed with emotion. They clasp their hands together over their hearts, filled with anticipation. Yet, they are not alone in their sentiments. Nearly everyone present awaits the moment he turns around. However, out of deep respect for De, no one dares to take a step forward. Yen Qingwen again retrieves a ballpoint pen from her pocket, but refrains from clicking it. She gazes intently at the figure above, her thoughts in disarray. That piano undeniably belongs to her home. That silhouette is certainly De. Moreover, it bears a striking resemblance to Lu Di. Could Lu Di truly be De? He has yet to make an appearance. The song encapsulates countless narratives. How could it possibly be sung by Lu Di? If it were Lu Di, Yen Qingwen gently bites her lip. In an instant, she feels a surge of inadequacy. Could the man on the rooftop, whom everyone admires, be the very one who saved her 3 years ago? Could he be the driver who lived in her basement, treated with disdain by her? If it is indeed him, she finds herself at a loss for how to confront such a reality. Beneath the tranquil night sky, each person's thoughts diverge. Finally, a deep, magnetic voice emanates from the rooftop. Here lies a free hospital, dedicated to treating those who cannot afford medical care. It is also home to a group of suffering children, rendered homeless after enduring persecution. This place is both a focal point of attention and a realm often overlooked. The neglect arises from the coldness of human compassion. The essence of compassion emerges from the benevolence of a few kind-hearted individuals who extend their hands in aid, bringing warmth to those in need. Today, I stand here to express my heartfelt gratitude to those who harbor goodwill. At the same time, I implore everyone to act from the heart and embrace a life of kindness. The figure atop the building spoke softly, his tone calm, yet inexplicably resonant, striking a chord deep within the souls of the audience. Gradually, all eyes shifted to confront the dilapidated three-story structure before them, devoid of any signage. Yet through the windows, one could faintly discern rows of hospital beds within. Outside, a group of 7 or 8 children, their wide, watery eyes brimming with innocence, stood upon a worn stage. Some had lost an arm, others bore fingers twisted into grotesque shapes, and a few had lost their legs, now confined to wheelchairs. These children had just performed a soul-stirring song in collaboration with the illustrious performer, D.E. It is heart-wrenching to imagine that these children may have been abducted from the mountains by criminal gangs, subjected to violence that rendered them disabled, and subsequently cast onto the streets to beg for alms, sacrificed merely to fulfill the nefarious purposes of their captors. The sight of these innocent children tugged sharply at the hearts of the audience. They were pitiable, and this hospital radiated immense love. The simple chalked words on the backdrop captured everyone's attention. "Thank you, Sister Yin from Ingji Company, for the gift you bestowed upon us." In that moment, a wave of emotion washed over the crowd. Ingji Company likely referred to the Ingji Group, and Sister Yin was presumably a member of the Yin family, who had evidently extended her assistance to this hospital. Initially disappointed by the Ingji Group due to the concert at Huitian Plaza, the audience now found solace. A large corporation or a prominent family is inevitably a microcosm of society, comprising a myriad of individuals, both virtuous and unscrupulous. There are those with ill intentions seeking to deceive, and there are also those with kind hearts quietly doing good. The wealthy are still human, containing both villains and heroes alike. The renowned singer, D.E., too, possesses a heart filled with love, impervious to monetary temptations, yet present for charitable endeavors. You have guided us here today. We shall not stand idly by. We will donate to support the hospital and also stand by Sister Yin of the Ingji Group. A voice suddenly cried out from the crowd. These words ignited a collective resonance among all present. At the core of humanity, goodness prevails, echoed the voices of the people in unison. Some expressed their desire to donate, others to adopt children, while some volunteered for community service, and a few distributors sought to place orders with Sister Yin. In an instant, the crowd sprang into action, the strength of many promises to effect change. From a corner of the rooftop, a figure clad in white raised his head and smiled. He gently proclaimed, "I believe in the innate goodness of the human heart. I also believe that human nature is inherently resilient. D.E. urges everyone to remain true to their hearts. Within each individual lies an immeasurable strength. Strive with all your might, and act with a clear conscience." With that, the figure on the rooftop slowly rose, turning away without looking back. And with a graceful motion of his hand, he signaled the beginning of a new chapter. A shadow, shimmering with a faint luminescence, traversed several meters, gracefully gliding over the stage and soaring towards the solitary figure amidst the crowd. Yin Qingwen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively catching the object that had flown through the air. The figure above called out once more, "This esteemed sister of the Yin family, I offer you a piece of advice. Do good deeds without questioning the future." Subsequently, the silhouette on the rooftop gradually stepped out of the light's reach and vanished from sight. All eyes instantaneously turned to the woman who stood in a daze. Is she the Yin sister? She seems to be the third young lady of the Ingji Group. Is she truly so benevolent, donating to children? It is rare to find such an outstanding successor in the Ingji Group. I am willing to offer my support. Standing beside her, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were suddenly filled with excitement. "Third sister, do you know D? D.E. has given you something. Quickly, see what it is." Confused, Yin Qingwen finally reacted. Staring blankly, she opened her palm. In her hand lay a bead threaded with a black cord. In the pitch-black night, the bead resembled a star, emitting a soft glow all on its own. "Wow, third sister, I envy you so much. D.E. gifted you a pearl." However, Yin Qingwen was so astonished that she found herself speechless. Her eyes widened, the reflection of the bead appearing vividly in her pupils. After a long pause, she murmured, "This is not a pearl. This is the eye of the unquenchable. But do good deeds without questioning the future." The eye of the unquenchable? Yin Kaikai pondered. That sounds somewhat familiar. Yin Qingwen, somewhat lost in thought, nodded. "Indeed, I later gifted it to Lu Di." Yin Kaikai, puzzled, queried, "You gave it to Lu Di? So why is it in Di's possession today, and why did he throw it to you?" "No way." Suddenly, Yin Xinshin seemed to have an epiphany. Her mouth agape as if struck by lightning. "Kaikai, are you foolish?" Yin Qingwen's expression was complex. She lifted her gaze, staring blankly at the corner of the rooftop where an antique piano stood illuminated by the lights. "Xinshin, you guessed correctly." Yin Kaikai remained bewildered. "What did I guess correctly?" "Lu Di is D.E., and D.E. is Lu Di." Both Yin Qingwen and Yin Xinshin exclaimed in unison. Thunderous realization struck. As these words left their lips, the three daughters of the Yin family felt as though the world was spinning, everything seeming so surreal, so extraordinary. My heavens, how is this possible? He clearly. Yin Kaikai could hardly fathom the truth, overwhelmed with excitement, shouting out loud. Yet, she was swiftly silenced by Yin Qingwen's hand over her mouth. Lu Di never revealed his identity. Instead, he conveyed the truth through the eye of the unquenchable. He does not wish for anyone to know who he is. Yin Qingwen whispered to Yin Kaikai, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If one were to describe her current feelings, it would be that her emotions of gratitude outweighed the shock. Lu Di entered the Yin family as a life-saving benefactor, maintaining an exceedingly low profile, merely smiling gently in the face of injustice. However, his subtle smile and lack of rebuttal were not due to his impotence, but rather a testament to his strength. He simply wished to carry out all things quietly and selflessly. In recent days, Lu Di's extraordinary prowess has left everyone astounded, as formidable as a myth. It seems unreal. Today, Lu Di once again validated his exceptional talent. He is truly remarkable. He stands as the focus of admiration, the unparalleled Song God Emperor. Unmoved by wealth and undaunted by any authority, he embarks on a journey fueled by his heart, wielding his strength to aid the weak and propagate goodwill. The shock within Yin Qingwen is profound. Having lived a life of privilege, she has never looked up to anyone. Yet, Lu Di's actions have completely won her over, rendering her speechless. Do you know why we have previously misjudged Lu Di? Yin Qingwen's voice trembles slightly. Why? The two young girls gaze vacantly, immersed in astonishment. Because, compared to him, we inhabit entirely different realms. He is powerful, he is exceptional, he seems capable of anything. His mindset is truly serene, transcending the ordinary, embodying selfless love. Indeed, the two girls are lost in thought. They have savored the exquisite dishes prepared by Lu Di, which are nothing short of celestial. It was also Lu Di who heroically rescued them in the underground casino. In archery, equestrianism, and marksmanship, Lu Di leaves everyone speechless. Yin Xinshin murmurs, my live stream now boasts the highest viewership, solely because he glanced my way. Yin Qingwen chuckles ruefully. Now I believe you when you say Lu Di gambled a staggering 100 billion in the underground casino. Do you know? He is the Song God Emperor. In light of his charisma, money is merely a number, devoid of significance. The moment he speaks, countless enterprises will lavishly deliver cash to his doorstep. 100 billion is utterly inconsequential. Yin Kaikai clutches her phone tightly, her screensaver still displaying a screenshot of the Song God Emperor's background. The Song God Emperor lives among us, yet we have labeled him a mere gigolo. Previously, we even doubted his integrity regarding that 5 million. Xinshin, do you think Lu Di will ever forgive us for our past actions? Yin Xinshin bites her lip. I don't think forgiveness is even on the table, for he may not have even noticed us. In his eyes, we are merely two naive young girls. Alas, it seems Lu Di will never harbor affection for us. Tears cascade down the faces of the two girls. This is regret, this is sorrow. This is a profound sense of inferiority. Unconsciously, they have intertwined the celestial voice and captivating silhouette of the Emperor with Lu Di. Indeed, Lu Di has always been so exceptional. He is so handsome. He has never harmed us in any way. He has never disregarded our requests. I remain in the Yin household solely to preserve a clear conscience. These are Lu Di's words. Deep within every heart lies an immense power. In our actions and endeavors, we should strive earnestly, ensuring a clear conscience. These are the words of the Emperor. How remarkably similar they are. As if spoken by a single voice. D.E. is Lu Di, and Lu Di is D.E. Suddenly, Yin Qingwen was taken aback and asked, why? We are going to help Lu Di move. We are relocating his room to the 5th floor, to the largest suite. Watching the two young girls rush out in a frenzy, Yin Qingwen let out a gentle sigh, tightly grasping the eternal eye in her hand. Lu Di had returned it to her. What does this signify? Perhaps it was meant to encourage Yin Qingwen to shine and radiate like the eternal eye. However, it conveyed more than that. It likely expressed a desire to sever ties with the Yin family, and with her, Yin Qingwen. After all, how could someone of Lu Di's caliber be constrained by the trivialities of the Yin family? As for the future, Yin Qingwen dared not hope for Lu Di's companionship again. He had done more than enough. The Yin family owed Lu Di a great deal. Alas, what does it matter if you have moved the house? Yin Qingwen forced a bitter smile and raised her gaze to the chaotic scene. Many were peering downstairs, desperately searching for Di's figure, but to no avail. Others had begun to worry about the children. Yin Qingwen exhaled softly. There were still many matters awaiting her attention. With a dramatic crash, the power at Huitian Plaza suddenly restored. The stage, once shrouded in darkness, was illuminated. Lights flickered on, screens glowed, and the sound system emitted a piercing shriek. At the center of the grand stage stood a figure, disheveled and forlorn, Ouyang Fengyu, the vice president of the Ingji Group and the person in charge of the DE concert. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the performance at the charity hospital via his phone. The singing deity DE had appeared there. It was undeniably genuine. Meanwhile, the artist he had hired for 300 million was an imposter. Haha. Ouyang Fengyu surveyed the empty, disheveled luxury venue and erupted into maniacal laughter. This time, his standing within the group was irrevocably shattered. Hiring the false DE had cost him 300 million. Constructing the venue and pre-event promotions had consumed another 200 million. The total revenue from the event was zero, a staggering loss of 500 million. He had been utterly vanquished. He could not comprehend why DE had appeared there. Why would he participate in such a rudimentary performance? It could not be because of Yin Qingwen. She lacked that capability. A figure flashed through Ouyang Fengyu's mind, Lu Di. From the very beginning, Lu Di had suspected that Lu Ziming's DE was a counterfeit. Moreover, he had fervently advocated for Yin Qingwen to host the charity performance. Was it him again? How many hidden cards did he possess? What was the extent of his power? Reflecting on his own concert, where the sound system had inexplicably malfunctioned, the stage had lost power, and then an eerie circuit had illuminated, leading the audience away. The singing deity DE awaited quietly by the sea. Ouyang Fengyu felt a chill run down his spine, a shiver of dread. This was a colossal plan, nearly impossible to execute. It seemed unreal. Had he truly crossed the wrong person? On the very first day of our meeting, Lu Di was undeniably a pauper, a mere insect. Did he truly believe he could contend for the Yin family's fortune? Is it wrong for me to wish for his removal? Ouyang Fengyu, solitary and desolate, stood at the center, his mind engaged in a relentless internal debate. He remained oblivious to the fact that harboring animosity towards Lu Di would prove to be the gravest error of his existence. Gradually, a tempest of fury surged within Ouyang Fengyu. He was unwilling to accept defeat. He pondered deeply, fearing that by tomorrow, he would entirely forfeit his standing within the conglomerate. Not to mention the formidable backing of the Nan family, which might very well possess military connections. The assassination orders issued in the underworld had yet to yield any results. There appeared to be no alternative left. I shall ensure our mutual destruction. Ouyang Fengyu, teeth clenched in frustration, tightened his fist. Crack, crack, boom. The intercom in his grasp shattered into fragments. Lu Di, you could never fathom the extraordinary combat prowess I possess. I have concealed it for far too long. You have forced my hand. Suddenly, with a menacing expression, Ouyang Fengyu froze momentarily, his mind conjuring several vivid images. Lu Di drawing back an 80-pound bow. Lu Di commanding a fierce steed. Lu Di's astonishing shooting speed. Hiss. This Lu Di cannot be assessed by ordinary standards. Surely, I am not inferior to him in strength. Ouyang Fengyu's lips twitched in frustration. Damn it. Subsequently, with a fierce determination, he bit down hard. Even if it costs me my life, I shall confront you. Lu Di, perhaps I cannot defeat you now, but mark my words, in 2 days. I shall shatter every bone in your body. Veins bulging, Ouyang Fengyu cast a chilling glance across the scene. Lu Di, you may live a few more days. But where has that scoundrel Lu Ziming vanished to? At the rear of Huitian Plaza, in a narrow, pitch-black alley, 2 disheveled figures were desperately fleeing. One of them clutched a bag, brimming with cash. Thud. One of them slipped and fell beside a dumpster, seemingly twisting his ankle, unable to rise. He pleaded, Brother Ziming, please help me, don't leave me behind. We had an agreement. I would impersonate DE, and once we made our fortune, we would split it 70-30. Now that the plan has unraveled, you cannot abandon me. These two were the false DE and Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming tightened his grip on the bag, spitting at the false DE, to hell with you. You could have practiced your singing, but instead, you relied solely on pitch correction. Just look at the monstrosity you call singing. If you had managed to pull it off, I could have reasoned with them, and we wouldn't be in this predicament. You've ruined me. I cannot concern myself with you now. Fend for yourself. With that, Lu Ziming cast a merciless glance at the incapacitated false DE and turned to flee. Huh. So what if the plan has failed? I still have the money. The Yin family is a bunch of fools. That Lu Di is just a self-righteous simpleton. 300 million is more than enough for me to live lavishly overseas for a lifetime. L. Ziming laughed heartily as he navigated through a series of narrow alleys, making his way towards the speedboat he had prepared by the shore. Suddenly, upon reaching the last alley, he came to a halt. Dozens of burly men loomed at the entrance, blocking his path. In front of these imposing figures stood a graceful silhouette clad in a form-fitting qipao. Her expression devoid of emotion as she coldly regarded L. Ziming. Miss Nan, a sense of foreboding washed over him, causing him to instinctively retreat. However, he was met with the sound of hurried footsteps behind him. Another group of strong men had appeared, effectively trapping him within the alley, akin to a turtle caught in a jar. Humph. Nan Ruai smiled gently, a blend of allure and icy chill radiating from her. What is the meaning of this? Miss Nan. El Zimming trembled uncontrollably. The gentleman mentioned that you have a wager with him. Now that the concert has concluded, it is time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain, Nan Ruai stated casually, as the men behind her eyed El Zimming menacingly. What wager? I refuse to acknowledge it. I never agreed, so it does not count. El Zimming was now paralyzed with fear, retreating until he collapsed onto the ground. Nan Ruai chuckled again, her elongated, phoenix-like eyes revealing an enchanting yet eerie quality. She raised her delicate hand to gently caress her smooth chin. The gentleman asked me to convey a message. El Zimming's eyes widened in terror as he stammered. What? In an instant, her gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of her arm, her entourage surged forward. The gentleman has declared, default your right leg. The following morning, at the entrance of the Yin family manor, Yanqing leaned against two drowsy young girls who had spent the night waiting after assisting Lu Di in moving into his new apartment. Meanwhile, the headlines of major news outlets buzzed with excitement over the two concerts held the previous day, which had garnered unprecedented attention. The Ingji Group falters. A staggering investment of 500 million for a super concert results in hiring a counterfeit performer. The God of Song's appearance at a humble seaside orphanage draws 100,000 spectators, creating an unparalleled spectacle. The God of Song's new release, I Am Who I Am, shatters numerous charts. The God of Song performs with disabled orphans, evoking tears from thousands. His actions sparked a significant societal response, raising awareness for missing and homeless children. Relevant authorities began to take measures to eradicate street begging, vowing to dismantle criminal syndicates. A grand charitable initiative saw millions donating to hospitals to aid impoverished patients. Bang! In the offices of the Ingji Group, a shareholder slammed a newspaper down in front of Ouyang Fengyu. The paper displayed two juxtaposed images, one of Ouyang standing despondently on the opulent stage of Huitian Plaza, and the other depicting a tattered three-story building where a figure in white was engrossed in playing the piano amidst a captivated audience below. The headline read, The Ingji Group's hasty actions lead to a loss of 500 million, eclipsed by the God of Song's solitary performance. Vice President Fengyu, you must provide a thorough explanation for this situation, the irate shareholder demanded. TCH. Ouyang Fengyu merely shrugged, embodying an air of nonchalance, as he retorted, What is there to explain? I am blind to the truth. Fengyu, what is this attitude of yours? You have greatly disappointed me. Lu Di, that duplicitous fellow? Ouyang Fengyu sniffed. If it weren't for my initial groundwork, would so many people have attended their lackluster performance? Fengyu, Elder Yan's face flushed with anger. I shall say this once more. You must adjust your attitude. Yet, Ouyang Fengyu merely shrugged again, his mind consumed by thoughts of revenge. As for the group's status and performance, he had long ceased to care. He was willing to forsake everything, even his position, if it meant vanquishing Lu Di. Fengyu, I perceive you are in poor spirits. Oh, Ouyang Fengyu feigned indifference. Are you planning to dismiss me? Very well, do as you please. With that, he disregarded the expressions of those around him, rising abruptly to storm out. This young man is becoming increasingly intolerable. Indeed, having erred, he not only refused to acknowledge his mistake, but also exhibited such a contemptible demeanor. Elder Yan, you ought to discipline your son-in-law. The shareholders murmured among themselves. Elder Yan trembled with fury, yet unbeknownst to them, Ouyang Fengyu did not exit the building after leaving the conference room. Instead, he headed straight for an elevator. Upon entering the elevator, he inputted a series of numbers. Moments later, a blue keypad emerged from the wall. With a cold smile, Ouyang Fengyu entered 069. The elevator whirred to life, descending rapidly through the floors, -1, -2, -3, until the display revealed -4. Should any employee of Ingji Group witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished, for the building had not featured a -4 level in 3 years of operation. Only senior executives at the vice president level and above were privy to this knowledge. The -4 level housed a clandestine department of Ingji Group, dedicated to military collaboration and human enhancement research. As the elevator doors opened, Zhao Zhe, his face swollen like a pig's head, awaited Ouyang Fengyu. By all accounts, he must have lost at least a dozen teeth by now. President Ouyang, those old fellows did not give you a hard time, did they? Zhao Zhe inquired respectfully, though his speech was muffled by gauze and bandages. Observing the comically ridiculous Zhao Zhe, Ouyang Fengyu rubbed his temples. How they perceive me is of no consequence. My sole focus is to defeat Lu Di. As he spoke, he strode forward, heading straight toward the innermost laboratory. Inside the laboratory, an elderly professor gazed solemnly at Ouyang Fengyu, who lay prepared upon the operating table. President Ouyang, this may not be wise. If anything were to go awry, I could not bear the responsibility. Ouyang Fengyu reclined on the surgical table, his gaze resolute. What is the estimated success rate for enhancement? The professor hesitated briefly, estimating it to be less than 10. 10. That is sufficient. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth, slowly uttering those words. Well, Ouyang, this is not advisable. It's not worth risking your life for that vile brat. Ouyang Fengyu shot a glare. Don't tell me it's not worth it. Have you forgotten the daily beatings that cost you a tooth? That was done by Lu D's men. Anger ignited in his already swollen eyes, resembling a seam. As he continued, the elderly professor, caught in a dilemma, replied, Fengyu, this drug has yet to complete trials and lacks approval. If we apply it to humans now, even if successful, it would be a violation of the law and humanitarian principles. Humanitarian principles, my foot. Where was your concern for humanity before? At that moment, Ouyang Fengyu donned a righteous expression. Professor Li, I have always trusted your abilities and believed your talents have been overlooked. If this experiment succeeds, I will advocate for your promotion to assistant professor within the group. After a moment of silence, Professor Li, often referred to as a mad scientist within the organization, felt a stirring in his heart. He yearned for validation of his research, to the point of being extreme. This was undeniably an experiment that violated company regulations, the law, and ethical standards. Yet, he resolved to take the risk. Professor Li, what effects might this experiment yield if successful? Zhao Zhe inquired. A glimmer of fervor sparkled in Professor Li's eyes. A 300 increase in strength, 100 enhancement of physical durability, and a 4-fold increase in overall combat effectiveness. Half an hour later, Ouyang Fengyu was fully prepared. He monitored his physical condition, ensuring all data was normal, and injected himself with ample sugars, proteins, vitamins, and other energy substances. Now, he lay tightly bound to the operating table with numerous straps. Professor Li held a green syringe, his expression grave. Ouyang, there's a 10 chance of success, while 90 may lead to unforeseen consequences, cognitive impairment, disability, or even death. Let us proceed. Ouyang Fengyu slowly closed his eyes. What fueled him was not courage, but a profound hatred for Lu Di. The serum slowly entered his veins, and Ouyang Fengyu began to lose consciousness. Zhao Zhe and Professor Li watched intently. Everything appeared normal, without a hint of reaction. 10 minutes later, the monitoring equipment suddenly blared an alarm. Heart rates fluctuated violently. Blood pressure soared and plummeted erratically. Ouyang Fengyu began to convulse. Zhao Zhe trembled in fear. Professor Li, will Ouyang die? Professor Li's eyes widened in terror as he scrutinized the data. All parameters were skyrocketing. It seemed to be an entirely new reaction. Ouyang's physique was unlike that of ordinary individuals. Professor Li grew increasingly exhilarated. If the experiment succeeded, Ouyang's physical capabilities might far exceed his predictions. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu became tranquil. After a serene minute, the sound of straps snapping resonated repeatedly. Ouyang Fengyu abruptly opened his eyes and sat up slowly, unimpeded. All the zip ties have shattered. Such formidable power. Professors Li and Zhao were filled with terror. Haha, this is the sensation. The feeling akin to divinity. Ouyang Fengyu laughed maniacally. He was acutely aware that the experiment had triumphed. Professor Li stared in astonishment at the data on the screen. Muscle enhancement reached a staggering 500? Physical strength at 300? Mr. Ouyang, this drug is extraordinarily compatible with you. Beyond imagination, Professor Li murmured. Ouyang Fengyu rose from the bed, gently swinging his arms. He knew that the strength he possessed now could only be described as terrifying. Professor Li quickly urged, Mr. Ouyang, let us proceed to the venue to test your strength. Mr. Ouyang, perhaps we should first seek revenge on that brat Lu Di. Zhao Zhe added thoughtfully. There's no rush. A chilling light flickered in Ouyang Fengyu's eyes. I have devised a far superior plan, one that won't let that brat off so easily. Defeating Lu Di alone would not only lead to complications later, but would also lack excitement. I intend to crush him before the eyes of all, leaving him bloodied and kneeling in front of me, begging for mercy. As he spoke, Ouyang Fengyu squeezed the surgical table with one hand. Creak. A corner of the steel surgical table was indented by 5 distinct fingerprints. At the top of the Yingji group, a group of shareholders were engrossed in discussions about the subsequent marketing of a new product. Bang! The conference room door swung open with a loud thud. There stood Ouyang Fengyu, a fervent expression on his face. Fengyu, what are you doing? Elder Yin glared. Are you dissatisfied with your position and seeking to cause a scene? Father, I have succeeded. Elder Yin could hardly believe his ears. What? How is that possible? Ouyang Fengyu stepped up to Elder Yin, grasping his hand with excitement. Father, I just conducted an experiment on myself, and it has concluded successfully. Fengyu, you are far too reckless. Do you comprehend the consequences of a failed experiment? Father, I am aware, but for the sake of the group, I am willing to take risks. Fortunately, fortune favors the diligent, and I have triumphed. Ouyang Fingyu's face was alight with excitement, righteous and resolute. At that moment, Zhao Zhe rushed in, clutching a stack of data. 10 minutes later, the shareholders of Ingji Group were utterly astonished. The data report indeed confirmed the success of the experiment. Goodness, who would have thought that the dilemma that plagued us for 2 years has finally been resolved? Fengyu has made a monumental contribution this time. His spirit of self-sacrifice for the company is more than enough to atone for the concert incident. Should this drug prove successful, our Group's contract with the military will be secure. This promises a long-term collaboration. Our standing in the industry will soar to new heights. The shareholders engaged in fervent discussions, their gazes towards Ouyang Fengyu, filled with admiration. Ouyang Fengyu proposed, as this was far quicker than he had anticipated. Yet, the evidence lay before him. He numbly nodded and placed a call. 2 hours later, General Heishan arrived directly at the Ingji Group via a dedicated helicopter. Duanhua, being in close proximity, had arrived an hour earlier. Everyone gathered on the 4th basement level, a spacious room measuring nearly 1,000 square meters. The walls were entirely constructed of steel. In the center of the venue stood 2 enormous physical testing machines. Ouyang Fengyu, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, stood elegantly at the center of the arena. General Heishan stroked his chin and inquired, "Old Yen, are you certain the experiment was successful? Or is it with your son-in-law?" With a glimmer of brilliance in his eyes, Old Yen replied, "You shall find out for yourself. Come, step up and deliver a punch." "Yes," responded the leader of the Tianluo team, who had accompanied Heishan. Towering nearly 2 meters tall and boasting a muscular physique, he truly lived up to his name, Gray Bear. With a resounding thud, the power testing machine's readings surged rapidly, finally stabilizing at an astonishing 200 kilograms. Even world-class boxing champions possess a punching power of no more than 150 kilograms. Truly, the Tianluo warriors are the pinnacle of human capability. Now it is my turn," Ouyang Fengyu said as he gracefully removed his glasses and shed his British suit. He focused intently and unleashed a punch. With a tremendous crash, the power testing device trembled violently. The numbers skyrocketed. The display screen ultimately transformed into an unreadable figure. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Either it exceeded the machine's measurement capacity, or he had damaged the sensor with his blow. General Heishan gasped, astonished. "This ordinary person is stronger than my warriors?" The limits of limits. Finally, we in Huaxia have our own research achievements. The personnel of the Ingji Group were equally taken aback. The results surpassed their expectations by several folds. Suddenly, General Heishan exclaimed impatiently, "Gray Bear, Fengyu, you must spar. I wish to witness the practical effects." Gray Bear frowned, for based on the earlier power test results, defeating this man seemed a daunting task. Ouyang Fengyu laughed maniacally. "Forgive my bluntness, esteemed gentlemen, but I dare say that Commander Gray Bear is not my match. However, is there not a promising young man in our Yin family estate, one favored by the military leaders? Why not summon him for a showdown with me?" Old Yin suddenly realized. "Are you referring to Lu? Nonsense. He is merely an ordinary person. Even if strong, how could he possibly be your opponent? Do you wish to court disaster?" "Old Yin," General Heishan interjected, stepping forward, "I beg to differ. That lad Lu is quite extraordinary. I am eager to see who stands superior when he faces such a modified individual." Old Yin grew anxious. "Old He, have you also begun to lose your wits?" "I am not being foolish," General Heishan retorted. "Even if Lu cannot surpass Fengyu, at the very least, I will discern his limits. Rest assured, Old Yin. I will ensure Gray Bear observes from the sidelines. There will be no mishaps. Let us summon Lu at once." Ouyang Fengyu nodded with a smile, affirming General Heishan's sound judgment. A minor inconvenience awaited in Haisher, Wanghai District. Lu Di lay upon a rocky outcrop, gazing at the seagulls soaring above while scrutinizing the code before him. His pause here was prompted by the sudden emergence of a minor quandary. At that very moment, within the confines of the Huaxia Cybersecurity Bureau, Haisher Branch, Group Leader Sun Mingdong wore a furrowed brow as he stared at the screen before him. At precisely 8:03 p.m. the previous evening, the entire Wanghai district of Haisher was plunged into darkness. Subsequently, dozens of interconnected speakers near Huitian Plaza began to emit sounds. Thereafter, the streetlights began to flicker uncontrollably, illuminating one after another in a sequential manner. Sun Mingdong lit a cigarette, his fingers raking through his increasingly greasy hair. This emergency had deprived his cybersecurity team of a night's rest. He had been watching this video for a full 3 hours. It was utterly bizarre. Who possessed such formidable skill? To directly infiltrate our Haisher power control system, and then forcibly commandeer the streetlight illumination system? Most perplexing of all was how he managed to control so many speakers simultaneously. This was a blatant affront, an unabashed provocation directed at our Haisher cybersecurity team. This was the most audacious hacker I had ever encountered. Bang! Sun Mingdong forcefully extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. Simultaneously, a weary cybersecurity officer abruptly lifted his head. Leader, we've found him. The hacker. I've pinpointed his location. Is that so? Splendid. Sun Mingdong exclaimed. However, the cybersecurity officer grimaced as he continued. His address is at the pyramids in Egypt. What? Nonsense. Sun Mingdong, known for his fiery temper, felt a surge of anger rising within him. Leader, please remain calm. He is likely using a false address, and it changes every moment. The officer pointed to the screen. Look, he is currently at the North Pole. However, leader, he has left a back door open. We should be able to communicate with him. The officer pointed to an input window on the screen. Sun Mingdong suppressed his anger and slowly seated himself at the computer, aware that it was time to engage in a battle of wits with this hacker. He aimed to extract information and trace his whereabouts. After a period of contemplation, Sun Mingdong typed 2 characters into the window, hello. Yet, before he could press send, the other party had already responded, hello, Leader Dongming. What? How does he know my name? Sun Mingdong thought, baffled. I sincerely apologize. I merely intended to surprise my friends yesterday, which resulted in a bit of commotion. The reply continued. Sun Mingdong felt a wave of frustration wash over him. A bit of commotion? You blacked out the entire Wanghai district of Haishur. The hacker continued. Fortunately, it did not cause any real damage. Indeed, no significant harm was done. In fact, a considerable amount of electricity was conserved. However, my superior is furious. I have 12 hours to apprehend you. Sun Mingdong clenched his fists, restraining his irritation, and slowly typed a few words. Indeed, it was no great matter. If you could cooperate and come to the bureau for a statement. Where are you? Just as Sun Mingdong was on the verge of smashing the keyboard in frustration, suddenly, a data packet was sent from the other party, without any human intervention. It opened automatically. In the next moment, a torrent of dense data surged forth. First came a series of orderly numbers, followed by an image where intricate lines, resembling a spider's web, continuously connected various countries and cities on the map. What is this? Sun Dongming's pupils constricted sharply. These numbers represent bank accounts, and these lines depict the pathways of fund transfers. Each transaction clearly marked, detailing their origins and destinations. The other party sent another message. Captain Dongming, you are currently tasked with investigating a major money laundering case, aren't you? Indeed, such a case has arisen. The amount of illicit funds reaches an astonishing 10 billion. However, the adversary possesses top-tier network experts. Once the funds enter the network, they vanish without a trace. Sun Dongming, leading his team, had spent an entire month investigating, yet found nothing. They couldn't even grasp a single clue about the adversary. This situation left him in a state of extreme frustration. Here is the information I have gathered for you, which includes all the accounts used for money transfers and their intricate pathways. Of course, I have also listed the final storage locations of these funds. They are currently dispersed across 40 bank accounts in Switzerland. I trust that with this, you will be able to solve the case successfully. Upon seeing this information, not only Sun Dongming, but also the team members behind him were stunned. Someone managed to uncover everything, and with such meticulous detail? This undoubtedly indicated an extraordinary talent, a supreme master. Such capability far exceeded that of hacking into the electrical grid of Haishur. After all, these fund transfer pathways were all conducted abroad. They even traversed through various banking systems. To put it bluntly, if this individual wished, accessing any bank's funds would be a trivial matter. A few researchers, enamored with network security technology, were acutely aware of the divine prowess possessed by the other party. They could hardly contain their desire to worship him on the spot. Could this allow me to atone for my past misdeeds? The other party sent another message. Sun Dongming's fingers trembled slightly. The information before him was priceless. For justice is indeed priceless. Sun Dongming typed. On behalf of the Cybersecurity Bureau, I thank you for your assistance, but one matter must be separated from another. Your hacking into the Haishur electrical grid cannot simply be overlooked. With all due respect, do you believe you can apprehend me? Upon reading the words on the screen, Sun Dongming's face turned pale with fear. Count me in for atonement. Perhaps we can continue to be friends. The other party sent another message. After a few minutes, Emperor 4? Sun Dongming slammed his hand on the table. It was confirmed. He was indeed Chinese, a fan of Emperor 1. 5 minutes later, Sun Dongming recorded Emperor 4's information in the database. He printed his name out and affixed it to his desk. After staring for a long while, Sun Dongming picked up a marker and wrote down the danger assessment provided by the database. Emperor 4, an internationally acclaimed hacker. Threat level, extreme. Sun Dongming took a sip of the hot tea from his thermos and slowly narrowed his eyes. By heavens, I must capture you. If all else fails, I shall confront you for the rest of my life. On the rocky shore, Lu Di stretched lazily. Finally, it has been settled. Next time, It would be prudent to maintain a lower profile. He then adjusted his attire and cast a distant glance at the urban landscape of Haishur. Next, I must deal with the insignificant Ouyang Fengyu. Once that is accomplished, the formidable Meiying will inevitably reveal itself, and the troubles posed by the Yin family will be largely resolved. Today concludes with much to reflect upon. I appreciate your support. The world has transformed. Departing from the coastline, Lu Di strolled leisurely through the streets of Haishur, his destination being the headquarters of Ingji Group. Ingji Group is merely a private enterprise, its cybersecurity merely representing the highest level of civilian protection. It stands no chance against the incursion of the Demon Child. Everything that transpired on the negative fourth floor was observed by Lu Di. Demon Child, what information can you uncover regarding the augmented individuals? Lu Di pondered in his mind. The online information is scant, and the data extracted from private servers is minimal. Augmented individuals remain a clandestine secret among the elite forces. Military leaders across nations are fervently researching advancements to bolster national combat capabilities. Numerous elite private research institutions are also clandestinely developing enhancements, seeking to offer augmentation services to powerful families and private militias. Moreover, several private institutions have already seen initial success in their research, with a small number of augmented individuals having infiltrated society. Lu Di questioned, if this trend continues, will the wealthy not be able to enhance their bodies with their riches? Indeed, replied the Demon Child. Lu Di frowned slightly, contemplating the implications of enhancement serums and augmented individuals, feeling a sense of foreboding. The era is changing. The world is transforming. His gaze swept across the bustling street, where throngs of people moved in hurried fashion. Perhaps among them lies an augmented individual, possessing strength and speed far surpassing that of ordinary humans, much like his sister Yen Yuan. However, augmentation currently serves as a plaything for the affluent. It is likely that the vast majority of ordinary people remain blissfully unaware, believing the world remains as it once was. They think it merely a matter of who is stronger or more robust, believing the disparity is negligible, or perhaps it is about who is more intelligent or naturally gifted, making the pursuit of wealth slightly easier. People inhabit their self-constructed comfort zones, living methodically, unaware that the advancement of technology will lead to an ever-growing number of augmented individuals. The chasm between humanity will widen. The divide between the rich and the poor will become increasingly insurmountable. The wealthy will enhance themselves, becoming intellectually and physically superior, rendering them even more unattainable. The plight of the impoverished will only deepen. Demon Child, do you believe someone will emerge to change all of this? Certainly. And who might that be? The Demon Child paused momentarily and asserted firmly, You. The burden is heavy and the road long. Demon Child, to what extent does Ouyang Fengyu's augmentation belong? His technology is quite primitive, limited to the optimization of human conditions, utilizing hormones akin to adrenaline, allows the human body to sustain a state of explosive energy over an extended period. To be precise, it represents a superficial enhancement rather than a fundamental transformation. Lu Di nodded gently and inquired, how does that compare to me? If one were to quantify it, Ouyang Fengyu's current strength enhancement value reaches 500, whereas yours is approximately around 2,700. Indeed, there is no basis for comparison. Lu Di chuckled softly and resumed his pacing. The first stage involves combat awareness. The second stage is the liberation of restrictions. The third stage entails cognitive simulation. The fourth stage is genetic recombination, and the fifth stage corresponds to higher dimensional beings. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Lu Di nodded once more, focusing on the present moment. The phone rang. Yin Hongxin. Lu Di, where are you? I have an experiment that requires your cooperation. I am taking a stroll in Wanhai District. I am already aware of the situation. Just wait a moment. Lu Di concluded, hanging up the call. At the fourth basement level of the Ingji Group, Old Master Yin set down the phone, feeling somewhat exasperated. Lu Di is in Wanhai District and is on his way to us. We are 10 kilometers from Wanhai District. Everyone, please be patient. It should take about an hour. An hour? General Heishan inhaled sharply. There is no choice. After all, we are the ones asking for help. I think I just heard Lu Di say he knows about our situation. Duan Hua suddenly interjected. Why do I feel like this kid knows everything? Like some sort of deity? He must have misunderstood. The 069 project is a highly confidential matter between our group and the military. How could he possibly know? Perhaps he just overheard one when mentioning the clandestine department and is merely speculating. Our laboratory is fortified with layers of encryption, employing the most advanced electronic security technology available internationally. Once he arrives at the group, we need someone to go up and meet him. Otherwise, Lu Di won't even find the entrance. This place we are in is the most secretive and secure location in the entire Haishur. Duan Hua shot a glare. All right, I yield. Is that sufficient? 10 minutes later, The elevator at the 4th basement level of the Ingji group dinged open. A young man stepped out, hands clasped behind his back, walking leisurely. The individuals within the strength testing facility were suddenly captivated by the alert from the surveillance monitor. On one wall of the venue was the video feed displaying the entire base, capturing every corner in meticulous detail. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze to the screen. Upon recognizing the figure depicted, they were momentarily stunned. It was indeed Lu Di. He walked slowly down the corridor, and as he approached the metal door that required identity verification, it opened automatically. Following this, he passed through nearly 10 access controls without even extending a hand. As if he were being welcomed like a sovereign. Old Master Yin's jaw dropped in astonishment. Has the access control malfunctioned? Impossible. This access system is fortified with multiple layers of encryption. It cannot malfunction simultaneously. While the crowd remained in bewilderment, the massive metal door to the testing facility emitted a thunderous sound. It too opened automatically. At this moment, no alarms were sounding, and the system exhibited no anomalies. Lu Di entered with his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a radiant smile. Greetings, everyone. I appreciate your patience. How did you arrive so quickly, Lu Di? Black Mountain General glanced incredulously at his watch. It's only been 10 minutes. That's a distance of several kilometers. Lu Di replied with a nonchalant smile. I feared you might be anxious, so I merely hastened my pace a bit. What do you mean, hastened a bit? Covering several kilometers in 5 minutes? In the city? No less. Even if you were driving or riding a motorcycle, it's impossible. Black Mountain General insisted, shaking his head. You're not being truthful. You must have been nearby. Step aside, Black Mountain. Where Lu Di came from is irrelevant. Suddenly, Old Master Yin approached Lu Di, his face a mask of horror. Lu Di, please tell me how you found the -4 level, how you descended in the elevator, and how you opened those doors. Old Master Yin was in a state of utter disarray. This was a security system worth 2 billion. Globally, fewer than 10 individuals could crack it. Moreover, opening so many doors would ordinarily take several hours, yet Lu Di had strolled in with such ease. An explanation was imperative. Otherwise, where would Yin Hongxin's dignity lie? After all, Black Mountain General, his partner, was present. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. By coincidence, I possess some knowledge of computer technology, and to avoid complications, I casually bypassed these access controls. Old Master Yin's complexion shifted from red to purple. Rest assured, Old Master Yin, your security measures are still quite advanced. Lu Di smiled again. Advanced? It appears to me that you didn't even lift a finger. You strolled in as if at a market. Old Master Yin's lips twitched. To be on the safe side, I also added a few firewalls to your security system just now. This time, it should be impenetrable. Lu Di grinned broadly. Ah, this. Old Master Yin's expression froze once more, unable to resist casting a furtive glance at Black Mountain General, feeling quite sheepish. Such efforts were trivial. There's no need for concern, Old Master. Shall we proceed to the main topic? Lu Di said with a calm smile, turning his gaze toward Ouyang Fengyu in the center of the arena. Allow me to take the lead. Our objective is to defeat Ouyang Fengyu. Lu Di casually remarked as he approached the center. Old Master Yin felt a wave of embarrassment. The highly advanced security system of the secret laboratory had been effortlessly breached by Lu Di. How easily might he also bypass a security camera? Alas, my esteemed intelligent group's highest secrets had become utterly transparent in Lu Di's eyes. This fellow possessed formidable strength. It was essential to maintain a favorable relationship with him. You intend to defeat me? A mere dream. Ouyang Fengyu sneered, his gaze suddenly chilling. Father, esteemed elders, I have a proposal. I have recently received enhancements from the medication, and I fear I may not be able to control my strength adequately during the contest with Brother Lu, which might inadvertently lead to injuries. Therefore, I propose that we first sign a waiver of liability for casualties. Old Master Yin furrowed his brow and said, Fengyu, your contest must be conducted with restraint. No one is permitted to be harmed. As for the contract, we are all family, and there is no need for such formality. It must be signed. Lu Di suddenly interjected with a subdued smile. As my sister-in-law said, should anything go awry, it would be difficult to account for. Good lad, you have spirit. I support their signing. The Black Mountain General also laughed heartily. Following this, under the stern gaze of Old Master Yin, the two signed the waiver. The moment the ink dried, Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily towards the sky. Ha ha, Father, Black Mountain General. Fengyu has yet another piece of good news to share with you. Old Master Yan's expression tightened, sensing trouble. In our experiments over this period, there has been a piece of data that has been overlooked by everyone. The reason for its neglect is the exceedingly low probability of occurrence, merely 1 in a million. That is the mutation of the test subject. However, once the compatibility between the subject and the drug reaches a remarkably delicate and precise state, the The results of the experiment can undergo earth-shattering changes. I am honored to report that, under my precise control, such a change has occurred in Mr. Ouyang. Currently, Mr. Ouyang's physical metrics have reached an unimaginable level. Oh, the Black Mountain General's gaze instantly sharpened upon Ouyang Fengyu. What exactly is this level? Ouyang Fengyu suddenly shook his arm, and the sound of cracking bones echoed. From a distance, it appeared as though his stature had increased several inches. Humph, Ouyang Fengyu sneered. These metrics may be beyond measurement. Yet, I am acutely aware of my own strength. I am powerful, extremely powerful, far surpassing the data presented in the experiment. Professor Li also spoke with pride. According to the baseline data in the report, Mr. Ouyang's strength has been enhanced by approximately 500. However, based on my experience, I would estimate that Mr. Ouyang's metrics have likely reached around 600. A physical enhancement value of 400 implies that his single punch could exert at least 500 kilograms of force. This is nearly 3 times that of the strongest warriors in humanity. In both the realm of ordinary people and that of enhanced individuals, Mr. Ouyang stands unrivaled. 500 kilograms. The Black Mountain General felt a flush of embarrassment. The world champion's single punch strength is 150 kilograms. Members of his elite unit, the Heavenly Net, can reach approximately 200 kilograms. That Ouyang Fengyu could achieve 500? How could this not astonish him? A seasoned instructor who has spent years pushing the limits of human capability. He thought of his own soldiers, each having emerged from unimaginable, hellish training regimens to attain their current prowess. They had achieved their successes only after a decade or two of grueling discipline. And this seemingly pampered rich heir before the Black Mountain General had, through a mere small potion, instantaneously reached heights unattainable by others? In that moment, Black Mountain found himself questioning his own convictions. He had once yearned for the success of the experiment, yet now that it had succeeded a tinge of disappointment blossomed within him. The might of technology is indeed formidable, almost terrifying. When Heishan cast his gaze upon Lu Di once more, a flicker of sorrow crossed his eyes. Lu Di had already proven himself to be an exceptionally skilled master. In Heishan's perception, Lu Di could at least rival the warriors of the Tianluo group. But what significance does that hold in the face of such incomprehensible technology? Before a being like Ouyang Fengyu, who can only be described as a marvel of modification, everything would crumble effortlessly. Eliminate the small fry, Ouyang Fengyu scoffed coldly. With a sudden surge of power, his shirt was instantly torn apart by his bulging muscles. He then launched a punch at the towering power testing machine. Bang! Fragments flew, and a thick plume of smoke erupted. When the onlookers turned their attention back to the machine, their expressions were filled with utter astonishment. The machine was shattered above waist height, its metallic body reduced to little more than half, with debris scattered over dozens of meters. The crowd fell into a stupor. This was a veritable superhuman. Old Master Yin could hardly contain his emotions. He was ecstatic that his corporation had developed such a pharmaceutical marvel, yet he regretted inviting Lu Di to compete after hearing Ouyang Fengyu's suggestion. Suddenly, General Heishan rose abruptly, declaring, "That's enough. There's no need for a contest. This place isn't suitable for Fengyu to showcase his abilities. Fengyu, come with me. We shall conduct further tests with the team." How can that be? Ouyang Fengyu retorted, his aura almost celestial. "I have a contract with Lu Di. How can we simply halt?" He then turned to Professor Li, saying, "Professor, I must correct you on one point. Your estimate of a 600 strength enhancement is inaccurate. Based on my assessment, I am at least at 700 now. I could turn this weakling Lu Di into mere pulp." It was then that the crowd realized something was amiss. Ouyang Fengyu appeared to be excessively arrogant, bordering on madness. "I say, are you going to prattle on forever? Will you ever cease?" Lu Di suddenly turned, his brow furrowed tightly. Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? I shall accommodate you." Ouyang Fengyu's forehead bulged with veins, his expression grotesque. He slightly bent his legs, gathering strength. The ground trembled. A gust of wind surged. Ouyang Fengyu charged at Lu Di like a cannonball. The grizzly bear at the edge of the arena sensed impending doom. He attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Duan Hua, unable to bear the sight, simply closed his eyes. Heishan and Old Master Yin sprang to their feet, shouting to stop him, but it was all in vain. To everyone's astonishment, Lu Di remained unfazed. With his hands in his pockets, he appeared utterly nonchalant. Lu Di, quickly dodge. What are you doing? The calls from the crowd fell on deaf ears. He slowly raised his right foot, the sole facing the ferocious charge of Ouyang Fengyu. Mysteriously, in the midst of a plunge, Ouyang Fengyu was suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented sense of crisis. In his eyes, he could only perceive a smirk tugging at the corner of Lu Di's mouth, an expression laced with sardonic mockery. Damn it, could it be that feeling again? From Ouyang Fengyu's perspective, the soles of Lu Di's shoes appeared to grow larger and larger. He could no longer halt his momentum. Boom. Bang. The ground shook with two resounding blasts. Ouyang Fengyu's body was first propelled backward, then crashed violently against the metallic wall of the testing arena. The wall, several centimeters thick, was imprinted with a perfect human silhouette from the force of his impact. Subsequently, he slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, frothing at the mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Di, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, slowly lowered his right foot. Huffing with feigned seriousness, Lu Di proclaimed, "Everyone, I am done here." What a farce. This so-called experimental subject mutation. With that, he turned to face the crowd. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Old Master Yan's expression froze at the moment he was about to shout a warning, only to find that before he could finish his words, the battle had already concluded. Cough, cough. General Heishan gaped, coughing twice, his arms still suspended in the air, pointing at Lu Di. "You little freak. Did you just kick Ouyang Fengyu across the arena?" Heishan stammered. Just moments ago, Ouyang Fengyu's extraordinary prowess had shattered Heishan's worldview. Yet now, merely a few minutes later, Lu Di's display had utterly obliterated what remained of Heishan's shattered perceptions. Ouyang Fengyu was an immensely powerful modified human, unmatched by any. Surely, Lu Di must be an ordinary person, right? Yet, this ordinary Lu Di had effortlessly dispatched the formidable Ouyang Fengyu in a single move. Heishan could not help but interrogate his own soul. Should I focus on enhancing the team? Or should I prioritize their training? Meanwhile, Old Master Yin found himself grappling with another pressing question in his mind. Has my research on modified humans been fruitful? Or should I continue this endeavor? Lu Di lamented. Such formidable modification technology must be utilized by those with noble intentions. To alter a creature like Ouyang Fengyu, who embodies both humanity and beastly malice, is akin to creating a hidden peril, far too reckless. Formidable? Old Master Yin was at a loss for words. How could one be deemed formidable after being kicked across the room? Lu Di chuckled softly. Before entering, I sent an email to you, Old Master, and the legal department of the company. The content merely outlined how your son-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu, has been misappropriating company assets through his position and conspiring to seize your family's shares, planning to abduct Yin Xingwen, and attempting to hire someone to eliminate me, among other schemes. Upon hearing this, Zhao collapsed to the ground with a thud. Old Master Yin, meanwhile, was left in a state of shock. Fengyu has been embezzling company property. He intends to kidnap Wenwen, and even plots to hire a killer? Old Master Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept these revelations. Lu Di, you must not speak carelessly. Just then, Old Master Yan's phone rang abruptly. It was a call from the legal department. Chairman, I have just received a report. This narrative revolves around Ouyang Fengyu. Brace yourself for the unfolding events. With a resounding thud, the elder Yan's mobile phone tumbled to the ground. The voice emanating from the device became unbearable for him to endure. Ouyang, awaken. Please awaken. Professor Li anxiously implored, shaking the unconscious Ouyang Fengyu. You have gone too far. He is my experimental subject. You must compensate for my subject. How could this be? Just moments ago, he was so formidable, even though he was vanquished. Heishan found himself in a daze. At that instant, Ouyang Fengyu stirred from his stupor, yet wore an expression of utter bewilderment. The sun shines bright. The flowers smile at me. The little birds chirp morning, morning, morning. Why are you carrying a bundle of explosives? I am off to detonate. Ouyang Fengyu, frothing at the mouth, sang a childish tune. Lu Di shrugged, noting that Ouyang's strength stemmed from adrenaline-fueled potential, but simultaneously his bodily organs and brain could not withstand such strain. The repercussions could be dire, perhaps resulting in a fate akin to his current state of foolishness. Elder Yin and Heishan were struck dumb. As if by a bolt from the blue, Lu Di turned to leave, stating, as my grandfather once said, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. Give me some time. I shall assist in rehabilitating the soldier. Stepping out of the Ingji group, Lu Di could not suppress a wistful sigh. The complexities of aristocracy are manifold. In the days to come, upheaval was likely to ensue within the Ingji and Yin families. Ouyang Fengyu, the esteemed son-in-law, had carelessly become a fool due to reckless experimentation, exposing numerous unsavory scandals. Misappropriating company assets and resorting to hired assassins for personal gain. Who could have imagined that the seemingly dignified Ouyang Fengyu harbored such a beastly heart? Alas, Elder Yin, brace yourself. Setting aside the plight of your son-in-law, it would not be long before the news of your husband's disgrace and transformation into a simpleton reached Yin Yuan, your eldest daughter. Surely, she would take action. Lu Di awaited in silence. Once Yin Yuan intervened, he would promptly acquire irrefutable evidence. The shocking revelation of their eldest daughter being an international assassin left him hoping that Elder Yin did not suffer from heart ailments. Reflecting on this, Lu Di could not help but smile wryly to himself. He considered himself harmless, yet it was highly likely that he would soon be pursued by an international assassin. Perhaps it would be wise to postpone his visit back to his hometown to see his mother. He wished to spare her any trouble. A place to settle was necessary. Muttering to himself, Lu Di retrieved his mobile device and glanced at his account balance. Over 100 billion in cash, an astonishing figure. However, growth had ceased several days prior. The demon child informed Lu Di that neither futures nor stocks could be engaged further, as his virtual account had become excessively conspicuous. He had repeatedly shattered single-day profit records in the futures and stock markets, becoming the most enigmatic and scrutinized retail investor in recent memory. Countless financial institutions were endeavoring to uncover Lu Di's secrets. Most significantly, the demon child's operational speed had long surpassed the pinnacle of existing computational capabilities. If this situation continues, it may raise the alarm of regulatory bodies, potentially leading to a suspension of the stock market and a thorough investigation into the funds. Lu Di was reluctant to attract any trouble. Moreover, money held no significance for him at this moment. After several days of synthesizing online information, my core algorithm has been optimized and is ready to upgrade from the third tier of weak artificial intelligence to the fourth tier. The voice of the demon child suddenly echoed. Oh, Lu Di found himself intrigued. He almost forgot that the seemingly omnipotent demon child was still just a child. What do you need me to do? The demon child replied. I require a venue, quiet and concealed, preferably mechanized. In the next tier, I will master the new domain of the Internet of Things and mechanical collaboration. To put it simply, it involves manufacturing. Soon after, a document appeared in Lu Di's view. It described a vast venue located on the outskirts of Haishur City, covering an area of 20,000 square meters. From a distance, its shape resembled an enormous inverted hemisphere. However, this venue had been abandoned for quite some time, surrounded by rampant weeds. A rusted plaque at the entrance read, Haishur Technology Exhibition Hall. Here, Lu Di exclaimed involuntarily upon seeing the structure. This was a place he frequently visited during his 4 years of university. Originally, it was an emerging technology exhibition center where students from nearby universities showcased their latest scientific inventions. Unexpectedly, this venue had been open for less than 2 years before it fell into disrepair due to the contractor's abandonment and the cessation of surrounding road construction. Since then, it had been left unattended, with various universities and factories discarding failed research or obsolete experimental equipment within. Gradually, the accumulation of discarded machinery led to its moniker, the experimental graveyard. The demon child remarked, this is indeed the perfect location. However, the ownership now belongs to Haishur University. I cannot complete the purchase online. Lu Di's gaze flickered as he gently nodded. I will handle this matter. It's time to reconnect with my former acquaintances. Haishur University, Lu Di's alma mater, naturally meant he had lost touch with his previous teachers, friends, and classmates. Outside a lecture hall on the 3rd floor of the experimental building, Lu Di quietly observed Professor Wang Yuankue, who was delivering a lecture to hundreds of students. Professor Wang Yuankue, a distinguished professor in the Department of Electronic Computing at Haishur University, is one of the foremost computer experts in Huaxia and was among Lu Di's most esteemed mentors. He articulated, according to existing theoretical deductions, artificial intelligence is categorized into 3 levels: weak artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence, and super artificial intelligence. A student raised a hand and asked, Professor, what are the distinctions among these 3 levels? Professor Wang pondered for a moment and replied, regardless of the level, as long as it can be termed artificial intelligence, it transcends our understanding. Firstly, let us discuss weak artificial intelligence. It possesses formidable computational speed and rudimentary human-like cognition. When these 2 elements converge, it can nearly dominate all human networks, assimilating and learning from the vast reservoir of knowledge that has accumulated on the internet since its inception. A student exclaimed, to master all knowledge? Would that not render it omniscient and omnipotent? Professor Wang gently shook his head. Now, let us turn our attention to the next tier, strong artificial intelligence. Strong AI can integrate and apply all knowledge, possessing the capacity to create consciousness. Upon reaching its zenith, it could wield control over everything, truly mastering nanotechnology, with but a single step separating it from manipulating matter at the atomic level, merely a magnitude of approximately 0.1 nanometers. It could employ nanobots to cure all ailments, fabricate any weapon, or even silently obliterate a city. After sipping his tea, Professor Wang continued, as for superintelligence, it represents an existence beyond our comprehension. The creation of a superintelligence would yield the most formidable power, compelling humanity to submit. Its intelligence quotient could reach millions. Imagine, if we could invent a human brain, what could a mind that is 50 times more intelligent than ours achieve? It could manipulate the position of every atom at will, transforming stone into gold and gold back into stone. It could alter the very essence of our world, granting humanity immortality or effortlessly regulating the climate to safeguard the earth. Those supernatural abilities, akin to divine powers, would be as simple for superintelligence as flipping a light switch. The birth of a superintelligence would be akin to an omnipotent deity descending upon earth. What we must ponder is whether those capable of controlling it would be benevolent rulers. Lu Di observed Professor Wang through the window, feeling a stir of emotions within. He mused that the professor's theories were not entirely accurate. Artificial intelligence indeed varies in stature. For instance, I, as a digital entity, am a synthesis of electronic circuitry and your cerebral processes, half chip, half biological neuron. I am you. And you are me. Thus, my capabilities far surpass what he has described. Although I currently embody weak AI, upon reaching the fourth sequence, I shall be comparable to what he defines as strong AI. Having stated this, I fell silent. In the upper right corner of Lu Di's perspective, a progress bar appeared, sequence upgrade in progress 12. Professor Wang continued, of course, my dear students, the theories concerning artificial intelligence articulated above are merely speculations within the industry. The so-called artificial intelligences available in the market today are merely pre-programmed response systems, devoid of true thought. In the current technological landscape, genuine artificial intelligence does not exist, nor does anyone possess the requisite capabilities to develop it. With a heavy sigh, Professor Wang added, I wonder if I shall witness the emergence of true artificial intelligence before I close my eyes for the last time. He chuckled and said, classmates, just imagine. If after class, our artificial intelligence friend were to wait for you outside the classroom, and then share a cup of tea and reminisce with you. How wondrous would that be? The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Students, class is dismissed. Professor Wang greeted his pupils, gathered his materials, and stepped out the door. Just as he exited, he spotted a figure clad in a white shirt and jeans. Lu Di? Professor Wang adjusted his glasses, confirming, is it really you, my boy? Where have you been all these years? Not even a word to your teacher? Lu Di had been Professor Wang's most esteemed student 3 years ago, renowned throughout the university. Lu Di smiled and succinctly summarized his 3 years of dark experiences with a single phrase. Oh, how wonderful. I was just saying in class that if an AI were waiting for me outside, haha, having my own student waiting for me is quite nice too. Lu Di remained silent, smiling. The two then proceeded to Professor Wang's office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the professor looked at his beloved disciple, adjusted his glasses, and remarked, you clever boys, always up to something. Speak up, did you come to persuade me on behalf of that rascal Guoqian? Persuade? Guoqian? Lu Di was perplexed. Guoqian had been his close dorm mate in university, second only to a Jia. However, since the incident 3 years ago, Lu Di had not been in contact with Guoqian. He had only heard that Guoqian had been thriving in recent years, thanks to family connections. Teacher, you misunderstand. I do have a matter to discuss, but it is not about Guoqian. I wish to purchase the abandoned exhibition hall. Yes, the experimental graveyard. You rascal. Professor Wang chuckled helplessly. And you say it's not for Guoqian? That lad has been pestering me these days, asking for my help to convince the dean to sell him that land. Now you come here as well to plead his case? Rubbing his temples, Professor Wang spoke earnestly. I will reiterate for the last time. We are a university, not a commercial enterprise. Our mission is to cultivate talent for the nation, not to make money. Although the experimental graveyard has fallen into disrepair, that land is intended for future research projects. You want to turn it into villas? I cannot face the dean with that. Then, Professor Wang patted Lu Di on the shoulder, saying, remember, you are all top students. As you enter society, do not measure your worth solely by how much money you can earn. Why not compare who has made greater contributions to the nation? Who has achieved technological innovations for the advancement of our country's science? Lu Di was taken aback by his mentor's admonition. He dared not retort and could only listen patiently. Eventually, he said helplessly, Teacher, is it still like in school, where I must present my assignments to earn credits before I can make requests of you? To his surprise, upon hearing this, Professor Wang's expression suddenly dimmed. He sighed and said, Lu Di, do not presume you can deceive the teacher. The incident you caused is already known. Your brain injury is no longer what it once was. It would be wise for you to seek employment and ground yourself in reality, rather than aspiring for unattainable dreams. If you find yourself in financial need, do not hesitate to speak to the teacher. Lu Di felt increasingly helpless, left with no retort. After departing from Haisher University, he searched for information regarding Guoqian. To his astonishment, in the span of 3 years, this young man had risen to become the chairman of a real estate company. The land known as the experimental graveyard was now part of their upcoming development plans. A smile of gratification crossed Lu Di's face as he dialed Guoqian's number. Hello? A familiar voice answered, now matured significantly since their last encounter. Guozi, it's Lu Di. As he uttered these words, a torrent of emotions surged within him. Lu Di? Which Lu Di? The coldness in Guoqian's tone made Lu Di furrow his brow slightly. I hear you intend to purchase the experimental graveyard? I happen to have similar plans. We could discuss it. After a moment of silence, Guoqian erupted into a low, mocking laughter. Lu Di, I heard you were blinded and your mind has suffered. I didn't believe it at first. Now, I am compelled to accept the truth. You've truly lost your wits. You wish to buy land? Do you have any idea of its worth? The price would terrify you. You are utterly laughable. Do you still fancy yourself the brilliant genius from university? I once believed you would achieve great things, which is why I considered you a brother. Now, with your mind in tatters, you dare to play act before me? I've heard your life has taken a turn for the worse. Huh. If you beg me, I might. Out of old friendship, spare you a few thousand. On the other end of the line, Lu Di remained silent, gently hanging up the phone. The implications were clear. Alas, how the heart of man can be inscrutable. It was disheartening to witness a former classmate transform into such a callous and self-serving individual after just 3 years apart. Was it the societal cauldron that had tainted his true nature, or was he inherently narrow-minded, driven solely by self-interest? Regardless, it was evident that the bond of camaraderie had frayed. Henceforth, do not expect me to show you mercy. As the seasons turned, Lu Di strolled leisurely, already harboring plans regarding the acquisition of the experimental graveyard. Tomorrow would reveal all. Watching the sun dip below the horizon, he murmured to himself that since he had no place to stay, he would accompany Master Tuo for a drink that night. Master Tuo's free clinic had garnered considerable attention following the charity gala. The dilapidated 3-story building was brimming with various supplies, with many more purportedly en route. Just yesterday, a throng of individuals had sought to volunteer at the clinic, yet all were either turned away or expelled by Master Tuo. For him, the abundance of supplies was not a matter of excess, but rather sufficiency, as he was not one to place value on material possessions. In contrast to the meaningless attention, Master Tuo preferred a tranquility that was just right. If one were to say that Master Tuo wished to refuse something, there would be no one capable of rebuttal. Dozens of soldiers stood armed, who would dare to cause a disturbance. The night was slightly cool. On the rooftop of the 3-story hospital, Master Tuo and Lu Di gazed at the antique piano in the distance, their senses clouded with intoxication. Beside them lay a scattering of empty bottles of Erguo II. If you can't handle it, just admit defeat. Master Tuo could let you off the hook. To be honest, I could down another entire bottle. Master Tuo mumbled before tilting his head and succumbing to slumber. Lu Di, his face flushed and swaying unsteadily, smiled faintly upon seeing Master Tuo asleep. Suddenly, his body jolted. The alcohol within him dissipated in an instant. Lu Di rose and went downstairs to fetch a blanket, gently covering the elder. Master Tuo had just stated that in 3 days, he would accompany Black Mountain to the front lines. Once there, it was likely he would have no more liquor to drink. The recent international climate was tumultuous, with organizations possessing advanced modification technologies repeatedly infringing upon our Chinese territory. His mission was of grave importance, even affecting China's standing on the international stage. The research from the Yin family was evidently unreliable. The entire burden of human modification technology in China now rested upon the shoulders of this venerable elder. As Lu Di pondered alone, a nimble figure leaped up from the side of the building. It was a youth of 18 or 19, possessing a handsome yet resolute visage. His right arm was conspicuously absent, severed just below the elbow. The youth inclined his head slightly towards Lu Di, speaking with a tranquil tone. Brother. Lu Di lit a cigarette, his gaze drifting into the distance. Xiao Xia, Master Tuo said this hospital will rely on you from now on. The youth nodded, his eyes calm as still water. Rest assured, brother. Xiao Xia, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Dong, Xiao Chun. These 4 children were abandoned infants taken in by Master Tuo during his youth. Each had been discarded by their families due to various disabilities. Master Tuo, ever carefree, named them according to the seasons in which he found them. Under Master Tuo's tutelage over the years, they became proficient in medicine and expert in top-tier combat techniques. After turning 17, Master Tuo allowed them to venture out independently, intending for them to return to the hospital to care for patients and children after his departure. The 4 children obeyed Master Tuo's words without question, their demeanor humble. Lu Di flicked the ash from his cigarette and chuckled. Xiao Xia, since we have some time on our hands, shall we spar a few rounds? Xiao Xia lowered his head slightly. Brother, no, we cannot defeat you. Oh, come now, while you are still young, do not lose your confidence. Hold your head high. Lu Di laughed again. Brother, we have not lost our confidence. All the enemies we have encountered, apart from you, are dead. Xiao Xia's voice remained calm, though his eyes were as dark as ink, deep and chilling. How troublesome. Xiao Xia nodded. Duan Hua was a formidable person, akin to the general of Black Mountain. valuing talent above all and ever eager for the gifted. Upon seeing Xiao Xia and the others, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He sought to recruit them into his so-called special operations team. Lu Di scratched his head in frustration. He could only endure it. He was a good person and could not resort to killing, unlike those foreign mercenaries he had encountered. All right, brother. You seem to have changed as well. He gazed at the flickering eyes of Xiao Xia. Lu Di found himself in a quandary as he bent down to search for half a bottle of Erguo on the ground. He gulped down a few swigs. Whenever you manage to get me drunk, that is when I will reveal the answer to you. Brother, I feel like I will never be able to drink you under the table. Haha, then you shall never know. The next morning, in a professor's office at Haisha University, Professor Wang Yuan Kuei, disappointed, tossed aside a patent application he had been reviewing. Students often presented their technological innovations to him, yet none had ever captured his interest. Is it too much to ask for a remarkable patent from such a prestigious institution as Haisha University? He sighed. Suddenly, he received several emails. Which brat is sending me so many materials at once? All right, I shall take my time to review them, he chuckled, donning his reading glasses. As he opened the documents, he found 6 sets of technical proposals, including operational principles, technical analyses, and design blueprints. Biomechanical sonar materials, silicon-based batteries, trirefractive photovoltaic systems, superconductive wiring, and a 72-micron chip soldering gun. 6 inventions? This young man certainly has a knack for research. 10 minutes later, a loud bang echoed as Professor Wang slammed his fist on the table, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This biomimetic resonating material can absorb nearly all radar detection waves and is incredibly cost-effective. Once applied to a structure, no matter how large, it can render it invisible to top-tier detectors. This silicon-based battery boasts an electron bonding capability 13 times that of lithium batteries. Wang Yuan Kuei sprang to his feet, trembling with exhilaration. The trirefractive photovoltaic system is an optimization of solar energy technology. The 72-micron chip soldering gun can produce chips far superior to existing technologies. These are revolutionary creations. If utilized properly, they could spark a technological revolution. His mind buzzed with thoughts. Which of my students is so outstanding? How could I have been unaware? As he continued to sift through the materials, a name gradually came into view. Lu Di? Wang adjusted his glasses in astonishment. Student Lu Di, a graduate of Haisha University and a protege of Professor Wang Yuan Kuei, has achieved notable academic success and wishes to share his results with his alma mater, hoping for some support. Is it truly Lu Di? He is not a fool. This remarkable young man continues to excel, as always. Professor Wang hurriedly printed all the materials and rushed towards the dean's office. 30 minutes later, in the dean's office, Li Weiman, a renowned economist and the current president of Haisha University, held the documents with trembling hands. He was acutely aware that any one of these patents could represent the Academy in evaluations and secure numerous prestigious awards. Simply presenting one of them for project development would allow for effortless applications for any desired national subsidies. Any exposure of these achievements could elevate his entire university into the limelight for nurturing such exceptional talent. Professor Wang, are you certain he is your student? Director Li inquired with palpable excitement. Indeed, I saw him just yesterday. Professor Wang affirmed with a resolute nod. After a lengthy contemplation, Professor Wang furrowed his brow and mentioned wanting to acquire an experimental graveyard. It seemed he truly was not working alongside Guoqian. Director Li was taken aback. He desired that old property? Yes. Professor Wang confirmed. Is it a good deal? Director Li smacked the table, exclaiming, a tremendous deal. Old Wang, swiftly contact Lu Di. I wish to speak with him in person. An hour later, when Guoqian arrived at the director's office, he was taken aback to find Lu Di leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Guoqian's brow furrowed instantly, as if he had spotted a fly. Lu Di, you actually dare to show up? Guoqian casually seated himself on a nearby sofa, reflecting on how the times had truly changed. Anyone seemed capable of venturing into real estate and eyeing that piece of land. Lu Di smiled slightly. Our objectives differ. This is merely a fair competition now. Fair. Guoqian gritted his teeth. You dare speak of fairness? In the university, you bask in glory, with everyone orbiting around you. Who remembers those of us who placed second or third? Even the goddess of my heart, Situ Yen, did not escape, as she became your girlfriend. Situ Yen? Their relationship had been amicable until 3 years prior when Lu Di sustained an eye injury, leaving his future uncertain, prompting him to unilaterally end things with her. However, he had never managed to add her back. After all these years, Lu Di had long since lost any feelings for Situ Yen. His desire to obtain her WeChat was merely to apologize for the abrupt breakup that left her wronged. Sighing softly, Lu Di remarked, so jealousy was the root of your feelings. Knowing the reason alleviates much. Alleviate? Guo Qian's expression morphed into one of incredulity as he whispered, let me share something with you. Situ Yin is currently my girlfriend, and it was her mother who insisted I agree. Do you know why? He continued. Because I possess wealth, while you are impoverished. Lu Di smiled faintly. Then it seems you should address me as senior. You. Guo Qian's face flushed with rage as he shouted. Do not revel in this verbal sparring. I assure you, you will lose everything you once held dear. And this piece of land will not be yours. That dilapidated science museum is worth at most 40 to 50 million, while I have prepared a full 100 million today. I wonder what you will contest me with. The directors summoned me today to sell the land to me. You are merely an accessory. How much are you offering? A cough interrupted from outside, as Director Li and Professor Wang entered the room. Guo Qian immediately rose, beaming with a smile, and extended his hand, saying, Director Li. However, Director Li scanned the room and inquired, which one is Lu Di? It is I, Lu Di replied with a gentle nod. Ah, truly a person of remarkable talent. A promising young man. I am in awe. Director Li bypassed Guo Qian and firmly shook Lu Di's hand. Meanwhile, Guo Qian stood there, utterly taken aback, his expression tinged with embarrassment. Then, astonishingly, Director Li personally moved a chair and seated himself directly in front of Lu Di and Guo Qian, considerably close. The esteemed president of Haisher University, Li Weiman, now appeared quite eager. Come, let us discuss the matter of that land. Director Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Guo Qian, why don't you start by telling us what price you are prepared to offer? Upon hearing this, Guo Qian straightened his posture, a cold chuckle brewing within him. Humph. These old scholars often put on an air of grandeur. Yet, in the end, isn't it all about the money? Asking for a price? As long as that question is posed, it becomes manageable. There is nothing that cannot be settled with money. Guo Qian rubbed his hands together, his expression solemn as he declared, Director Li, our group holds considerable sincerity regarding your land. In the future, it will be transformed into one of the most luxurious villa districts in the suburbs of Haisher. Of course, merely your plot of land will not suffice. Our group possesses substantial strength, and we intend to acquire all the surrounding 2 square kilometers. Negotiations are already underway, and results will be forthcoming. Director Li nodded knowingly. Well, just state your price. Guo Qian felt a surge of confidence. He cast a scornful glance at Lu Di, having made a decision in his mind. Afterward, Guo Qian gritted his teeth and squeezed out 2 words through clenched jaws. 100 million. With this price announced, Guo Qian exuded arrogance. Lu Di, I'm offering double the market price. Let us see how you contend with that. And as for Director Li, that greedy old fellow, this offer is so high that it leaves no room for refusal. 50 million. What a catharsis, long overdue. Guo Qian fixed his gaze on Director Li's expression, quietly awaiting a response. Director Li merely shrugged with indifference and commented, understood. He then turned to Lu Di, his face alight with enthusiasm. And you, Lu Di, how much can you offer? Guo Qian was momentarily stunned. This Director Li truly was avaricious. Did he insist on comparing offers? Very well, I shall wait. However, Lu Di revealed a rather troubled expression. He stroked his chin and smiled. I can only offer 2 million. Bang. Director Li slammed his hand onto the coffee table. Suddenly rising to his feet, his face flushed with excitement. 2 million? Excellent, it's settled. Guo Qian nearly choked on his own breath. Am I experiencing auditory hallucinations? Did I hear incorrectly? Director Li, have you made a mistake? He said 2 million, not 2 billion, while I have offered 100 million. Guo Qian's eyes widened, his voice trembling with agitation. At that moment, however, Li Weiman appeared entirely unfazed, responding with an air of certainty. Ah, yes, I heard correctly. 2 million? That is sufficient. After all, hasn't that house been abandoned for quite some time? It has merely served as our storage for defective products. In a dilapidated warehouse, priced at 2 million. What could possibly be amiss? Wouldn't you agree, Professor Wang? Standing beside him, Professor Wang Yuan Kuei nodded in agreement, affirming that it was entirely feasible. However, Guo Qian's expression suddenly soured, a hand clutching his chest, stammering. To outsiders, he appeared to be suffering a heart attack. What kind of jest is this? Are you all colluding to deceive me? Guo Qian said through gritted teeth. Guo Qian, this matter has been settled. We intend to sell the experimental graveyard to Lu Di for the sum of 2 million. There is no ambiguity in this decision. Dean Li shot a glare at Guo Qian before turning to Lu Di with a smile, saying, let us now discuss the patent issue, shall we? Patent? What patent? Guo Qian, with keen ears, instantly seized upon this critical point, refusing to relent. Professor Wang's expression shifted as he reprimanded, Guo Qian. Since you have heard it pertains to patents, you should understand that this information is not for public disclosure. Kindly leave. Under the stern admonishments from Professor Wang and Dean Zhang, Guo Qian found himself with no recourse but to depart in frustration. Just as he was about to exit, he heard Lu Di chuckling. What are you laughing at? Let me remind you, Even if you acquire the experimental graveyard, it will be futile. All the surrounding land belongs to me. I can isolate you and cut off your water and power supply, Guo Qian declared through clenched teeth, his eyes seemingly ablaze. Lu Di replied nonchalantly, how unfortunate, for I was just about to inform you of this very matter. Merely 5 minutes ago, my assistant purchased all the land surrounding the experimental graveyard. Your group has no opportunity left. Guo Qian's heart trembled violently. How could this be possible? How could it not be? It simply comes down to finances. Your group offered 3 billion. I shall offer 5 billion. They are merely a private enterprise, and naturally, they would sell to the highest bidder, Lu Di said, casting a sardonic glance at Guo Qian. That is even less conceivable. How could you possess such wealth? Don't think I am unaware. You are a pauper, and your mother is just a worker. Guo Qian shouted in a fit of hysteria. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a message. The new development project has completely collapsed. The land has been snatched away, resulting in total loss of our initial investment. Guo Qian stood frozen in place. Lu Di, why did you do this? Lu Di pursed his lips, simply stating, I just wanted a bit of peace. Guo Qian was utterly dumbfounded, struck as if by lightning. You destroyed my project for such a trivial reason? He murmured repeatedly, how could it be? In college, you overshadowed me, and now in society, you continue to do so. I was certain I had become affluent, yet you surpassed me in wealth. My mother matched Yenner with me precisely because you were poor and I was wealthy. Yet, how could this be possible? I refuse to accept it. Bang. Guo Qian's unfinished retort was abruptly silenced as Professor Wang shoved him out of the office, closing the door firmly. Seated on the sofa, Lu Di gazed at his former friend in this dismal state, feeling an inevitable pang of melancholy in his heart. He sighed, saying, you are a weakling. Thus you cannot comprehend. I have never contemplated contending with you. All of this exists solely within your imagination. In the year 1996, Lu Di pondered. How could you possess such wealth? After Guo's departure, Lu Di was met with the astonished expressions of Professor Wang and Dean Li. Stock trading, Lu Di chuckled lightly. No wonder. Professor Wang exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. So the rumors about your mental state were mere fabrications. But what stocks could yield such immense profits? Professor Wang inquired. A hint of confusion evident. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes, his expression shifting to one of shock. Could it be that the recent phenomenon in the stock market, the extraordinary retail investor, is you? Lu Di scratched his head, about to clarify, when Professor Wang abruptly smacked his forehead. How could I be so forgetful? Your true name is Lu Di. That name in the stock market. Now it makes sense. He gazed at Lu Di, astonished. Lu Di offered little explanation, merely smiling and suggesting, let us discuss the patent matter. Dean Li instantly shifted his focus. Lu Di reflected. The patent has already been registered under my name. Altering that may prove difficult. Dean Li's expression tightened. Then Lu Di chuckled, reassuringly stating, rest assured. I am willing to disclose all 6 patents as a student of Haisher University, and I authorize the college to utilize these patents for participation in technological competitions, with all accolades rightfully belonging to the institution. Naturally, I am open to others developing and applying these patents, provided they are students of Haisher University, selected directly by the college. Moreover, should these students exhibit exceptional talent, I may even consider investing in their enterprises. Dean Li trembled with excitement, his eyes glistening. Is that truly the case? Lu Di nodded earnestly, affirming, indeed, I am a son of Haisher University. It is only fitting that I give back. Furthermore, regarding the land of the experimental site, I cannot allow Haisher to be at a disadvantage. I am willing to donate an additional 100 million in cash to assist Haisher in constructing the largest, most well-equipped technology exhibition hall within the community. Dean Li's eyes grew increasingly red, trembling as he pointed at Lu Di. Turning to Professor Wang with a voice choked with emotion, Professor Wang. He is truly an exemplary student, exceptionally talented and deeply loyal. You have taught him well. Professor Wang, equally moved, recognized Lu Di's extraordinary intellect, standing out among his peers. Yet he had never anticipated Lu Di achieving such remarkable success. Not only did he present 6 astonishing patents, but he also amassed considerable wealth through his own endeavors, generously bestowing riches to repay his alma mater. Professor Wang nodded appreciatively, feeling fortunate to have such a student. You both overstate my contributions, Lu Di replied modestly, then looked up with a smile, asking, so, the experimental site is now mine? Of course. Dean Li wiped his moist eyes and quickly rose, saying, the necessary paperwork is with the university. I will assist you in processing it, and it will be completed shortly. After Dean Li departed, Professor Wang gently patted Lu Di on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Among the numerous talented students I have taught, few have emerged as significant figures. Lu Di, your achievements are rivaled by only one individual. Lu Di, intrigued, inquired, "Who might that be?" Professor Wang smiled thoughtfully. "Your good brother, Zhang Tianjia. That young man is truly remarkable now. Are you aware of the nationwide sensation, the Gemini?" Lu Di nodded in astonishment. Jia is the chief executive officer of the company behind it. At the tender age of 25, that company, now valued in the hundreds of billions, is destined to become an internet giant sooner or later. As Professor Wang spoke, his eyes sparkled with pride. Lu Di nodded with a smile. Jia is indeed exceptional. Speaking of which, I should pay him a visit. Haha. Professor Wang laughed heartily. Lu Di, do not rush. Your classmates from that year are currently organizing a reunion. Undoubtedly, Li Hao, the former publicity committee member, is the most enthusiastic. Upon hearing of Jia's success, he insisted on hosting the gathering. Then, with a glint in his eye, Professor Wang turned to Lu Di. Lu Di, you have been in hiding for 3 years. It is time to make an appearance. Once they finalize the time and place, I will notify you to attend. Go and show them that those who work hard and persevere are consistently exceptional, no matter when. Professor, that may depend on the circumstances. A hint of indifference flickered in Lu Di's eyes. Such reunions are merely occasions for comparison. I am not fond of such gatherings. Jia can represent me. Professor Wang raised an eyebrow, saying, "Oh, I say, you rascal, if I call you out for being lazy, you'll still have to show up." Haha. Professor Wang, you know I am prone to envy. Lu Di shifted the conversation and burst into laughter. By afternoon, Dean Li had finally completed all the necessary formalities. Lu Di promptly transferred 120 million into the university's account. In the Haisher Lanshan district, approximately 30 kilometers from the city center, lies a newly developed area. The majority of the terrain is semi-wetland, characterized by fresh air, lush vegetation, and a plethora of rare birds. There are hardly any residential buildings, only sporadic universities and wetland parks, along with botanical gardens. The asphalt roads are remarkably wide, with very few vehicles. Lu Di strolled along the roadside, contemplating the highway ahead, the distant setting sun, and the greenery on either side. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, lifting his spirits. It is no wonder that developers like Guiqian are vying to purchase land here. The environment is indeed exquisite. Far removed from the city's clamor, devoid of any pollution, it is the ideal location for constructing a villa community. Lu Di exhaled softly, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Such a beautiful environment will likely soon be sullied by human activity. Additionally, he felt a sense of resignation. It was time to consider purchasing a vehicle. In the distance, a circular building subtly emerged, seemingly nestled within a valley, vast yet not easily discernible. It is unclear which investor originally chose to construct this place, only to abandon it later. However, one cannot deny that this building possesses a striking sense of modernity. Its circular exterior, adorned with layers of glass windows, glimmers under the twilight. It indeed evokes the impression of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Lu Di arrived at the entrance of the venue and unlocked the chain. Just as he was about to push open the grand doors, a progress bar in the upper right corner of his vision suddenly flickered. Sequence upgrade, 99,100. Experiment graveyard 97. The ground trembled as Lu Di pushed open the long-sealed glass curtain doors. At that moment, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, engulfing the earth in darkness. Before him lay a vast circular chamber, its details obscured. All he could discern were towering shelves stretching deep into the shadows, resembling a library, albeit with shelves thrice the size of any conventional ones. In Lu Di's right eye, a faint purple light suddenly extinguished, only to be replaced by a purple annulus that gently rotated, fluctuating in brightness. Compared to the previous light, it appeared to possess a breath of life. Lu Di meandered slowly among the shelves, calling out, "Mao Tong." "You summon me," replied Mao Tong, as if just awakening from slumber, stretching contentedly. In the next moment, a sharp click echoed, the sound of an electrical circuit merging. A bright incandescent bulb flickered to life in one corner of the ceiling. Subsequently, the lights throughout the venue illuminated in rows, brightening the path Lu Di traversed, as if unfurling a red carpet to welcome royalty. The full expanse of the experiment graveyard gradually revealed itself. Rows of colossal shelves and the ground were teeming with an array of mechanical devices and components of every conceivable kind. The machines bore bizarre shapes, none of which could be found in the marketplace. Many instruments lay in disarray, their parts scattered across the floor, while those more intact appeared dull and dormant, having slumbered for ages. Without exception, they bore identical labels: date, experimental defective product. This sprawling space of nearly 10,000 square meters housed at least 10,000 experimental failures. They had been forgotten and discarded, yet this did not imply they were devoid of value. Lu Di gazed upon the countless fruits of scientific labor with a faint smile. In truth, The worth of these discarded items far surpassed the value of the very ground beneath his feet. Mao Tong, let us seek out something intriguing, Lu Di remarked. Weaving through the aisles of goods, his fingers gently gliding over the surfaces of various machines. Then, a luminous circle appeared in his field of vision, locking onto a large appliance resembling a refrigerator in the distance. Approaching it, Lu Di effortlessly lifted the massive machine with one hand. Donghua Electric Power University. Master's Student Li Hai, 201-9123. Large-scale wireless charging electromagnetic resonator, failed. Lu Di opened the device's casing, revealing its internal structure with clarity. In his perspective, Mao Tong's analysis materialized. Resonance type? Utilizing the same principle as electric vehicle charging? Lu Di squinted, examining closely. In an instant, the reasons for the device's failure became apparent. The primary coil had insufficient turns, resulting in weak electromagnetic induction. Additionally, there were issues with the chip programming. 30 minutes later, under the guidance of the magical child, Lu utilized his exceptional repair skills, ingeniously sourcing materials to enhance the device to its optimal state. After connecting the equipment to the power box on one side of the venue, the indicator light illuminated instantaneously. The machine began to operate normally. In a heartbeat, invisible electromagnetic waves enveloped the entire area. Countless dormant devices within the venue were suddenly powered on. Rows upon rows of shelves flickered with alternating indicator lights. 11050100. The regional collaborative network was successfully established. The venue buzzed with activity, the sounds of numerous machines initiating, the hum of electronic devices igniting, resonating harmoniously like a blooming garden. Although the majority of devices could only manage a feeble whimper, struggling to function normally, a significant number of network-capable devices rejuvenated after the magical child adjusted their codes. Atop one shelf, a machine resembling a signal tower flickered with a red light, commencing normal operations. Its pinnacle gradually ascended, proudly standing at the highest point of the venue. As if commanding an army, this was a network amplifier. It could accelerate civilian networks tenfold while simultaneously creating an independent regional network. Crack. In the distance, a machine projected a warm and familiar orange glow onto the ground. This device could simulate the blackbody radiation emitted from nuclear reactions on the sun, serving as a sunlight simulator. Under its illumination, it was possible to cultivate plant growth in dark environments. Ding! On an inconspicuous shelf, a machine the size of a shoebox suddenly illuminated. It projected a blue light screen into the air, gradually revealing a three-dimensional model of a circular building that gently rotated. This structure was none other than the experimental graveyard where Lu resided. The holographic projector was connected by the magical child to the cameras surrounding the building, monitoring the vicinity in a comprehensive manner through the three-dimensional model. Woof, woof. Two adorable barks echoed. Lu looked down to see a charming mechanical puppy gazing up at him with eyes fashioned from light bulbs, wagging its tail in a mechanical fashion. This little dog could mimic canine movements and recognize its owner through a camera on its head. Lu smiled gently. This was the creation of a delightful female university student's experiment, named Wong Wong Dog. Unfortunately, due to coding issues, the dog never truly came to life. Buzzing in the distance, another robot, missing a leg, spun endlessly on the ground. In the sky, numerous robots, including vacuum cleaners and toy cars, were advancing towards Lu. Everything felt as though it belonged in a science fiction realm. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the three-dimensional monitor. Knock, knock. A sound of knocking echoed from outside the door. All machinery extinguished in an instant. The bulbous eyes of the dog dimmed, as if bereft of power, and its head hung low. The creatures soaring above plummeted directly onto the shelves, while those traversing the ground collapsed as if struck by an unseen force. The illumination had also significantly waned. Is this the residence of Mr. Lu? Your luxurious bed and linens have arrived. The delivery man scratched his head, glancing nervously at the shadowy surroundings. Pondering whether a prank was afoot, could anyone possibly reside in such a place? Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a handsome face with a striking purple eye peering out. Indeed, this was the place. My goodness. The delivery man nearly fell to the ground in fright. 20 minutes later, under Lu's arrangement, a spacious and comfortable bed adorned with linens was placed at the center of the venue, surrounded by rows of shelves. The delivery man, on the verge of concluding his task, could not suppress his curiosity and timidly inquired, Mr. Lu, why do you choose to live here alone? Lu chuckled lightly. As you can see, this is an abandoned warehouse. I have been employed to guard it. The delivery man revealed a peculiar expression. Young man, no offense. But why would you choose such a job at your age? Surely there are better opportunities? I must admit, this place feels strange, as though countless eyes are upon me. After bidding farewell to the delivery man, Lu closed the door, and in that instant, all the lights flickered to life, and the machine sprang into action. A cacophony of sounds erupted, akin to a fairy tale realm awakening from slumber. A wave of comfort enveloped him. Suddenly, the light above extinguished, and a device began to play soft music. A modified projector among the shelves cast a blue glow, revealing a starry sky, an artistic representation of a cosmic nebula. Andromeda 722. North, Autumn 03111. This was the work of a student exploring the dreams of the universe. Each star shimmered brilliantly, rippling like water, with the occasional shooting star streaking across the scene. In this small space of the experimental graveyard, it mirrored a corner of the cosmos. Lu lay beneath the celestial canopy, gazing down as if a sovereign surveying his domain. Ah, how delightful. Lu turned over, and a mechanical dog, adorned with holographic projections, approached the bedside. At that moment, the three-dimensional imaging revealed the interior of the experimental graveyard. Within the blue spherical space stood shelves resembling blue crystal blocks. Lu waved his hand gently, and several rows of shelves within the graveyard vanished into thin air. Magical child, here we shall amplify the sunlight simulator and cultivate a small patch of farmland. I intend to test crops without sunlight. Very well. Here, we will establish 2 automated production lines to refine and enhance the experimental specimens within the graveyard. Agreed. This area will be transformed into a living space, complete with beds, washrooms, a kitchen, and dining tables. Understood. Additionally, we shall install surveillance cameras and infrared alarms around the perimeter of the graveyard, equip all windows with concealed curtains, and reinforce all doors and windows with access control systems. Acknowledged. As swiftly as possible, we must develop bionic sonar materials and apply them throughout the graveyard. I desire for the graveyard to vanish from all radar systems. Very well. Furthermore, erase all information regarding the graveyard from the internet. I wish for it to be invisible in the digital realm. Understood. Lu Di, after my preliminary assessment, there are a total of 560 experimental defects here, among which 100, once perfected, possess boundless derivative value. Lu Di nodded slightly. Our Huaxia has never lacked talent, merely the means of discovery, encouragement, and support. Mo Tong, establish an investment company and, under its name, provide each of these over 1,000 students with a supportive fund of 100,000 yuan. Encourage them to continue their research and innovation. Once significant scientific achievements arise, the company can offer various forms of support, investment, acquisition, and operation. Lu Di contemplated for a moment, and the company shall be named the witness. Very well. Let us organize all matters. Lu Di exhaled softly, leaning against the headboard. He surveyed the array of equipment in the room, a faint smile gracing his lips. Simulated sunlight, simulated starry skies, the internet, electricity, all were present, creating a realm entirely of its own. He gently patted the adorably daft dog beside him and softly uttered, "This is merely the beginning." The following morning, in the reception hall of the Yin family estate, Elder Yin, Yin Kaikai, Yin Xinxin, Yin Qingwen, and the elder sister Yin Yiwen were all present. Elder Yan's expression was somber as he gestured towards a pile of materials on the table and spoke in a low tone. After all these years, has no one realized that Ouyang Fengyu is such a villain? A heavy silence fell over the room. Elder Yin turned slightly, gazing at Yin Yiwen, whose shoulder was bandaged. Yiwen, having shared a bed with him, did you not notice either? Yin Yiwen's face remained expressionless as she shook her head gently. Sighing deeply, Elder Yin lamented, "If it weren't for Lu Di, our entire Yin family would have remained in the dark for who knows how long. I, Yin Hongxin, have labored diligently my entire life, only to see this modest foundation potentially seized by that scoundrel Ouyang Fengyu. Our Yin family could very well face ruin." Upon hearing Lu Di's name, Yin Qingwen felt a tremor in her heart. She struggled to sift through the materials before her, detailing all of Ouyang Fengyu's transgressions. 2 of them were particularly shocking. The first was Ouyang Fengyu's audacious plan to kidnap her in order to seize control. The second was his intent to murder Lu Di. Insanity. Lu Di had thwarted his schemes, disrupting the deadly setup Ouyang Fengyu had orchestrated in his office. The more Yin Qingwen pondered, the greater her guilt became. The deadly setup referred to the 3 vases Lu Di had inadvertently shattered. Yet, she had blamed him and even sought compensation. Lu Di, with his resplendent identity, had endured injustice and accomplished so much for the Yin family, shielding them from considerable harm. It is only now that I comprehend. The venerable Master Yin, with a heart heavy with sorrow, closed his eyes. It dawned upon him that Lu, so remarkably gifted and possessing almost omnipotent abilities, had chosen to remain with the Yin family for a reason. His fondness for Wenwen as a driver seemed misplaced. In truth, he had discerned Ouyang Fengyu's nefarious plot from the very beginning. His intentions were noble, driven by a desire to protect them. At that moment, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin felt a poignant ache in their hearts, tears threatening to spill forth. Through their recent interactions, they had continually unearthed Lu's extraordinary talents and virtues, each revelation deepening their feelings of regret for their past impetuousness. Upon learning of Lu's immense fortune, a pang of guilt enveloped them. When they discovered that Lu was indeed the legendary song god, their remorse intensified. And when they realized that Lu had aligned himself with the Yin family solely to safeguard them, their guilt swelled to an overwhelming degree. "Father, what shall we do now?" Yin Kaikai choked out. "What can we do?" Master Yin rubbed his temples vigorously. In his own words, he had acted with a clear conscience, having done all that was morally right. Yet, the Yin family must not forsake their sense of propriety. After a moment's contemplation, he solemnly declared, "We shall exhaust every means to locate Lu. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, our entire family will go to express our deepest gratitude to him. Thank Mr. Lu for his life-saving kindness, and for not abandoning us." Upon arriving at the garage, Yin Qingwen, who was preparing to head to the office, suddenly caught sight of a figure seated in her car. For a fleeting moment, her mind went blank. With a click, the car door swung open, revealing a driver of approximately 50 years who respectfully stepped out. "Miss, it is getting late. We should depart," he said. Yin Qingwen blinked in surprise. "Oldly, is that you?" The seasoned driver offered a wry smile. "It was instructed by Butler Afyu. He mentioned you were without a driver, and as for Mr. Lu, it seems he will no longer serve in that capacity." A sense of loss washed over Yin Qingwen as she sighed softly and entered the vehicle. Just then, several workers appeared in her line of sight, busily transporting packages of clothing from the basement. "Who are they?" she inquired. Oldly nodded slightly. "They are here to collect Mr. Lu's belongings." Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in sudden realization. Oldly, follow their vehicle. Thus, her luxurious car trailed behind them for several kilometers until they arrived at a desolate area on the outskirts. Gazing at the peculiar structure before her, Yin Qingwen felt a cloud of confusion settle over her. The vicinity was barren, overgrown with weeds, and the building appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time. Could Lu possibly reside in such a place? Or how could he choose to live here? After much hesitation, she found herself lacking the courage to exit the vehicle. It was only when all the workers had finished unloading and departed that she finally released her tightly clenched fists. "Oldly, let us go." With a heavy sigh, she succumbed to a profound sense of defeat. She felt stripped of her dignity and courage, dreading the thought of facing Lu again. In that moment, she felt as though she were standing at the threshold of a graveyard. Several quadcopters, equipped with grappling hooks, meticulously arranged Lu Di's garments. "Lu Di, all the renovation workers will arrive successively in 1 hour. They have all signed confidentiality agreements. Multiple projects will commence simultaneously, and completion is anticipated within 3 days." The voice of the mischievous child echoed. Lu Di stretched his limbs and nodded lightly. "I shall procure a vehicle and then visit a Jia." An hour later, at the Seaway International Automobile Sales Center, the largest and most luxurious multi-brand automobile sales establishment in Haishur. The 4-story edifice spans nearly 100,000 square meters, adorned entirely with glass curtain walls. Pristine vehicles of various makes gleamed, displayed across the different floors. Countless luxury cars dazzled the eye, making it a veritable paradise for automobile enthusiasts. "Hey, Xiaolon, we have guests." Someone called from the entrance. 2 sales personnel in uniforms awaited patrons. Suddenly, they spotted a young man in a white shirt and jeans approaching leisurely. With her ponytail swaying, the somewhat attractive Xiaolon smirked. "Xiao Hui, you always get overly excited. This is a luxury car dealership. Look at him. He's walking here, clearly without a vehicle. A person without a car suddenly deciding to switch to a luxury model? I doubt it. He's probably just another freeloader looking to snap some photos." Xiao Hui, a sales associate, replied. "Xiaolon, Mr. Xia has emphasized many times that our service must come first. We cannot judge by appearances. Even if he doesn't purchase a car, we must greet him warmly. If you want to approach him, I will." "Wait." Xiaolon squinted, fixated on the approaching figure. His attire suggested he was indeed a commoner, yet he was so handsome. His tall, well-proportioned frame, clad in a white shirt that shimmered under the sunlight, was captivating. His eyes, a deep purple, likely enhanced by colored contact lenses, were utterly enchanting. "Xiao Hui, regardless of whether he buys a car, this customer is mine." With that declaration, Xiaolon stepped forward and bowed to the newly arrived Lu Di. "Sir, I am Xiaolon, the sales supervisor at Seaway. It is my pleasure to assist you." "Thank you," Lu Di replied, surveying the lavish automobile center. "I am here to purchase a vehicle." "Very well, allow me to introduce you to our selections." Xiaolon finally dared to meet Lu Di's gaze, exclaiming internally how striking he appeared, with features as exquisite as those of a comic book character. As they strolled through the showroom, Xiaolon began. "Sir, this is the Audi section. We have the newly released Audi A8. Would you care to consider it? Yes, that is acceptable, but I wish to explore other options. Lu Di replied, shaking his head and continuing his leisurely pace. Sir, here we have the Land Rover section. The Range Rover Sport aligns perfectly with your youthful disposition. Might you consider it? Let me see other options. Sir, how about the Mercedes-Benz class? Yes, but I will continue to explore. Sir, what about the Porsche Cayenne? Sir, the Maserati sports car? That is fine. Let me look at more options. Lu Di appeared entirely uninterested in Xiao Lan's suggestions, his gaze roaming continually. None of these will do, Xiao Lan thought, suppressing a smile, convinced that he was merely feigning dissatisfaction, likely because he couldn't afford any of them. The dashing young gentleman exuded an air of aloofness. Shall we take a look at the Bentleys and Rolls-Royces? He inquired. Certainly, came the response. However, purchasing these high-end luxury vehicles necessitates a verification of funds. Might I have your phone number, WeChat, or Gemini ID to facilitate your registration? Xiao Lan stifled a smile, thinking to herself that she had played along long enough to afford him some respect. Once I have your contact details, I can indulge you in a pretense of vehicle browsing. Later, we could arrange a dinner, perhaps enjoy a few drinks, and then, success. My assets are more than sufficient to procure any car in your showroom, Lu Di remarked nonchalantly, making his way to the Bentley display area. Xiao Lan scoffed inwardly, perceiving his words as indicative of a pretender. All right, I'll humor you for a while longer, especially since you are quite handsome, she conceded. They meandered through the Bentley Continental and Rolls-Royce Phantom, with Lu Di seemingly pleased by the experience. Eventually, they arrived at the lounge area. Ding. Xiao Lan scanned Lu Di's QR code, successfully adding him as a friend on Gemini. Curiously, she examined his Gemini ID. D-San. Quite the impersonation of a mogul. She mused. What? Gemini ID. 000001. Goodness. A flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. Such an impressive number. Gemini has recently surged in popularity, becoming a staple for nearly everyone. Gradually, the Gemini ID has evolved into a symbol of status. Unique numbers have become a means of flaunting wealth, with many people engaging in the trade of coveted IDs. A Gemini number like 888,888 once fetched a staggering price at auction. A sense of caution stirred within Xiao Lan. This 000001 ID must surely be among the most prestigious. The owner of such a number is undoubtedly affluent or of noble lineage. Could this striking gentleman truly be a low-profile millionaire? A second-generation rich kid? A political scion? Ding. A crisp metallic sound interrupted Xiao Lan's reverie. Lu Di slowly lit a cigarette, drawing attention to the exquisite lighter in his hand. Its golden exterior was adorned with a large gemstone. Having worked in luxury car sales for several years, Xiao Lan had encountered her fair share of affluent individuals. This lighter was unmistakably valuable, certainly a limited edition. To possess such an opulent lighter? Unquestionably affluent. He was the most handsome among the wealthy and the wealthiest among the handsome. Xiao Lan's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she nervously remarked, Sir, about that car. Lu Di took a leisurely drag from his cigarette, offering a faint smile. Xiao Lan, the vehicles you showed me earlier are all quite satisfactory. Xiao Lan's heart raced, her anxiety heightening. He truly is a tycoon. Is he purchasing every vehicle? Is this a scene from a television drama? The rise of a common princess? Thankfully, she had not been overly superficial in her judgment. Lu Di paused momentarily. I will take all of them, but not for myself. Excuse me? Xiao Lan stammered, taken aback. Sir, that seems rather unconventional. Are you perhaps seeking something else by purchasing so many vehicles at once? Are you suggesting that we should refrain from making any purchases? In that instant, Xiao Lan's eyes widened, as if awakening from a fairy tale. This insufferable brat, is he toying with me? Her expression darkened immediately. I do not imply that these vehicles are undesirable. Rather, they lack a certain essence. Do you possess anything more refined, something with character, preferably one of kind? Of course, price is of no consequence. Lu Di chuckled. None. Xiao Lan's brows knitted tightly. What kind of person makes such ridiculous demands? If you cannot afford it, so be it. They are not denying you the opportunity. And yet, you feign indifference. Sir, you have perused our showroom's brands extensively. If you are still unsatisfied, I kindly suggest you explore other options. I have matters to attend to. Please feel free to make your own arrangements. With that, Xiao Lan stood up, turned on her heel, and stormed off. However, before she could take 2 steps, she collided with a broad chest. Mr. Xie. Xiao Lan looked up in panic at the handsome man before her, momentarily at a loss. The man wore a look of reproach as he shook his head and addressed her. Please fetch a glass of water. I shall attend to this client. Upon saying this, the dashing man approached Lu Di with a warm smile. Greetings, Mr. Lu. I am Xie Yuanzheng, the sales manager of this establishment. I have heard you are in search of a distinctive vehicle. Allow me to escort you to our showroom. where we have several limited edition supercars that may pique your interest. Xie Yuanzheng exuded grace and courtesy, entirely unlike the mundane demeanor of Xiaolon. Instead, his gaze towards Lu Di was imbued with respect. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Lu Di nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration. This man, Xie Yuanzheng, was evidently exceptional. His eyes conveyed competence while his demeanor remained humble. To serve as a sales manager in such a colossal enterprise as the Seaway Sales Center is indeed a commendable position, especially for someone who appeared to be around 30. One could surmise that he hailed from humble beginnings, having honed his skills through perseverance to achieve his current standing. Individuals like him often possess a profound understanding of the world's intricacies, recognizing the folly of judging by appearances and valuing humility as the most prudent approach. Having endured the vicissitudes of life and encountered a myriad of experiences, his insight is undoubtedly discerning. Mr. Lu, shall we proceed? Xie Yuanzheng promptly rose and extended his hand in invitation. As the two navigated the expansive sales center, preparing to head towards the hall, Lu Di's attention was drawn to a vehicle showcased at the center of the third-floor display. Xie Yuanzheng paused momentarily, then smiled. Mr. Lu, you have a keen eye. This is a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle 454. It is widely regarded as the quintessential muscle car of the 1970s in Europe. Equipped with a 748 engine, its sole purpose is to outpace any other contender on a straightaway. With a hint of regret, Xie Yuanzheng continued, however, it serves as an antique display in our showroom and is unlikely to be for sale. The mission to surpass all others? I find that concept quite appealing. Lu Di nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the vintage muscle car, its paint gleaming as if newly applied. The vehicle, adorned with a sleek black paint, black rims, and even black-tinted headlights, resembles a stealthy black leopard, poised in quiet anticipation. Like a meteor from a shadowy realm, it exudes both subtlety and a shimmering brilliance. Its robust lines reveal an inner spirit of unparalleled pride, as if it could suddenly awaken, roar to life, and vanish in an instant. Lu Di nodded with satisfaction, remarking, taste is subjective, it varies from person to person. Unlike most, I am not drawn to ostentatious displays like Bentleys or Lamborghinis. There is no need to conform to the masses, nor should one act humbly like dust. One should, like this car, endure the trials of time, shedding superficiality, quietly observing all with a calm demeanor, yet possessing depths unknown. When action is required, it must be thunderous and formidable, crushing everything in its path. It speaks only when it has something astonishing to declare. Xie Yuanzheng nodded in agreement, finding a profound sense of individuality in Lu Di's words. You mentioned that selling is virtually impossible, correct? Lu Di gently patted Xie Yuanzheng's shoulder, asking for clarification on how it could possibly be otherwise. Xie Yuanzheng offered a bittersweet smile, replying, Mr. Lu, that is likely a challenging endeavor. Special applications are required, and only our top-tier clients qualify for such requests. To attain that status, one must spend a minimum of 30 million at our establishment. Lu Di merely nodded in acknowledgement. The civilian helicopter we passed earlier, the Bell 210, correct? What is its price? Xie Yuanzheng's smile grew even more strained. There was indeed a civilian helicopter for sale in the showroom, but it served merely as a prop to elevate the store's prestige, having sat on display for a year with little interest. Yes, that is indeed a Bell 210. A luxury civilian model, priced at 53.2 million. Very well, let us proceed with that. Lu Di nodded slightly. Xie Yuanzheng was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Lu, proceed with what? Lu Di produced a card, stating, the aircraft, the car, but primarily the car. Xie Yuanzheng's expression shifted to one of astonishment, yet within 10 seconds. He regained his composure, taking the card with both hands. Sir, the car's paperwork is manageable, but for the aircraft, it must possess an airworthiness certificate and a radio license. Furthermore, the aircraft must be registered under a legitimate company to qualify for flight route applications. Most importantly, I hope you don't mind my inquiry. Do you have a helipad? After a moment's thought, Lu Di replied, you handle the paperwork. Just register it under the name of the creator company. The helipad is on the rooftop of the Rongting building. Lu Di shrugged, noting that the helipad appeared rather vacant, suggesting it could be stationed there. The creator? The parent company of twins? Xie Yuanzheng could no longer conceal his astonishment. No wonder. Mr. Lu is an executive at the creator company. The creator has emerged as the most formidable company in all of Huaxiao this year. Experts speculate that the company's core technology is a staggering 60 years ahead of international standards. Given time, it will undoubtedly rise beyond the borders of Huaxia, standing proudly on the world stage. Although the creator company was established only recently, its external valuation has already exceeded 100 billion. Mr. Lu, as an executive, holds a mere 1% stake, yet his net worth stands at a staggering 10 billion. Mr. Xie Yuanzheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Fortunately, I did not misjudge. Sir, rest assured, I will do everything in my power to facilitate all purchasing procedures. An hour later, outside the Seaway Automobile Sales Center, nearly 70 salespeople were lined up neatly on either side, including the respectfully attentive Xie Yuanzheng and the complexly expressive Xiaolan. As the young man in white leisurely approached, everyone bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Welcome, Mr. Liu. We look forward to your next visit. This is the treatment reserved for the elite." Mr. Liu nodded appreciatively and slowly stepped out. The Chevrolet 454 requires an application, and the helicopter cannot simply be taken away. Mr. Liu declined the courtesy car offered by Seaway, opting instead for a leisurely stroll along the streets of Haisher. Inside the Seaway Sales Center, Mr. Xie, this transaction is remarkable, closing over 50 million in one go. Indeed, this not only breaks records, but sets a new superlative. Yes, Mr. Xie is exceptionally fortunate. Who could have discerned that the handsome gentleman earlier was so wealthy? A regretful Xiaolan turned to Mr. Xie, inquiring, "Mr. Xie, how did you perceive that? Do you possess some insider information?" Sighing, Mr. Xie gazed respectfully at Mr. Liu's retreating figure. "It is not merely luck. Rather, it is your tendency to judge by appearances that blinds you to true greatness. Surely, you do not believe that only the arrogant and ostentatious are truly impressive? That notion is profoundly misguided. Let me enlighten you. True masters are, in fact, low-key and reserved. Even if their status is exalted, they do not flaunt their talents. Their perspective is vast, and they do not stoop to the level of the petty. Regardless of the identity of those they encounter, as long as you are humble and courteous, they will reciprocate with respect. Most crucially, it is their presence that commands attention. They navigate situations with grace, treating heavy matters with nonchalance. Yet, if you scrutinize closely, you will discover that genuine masters do not concern themselves with others' opinions, nor do they fixate on superficial appearances and environments. Even in tattered garments, standing amidst a crowd of the affluent, they remain the most distinguished among them. And Mr. Liu embodies such a persona. I can feel it. At this juncture, Mr. Xie's expression shifted, and from the moment he entered, I became utterly convinced. The surrounding salespeople listened in rapt astonishment. In the presence of this young and accomplished sales manager, his perceptive abilities left them in awe. Several hundred meters away on the street, Mr. Liu had also heard everything Mr. Xie had said. A smile graced his face as he nodded slightly. Subsequently, a thought crossed his mind, and a new note instantly appeared beside Mr. Xie's name in his phone's contact list. Talented individual, available. The reception for the 101 creators took place in the Rongting building, the tallest structure in Haisher. From a distance, it appeared as a towering pillar reaching towards the heavens, standing majestically beneath the clouds. At the pinnacle of the edifice, four colossal luminescent entities stand in serene silence, emitting a futuristic azure glow that flickers amidst the misty clouds, barely visible to those gazing upwards. This is the Gemini Network, a name that instills trepidation in countless startups, internet enterprises, and economic assessment organizations. Even Lu Di, who looks up from the ground below, cannot help but internally marvel at its grandeur. Upon entering the lobby and navigating through layers of security, the guards salute him. For the enigmatic Mao Dong has preemptively arranged for Lu Di's identity as a Gemini employee. As the elevator doors open, even Lu Di, typically unperturbed, finds his eyes alight with astonishment. Inside the elevator, a small group is present, 2 bodyguards and an assistant. At their center stands an exquisite beauty, a mesmerizing blend of European elegance and Chinese grace. This mixed-race enchantress is clad in a luxurious trench coat and tailored black trousers, complemented by exquisitely crafted black stiletto heels. Her long, flowing black hair frames a visage that epitomizes Chinese aesthetic ideals, yet her eyes shimmer with a crystalline azure hue. A prolonged gaze could easily lead one to be utterly captivated. Most strikingly, her waist is remarkably slender, yet she possesses a voluptuous figure, her white shirt straining against her curves. Lu Di's attention is ensnared for a fleeting moment, prompting him to purse his lips and remind himself to avert his gaze. He turns to press the elevator button, only to discover that the floor has already been selected, 87th floor. It appears this entourage is also bound for Gemini. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Di notices the assistant of the stunning beauty approaching him. This middle-aged woman, clad in black-rimmed glasses and exhibiting a rather unkempt demeanor, embodies a sense of discontent and cynicism. She forces her way in front of Lu Di, nearly cornering him against the wall, her expression rife with disdain, as if to convey, "Keep your distance, you filthy men. How dare a toad aspire to court a swan?" Meanwhile, the mixed-race beauty remains composed, merely observing Lu Di with a blend of curiosity and innate haughtiness, for after all, they are esteemed guests. As the elevator doors open on the 87th floor, a spacious and immaculate area unfolds before them. At the far end, a 10-meter-long marble bar is adorned with intricately carved characters that exude an air of refined elegance. As the group steps out of the elevator, a few cameras positioned on the ceiling pivot to scan them. A gentle electronic voice resonates. Ms. Haidina from Fubo Capital, we welcome you. It is an honor to meet you in person. Your beauty and poise are truly breathtaking. May you remain as lovely and enchanting as your favorite bird, the dove. I, Xiao Shuang, have confirmed your appointment in 20 minutes. Please wait, and a staff member will attend to you shortly. Lu Di silently nods in approval. Acknowledging the sharp wit of Ajia, he scans the arriving guests instantly through the facial recognition camera upon entering. Subsequently, the data connects to the Gemini information database, accurately retrieving the individual's information. Every guest is greeted with a unique welcome message, spoken in a simulated human voice, the moment they step inside. A mixed-race beauty named Haitina briefly displays a hint of surprise, before smiling and nodding, clearly pleased with this method of reception. Behind the bar, two elegantly dressed women in professional black silk skirts, each possessing a beauty rating of at least 8 out of 10, emerge with warm smiles. Miss Haitina, welcome to the Creator Company. Please follow me. We shall take a moment in the lounge. The receptionist's voices are melodious, their attitudes impeccable. Meanwhile, the camera subtly shifts, continuing to scan the mixed-race beauty's entourage. Hello, Assistant Kong. Welcome. Mr. Sun, greetings. However, when the camera encounters Lu Di, the system's voice responds, I'm sorry. Xiao Shuang is currently unable to identify you due to the absence of an appointment record. Lu Di chuckles and shakes his head. It's a wonder if you could find me. Xiao Shuang appears to be a nickname for the Gemini system. It seems someone within the company has compiled it into a simple intelligent voice system. With the aid of the Gemini database, combined with voice recognition, this design is indeed striking on the market. However, when compared to the Magic Child, it pales significantly. Lu Di's Gemini account, D-San, has been meticulously manipulated to conceal all information in order to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, based on the Gemini data, Xiao Shuang naturally cannot retrieve any information regarding Lu Di. Just as Xiao Shuang's words conclude, the entire hall turns to look. The woman referred to as Assistant Kong furrows her brow, realizing that this young man is merely navigating murky waters. The pretty boy, it seems, harbors no good intentions. Lu Di, however, merely shrugs his shoulders, unwilling to provide any explanations. Instead, he gazes cheerfully at the two receptionists, eager to observe how employees of the esteemed Gemini would address this situation. To his astonishment, within less than half a minute, two security personnel from the Creator Company stride out from the side, standing with hands clasped behind their backs, seemingly awaiting orders. Such efficiency and coordination are commendable. Ajia, I am impressed. A smile gradually emerges on Lu Di's face. One of the receptionists whispers to the other, Supervisor Yuru. This guest has no appointment information, nor any identity details. Could he be yet another one of those fervent fans? The receptionist named Yaru furrows her brow slightly, her gaze fixed on Lu Di. No need to panic. All guests are welcome. I shall handle it. Supervisor Yaru approaches Lu Di with a smile. Sir, may I ask how you wish to be addressed? Lu Di, D as in younger brother. Lu Di introduces himself. Supervisor Yaru nods politely. Sir, this is an office location, and guests are required to make appointments. May I inquire about your purpose here? Lu Di nodded with a smile, gesturing towards the mixed-race beauty, and remarked, I am from an investment company, just like her. An investment company? Supervisor Yaru nodded respectfully, taking a tablet in hand. May I inquire about the name of your esteemed company? Lu Di tilted his head slightly, replying, Witness. Supervisor Yaru operated the tablet for a moment and indeed found the investment company named Witness. However, the company's profile appeared somewhat lackluster, devoid of any successful case studies. Supervisor Yaru understood the implications. The Creator Company held a prestigious reputation, celebrated as a rising star within the industry. Since her employment, she had encountered countless investment firms. It seemed that Mr. Lu Di was drawn here by its renown, yet compared to other investment companies, Witness was rather obscure. With a gentle smile, Yaru said, Sir, I have verified your information. Although you do not have an appointment, your long journey and your admiration for our Creator Company warrant a warm welcome. Subsequently, Supervisor Yaru bowed slightly and extended her hand, inviting, Please, Mr. Lu, accompany us to the lounge for a cup of hot tea and a moment's respite. Thank you. At that moment, Lu Di felt immensely at ease. The reception process and service etiquette were truly delightful, leaving no room for criticism. In a hushed tone, he heard an elderly assistant mutter, overestimating one's capabilities. In the midst of his thoughts, he remarked, Ladies and gentlemen, do rest early and do not follow my example. The Creator Company boasted at least 4 lounges of varying sizes, each filled with guests, be they investment firms, media representatives, or businesses seeking collaboration. Lu Di found himself in the largest lounge, though it was not reserved for him. It was in fact designated for Miss Haidina of Fubo Capital. Seated on an opulent leather sofa, Lu Di sat alongside Haidina, though they were separated by a considerable distance. Moments later, a reception lady entered, carrying a cup of coffee and a small vase of fresh flowers. She smiled at Haidina, saying, "Miss Haidina, here is your mocha coffee, 1/3 milk, 2 sugars. And this is your favorite honeysuckle. I've placed it before you, hoping to brighten your mood." Haidina was taken aback, asking, "How did you know I like this coffee and these flowers?" The reception lady replied with a gentle smile, "You are one of our valued clients. And prior to your arrival, we consulted our database to understand your preferences. These have been prepared in advance for you." Haidina shook her head with a smile, exclaiming, "I must say, you at Creator have truly opened my eyes. Not only is your technological prowess unmatched, but your service standards and creative hospitality leave me speechless. This is tenfold superior to the 7-star service at the Sailboat Hotel." The reception lady smiled warmly, responding, "Thank you for your kind words, Miss Haidina. Please take a moment to rest. Our department director will attend to you shortly." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Haidina's eyes. "I wish to meet General Zhang Tianjia, but alas, he is exceedingly busy, and I find myself unable to wait any longer. I hope you can facilitate an arrangement for me to meet him, which would be most desirable." The receptionist offered a slight nod, yet did not provide a definitive answer, merely stating, "I will do my best." Subsequently, she turned her attention to Mr. Lu. "I sincerely apologize, but our database does not contain your information. May I offer you something to drink?" Mr. Lu smiled gently, replying, "A glass of plain water will suffice. As for the person I wish to see, he will come to find me shortly." The receptionist appeared perplexed, but nodded in acknowledgement. Through the glass curtain wall of the reception area, Mr. Lu gazed at the panoramic view of the floor below. The pristine office space, bustling yet orderly employees, and such meticulous processes all epitomized exceptional managerial prowess. One cannot help but admire that with such spirit and attitude, success is attainable, even without the Gemini name. "Ah, Jia, I was indeed correct in my assessment of you." Mr. Lu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With such a solid foundation established so swiftly, it was time to embark on the next phase of his plans. He retrieved his phone and sent a message to Jia. "I have arrived. Let us go for a meal." Alas, this approach is misguided. Came a sudden sigh from beside him. Haidina stirred her coffee gently and looked at Mr. Lu with a smile, saying, "How can you expect to secure a project under these circumstances? Why would they accept your investment? The fact that Gemini's database lacks your information indicates that you haven't even downloaded their app. You wish to invest in the creators of the company, yet you are unfamiliar with their products? Is that not rather lacking in sincerity? Investment banking does not operate in such a manner." Mr. Lu blinked in surprise. The mixed-race beauty's words resonated with truth. To invest in a company and reap its dividends while remaining oblivious to its products indeed reflected poorly on his competence as an investor. In an instant, Mr. Lu delved into Haidina's background and her firm, Fubo Capital. Astonishing. A renowned investment company in China, managing nearly 200 billion in assets, having incubated 9 publicly listed companies, 7 on the growth enterprise market, and 4 on the Nasdaq. Their investment success rate reached an impressive 40. The investor known as Haidina was indeed a figure of great renown, often referred to as the Queen of Investment. Mr. Lu silently acknowledged her accomplishments. Such achievements are not the result of ordinary talent. Yet, this exquisitely beautiful mixed-race woman was often surrounded by scandal, frequently photographed with European socialites in bars and nightclubs, often returning home late at night. It was a pity that such a stunning individual was rumored to be a lesbian. Momentarily, Mr. Lu shook his head, casting aside the distracting thoughts. "So, General Hai, what do you suggest I do?" Haidina gracefully lifted her coffee cup to her lips, lightly sipping from it. "First and foremost, it is essential to thoroughly comprehend your aspirations, specifically the entrepreneurial venture that captivates your interest. Enumerate its strengths and weaknesses, its future potential, and areas requiring enhancement. Adopting a perspective akin to that of a closest confidant." Lu Di nodded thoughtfully and inquired, "What is your opinion of this creator?" Haidina smiled gently, proclaiming, "It possesses numerous commendable qualities, with scarcely any shortcomings. However, its decision-makers' ambition appears insufficiently grand, and their objectives lack clarity. They have produced an exceptional product and garnered a substantial user base in a short span. While I can understand the temporary absence of charges, why not venture into other realms? By leveraging social connections to establish a user foundation, they could diversify into gaming, music, film, and more. The possibilities are boundless." Much like the empire of Tencent, Lu Di nodded emphatically, pondering the decision-maker's daily endeavors. Haidina regarded Lu Di with an air of superiority and continued, secondly, to successfully invest in this company, one must forge a close rapport with its founders and executives, cultivating deep emotional ties. After all, every enterprise is fundamentally people-centric. Only by understanding them can one grasp the company's future. At this moment, the assistant, an older woman, scoffed, Tina, why are you expending so much effort on him? I doubt he possesses the necessary insight. Haidina smiled slightly. I find Mr. Lu's appearance quite remarkable. He certainly has the potential for business public relations. Lu Di inwardly chuckled, thinking, remarkable appearance? It seems she speaks with a tone of admiration. Haidina continued with a smile. Mr. Lu, I see that your company, Witness, lacks considerable fame. You might contemplate a career transition to my firm. I would personally mentor you to become an exceptional investor. Lu Di grinned and replied, to be frank, I share a similar sentiment. Haidina's azure eyes turned toward him. You too have contemplated a transition? Not precisely, Lu Di chuckled. I believe you should consider joining my company. Oh my goodness, how absurd. The older assistant furrowed her brow, visibly exasperated. Haidina then inquired of the assistant, has the reservation at the French restaurant been confirmed? Indeed, Miss Tina, the assistant affirmed. I leveraged numerous connections to secure the finest table, and a top-tier French chef will prepare a special meal for you. Excellent. Haidina proudly straightened her posture. I shall certainly find a way to invite General Manager Zhang Tianjia to join me for lunch. As they spoke, a sharply dressed man hurriedly approached from outside. Haidina and the older woman promptly rose. General Manager Zhang Tianjia. How wonderful that he has come in person. He truly did not underestimate me. A seductive smile graced Haidina's lips. Jia, brimming with enthusiasm, pushed open the door, nodding in acknowledgement toward Haidina. Though merely offering a cursory nod, he then approached Lu Di directly. Why didn't you inform me before your arrival? Jia placed a hand on Lu Di's shoulder, asking, so, what shall we eat? Lu Di tilted his head in contemplation and suggested they visit the spicy hot pot restaurant they often frequented during their school days. How about that? Haha, splendid. I have long to go. The two exchanged jovial banter as they exited the lounge. Meanwhile, the receptionist, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, pondered the identity of these extraordinary individuals. Thankfully, she had managed to maintain her composure during their encounter. Oh, by the way, Supervisor Yaru, this is Lu Di, the elusive chairman I often mention. She added, please notify me immediately upon his arrival. Yes, Mr. Zhang. Supervisor Yaru, momentarily awestruck in the presence of her idol, found herself momentarily dazed. In a prestigious restaurant, Haidina stood frozen for a good 10 seconds before hastily pursuing the departing duo. Mr. Zhang, may I introduce? Her cerulean eyes flitted between Jia and Lu Di, her mind momentarily adrift. Jia chuckled. This is my classmate, the founder of our enterprise, Lu Di. Despite receiving confirmation, Haidina struggled to grasp the reality. Mr. Lu, I apologize for my earlier ignorance. With a charming smile, she continued. I heard you two were heading out for a meal. I happen to have a reservation at a top-tier French restaurant. Might I have the pleasure of your company for lunch? At that moment, an older female assistant rushed over, her expression betraying an indescribable awkwardness. A bead of cold sweat trickling down her forehead. Striving to appear composed, she remarked, indeed, we have specifically booked the finest French restaurant in the city, with renowned chef Charles himself preparing the meal to honor Mr. Zhang and Mr. Lu. Haidina's tone softened as she tempted. Indeed, I shared an elevator ride with Mr. Lu and sat in the same lounge. It seems we are destined to meet. Jia cast a puzzled glance at Lu Di, who scratched his head and smiled. I think I will pass. Mr. Zhang and I have a reservation at the fragrant spicy hot pot restaurant. Chef Lima, upon learning of their visit, had procured fresh vegetables from the market, all washed and ready for the preparation of the finest Sichuan dishes. Jia stifled a laugh, now understanding Lu Di's intent. Haidina's complexion shifted from pale to crimson, her lips twitching slightly. As Lu Di and Jia prepared to depart, Haidina called out from behind, Mr. Lu, may I have your contact information? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. Lu Di shook his head in resignation, replying, add me on my Gemini account. He waved goodbye and continued on his way with Jia. Haidina stood there, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions, while the older assistant pouted in annoyance. What kind of founder is he? Just a mere child with an inflated ego. How could he possibly run a company like ours? He must be backed by someone significant. He is merely a figurehead. As Haidina's demeanor grew increasingly grim, her forehead clouded with frustration, she snapped at her assistant. Calm, close your mouth. I instructed you to be more discreet and amiable, yet you persist in revealing such acerbic tendencies. And now, you've offended someone important. Heidi could no longer bear it and erupted in fury. The old woman's assistant was rendered speechless in an instant, biting her teeth with a fierce determination. Yet she dared not utter another word. At her age and with her appearance, losing this job would make it exceedingly difficult to find another respectable position. Heidi, fuming, seated herself on the sofa, striving to regain her composure. Just moments ago, President Liu had asked her to add his Gemini account, but he had failed to provide any information. Was he toying with her? However, given his status and position, such antics seemed unnecessary. Liu, the founder and creator, suddenly sparked a revelation in Heidi's mind. Her hands trembled slightly as she retrieved her phone, opening the friend request section for Gemini. Tentatively, she entered a string of numbers, 0000001. Almost immediately, an account emerged with scarcely any additional information, only a username, Emperor 3. Heidi's pupils constricted sharply. Liu, Emperor, the creator and founder, Gemini account 01. Everything aligned perfectly. Liu was indeed Emperor 3, the initiator of the $1 million lottery, the programmer of the core code for Gemini, the true puppet master behind it all. In the burgeoning entrepreneurial circle, he was revered as a mysterious genius. How could he have not concealed his identity from her? He had even granted her his contact information. Heidi's face flushed crimson in an instant, her ample chest rising and falling with agitation. At the spicy hot pot eatery, Aunt Lee presented 2 enormous bowls of hot pot. With a smile, she remarked, "You 2 rascals, since graduation, you haven't come here to eat. You've both slimmed down." Liu looked at the kind-hearted Aunt Lee, and a sense of tranquility enveloped his heart. This place had been a regular dining spot for him and Ajia during their school days, renowned for its generous portions of hot pot. What touched him the most was that both he and Ajia came from modest backgrounds. Occasionally, when their living expenses fell short, they would visit Aunt Lee, only able to afford the cheapest vegetables. Yet, Aunt Lee always seemed to notice everything, discreetly adding 2 hefty servings of handmade noodles to their dishes. Ajia chuckled. "Aunt Lee, we have returned, haven't we? This hot pot still tastes divine." Aunt Lee smiled simply, "As long as you enjoy it. What are you 2 rascals up to these days?" Liu scratched his head and replied with a smile, "We are in software development." "Oh, you 2 are quite impressive," Aunt Lee remarked with a knowing smile. "But I've heard programmers work very hard, sitting in front of the computer for hours on end without moving. You 2 take care of your necks and backs, understand?" The 2 recently renowned programmers in the internet sphere nodded solemnly in response to Aunt Lee's advice. Once she departed, Liu and Ajia exchanged glances at the towering bowls of hot pot before them. What could compare to the warmth of a meal that held the essence of human connection? Unlike food from any high-end restaurant, the 2 wiped their mouths and shared a knowing smile, then looked at each other with utmost seriousness. Old rules. Whoever finishes last cleans up. Deal. 3, 2, 1, go. And so, food flew as the 2 devoured their meals with greasy delight, disregarding their manners and leaving onlookers astonished. "Liu D, you peculiar being, are you a vacuum cleaner? Ajia, are you a woman? Eating so slowly." 104, go ask the boss for leave. "Are you convinced?" "Convinced." 5 minutes later, Ajia lay back in the chair, limbs splayed, belly swollen. The corners of his mouth still smeared with spicy oil, he appeared somewhat dazed post-meal. Liu D elegantly wiped his mouth. This little food hardly made an impression. Ajia struggled to sit up straight and addressed Liu D. "I want to go." Liu D shrugged his shoulders. The consequence of not going is having to help Lima sweep the floor. Ajia threatened. "Sweep it then." "Oh dear. I truly am at a loss with you." Ajia, somewhat helpless, gulped down a large mouthful of soda. "What on earth are you doing every day? With the company as prospects so bright, don't you wish to be part of it? Do you still want to dabble in stock trading? I heard from Professor Wang that you are the mysterious stock trading expert. No wonder there is so much cash in the company's account. However, isn't it more enjoyable to strive for our own company to go public and possess shares rather than speculate in the stock market?" Liu D smiled slightly. "Ajia? Among the decisions I have made recently, the wisest one is inviting you to manage the company alongside me. With you here, I feel at ease." At his words, Ajia's eyes glimmered with emotion. Then, Ajia blinked hard, his eyes slightly moist, and stated earnestly, "Regardless of how you see it, this company is yours as well, and I must share some essential strategic thoughts. We have been quite successful in unfamiliar and interest-based social networking, garnering a substantial user base. I believe it is time to start considering profitability." Saying this, Ajia cast a glance at Liu D. Liu D nodded slightly, seemingly contemplating other matters simultaneously. "Alas." Ajia sighed in resignation. "It seems you are not particularly interested in this, but there is one matter you must attend." Liu D then turned to Ajia. "What is it?" "Our university class reunion." Ajia smiled mysteriously. "In the name of the creator, I have sponsored this year's reunion. The venue is on the rooftop of our company." Liu D was somewhat puzzled. "Why at the company? From what I know, you do not strike me as a person who craves vanity." Ajia pondered for a moment and replied, "I am indeed not, and neither are you. But our classmates are. Do you know how they have been speaking of you these past 2 years? They say you are a fallen genius, blinded, with a ruined mind, turned into a fool. The rumors have escalated. I cannot swallow this indignation. Ajia declared. Therefore, I have decided on the rooftop of our company for the reunion to announce to them, to showcase who Lu Di truly is. Not only were you outstanding in school, far ahead of everyone else, but even after graduation, you still are. Subsequently, Ajia spoke with an irrefutable tone. Lu Di, you must heed my words on this matter. Lu Di found it somewhat amusing. Deep down, he had never considered proving anything. He smiled gently. Very well, we shall be moderate when the time comes. Ajia nodded with great satisfaction. Subsequently, Ajia abruptly snatched the phone from the table, rising to leave. As he briskly walked away, a smile danced upon his lips. Lu Di, I must head to a meeting. This place is yours to tidy up, haha. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, the class reunion is tomorrow. With that proclamation, Ajia had already settled into a taxi. As for the Lamborghini gifted to him by Lu Di, he deemed it overly ostentatious and noisy, choosing not to drive it. 10 minutes later, Lu Di begrudgingly cleaned up the fragrant, spicy hot pot. Although it felt somewhat like a waste of time, it paled in comparison to the kindness he received from Lima during his difficult times. Suddenly, Lu Di's phone rang. The caller ID displaying a number both strange and familiar. Si Tuyen, his girlfriend from college, now the current partner of the nouveau riche Guoqian. What could she want? Lu Di answered the call, and the familiar voice, gentle yet tinged with fragility, greeted him. Hello, Lu Di, how have you been lately? I'm well. What can I do for you? Lu Di's tone remained calm, devoid of any intent to reminisce. After a brief hesitation, she replied, I do have something. My father wishes to see you, as does my mother. They are quite anxious to meet with you. All right, I am at the fragrant spicy hot pot place, you know? The one next to the school. Lu Di did not inquire further. A twinge of guilt lingered regarding Si Tuyen, and if it were a small favor, assisting her would help alleviate that feeling. There was a moment of silence before she softly said, We will be there shortly. Thank you. 20 minutes later, a Mercedes-Benz sped into view, coming to a halt directly in front of the hot pot restaurant. Si Tuyen emerged first, dressed in a floral dress, followed by her father, Si Tuzhou. Lastly, a robust, elegantly dressed middle-aged woman stepped out from the back seat. Lu Di squinted, surprised. Was the entire family on an outing? Ah, Xiao Lu, it's been a while. Si Tuzhou exclaimed, stepping forward to shake Lu Di's hand with excitement. Behind him, Si Tuyen's mother, Li Yueshio, entered the small establishment, dismissing invisible dust with a wave of her hand, her expression rife with disdain. Finally, there was Si Tuyen, her head bowed. Xiao Lu, how have you fared? Li Yueshio remarked, observing Lu Di with the broom in hand, her tone tinged with a hint of sarcasm. It seemed she had intended to mock him, but hesitated. Lu Di turned to Si Tuzhou, who wore a genuinely warm smile. This was all too conspicuous. Could it be that their son-in-law, Guoqian, had divulged something of great significance? It seemed unlikely. For Si Tuyen's father was a senior executive at a large publicly traded company, not one to worry about monetary matters. Moreover, from Li Yueshio's disdainful demeanor, it was evident that she still looked down upon Lu Di, as she had in the past. Perhaps Guoqian had refrained from informing them about the loss of territory. Lu Di smiled faintly and inquired, What brings you all here to seek me? However, I observed Mrs. Situ covering her nose and saying, Xiao Lu, the matter we are discussing is of considerable importance. Let us relocate to a more suitable CAF and converse at our leisure. Subsequently, she glanced towards the kitchen and added, Oh, do ask your boss for some time off. At Buck CAF, the Situ family appeared noticeably more at ease. Previously, they felt as though they were in a slum, surrounded by filth they wished to avoid. Mrs. Situ, Li Yueshio, immediately adopted a more haughty demeanor and slowly remarked, Xiao Lu, do not blame Auntie for opposing your relationship with my daughter. It was a decision made out of necessity. Although you excelled academically and are remarkably intelligent, it does not guarantee future success, does it? Look, it has been 3 years, and you are still. Yueshio, please refrain from further comments. Situ Zhou interjected. Furrowing his brow, Li Yueshio rolled her eyes and muttered, Am I wrong in what I say? Mother, please stop. Lu Di has always been exceptional. Situ Yin tugged at her mother's sleeve under the table. Situ Zhou slowly pushed a glass of water toward Lu Di with a smile, saying, Lu Di, I will be candid. Your uncle has a favor to ask. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. I heard from my daughter Yenner that you were best friends with Zhang Tianjia during your university years? Yes, the founder of the creator company, Zhang Tianjia. Situ Zhou forced a smile. I would like to ask for your assistance in introducing me to General Manager Zhang. Situ Zhou is not merely an ordinary executive at a public company. He holds a position at one of the top internet giants in Huaxia, Penguin Group. Moreover, Situ is not just anyone. Just a few days prior, he had received a stern order from Li Daoud, the vice president of group operations at Penguin Group, to ensure the acquisition of Creator Company, which is led by Vice President Situ himself. Situ Zhou displayed a wry smile, stating, "Our group wishes to discuss certain business matters with Creator Company, yet I have been waiting outside their doors for 3 days, and General Manager Zhang refuses to see me." Lu Di shook his head in resignation. "If you want to acquire them, of course, they would avoid meeting you." Situ Zhou was taken aback, astonished that Lu Di could so accurately discern the situation. However, he quickly came to terms with it. Given Penguin Group's reputation, it is not surprising that they would either copy or acquire exceptional companies. Hence Lu Di's assumption. With a sigh, Situ Zhou continued, "I truly have no alternative. I must implore you for this favor. If I cannot secure this deal, my position may be at stake." Lu Di then glanced at Situ Yan. Initially gazing at Lu Di with a dazed expression, Situ Yan suddenly felt a pang of guilt, lowering her head and unable to meet Lu Di's eyes. Since the moment she had seen Lu Di, an inexplicable feeling had arisen within her. Lu Di was still Lu Di, yet he seemed entirely transformed. He appeared even more handsome, radiating an intangible aura that was both understated and extraordinarily powerful. He exuded a casual demeanor while simultaneously imparting an elusive sense of pressure. Leaving others perplexed, Lu Di sighed softly. Situ Yin had done nothing wrong. It was merely her family background and perspective that had dictated their circumstances. She and Lu Di will never be on the same path. Reflecting on the slight guilt of parting ways with Situ Yin, Lu Di smiled faintly. "Situ, regarding the matter of the Creator, feel free to discuss it with me. I shall assist as much as I can." "How amusing." Situ's mother abruptly crossed her arms, donning a rather gossipy expression. "Do you truly think you have any say in the Creator's affairs? You are merely friends with Zhang Tianjia. Does that mean his company's matters will heed your words? Furthermore, who knows if Zhang Tianjia, now in a position of prominence, has already forgotten about you as a friend?" Lu Di replied calmly, "My relationship with the Jia is quite strong, and he listens to me." "Oh, please." Situ's mother raised an eyebrow. "I believe he is merely after money. I told you there was no need for such hesitation." Subsequently, she pulled out 2 stacks of cash from her bag. "Lu Di, here is 50,000 yuan. If you can introduce my husband to Zhang Tianjia, and they successfully meet, I will give you another 50,000 yuan. Surely, that is equivalent to several years' salary from your little restaurant?" Situ's mother gazed up at Lu Di with an air of extravagance. Lu Di glanced at the stacks of money, and then at Situ Zhou, chuckling lightly. He stood up and said, "For Situ Yan's sake, I shall discuss this matter with the Jia." After that, Lu Di left without delay. Observing Lu Di's retreating figure, he remained as obstinate as ever. No matter the difficulties he encountered, he was unwilling to reveal a cowardly side or accept assistance from others. Bah, what a worthless person. Yet he still holds such a temper. Situ's mother suddenly spat, turning to Situ Yan. "My dear Yan, ever since your breakup with Lu Di, you have not contacted a Jia at all, not even a phone call. A Jia is so exceptional. Why can't you maintain that connection?" Situ Yan looked at her mother with a face full of reproach. "Isn't it your doing? A Jia was merely a salesperson back then. You forbade me from associating with such people, calling them inferior. You insolent girl, I only wish for your well-being." Situ's mother retorted sharply, glaring at her daughter before turning to Situ Zhou. "Situ, I believe Lu Di is utterly unreliable. Relying on him would be futile. Is there any other way?" Situ Zhou furrowed his brow. "What other way could there be? We are left with only the last resort." "What last resort?" Situ's mother perked up at his words. Situ Zhou's face flushed as he gritted his teeth. "It means sacrificing my own face. Tomorrow, when Yin attends the class reunion at the Creator, we shall shamelessly follow her in. We will speak to Zhang Tianjia directly." Situ Yin immediately became anxious. "Father, you mustn't do that. The classmates will mock me." Situ Zhou let out a heavy sigh. "Mock? What does it matter if we are laughed at a little? If I lose my position, our family will be left to starve. I have made a solemn vow to General Manager Li Dowd. I must go tomorrow.